Death and the Gardener by Jean Cocteau. In a small and wonderful book called The Difficulty of Being, Cocteau writes about his notion of death, his mistress, as he called her. As I grow shorter, she grows longer. She takes up more room. She worries about little details. She busies herself with unimportant, trivial tasks. She makes less and less of an effort to deceive me. But her hour of triumph will be that in which I cease to be. Then she can consider her troubles over and done with, and leave, shutting the door behind her. Though this tale is a very ancient one, retold by several other writers, including Somerset Maugham in his play Sheppy, quoted by John O'Hara as the epigraph of his novel Appointment in Samara, Cocteau lends a matter-of-fact quality to his version. Death was always a very real thing to Cocteau. A friend of mine, Michel Claude Touchard, once interviewed Cocteau on the set of The Testament of Orpheus, 1959. He asked Cocteau why he had chosen the actress Maria Cazares, so beautiful, so full of life, to play the role of Death. "Because she is a friend," he answered, "and we need Death to be a friend. It is best to have a friend as travelling companion when you have so far to go together." A young gardener said to his prince, "Save me! I met Death in the garden this morning, and he made a menacing gesture. Tonight I wish by some miracle I could be far away in Ispahan." The prince lent him his swiftest horse. That afternoon, walking in the garden, the prince came face to face with Death. "Why," he asked, "did you make a threatening gesture at my gardener this morning?" "It wasn't a threatening gesture," answered Death. "It was a gesture of surprise. I saw him far from Ispahan this morning, and I knew that I must take him in Ispahan tonight." Translated from the French by Alberto Manguel. Lord Mountdrago by William Somerset Maugham. I had an aunt who loved Somerset Maugham. She made me read The Three Fat Women of Antibes, and The Creative Impulse, and Miss King with its brilliant last scene, and Rain. I did not make much of Rain at the age of 10. According to her, Maugham did the two essential things a good writer should do: write well and entertain her, not necessarily in that order. Maugham was not always a good writer. His vast output was very uneven. Some stories, like The Necklace, are very badly written. Others, like Honolulu and Lord Mountdrago, are perfect in every sense. His nephew, Robin Maugham, says in his biographical essay that his uncle used to send his secretary out into bars and dark alleys to collect stories which he could later develop. I wonder who told him the one that became Lord Mountdrago. Dr. Audlin looked at the clock on his desk. It was 20 minutes to 6. He was surprised that his patient was late, for Lord Mountdrago prided himself on his punctuality. He had a sententious way of expressing himself, which gave the air of an epigram to a commonplace remark, and he was in the habit of saying that punctuality is a compliment you pay to the intelligent and a rebuke you administer to the stupid. Lord Mountdrago's appointment was for 5:30. There was in Dr. Audlin's appearance nothing to attract attention. He was tall and spare, with narrow shoulders and something of a stoop. His hair was grey and thin, his long, sallow face deeply lined. He was not more than 50, but he looked older. His eyes, pale blue and rather large, were weary. When you had been with him for a while, you noticed that they moved very little. They remained fixed on your face, but so empty of expression were they that it was no discomfort. They seldom lit up. They gave no clue to his thoughts, nor changed with the words he spoke. If you were of an observant turn, it might have struck you that he blinked much less often than most of us. His hands were on the large side, with long, tapering fingers. They were soft but firm, cool but not clammy. You could never have said what Dr. Audlin wore unless you had made a point of looking. His clothes were dark, his tie was black. His dress made his sallow-lined face paler and his pale eyes more wan. He gave you the impression of a very sick man. Dr. Audlin was a psychoanalyst. He had adopted the profession by accident and practiced it with misgiving. When the war broke out, he had not been long qualified, and was getting experience at various hospitals. He offered his services to the authorities, and after a time was sent out to France. It was then that he discovered his singular gift. He could allay certain pains by the touch of his cool, firm hands, and by talking to them often induce sleep in men who were suffering from sleeplessness. He spoke slowly. His voice had no particular color, and his tone did not alter with the words he uttered, but it was musical, soft, and lulling. He told the men that they must rest, that they mustn't worry, that they must sleep, and rest stole into their jaded bones. Tranquillity pushed their anxieties away, like a man finding a place for himself on a crowded bench, and slumber fell on their tired eyelids like the light rain of spring upon the fresh-turned earth. Dr. Audlin found that by speaking to men with that low, monotonous voice of his, by looking at them with his pale, quiet eyes, by stroking their weary foreheads with his long, firm hands, he could soothe their perturbations, resolve the conflicts that distracted them, and banish the phobias that made their lives a torment. Sometimes he effected cures that seemed miraculous. He restored speech to a man who, after being buried under the earth by a bursting shell, had been struck dumb, and he gave back the use of his limbs to another who had been paralyzed after a crash in a plane. He could not understand his powers. He was of a skeptical turn, and though they say that in circumstances of this kind the first thing is to believe in yourself, he never quite succeeded in doing that. And it was only the outcome of his activities, patent to the most incredulous observer, that obliged him to admit that he had some faculty, coming from he knew not where, obscure and uncertain, that enabled him to do things for which he could offer no explanation. When the war was over, he went to Vienna and studied there, and afterwards to Zurich, and then settled down in London to practice the art he had so strangely acquired. He had been practicing now for 15 years, and had attained, in the specialty he followed, a distinguished reputation. People told one another of the amazing things he had done, and though his fees were high, he had as many patients as he had time to see. Dr. Audlin knew that he had achieved some very extraordinary results. He had saved men from suicide, others from the lunatic asylum. He had assuaged griefs that embittered useful lives. He had turned unhappy marriages into happy ones. He had eradicated abnormal instincts and thus delivered not a few from a hateful bondage. He had given health to the sick in spirit. He had done all this, and yet at the back of his mind remained the suspicion that he was little more than a quack. It went against his grain to exercise a power that he could not understand, and it offended his honesty to trade on the faith of the people he treated when he had no faith in himself. He was rich enough now to live without working, and the work exhausted him. A dozen times he had been on the point of giving up practice. He knew all that Freud and Jung and the rest of them had written. He was not satisfied. He had an intimate conviction that all their theory was hocus-pocus, and yet there the results were, incomprehensible but manifest. And what had he not seen of human nature during the 15 years that patients had been coming to his dingy back room in Wimpole Street? The revelations that had been poured into his ears, sometimes only too willingly, sometimes with shame, with reservations, with anger, had long ceased to surprise him. Nothing could shock him any longer. He knew by now that men were liars. He knew how extravagant was their vanity. He knew far worse than that about them, but he knew that it was not for him to judge or to condemn. But year by year, as these terrible confidences were imparted to him, his face grew a little grayer, its lines a little more marked, and his pale eyes more weary. He seldom laughed, but now and again, when, for relaxation, he read a novel, he smiled. Did their authors really think the men and women they wrote of were like that? If they only knew how much more complicated they were, how much more unexpected, what irreconcilable elements coexisted within their souls, and what dark and sinister contentions afflicted them. It was 5:45. Of all the strange cases he had been called upon to deal with, Dr. Audlin could remember none stranger than that of Lord Mountdrago. For one thing, the personality of his patient made it singular. Lord Mountdrago was an able and a distinguished man. appointed Secretary of Foreign Affairs when still under 40. Now, after 3 years in office, he had seen his policy prevail. It was generally acknowledged that he was the ablest politician in the Conservative Party, and only the fact that his father was a peer, on whose death he would no longer be able to sit in the House of Commons, made it impossible for him to aim at the premiership. But if in these democratic times it is out of the question for a Prime Minister of England to be in the House of Lords, there was nothing to prevent Lord Mountdrago from continuing to be Secretary for Foreign Affairs in successive Conservative administrations, and so for long directing the foreign policy of his country. Lord Mountdrago had many good qualities. He had intelligence and industry. He was widely travelled and spoke several languages fluently. From early youth he had specialized in foreign affairs, and had conscientiously made himself acquainted with the political and economic circumstances of other countries. He had courage, insight, and determination. He was a good speaker, both on the platform and in the House, clear, precise, and often witty. He was a brilliant debater, and his gift of repartee was celebrated. He had a fine presence. He was a tall, handsome man, rather bald and somewhat too stout, but this gave him solidity and an air of maturity that were of service to him. As a young man he had been something of an athlete, and had rowed in the Oxford boat, and he was known to be one of the best shots in England. At 24 he had married a girl of 18, whose father was a duke and her mother a great American heiress, so that she had both position and wealth, and by her he had had 2 sons. For several years they had lived privately apart, but in public united, so that appearances were saved, and no other attachment on either side had given the gossips occasion to whisper. Lord Mountdrago, indeed, was too ambitious, too hard-working, and it must be added, too patriotic, to be tempted by any pleasures that might interfere with his career. He had, in short, a great deal to make him a popular and successful figure. He had, unfortunately, great defects. He was a fearful snob. He would not have been surprised at this if his father had been the first holder of the title. That the son of an ennobled lawyer, a manufacturer, or a distiller should attach an inordinate importance to his rank is understandable. The earldom held by Lord Mountdrago's father was created by Charles II, and the barony held by the first earl dated from the Wars of the Roses. For 300 years the successive holders of the title had allied themselves with the noblest families of England. But Lord Mountdrago was as conscious of his birth as a nouveau riche is conscious of his money. He never missed an opportunity of impressing it upon others. He had beautiful manners when he chose to display them, but this he did only with people whom he regarded as his equals. He was coldly insolent to those whom he looked upon as his social inferiors. He was rude to his servants and insulting to his secretaries. The subordinate officials in the government offices to which he had been successively attached feared and hated him. His arrogance was horrible. He knew that he was a great deal cleverer than most of the persons he had to do with, and never hesitated to apprise them of the fact. He had no patience with the infirmities of human nature. He felt himself born to command, and was irritated with people who expected him to listen to their arguments, or wished to hear the reasons for his decisions. He was immeasurably selfish. He looked upon any service that was rendered him as a right due to his rank and intelligence, and therefore deserving of no gratitude. It never entered his head that he was called upon to do anything for others. He had many enemies. He despised them. He knew no one who merited his assistance, his sympathy, or his compassion. He had no friends. He was distrusted by his chiefs because they doubted his loyalty. He was unpopular with his party because he was overbearing and discourteous. And yet his merit was so great, his patriotism so evident, his intelligence so solid, and his management of affairs so brilliant, that they had to put up with him. And what made it possible to do this was that on occasion he could be enchanting. When he was with persons whom he considered his equals, or whom he wished to captivate, in the company of foreign dignitaries or women of distinction, he could be gay, witty, and debonair. His manners then reminded you that in his veins ran the same blood as had run in the veins of Lord Chesterfield. He could tell a story with point. He could be natural, sensible, and even profound. You were surprised at the extent of his knowledge and the sensitiveness of his taste. You thought him the best company in the world. You forgot that he had insulted you the day before, and was quite capable of cutting you dead the next. Lord Mountdrago almost failed to become Dr. Audlin's patient. A secretary rang up the doctor and told him that his lordship, wishing to consult him, would be glad if he would come to his house at 10 o'clock on the following morning. Dr. Audlin answered that he was unable to go to Lord Mountdrago's house, but would be pleased to give him an appointment at his consulting-room at 5 o'clock on the next day but one. The secretary took the message, and presently rang back to say that Lord Mountdrago insisted on seeing Dr. Audlin in his own house, and the doctor could fix his own fee. Dr. Audlin replied that he only saw patients in his consulting-room, and expressed his regret that unless Lord Mountdrago was prepared to come to him, he could not give him his attention. In a quarter of an hour a brief message was delivered to him that his lordship would come not next day but one, but next day at 5. When Lord Mountdrago was then shown in, he did not come forward, but stood at the door and insolently looked the doctor up and down. Dr. Audlin perceived that he was in a rage. He gazed at him silently with still eyes. He saw a big, heavy man, with greying hair, receding on the forehead, so that it gave nobility to his brow, a puffy face with bold, regular features, and an expression of haughtiness. He had somewhat the look of one of the Bourbon sovereigns of the 18th century. "It seems that it is as difficult to see you as a prime minister, Dr. Audlin. I'm an extremely busy man." "Won't you sit down?" said the doctor. His face showed no sign that Lord Mountdrago's speech in any way affected him. Dr. Audlin sat in his chair at the desk. Lord Mountdrago still stood, and his frown darkened. "I think I should tell you that I am His Majesty's Secretary for Foreign Affairs," he said acidly. "Won't you sit down?" the doctor repeated. Lord Mountdrago made a gesture which might have suggested that he was about to turn on his heel and stalk out of the room. But if that was his intention, he apparently thought better of it. He seated himself. Dr. Audlin opened a large book and took up his pen. He wrote without looking at his patient. "How old are you?" 42. "Are you married?" "Yes." "How long have you been married?" 18 years. "Have you any children?" "I have 2 sons." Dr. Audlin noted down the facts as Lord Mountdrago abruptly answered his questions. Then he leaned back in his chair and looked at him. He did not speak. He just looked, gravely, with pale eyes that did not move. "Why have you come to see me?" he asked at length. "I've heard about you. Lady Canute is a patient of yours, I understand. She tells me you've done her a certain amount of good." Dr. Audlin did not reply. His eyes remained fixed on the other's face, but they were so empty of expression that you might have thought he did not even see him. "I can't do miracles," he said at length. Not a smile, but the shadow of a smile flickered in his eyes. "The Royal College of Physicians would not approve of it if I did." Lord Mountdrago gave a brief chuckle. It seemed to lessen his hostility. He spoke more amiably. "You have a very remarkable reputation. People seem to believe in you." "Why have you come to me?" repeated Dr. Audlin. Now it was Lord Mountdrago's turn to be silent. It looked as though he found it hard to answer. Dr. Audlin waited. At last Lord Mountdrago seemed to make an effort. He spoke. "I'm in perfect health. Just as a matter of routine, I had myself examined by my own doctor the other day, Sir Augustus Fitzherbert. I dare say you've heard of him, and he tells me I have the physique of a man of 30. I work hard, but I'm never tired, and I enjoy my work. I smoke very little, and I'm an extremely moderate drinker. I take a sufficiency of exercise, and I lead a regular life. I am a perfectly sound, normal, healthy man. I quite expect you to think it very silly and childish of me to consult you." Dr. Audlin saw that he must help him. "I don't know if I can do anything to help you. I'll try. You're distressed?" Lord Mountdrago frowned. "The work that I'm engaged in is important. The decisions I am called upon to make can easily affect the welfare of the country, and even the peace of the world. It is essential that my judgment should be balanced and my brain clear. I look upon it as my duty to eliminate any cause of worry that may interfere with my usefulness." Dr. Audlin had never taken his eyes off him. He saw a great deal. He saw behind his patient's pompous manner and arrogant pride an anxiety that he could not dispel. "I asked you to be good enough to come here, because I know by experience that it's easier for someone to speak openly in the dingy surroundings of a doctor's consulting-room than in his accustomed environment. "They're certainly dingy," said Lord Mountdrago acidly. He paused. It was evident that this man who had so much self-assurance, so quick and decided a mind that he was never at a loss, at this moment was embarrassed. He smiled in order to show the doctor that he was at his ease, but his eyes betrayed his disquiet. When he spoke again, it was with unnatural heartiness. "The whole thing's so trivial that I can hardly bring myself to bother you with it. I'm afraid you'll just tell me not to be a fool and waste your valuable time." Even things that seem very trivial may have their importance. They can be a symptom of a deep-seated derangement, and my time is entirely at your disposal. Dr. Arlen's voice was low and grave. The monotone in which he spoke was strangely soothing. Lord Mountdrago at length made up his mind to be frank. "The fact is, I've been having some very tiresome dreams lately. I know it's silly to pay any attention to them, but, well, the honest truth is that I'm afraid they've got on my nerves." "Can you describe any of them to me?" Lord Mountdrago smiled, but the smile that tried to be careless was only rueful. "They're so idiotic I can hardly bring myself to narrate them." "Never mind." "Well, the first I had was about a month ago. I dreamt that I was at a party at Connemara House. It was an official party. King and Queen were to be there, and, of course, decorations were worn. I was wearing my ribbon and my star. I went into a sort of cloak-room they have to take off my coat. There was a little man there called Owen Griffith, who's a Welsh member of Parliament, and to tell you the truth, I was surprised to see him. He's very common, and I said to myself, really, Lydia Connemara is going too far. Whom will she ask next? I thought he looked at me rather curiously, but I didn't take any notice of him. In fact, I cut the little bounder and walked upstairs. I suppose you've never been there?" "Never. No, it's not the sort of house you'd ever be likely to go to. It's a rather vulgar house, but it's got a very fine marble staircase, and the Connemaras were at the top receiving their guests. Lady Connemara gave me a look of surprise when I shook hands with her and began to giggle. I didn't pay much attention. She's a very silly, ill-bred woman, and her manners are no better than those of her ancestor, whom King Charles II made a duchess. I must say the reception-rooms at Connemara House are stately. I walked through, nodding to a number of people and shaking hands. Then I saw the German ambassador talking with one of the Austrian archdukes. I particularly wanted to have a word with him, so I went up and held out my hand. The moment the archduke saw me, he burst into a roar of laughter. I was deeply affronted. I looked him up and down sternly, but he only laughed the more. I was about to speak to him rather sharply when there was a sudden hush, and I realized that the King and Queen had come. Turning my back on the Archduke, I stepped forward, and then, quite suddenly, I noticed that I hadn't got any trousers on. I was in short silk drawers, and I wore scarlet sock suspenders. No wonder Lady Connemara had giggled. No wonder the Archduke had laughed. I can't tell you what that moment was. An agony of shame. I awoke in a cold sweat. Oh, you don't know the relief I felt to find it was only a dream. "It's the kind of dream that's not so very uncommon," said Dr. Audlin. "I dare say not. But an odd thing happened next day. I was in the lobby of the House of Commons when that fellow Griffiths walked slowly past me. He deliberately looked down at my legs, and then he looked me full in the face, and I was almost certain he winked. A ridiculous thought came to me. He'd been there the night before and seen me make that ghastly exhibition of myself, and was enjoying the joke. But of course I knew that was impossible, because it was only a dream. I gave him an icy glare, and he walked on, but he was grinning his head off." Lord Mountdrago took his handkerchief out of his pocket and wiped the palms of his hands. He was making no attempt now to conceal his perturbation. Dr. Audlin never took his eyes off him. "Tell me another dream." "It was the night after, and it was even more absurd than the first one. I dreamt that I was in the House. There was a debate on foreign affairs, which not only the country but the world had been looking forward to with gravest concern. The government had decided on a change in their policy which vitally affected the future of the empire. The occasion was historic. Of course, the House was crowded. All the ambassadors were there. Galleries were packed. It fell to me to make the important speech of the evening. I had prepared it carefully. A man like me has enemies. There are a lot of people who resent my having achieved the position I have at an age when even the cleverest men are content with situations of relative obscurity, and I was determined that my speech should not only be worthy of the occasion, but should silence my detractors. It excited me to think that the whole world was hanging on my lips. I rose to my feet. If you've ever been in the House, you'll know how members chat to one another during a debate, rustle papers, and turn over reports. The silence was the silence of the grave when I began to speak. Suddenly I caught sight of that odious little bounder on one of the benches opposite, Griffiths, the Welsh member. He put out his tongue at me. I don't know if you've ever heard a vulgar music-hall song called A Bicycle Made for Two. It was very popular a great many years ago. To show Griffiths how completely I despised him, I began to sing it. I sang the first verse right through. There was a moment's surprise, and when I finished they cried, "Hear, hear," on the opposite benches. I put up my hand to silence them and sang the second verse. The House listened to me in stony silence, and I felt the song wasn't going down very well. I was vexed, for I have a good baritone voice, and I was determined that they should do me justice. When I started the third verse, the members began to laugh. In an instant the laughter spread. The ambassadors, the strangers in the distinguished strangers' gallery, the ladies in the ladies' gallery, the reporters, they shook, they bellowed, they held their sides, they rolled in their seats. Everyone was overcome with laughter, except the ministers on the front bench immediately behind me. In that incredible, in that unprecedented uproar, they sat petrified. I gave them a glance, and suddenly the enormity of what I had done fell upon me. I had made myself the laughing-stock of the whole world. With misery I realized that I should have to resign. I woke and knew it was only a dream. Lord Mountdrago's grand manner had deserted him as he narrated this, and now, having finished, he was pale and trembling. But with an effort he pulled himself together. He forced a laugh to his shaking lips. The whole thing was so fantastic that I couldn't help being amused. I didn't give it another thought, and when I went into the House on the following afternoon I was feeling in very good form. The debate was dull, but I had to be there, and I read some documents that required my attention. For some reason I chanced to look up and saw that Griffiths was speaking. He has an unpleasant Welsh accent and an unprepossessing appearance. I couldn't imagine that he had anything to say that was worth my while to listen to, and I was about to return to my papers when he quoted 2 lines from A Bicycle Made for Two. I couldn't help glancing at him, and I saw that his eyes were fixed on me with a grin of bitter mockery. I faintly shrugged my shoulders. It was comic that a scrubby little Welsh member should look at me like that. It was an odd coincidence that he should quote 2 lines from that disastrous song that I'd sung all through in my dream. I began to read my papers again, but I don't mind telling you that I found it difficult to concentrate on them. I was a little puzzled. Owen Griffiths had been in my first dream, the one at Connemara House, and I'd received a very definite impression afterwards that he knew the sorry figure I'd cut. Was it a mere coincidence that he had quoted those 2 lines? I asked myself if it was possible that he was dreaming the same dreams as I was, but of course the idea was preposterous, and I determined not to give it a second thought. There was a silence. Dr. Audlin looked at Lord Mountdrago, and Lord Mountdrago looked at Dr. Audlin. Other people's dreams are very boring. My wife used to dream occasionally, and insist on telling me her dreams next day with circumstantial detail. I found it maddening. Dr. Audlin faintly smiled. "You're not boring me. I'll tell you one more dream I had a few days later. I dreamt that I went into a public house at Limehouse. I've never been to Limehouse in my life, and I don't think I've ever been in a public house since I was at Oxford. And yet I saw the street and the place I went into as exactly as if I were at home there. I went into a room, I don't know whether they call it the saloon bar or the private bar. There was a fireplace, and a large leather armchair on one side of it, and on the other a small sofa. A bar ran the whole length of the room, and over it you could see into the public bar. Near the door was a round marble-topped table and 2 armchairs beside it. It was a Saturday night, and the place was packed. It was brightly lit, but the smoke was so thick that it made my eyes smart. I was dressed like a rough, with a cap on my head and a handkerchief round my neck. It seemed to me that most of the people there were drunk. I thought it rather amusing. There was a gramophone going, or the radio, I don't know which, and in front of the fireplace 2 women were doing a grotesque dance. There was a little crowd round them, laughing, cheering, and singing. I went up to have a look, and some man said to me, "Have a drink, Bill?" There were glasses on the table full of a dark liquid, which I understand is called brown ale. He gave me a glass, and not wishing to be conspicuous, I drank it. One of the women who were dancing broke away from the other and took hold of the glass. "Here, what's the idea?" she said. "That's my beer you're putting away." "Oh, I'm so sorry," I said. "This gentleman offered it to me, and I very naturally thought it was his to offer." "All right, mate," she said. "I don't mind. You come and have a dance with me." Before I could protest, she'd caught hold of me, and we were dancing together. And then I found myself sitting in the armchair with the woman on my lap. We were sharing a glass of beer. I should tell you that sex has never played any great part in my life. I married young because in my position it was desirable that I should marry, but also in order to settle once for all the question of sex. I had the 2 sons I had made up my mind to have, and then I put the whole matter on one side. I've always been too busy to give much thought to that kind of thing, and living so much in the public eye as I do, it would have been madness to do anything that might give rise to scandal. The greatest asset a politician can have is a blameless record as far as women are concerned. I have no patience with the men who smash up their careers for women. I only despise them. The woman I had on my knees was drunk. She wasn't pretty, and she wasn't young. In fact, she was just a blousy old prostitute. She filled me with disgust, and yet when she put her mouth to mine and kissed me, though her breath stank of beer and her teeth were decayed, though I loathed myself, I wanted her. I wanted her with all my soul. Suddenly I heard a voice. "That's right, old boy, have a good time." I looked up, and there was Owen Griffiths. I tried to spring out of the chair, but that horrible woman wouldn't let me. "Don't you pay no attention to him," she said. "He's only one of them nosy Parkers." "You go to it," he said. "I know Ma. She'll give you your money's worth all right." I wasn't so much annoyed at his seeing me in that absurd situation as angry that he should address me as old boy. I pushed the woman aside and stood up and faced him. "I don't know you, and I don't want to know you," I said. "I know you all right," he said. "And my advice to you, Molly, is see that you get your money. He'll bilk you if you can." There was a bottle of beer on the table close by. Without a word, I seized it by the neck and hit him over the head with it as hard as I could. I made such a violent gesture that it woke me up. "A dream of that sort is not incomprehensible," said Dr. Audlin. "It is the revenge nature takes on persons of unimpeachable character. The story's idiotic. I haven't told it to you for its own sake. I've told it to you for what happened next day. I wanted to look up something in a hurry, and I went into the library of the house. I got the book and began reading. I hadn't noticed when I sat down that Griffiths was sitting in a chair close by me. Another of the Labour members came in and went up to him. "Hello, Owen," he said to him. "You're looking pretty dicky today." "Got an awful headache," he answered. "I feel as if I'd been cracked over the head with a bottle." Now Lord Mountdrago's face was grey with anguish. I knew then that the idea I'd had and dismissed as preposterous was true. I knew that Griffiths was dreaming my dreams, and that he remembered them as well as I did. It may also have been a coincidence. When he spoke, he didn't speak to his friend. He deliberately spoke to me. He looked at me with sullen resentment. Can you offer any suggestions why this same man should come into your dreams? None. Dr. Audlin's eyes had not left his patient's face, and he saw that he lied. He had a pencil in his hand, and he drew a straggling line or 2 on his blotting paper. It often took a long time to get people to tell the truth, and yet they knew that unless they told it, he could do nothing for them. The dream you've just described to me took place just over 3 weeks ago. Have you had any since? Every night. And does this man Griffiths come into them all? Yes. The doctor drew more lines on his blotting paper. He wanted the silence, the drabness, the dull light of that little room to have its effect on Lord Mountdrago's sensibility. Lord Mountdrago threw himself back in his chair and turned his head away, so that he should not see the other's grave eyes. "Dr. Audlin, you must do something for me. I'm at the end of my tether. I shall go mad if this goes on. I'm afraid to go to sleep. 2 or 3 nights I haven't. Sat up reading, and when I felt drowsy, put on my coat and walked till I was exhausted. But I must have sleep. With all the work I have to do, I must be at concert pitch. I must be in complete control of all my faculties. I need rest. Sleep brings me none. I no sooner fall asleep than my dreams begin. And he's always there, that vulgar little cad, grinning at me, mocking me, despising me. It's a monstrous persecution. I tell you, Doctor, I'm not the man of my dreams. It's not fair to judge me by them. Ask anyone you like. I'm an honest, upright, decent man. No one can say anything against my moral character, either private or public. My whole ambition is to serve my country and maintain its greatness. I have money, I have rank. I'm not exposed to many of the temptations of lesser men, so that it's no credit to me to be incorruptible. But this I can claim, that no honor, no personal advantage, no thought of self would induce me to swerve by a hair's breadth from my duty. I've sacrificed everything to become the man I am. Greatness is my aim. Greatness is within my reach, and I'm losing my nerve. I'm not that mean, despicable, cowardly, lewd creature that horrible little man sees. I've told you 3 of my dreams. They're nothing. That man has seen me do things that are so beastly, so horrible, so shameful, that even if my life depended on it, I wouldn't tell them. He remembers them. I can hardly meet the derision and disgust I see in his eyes. I even hesitate to speak because I know my words can seem to him nothing but utter humbug. He's seen me do things that no man with any self-respect would do. Things for which men are driven out of the society of their fellows and sentenced to long terms of imprisonment. He's heard the foulness of my speech. He's seen me not only ridiculous but revolting. He despises me. He no longer pretends to conceal it. Tell you that if you can't do something to help me, I shall either kill myself or kill him. I wouldn't kill him if I were you, said Dr. Audlin coolly, in that soothing voice of his. In this country, the consequences of killing a fellow creature are awkward. I shouldn't be hanged for it, if that's what you mean. Who would know that I'd killed him? That dream of mine has shown me how. I told you, the day after I'd hit him over the head with a beer bottle, he had such a headache that he couldn't see straight. He said so himself. That shows that he can feel with his waking body what happens to his body asleep. It's not with a bottle I shall hit him next time. One night, when I'm dreaming, I shall find myself with a knife in my hand, or a revolver in my pocket. I must, because I want to so intensely. Then I shall seize my opportunity. I'll stick him like a pig. I'll shoot him like a dog, in the heart. Then I shall be free of this fiendish persecution. Some people might have thought that Lord Mountdrago was mad. After all the years during which Dr. Audlin had been treating the diseased souls of men, he knew how thin a line divides those whom we call sane from those whom we call insane. He knew how often in men, who to all appearances were healthy and normal, who were seemingly devoid of imagination, and who fulfilled the duties of common life with credit to themselves and with benefit to their fellows, when you gained their confidence, when you tore away the mask they wore to the world, you found not only hideous abnormality, but kinks so strange, mental extravagances so fantastic, that in that respect you could call them lunatic. If you put them in an asylum, not all the asylums in the world would be large enough. Anyhow, a man was not certifiable because he had strange dreams and they had shattered his nerve. The case was singular, but it was only an exaggeration of others that had come under Dr. Audlin's observation. He was doubtful, however, whether the methods of treatment that he had so often found efficacious would here avail. "Have you consulted any other member of my profession?" he asked. "Only Sir Augustus. I merely told him that I suffered from nightmares. He said I was overworked and recommended me to go for a cruise. That's absurd. Can't leave the Foreign Office just now when the international situation needs constant attention. I'm indispensable, and I know it. On my conduct at the present juncture my whole future depends. He gave me sedatives. They had no effect. He gave me tonics. They were worse than useless. He's an old fool." Can you give any reason why it should be this particular man who persists in coming into your dreams? You asked me that question before I answered it. That was true. Dr. Audlin had not been satisfied with the answer. Just now you talked of persecution. Why should Owen Griffiths want to persecute you? I don't know. Lord Mountdrago's eyes shifted a little. Dr. Audlin was sure that he was not speaking the truth. Have you ever done him an injury? Never. Lord Mountdrago made no movement, but Dr. Audlin had a queer feeling that he shrank into his skin. He saw before him a large, proud man who gave the impression that the questions put to him were an insolence, and yet for all that, behind that facade, was something shifting and startled that made you think of a frightened animal in a trap. Dr. Audlin leaned forward, and by the power of his eyes forced Lord Mountdrago to meet them. Are you quite sure? Quite sure. You don't seem to understand that our ways lead along different paths. I don't wish to harp on it, but I must remind you that I am a minister of the Crown, and Griffiths is an obscure member of the Labour Party. Naturally, there's no social connection between us. He's a man of very humble origin. He's not the sort of person I should be likely to meet at any of the houses I go to. And politically, our respective stations are so far separated that we could not possibly have anything in common. I can do nothing for you unless you tell me the complete truth. Lord Mountdrago raised his eyebrows. His voice was rasping. I'm not accustomed to having my word doubted, Dr. Audlin. If you're going to do that, I think to take up any more of your time can only be a waste of mine. If you will kindly let my secretary know what your fee is, he will see that a cheque is sent to you. For all the expression that was to be seen on Dr. Audlin's face, you might have thought that he simply had not heard what Lord Mountdrago said. He continued to look steadily into his eyes, and his voice was grave and low. Have you done anything to this man that he might look upon as an injury? Lord Mountdrago hesitated. He looked away, and then, as though there were in Dr. Audlin's eyes a compelling force that he could not resist, looked back. He answered sulkily, Only if he was a dirty second-rate little cad. But that is exactly what you've described him to be. Lord Mountdrago sighed. He was beaten. Dr. Audlin knew that the sigh meant he was going at last to say what he had till then held back. Now he had no longer to insist. He dropped his eyes and began again drawing vague geometrical figures on his blotting paper. The silence lasted 2 or 3 minutes. I'm anxious to tell you everything that can be of any use to you. If I didn't mention this before, it's only because it was so unimportant that I didn't see how it could possibly have anything to do with the case. Griffiths won a seat at the last election, and he began to make a nuisance of himself almost at once. His father's a miner, and he worked in a mine himself when he was a boy. He's been a schoolmaster in the board schools and a journalist. He's that half-baked, conceited intellectual with inadequate knowledge, ill-considered ideas, and impracticable plans that compulsory education has brought forth from the working classes. He's a scrawny, grey-faced man who looks half-starved, and he's always very slovenly in appearance. Heaven knows members nowadays don't bother much about their dress, but his clothes are an outrage to the dignity of the house. They're ostentatiously shabby. His collar's never clean, and his tie's never tied properly. It looks as if he hadn't had a bath for a month, and his hands are filthy. The Labour Party have 2 or 3 fellows on the front bench who've got a certain ability. The rest of them don't amount to much. In the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Because Griffiths is glib and has a lot of superficial information on a number of subjects, the whips on his side began to put him up to speak whenever there was a chance. It appeared that he fancied himself on foreign affairs, and he was continually asking me silly, tiresome questions. I don't mind telling you that I made a point of snubbing him as soundly as I thought he deserved. From the beginning I hated the way he talked, his whining voice and his vulgar accent. He had nervous mannerisms that intensely irritated me. He talked rather shyly, hesitatingly, as though it were torture to him to speak, and yet he was forced on by some inner passion, and often he used to say some very disconcerting things. I'll admit that now and again he had a sort of tub-thumping eloquence. It had a certain influence over the ill-regulated minds of the members of his party. They were impressed by his earnestness, and they weren't, as I was, nauseated by his sentimentality. A certain sentimentality is the common coin of political debate. Nations are governed by self-interest, but they prefer to believe that their aims are altruistic, and the politician is justified if, with fair words and fine phrases, he can persuade the electorate that the hard bargain he is driving for his country's advantage tends to the good of humanity. The mistake people like Griffiths make is to take these fair words and fine phrases at their face value. He's a crank, and a noxious crank. He calls himself an idealist. He has at his tongue's end all the tedious blather that the intelligentsia have been boring us with for years. Non-resistance, the brotherhood of man, the hopeless rubbish. The worst of it was that it impressed not only his own party, it even shook some of the sillier, more sloppy-minded members of ours. I heard rumours that Griffiths was likely to get office when a Labour government came in. I even heard it suggested that he might get the Foreign Office. The notion was grotesque, but not impossible. One day I had occasion to wind up a debate on foreign affairs, which Griffiths had opened. He'd spoken for an hour. I thought it a very good opportunity to cook his goose, and by God, sir, I cooked it. I tore his speech to pieces. I pointed out the faultiness of his reasoning, and emphasized the deficiency of his knowledge. In the House of Commons, the most devastating weapon is ridicule. I mocked him. I bantered him. I was in good form that day, and the House rocked with laughter. Their laughter excited me, and I excelled myself. The opposition sat glum and silent, but even some of them couldn't help laughing once or twice. It's not intolerable, to see a colleague, perhaps a rival, made a fool of. And if ever a man was made a fool of, I made a fool of Griffiths. He shrank down in a seat. I saw his face go white, and presently he buried it in his hands. And I sat down, I'd killed him. I'd destroyed his prestige forever. He had no more chance of getting office when a Labour government came in than the policeman at the door. I heard afterwards that his father, the old miner, and his mother had come up from Wales, with various supporters of his, in the constituency, to watch the triumph they expected him to have. They had seen only his utter humiliation. He'd won the constituency by the narrowest margin. An incident like that might very easily lose him his seat. But that was no business of mine. "Should I be putting it too strongly if I said you had ruined his career?" asked Dr. Audlin. "I don't suppose you would. That is a very serious injury you have done him. He brought it on himself. Have you never felt any qualms about it?" "I think perhaps if I had known that his father and mother were there, I might have let him down a little more gently." There was nothing further for Dr. Audlin to say, and he set about treating his patient in such a manner as he thought might avail. He sought by suggestion to make him forget his dreams when he awoke. He sought to make him sleep so deeply that he would not dream. He found Lord Mountdrago's resistance impossible to break down. At the end of an hour he dismissed him. Since then he had seen Lord Mountdrago half a dozen times. He had done him no good. The frightful dreams continued every night to harass the unfortunate man, and it was clear that his general condition was growing rapidly worse. He was worn out. His irritability was uncontrollable. Lord Mountdrago was angry because he received no benefit from his treatment, and yet continued it, not only because it seemed his only hope, but because it was a relief to him to have someone with whom he could talk openly. Dr. Audlin came to the conclusion at last that there was only one way in which Lord Mountdrago could achieve deliverance, that he knew him well enough to be assured that of his own free will he would never, never take it. If Lord Mountdrago was to be saved from the breakdown that was threatening, he must be induced to take a step that must be abhorrent to his pride of birth and his self-complacency. Dr. Audlin was convinced that to delay was impossible. He was treating his patient by suggestion, and after several visits found him more susceptible to it. At length he managed to get him into a condition of somnolence. With his low, soft, monotonous voice, he soothed his tortured nerves. He repeated the same words over and over again. Lord Mountdrago lay quite still, his eyes closed. His breathing was regular, and his limbs were relaxed. Then Dr. Allan, in the same quiet tone, spoke the words he had prepared. "You will go to Owen Griffiths and say that you are sorry that you caused him that great injury. You will say that you will do whatever lies in your power to undo the harm that you have done him." The words acted on Lord Mountdrago like the blow of a whip across his face. He shook himself out of his hypnotic state and sprang to his feet. His eyes blazed with passion, and he poured forth upon Dr. Allan a stream of angry vituperation, such as even he had never heard. He swore at him, he cursed him. He used language of such obscenity that Dr. Allan, who had heard every sort of foul word, sometimes from the lips of chaste and distinguished women, was surprised that he knew it. "Apologize to that filthy little Welshman? I'd rather kill myself." "I believe it to be the only way in which you can regain your balance." Dr. Allan had not often seen a man presumably sane in such a condition of uncontrollable fury. He grew red in the face, and his eyes bulged out of his head. He did really foam at the mouth. Dr. Allan watched him coolly, waiting for the storm to wear itself out, and presently he saw that Lord Mountdrago, weakened by the strain to which he had been subjected for so many weeks, was exhausted. "Sit down," he said then, sharply. Lord Mountdrago crumpled up into a chair. "Christ, I feel all in. I must rest a minute, and then I'll go." For 5 minutes, perhaps, they sat in complete silence. Lord Mountdrago was a gross, blustering bully, but he was also a gentleman. When he broke the silence, he had recovered his self-control. "I'm afraid I've been very rude to you. I'm ashamed of the things I've said to you, and I can only say you'd be justified if you refused to have anything more to do with me. I hope you won't do that. I feel that my visits to you do help me. I think you're my only chance. You mustn't give another thought to what you said. It was of no consequence. But there's one thing you mustn't ask me to do, and that is to make excuses to Griffiths. I've thought a great deal about your case. I don't pretend to understand it, but I believe that your only chance of release is to do what I proposed. I have a notion that we're none of us one self, but many, and one of the selves in you has risen up against the injury you did Griffiths, and has taken on the form of Griffiths in your mind, and is punishing you for what you cruelly did. If I were a priest, I should tell you that it is your conscience that has adopted the shape and lineaments of this man to scourge you to repentance and persuade you to reparation. My conscience is clear. It's not my fault if I smashed the man's career. I crushed him like a slug in my garden. I regret nothing." It was on these words that Lord Mountdrago had left him. Reading through his notes while he waited, Dr. Allan considered how best he could bring his patient to the state of mind that, now that his usual methods of treatment had failed, he thought alone could help him. He glanced at his clock. It was 6. It was strange that Lord Mountdrago did not come. He knew he had intended to, because a secretary had rung up that morning to say that he would be with him at the usual hour. He must have been detained by pressing work. This notion gave Dr. Allan something else to think of. Lord Mountdrago was quite unfit for work, and in no condition to deal with important matters of state. Dr. Allan wondered whether it behooved him to get in touch with someone in authority, the Prime Minister or the Permanent Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs, and impart to him his conviction that Lord Mountdrago's mind was so unbalanced that it was dangerous to leave affairs of moment in his hands. It was a ticklish thing to do. He might cause needless trouble and get roundly snubbed for his pains. He shrugged his shoulders. After all, he reflected, the politicians have made such a mess of the world during the last 25 years. I don't suppose it makes much odds if they're mad or sane. He rang the bell. "If Lord Mountdrago comes now, will you tell him that I have another appointment at 6:15, and so I'm afraid I can't see him?" "Very good, sir." "Has the evening paper come yet?" "I'll go and see." In a moment the servant brought it in. A huge headline ran across the front page. "Tragic Death of Foreign Minister." "My God!" cried Dr. Allan. For once he was wrenched out of his wonted calm. He was shocked, horribly shocked, and yet he was not altogether surprised. The possibility that Lord Mountdrago might commit suicide had occurred to him several times, for that it was suicide he could not doubt. The paper said that Lord Mountdrago had been waiting in a tube station, standing on the edge of the platform, and as the train came in was seen to fall on the rail. It was supposed that he had had a sudden attack of faintness. The paper went on to say that Lord Mountdrago had been suffering for some weeks from the effects of overwork, but had felt it impossible to absent himself while the foreign situation demanded his unremitting attention. Lord Mountdrago was another victim of the strain that modern politics placed upon those who played the more important parts in it. There was a neat little piece about the talents and industry, the patriotism and vision of the deceased statesman, followed by various surmises upon the Prime Minister's choice of his successor. Dr. Audlin read all this. He had not liked Lord Mountdrago. The chief emotion that his death caused in him was dissatisfaction with himself, because he had been able to do nothing for him. Perhaps he had done wrong in not getting into touch with Lord Mountdrago's doctor. He was discouraged, as always, when failure frustrated his conscientious efforts, and repulsion seized him for the theory and practice of this empiric doctrine by which he earned his living. He was dealing with dark and mysterious forces that it was perhaps beyond the powers of the human mind to understand. He was like a man blindfold, trying to feel his way to he knew not whither. Listlessly he turned the pages of the paper. Suddenly he gave a great start, and an exclamation once more was forced from his lips. His eyes had fallen on a small paragraph near the bottom of a column. "Sudden death of an MP," he read. "Mr. Owen Griffiths, member for so-and-so, had been taken ill in Fleet Street that afternoon, and when he was brought to Charing Cross Hospital, life was found to be extinct. It was supposed that death was due to natural causes, but an inquest would be held." Dr. Audlin could hardly believe his eyes. Was it possible that the night before Lord Mountdrago had at last, in his dream, found himself possessed of the weapon, knife or gun, that he had wanted, and had killed his tormentor, and had that ghostly murder, in the same way as the blow of the bottle, had given him a racking headache on the following day, taken effect a certain number of hours later on the waking man? Or was it more mysterious and more frightful, that when Lord Mountdrago sought relief in death, the enemy he had so cruelly wronged, unappeased, escaping from his own mortality, had pursued him to some other sphere, there to torment him still? It was strange. The sensible thing was to look upon it merely as an odd coincidence. Dr. Audlin rang the bell. "Tell Mrs. Melton that I'm sorry I can't see her this evening. I'm not well." It was true. He shivered as though of an ague. With some kind of spiritual sense, he seemed to envisage a bleak, a horrible void. The dark night of the soul engulfed him, and he felt a strange, primeval terror of he knew not what. The Sick Gentleman's Last Visit, by Giovanni Papini. Papini is a neglected master of Italian literature. He wrote over 80 books on philosophy, theology, and literary criticism, as well as novels and short stories. He was first an anti-nationalist, then a staunch nationalist, first an agnostic, then a practicing Christian. He joined the Futurist movement, but later turned against it, and though an enemy of academic erudition, sought official recognition from the Italian universities. He wrote both a Life of Christ and a History of the Devil. His short stories are masterpieces of invention, written in what today seems perhaps a florid style, and in many Papini himself is the main character. In one story, Papini meets himself as the young man he was, and whom he only vaguely remembers. In another, he continues to live after his suicide in order to pay a minor debt. His best collection of fantastic tales is intriguingly called The Blind Pilot. There is no story of that title in the book. No one ever knew the real name of the man we all call the Sick Gentleman. Since his sudden disappearance, everything that was his has vanished as well. Everything except the memory of his unforgettable smile, and a portrait by Sebastiano del Piombo, which shows him half hidden in the soft shadow of a fur coat, one gloved hand drooping delicately like the hand of someone asleep. A few of those who loved him truly, and I count myself as one of the few, also remember his remarkable skin of a transparent and pale yellow hue, the almost feminine lightness of his step, and his constantly vacant look. He enjoyed talking for hours on end, but no one ever grasped the full meaning of his words. I even know of some who did not wish to understand him because the things he said were too horrible. His presence lent a fantastic tint to the simplest things. When his hand touched an object, the object seemed to enter and become part of the world of dreams. His eyes reflected not things that were there, but other unknown and far-away things, not seen by those who were with him. No one ever asked him what his illness was, and why he did not seem to try to cure it. He spent his time walking, always, day and night, without stopping. No one knew where he lived. No one ever met his parents, or his brothers or sisters. One day he just appeared in town, and then another day, some years later, he vanished. The day before his disappearance, he came to my room to wake me very early, when dawn was just beginning to break. I felt the soft touch of his glove on my forehead, and saw him standing in front of me, wrapped in his furs, with the ghost of a smile on his lips, and his eyes were more absent than ever. I realized, seeing his red eyelids, that he had been awake all night, and that he must have waited for dawn with great anxiety because his hands were trembling and his entire body seemed to shake with fever. "What is the matter?" I asked. "Is your illness causing you more discomfort than usual?" "My illness?" he answered. "My illness? Do you too believe, like the others, that I have an illness? That there is such a thing as my illness? Why not say that I myself am an illness? There is nothing that is mine, don't you understand? There is nothing that actually belongs to me. It is I who belong to someone, and that someone is my master." Accustomed as I was to his strange talk, I didn't answer. I continued to look at him, and my look must have been gentle, because he came even nearer to my bed and again touched my forehead with his soft glove. "You do not seem to have a temperature," he said. "You are perfectly healthy and calm. Your blood runs peacefully through your veins. I can therefore tell you something that perhaps will frighten you. I can tell you who I am. Listen carefully, please, because I may not be able to say the same things twice. But it is necessary that I say them at least once." With this, he let himself fall into a purple armchair beside my bed, and carried on in a stronger voice. "I am not a real man. I am not a man like others, a man of flesh and blood, a man born of woman. I did not come into this world like your fellow men. No one rocked me in my cradle, or watched over my growing years. I had not known the restlessness of adolescence, or the comfort of family ties. I am, and I will say this out loud, though perhaps you may not want to believe me, I am but a figure in a dream. In me, Shakespeare's image has become literally and tragically exact. I am such stuff as dreams are made on. I exist because someone is dreaming me, someone who is now asleep and dreaming, and sees me act and live and move, and in this very moment is dreaming that I am saying these very words. When this someone began to dream me, I began my existence. When he wakes, I will cease to be. I am an imagination, a creation, a guest of his long, nightly fantasies. This someone's dream is lasting and intense to such a degree that I have become visible even to those who are awake. But the world of watchfulness, the world of solid reality, is not mine. I feel uncomfortable in the midst of your tangible and vulgar existence. My life flows slowly in the soul of my sleeping creator. Don't think I speak symbolically or in riddles. What I am saying is the truth, the whole simple and tremendous truth. To be an actor in a dream is not what pains me most. There are poets who have said that man's life is but the shadow of a dream, and philosophers who have hinted that all reality is but hallucination. I, instead, am haunted by another thought. Who is this someone who dreams me? Who is this nameless, unknown being to whom I belong, who suddenly brought me out of the darkness of his tired brain, and whose awakening will just as suddenly extinguish me, like a flame in the wind? How many days have I spent thinking of this master of mine, asleep, thinking of my Creator busy with the course of my ephemeral life? He must be someone great and powerful, a being for whom our years are minutes, someone who can live the entire life of a man in just one of his nights. His dreams must be so vivid and powerful and deep that they can cast forth images in such a way that they seem real. Perhaps the whole world is but the ever-changing result of the crossing of dreams dreamt by beings identical to him. But I won't generalize. Let us leave metaphysical trifling to reckless philosophers. For me it is enough to know with absolute certainty that I am the imaginary creature of a vast, enormous dreamer. But who is he? That is the question that's been troubling me for so long, ever since I discovered the nature of the stuff I was made on. Surely you understand how important this question is to me. On its answer hinges my entire fate. The actors in dreams enjoy ample freedom, and for that reason my life has not been entirely determined by my birth, but to a large extent by my free will. However, it has become necessary for me to know who it was that was dreaming me, in order to choose my way of life. At first I was terrified by the idea that the slightest thing might wake him, that is, destroy me. A shout, a noise, a whisper might suddenly fling me into nothingness. In those days I used to care for life, so I would torture myself in vain, trying to guess the tastes and passions of my unknown master, trying to give to my existence the attributes and shapes that might please him. All the time I trembled with the thought that I might commit an act that would offend him, frighten him, and therefore wake him. For a while I imagined him to be a sort of paternalistic, evangelic deity, and I tried to lead the most virtuous and saintly of lives. At another time I pictured him as a classic pagan hero, and I would crown myself with vine leaves and sing songs in praise of wine and dance with young nymphs in forest clearings. Once I even believed that I was part of the dream of a pure and immortal sage who managed to live in a superior spiritual world, and I spent long sleepless nights counting the stars and measuring the earth and trying to find out how living creatures were made. But in the end I grew tired, humiliated to think I was but the spectacle of this unknown and unknowable master. I realized that this fiction of a life was not worth such base and servile flattery, and I began to wish ardently for that which in the beginning had caused me such terror, his awakening. I deliberately filled my life with gruesome images, so that the sheer horror might wake him. I tried everything to achieve the peace of annihilation. I did all within my power to interrupt the sad comedy of my apparent life, to destroy this ridiculous larva of a life that somehow likens me to men. I left no crime untouched, no infamy untasted. With refined tortures I murdered innocent old people. I poisoned the waters of entire cities. I set fire to the hair of hundreds of women. Grown wild through my death wish, I tore apart with my teeth the children I met on my way. At night I sought the company of monstrous dark giants forgotten by mankind. I took part in the incredible villainies of trolls, demons, and ghosts. I threw myself from the top of a mountain into a broken and naked valley surrounded by caverns full of white bones. Witches taught me the shrieks of wild beasts that at night put fear into the hearts of the bravest of men. But it seems that he who dreams me isn't frightened by those things which make ordinary men tremble. Perhaps he enjoys watching horrible sights. Perhaps he doesn't care, or perhaps it doesn't affect him. Until this day I have not been able to wake him, so I must drag on with his ignoble life, wretched and unreal. Who will free me from my dreamer? When will the dawn come that will put an end to his work? When will the bell toll, the cock crow, the voice call that will wake him? I have been waiting so long for my day of freedom. I have been waiting so eagerly for the end of this foolish dream in which I play so monotonous a part. What I am doing now is my last attempt. I am telling my dreamer that I am a dream. I want him to dream that he is dreaming. That is something that happens to men, doesn't it? And don't they wake once they realize they are dreaming? That's why I have come to see you, and that's why I have told you everything. I hope he who has created me understands that at this very minute I do not exist as a real man, for as soon as he does, I shall cease to exist even as an unreal image. Do you think I will succeed? Do you think that by repeating it and shouting it I will manage to startle and awaken my invisible master? And while he was saying these words, the sick gentleman tossed and turned in the armchair, pulling off and putting on the glove of his left hand, staring at me with eyes that seemed to grow more and more vacant. It was as if he expected something terrible and marvelous to happen at any minute. His face took on an agonized expression. From time to time he would stare at his own body as if expecting to see it dissolve into thin air, and he would nervously pass a hand across his damp forehead. "Do you believe all this to be true?" he asked me. "Or do you think I'm lying? But why can't I disappear? Why can't I be free of it all? Is it that I'm part of an everlasting dream, the dream of an immortal sleeper, of an eternal dreamer? Help me get rid of this terrible notion. Console me. Find me some plan, some way to escape from this horror. I beg you, help me. Will no one pity this poor, bored apparition?" As I remained silent, he stared at me once again, and then stood up. He seemed to me taller than before, and once again I noticed his almost diaphanous skin. One could see he was suffering terribly. His whole body seemed convulsed. He looked like an animal trying to escape from a net. The soft, gloved hand shook mine for the last time. Murmuring something very gently, he left my room, and only one person has seen him since. Translated from the Italian by Alberto Manguel. Insomnia by Virgilio, Piñera. A Cuban writer, Piñera lived for many years in Argentina, where he published his Cold Tales in 1956. He returned to Cuba in the 60s. In Buenos Aires he met several writers interested in metaphysics: Jorge Luis Borges, Macedonia Fernandez, who, according to Borges, reached the same conclusions as Plato and Schopenhauer without having read either; Santiago, de Beauvais, Leopoldo Marechal, and they certainly influenced his work. The following very short story develops a theme Macedonia Fernandez liked to talk about. If death and sleep are, in Oscar Wilde's phrase, brothers, there is no reason why one should have power over the other. The man goes to bed early, but he cannot fall asleep. He turns and tosses. He twists the sheets. He lights a cigarette. He reads a bit. He puts out the light again, but he cannot sleep. At 3 in the morning he gets up. He calls on his friend next door and confides in him that he cannot sleep. He asks for advice. The friend suggests he take a walk, and maybe he will tire himself out. Then he should drink a cup of linden tea and turn out the light. He does all these things, but he does not manage to fall asleep. Again he gets up. This time he goes to see the doctor. As usual, the doctor talks a good deal, but in the end the man still cannot manage to sleep. At 6 in the morning he loads a revolver and blows out his brains. The man is dead, but still he is unable to sleep. Insomnia is a very persistent thing. Translated from the Spanish by Alberto Manguel. The Storm by Jules Verne. In 1863, the 35-year-old Jules Verne walked into the offices of publisher Pierre Hetzel and told him about his idea for his first book, 5 Weeks in a Balloon. Hetzel listened, first politely, then interested, finally spellbound. When Verne had finished, Hetzel asked him if he had any more ideas for these scientific adventure stories, as Verne called them. Timidly, but with increasing confidence, Jules Verne told Hetzel of his imaginary travels. That afternoon Verne took Hetzel deep under the sea, away to the moon, into the heart of darkest India, down to the center of the earth. The interview ended with a 20-year contract for 3 books a year. Hetzel then decided to create a deluxe series on the strength of his faith in his unknown writer's imagination, and one of the world's best-beloved authors was launched on his career. The Storm is unlike anything else I have read by Jules Verne. Usually his novels and stories are straightforward tales of adventure, in which a scientific explanation is given to a seemingly fantastic occurrence. In The Storm, nothing is explained. The reader is left with a sense of vertigo not easily dispelled. The wind is blowing. The rain is pouring down. The roaring storm bends the trees on the Volsinian shore and crashes against the flanks of the Crimea Mountains. On the coast the high rocks are relentlessly gnawed away by the sharp teeth of the Melchorgridian Sea. Deep within the shelter of the bay lies the little village of Lucktrop, barely a few hundred houses, whose green belvederes try vainly to defend themselves from the ocean winds. 4 or 5 narrow streets climb the mountainside, looking more like gullies than streets, paved with pebbles and choked with rubble spat from the eruptive cone that rises in the background. The Vanglor volcano is not far away. During the day the inner cauldron releases sulphur fumes. At night, at regular intervals, it spews forth long flames. Visible at a distance of 150 kertzes, like a lighthouse, the Vanglor pinpoints the port of Lucktrop to coasting vessels, Felzane ships, fairly boats, and even light balanzas whose bows cut through the icy Megalocridian waters. At the far end of the village, next to a handful of Crimerian ruins, are the Arab quarters, a kasbah with whitewashed walls, round roofs and terraces gobbled up by the sun. The kasbah resembles a pile of stone cubes, of dice with the edges worn thin by time. Among the notable buildings of Lucktrop is the 6-4, a bizarre construction with a square roof, 6 windows at the front and 4 at the back. A steeple dominates the village, the square tower of St. Philipponus, whose bells are tolling in the storm. When this happens, the villagers tremble with fear. An evil omen, they say. This is Lucktrop. Farther away, but not too far, are a few miserable hovels scattered around the village in a landscape of bushes and ferns, somewhat like Brittany. But this is not Brittany. Someone has knocked discreetly on the narrow door of 6-4, at the left-hand corner of Massaglier Street. It is certainly one of the most comfortable houses in the village, if the word can be used when referring to Lucktrop. One of the richest, if earning a few thousand fretzers can be considered a sign of wealth. The knock has been answered by a savage snarl, something like the barking of a wolf. A window is raised above the 6-4 entrance. "Go to hell, you nuisance, whoever you may be!" cries out an ill-humored voice. A young girl, shivering under the rain, wrapped in a tattered shawl, asks whether Dr. Trafalgar is in. "Maybe yes, maybe no. It all depends." "It's about my father. He's dying." "Where is he dying?" "Near Valcarnio, some 4 kertzes from here." "And his name?" "Vort Cartif." A hard man, this Dr. Trafalgar, not very compassionate. He only sees a patient after receiving payment in cash. Old Herzog, the doctor's dog, half bulldog and half spaniel, has probably got a kinder heart. 6-4 only opens its doors to the rich. Every illness has a fixed price. One for curing typhoid fever, another for a cold, yet another for pericarditis or other such diseases which doctors invent by the dozen. Vort Cartif is a poor man, born of a poor family. Why should Dr. Trafalgar bother, especially on a night like this? "Just getting me out of bed would have cost you 10 fretzers," he mutters and lies down again. Some 20 minutes later the iron knocker is heard once more. The curse, the doctor leaves his bed for the 2nd time and leans out of the window. "Who's there?" he cries. "I'm Vort Cartif's wife." "Vort Cartif of Valcarnio?" "Yes, and if you refuse to come, he'll die." "Fine, then you'll be a widow." "Here are 20 fretzers." 20 fretzers to go all the way to Valcarnio? 4 kertzes away?" "For pity's sake." "Go to hell." And the window slams shut. 20 fretzers. What a fortune! To risk catching a cold for 20 fretzers, especially when he is expected in Keltreno tomorrow to look after rich Mr. Edzingov's goat at 50 fretzers a visit. With this happy thought, Dr. Tufulgus falls into a deeper sleep than before. The beating of the storm is suddenly joined by 3 knocks on the door, this time from a firmer hand. The doctor is asleep. He wakes up, but in what a mood! Through the open window the storm enters like the blast of a machine gun.
"It's about Lord Cardiff."
"Not again."
"I'm his mother."
"May his mother, his wife, and his daughter perish with him."
"He's had a seizure."
"So let him fight back."
"We've been given some money on a house. We're selling it to Dontrop on Massagley Street. But if you don't come now, my granddaughter won't have a father, my daughter-in-law won't have a husband, and I won't have a son."
It is pitiful and terrible to hear the old woman's voice, to imagine the wind freezing her blood and the rain soaking her thin flesh to the bones. "A seizure is 200 fretzers," answers the heartless Trafalgus.
"We only have 120.
"Good night," and the window closes once more. However, after some careful thought, he concludes that 120 fretzers for an hour and a half's walk, plus half an hour's visit, is about 60 fretzers an hour, a fretzer a minute. A small profit, yet not to be neglected. Instead of going back to bed, the doctor puts on his outdoor clothes, his heavy marsh boots, his fur cape, his woolen hood, and his warm mittens. He leaves the lamp burning next to his codex open at page 197. Then he pushes the door of 6-4 and steps outside. The old woman is still there, leaning on her stick, wasted by her 80 years of misery. "The 120 fretzers?"
Here, and may God make them 1,000 in your pocket."
God's money. Has anyone ever seen God's money?" The doctor whistles for Hertzhoff, hangs a small lamp from the brute's mouth, and takes the road towards the sea. The old woman follows. What weather, my God, what weather! The bells of St. Philipponus are tolling in the wind, a bad sign. But Dr. Tufulgus is not superstitious. In fact, he believes in nothing, not even in science, except in the profit it makes. What weather, and what a road! Pebble and rubble, rubble and pebbles. Pebbles slippery with seaweed, rubble that crackles like slag. No light except the one carried by Hertzhoff, dim and faltering. Sometimes they see Vanglor's leaping flames, in which quaint figures seem to struggle. The doctor and the old woman follow the pattern of small inlets that form the coast. The sea looks white, livid, mourning white. It dazzles the eye as it shatters against the phosphorescent rim of the surf, spilling bucketfuls of glistening worms onto the strand. Both figures continue to climb until the road turns between soft dunes, where the broom and the reeds are thrown against each other by the wind with the click of bayonets. Here the old woman stops, and with a trembling finger points to a reddish light in the shadows. Lord Cardiff's house. "There?" asks the doctor.
"Yes,"
answers the woman. The dog howls. Suddenly the Vanglor shakes to its very roots. A sheaf of flames sprouts up into the sky, cleaving the clouds. Dr. Tufulgus falls backwards. He swears like a damned soul. Then he scrambles to his feet and looks around him. The old woman is no longer there. Has she been swallowed by a gap in the ground, or has she disappeared into the booming clouds? The dog is still there, sitting on its hind legs, the extinguished lamp still hanging from its mouth. "Cowards," grumbles Dr. Tufulgus. The honest man has received his 120 fretzers. Now he feels he must earn them. The small dot of light is about half a kerze away. The dying man's lamp. The dead man's lamp, perhaps. There is his house, as the old woman pointed out. There is no mistaking it. Beneath the whistling wind, the beating rain, the rolling storm, Dr. Tufulgus marches on with hasty steps. As he advances, the house becomes clearer, standing alone in the middle of the heath. It looks a little like the doctor's house, 6-4, in Lucktrop. Same windows at the front, same narrow door. Dr. Tufulgus hurries on as fast as the wind will allow him. The door is ajar, he has only to push. He pushes, he steps inside, and the wind slams it shut behind his back. Outside, Hertzhoff, the dog, starts to howl once again, pausing at regular intervals, like a canter between the versicles of a psalm. How very odd! It is almost as if Dr. Tufulgus had returned to his own house. However, he is certain he has not lost his way, he has not turned back. He is now in Valcarneau, not in Lucktrop. And yet here is the same corridor, low and vaulted, the same wooden spiral staircase with its heavy handrail, worn down by the palms of many hands. He climbs it. He arrives on the landing. A faint beam shines softly under the chamber door. Is it his imagination? In the weak light he recognizes his own room. The yellow sofa to the right. Pear wood cupboard to the left. The steel-banded chest where he would have put his 120 fretzers. Here is his leather-patched armchair. Here his bandy-legged table. And here, next to the dying lamp, his codex open at page 197. "What is happening to me?" he says in a low voice. Dr. Tefulgus is afraid. His eyes shine wide open. His body seems contracted, diminished. Cold sweat runs down him. He is trembling. Nevertheless, he must hurry. The lamp will go out for lack of oil. Like the lamp, the sick man is dying. Yes, the bed is there. His own bed, surrounded by columns, his canopied bed closed by heavy curtains. Can this be a poor man's bed? With a shaking hand, Dr. Tefulgus pulls the curtains apart and peers inside. The dying man, his head barely above the sheets, is lying motionless as if hardly able to breathe. The doctor leans over him. Dr. Tefulgus's cry is echoed outside by a sinister howl. The dying man is not Vort Cartif. It is Dr. Tefulgus himself. He has been struck down by a congestion of the lungs. An apoplectic seizure has paralyzed half his body. It is himself he has come to see. It is for himself that 120 fretzers have been paid. Himself who had refused to attend the dying man. Himself who is going to die. Dr. Tefulgus thinks he is going mad. He feels utterly lost. His hands no longer obey him. With a supreme effort he manages to control himself. What can he do? Diminish the blood pressure by bleeding the patient? Dr. Tefulgus is dead if he hesitates. He opens his bag, takes out a lancet, and pierces a vein in the dying man's arm. But the blood does not rise. He vigorously rubs the dying man's chest. He feels the beating of his own chest slowing down. He burns the dying man's feet with scorching stones. His own feet grow as cold as ice. The man in the bed tries to sit up, struggles, and utters one final cry. And Dr. Tefulgus, in spite of all the tricks which science has taught him, falls back dead in his own arms. Next morning a body was found in 6-4, that of Dr. Tefulgus. He was bathed in beer, placed in a wooden coffin, and conducted with great pomp to Lucktrop Cemetery, where he now lies buried with so many others. Translated from the French by Alberto Manguel. A Dream from the Arabian Nights Entertainments. Anonymous. Jorge Luis Borges adapted this story and included it in several anthologies. But I have returned to E.W. Lane's version of the 1001 Nights, or Arabian Nights Entertainments, where it appears in a note at the end of chapter 16 in the second volume. I like the elegance of the symmetrical story. I like the fact that a faithful dreamer is rewarded. I like the thought that a dream can be the source of true knowledge and lead to happiness. It is related also that a man of Baghdad was possessed of ample riches and great wealth, but his wealth passed away, and his state changed, and he became utterly destitute, and could not obtain his sustenance save by laborious exertion. And he slept one night, overwhelmed and oppressed, and saw in his sleep a person who said to him, "Verily thy fortune is in Cairo. Therefore seek it, and repair to it." So he journeyed to Cairo, and when he arrived there, the evening overtook him, and he slept in a mosque. Now there was, adjacent to the mosque, a house, and as God, whose name be exalted, had decreed, a party of robbers entered the mosque, and thence passed to that house. And the people of the house, awaking at the disturbance occasioned by the robbers, raised cries, whereupon the Wali came to their aid with his followers, and the robbers fled. The Wali then entered the mosque, and found the man of Baghdad sleeping there. So he laid hold upon him, and inflicted upon him a painful beating with mikras, until he was at the point of death, and imprisoned him, and he remained 3 days in the prison, after which the Wali caused him to be brought, and said to him, "From what country art thou?" He answered, "From Baghdad." "And what affair," said the Wali, "was the cause of thy coming to Cairo?" He answered, "I saw in my sleep a person who said to me, 'Verily thy fortune is in Cairo, therefore repair to it.' And when I came to Cairo, I found the fortune of which he told me to be those blows of the Mikras that I have received from thee." And upon this the Wali laughed, so that his grinders appeared, and said to him, "O thou of little sense, I saw 3 times in my sleep a person who said to me, 'Verily a house in Baghdad, in such a district, and of such a description, hath in its court a garden, at the lower end of which is a fountain, wherein is wealth of great amount. Therefore repair to it and take it. But I went not, and thou, through the smallness of thy sense, hast journeyed from city to city on account of a thing thou hast seen in sleep, when it was only an effect of confused dreams." Then he gave him some money, and said to him, "Help thyself with this to return to thy city." So he took it and returned to Baghdad. Now the house which the Wali had described in Baghdad was the house of that man. Therefore, when he arrived at his abode, he dug beneath the fountain, and beheld abundant wealth. Thus God enriched and sustained him, and this was a wonderful coincidence. Translated from the Arabic by E.W. Lane. The Facts in the Case of Monsieur Valdemar by Edgar Allan Poe. With The Purloined Letter, The Mystery of Marie Roget, Thou Art the Man, and The Murders of the Rue Morgue, Poe invented the detective story. With The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym, he perfected the fantastic novel. With The Black Cat and The Telltale Heart, he set out the laws that govern a tale of horror. In The Facts in the Case of Monsieur Valdemar, he combines the talents for all 3 genres. There is a mystery, and a search for a solution conducted with scientific rigor. There is the intrusion of what we know to be impossible in an otherwise normal setting. There is the gradual building up that leads to the horrific ending. The credibility of the story is so well achieved that shortly after its publication in America, in 1854, it was printed in England as a pamphlet about a remarkable scientific experiment. On the 22nd of September, 1835, Poe married his 13-year-old cousin, Virginia Clem, who died 10 years later of tuberculosis. Julian Simons, in his biography of Poe, suggests that this story stems from Virginia's illness. Both Valdemar and Virginia, Simons points out, suffered from the same illness, and both names begin with V. Whether it stems from a desire to halt death, or from a need to know what lies beyond the grave, the point of the story is the stopping of time. As Hotspur says in Henry IV, Part 1, "Time that takes survey of all the world must have a stop." Of course I shall not pretend to consider it any matter for wonder that the extraordinary case of Monsieur Valdemar has excited discussion. It would have been a miracle had it not, especially under the circumstances. Through the desire of all parties concerned to keep the affair from the public, at least for the present, or until we had further opportunities for investigation, through our endeavors to effect this, a garbled or exaggerated account made its way into society, and became the source of many unpleasant misrepresentations, and, very naturally, of a great deal of disbelief. It is now rendered necessary that I give the facts, as far as I comprehend them myself. They are, succinctly, these. My attention for the last 3 years had been repeatedly drawn to the subject of mesmerism, and about 9 months ago it occurred to me, quite suddenly, that in the series of experiments made hitherto, there had been a very remarkable and most unaccountable omission. No person had as yet been mesmerized in articulo mortis. It remained to be seen, first, whether in such condition there existed in the patient any susceptibility to the magnetic influence. Secondly, whether, if any existed, it was impaired or increased by the condition. Thirdly, to what extent, or for how long a period, the encroachments of death might be arrested by the process. There were other points to be ascertained, but these most excited my curiosity. the last in especial from the immensely important character of its consequences. In looking around me for some subject by whose means I might test these particulars, I was brought to think of my friend Monsieur René Valdemar, the well-known compiler of the Bibliotheca Forensica, and author under the nom de plume of Issachar Marx of the Polish versions of Wallenstein and Gargantua. Monsieur Valdemar, who has resided principally at Harlem, New York, since the year 1839, is, or was, particularly noticeable for the extreme spareness of his person, his lower limbs much resembling those of John Randolph, and also for the whiteness of his whiskers in violent contrast to the blackness of his hair, the latter, in consequence, being very generally mistaken for a wig. His temperament was markedly nervous, and rendered him a good subject for mesmeric experiment. On 2 or 3 occasions I had put him to sleep with little difficulty, but was disappointed in other results which his peculiar constitution had naturally led me to anticipate. His will was at no period positively or thoroughly under my control, and in regard to clairvoyance, I could accomplish with him nothing to be relied upon. I always attributed my failure at these points to the disordered state of his health. For some months previous to my becoming acquainted with him, his physicians had declared him in a confirmed phthisis. It was his custom, indeed, to speak calmly of his approaching dissolution, as of a matter neither to be avoided nor regretted. When the ideas to which I have alluded first occurred to me, it was, of course, very natural that I should think of Monsieur Valdemar. I knew the steady philosophy of the man too well to apprehend any scruples from him, and he had no relatives in America who would be likely to interfere. I spoke to him frankly upon the subject, and to my surprise, his interest seemed vividly excited. I say to my surprise, for although he had always yielded his person freely to my experiments, he had never before given me any tokens of sympathy with what I did. His disease was of that character which would admit of exact calculation in respect to the epoch of its termination in death, and it was finally arranged between us that he would send for me about 24 hours before the period announced by his physicians as that of his decease. It is now rather more than 7 months since I received from Monsieur Valdemar himself the subjoined note. My dear P., you may as well come now. D and F are agreed that I cannot hold out beyond tomorrow midnight, and I think they have hit the time very nearly. Valdemar. I received this note within half an hour after it was written, and in 15 minutes more I was in the dying man's chamber. I had not seen him for 10 days, and was appalled by the fearful alteration which the brief interval had wrought in him. His face wore a leaden hue, the eyes were utterly lustreless, and the emaciation was so extreme that the skin had been broken through by the cheekbones. His expectoration was excessive. The pulse was barely perceptible. He retained, nevertheless, in a very remarkable manner, both his mental power and a certain degree of physical strength. He spoke with distinctness, took some palliative medicines without aid, and, when I entered the room, was occupied in penciling memoranda in a pocket-book. He was propped up in the bed by pillows. Doctors D and F were in attendance. After pressing Valdemar's hand, I took these gentlemen aside and obtained from them a minute account of the patient's condition. The left lung had been for 18 months in a semi-osseous or cartilaginous state, and was, of course, entirely useless for all purposes of vitality. The right, in its upper portion, was also partially, if not thoroughly, ossified, while the lower region was merely a mass of purulent tubercles running one into another. Several extensive perforations existed, and, at one point, a permanent adhesion to the ribs had taken place. These appearances in the right lobe were of comparatively recent date. The ossification had proceeded with very unusual rapidity. No sign of it had been discovered a month before, and the adhesion had only been observed during the 3 previous days. Independently of the phthisis, the patient was suspected of aneurysm of the aorta, but on this point the osseous symptoms rendered an exact diagnosis impossible. It was the opinion of both physicians that Monsieur Valdemar would die about midnight on the morrow, Sunday. It was then 7 o'clock on Saturday evening. On quitting the invalid's bedside to hold conversation with myself, Doctors D and F had bidden him a final farewell. It had not been their intention to return, but, at my request, they agreed to look in upon the patient about 10 the next night. When they had gone, I spoke freely with Monsieur Valdemar on the subject of his approaching dissolution, as well as, more particularly, of the experiment proposed. He still professed himself quite willing and even anxious to have it made, and urged me to commence it at once. A male and a female nurse were in attendance, but I did not feel myself altogether at liberty to engage in a task of this character with no more reliable witnesses than these people, in case of sudden accident, might prove. I therefore postponed operations until about 8 the next night, when the arrival of a medical student with whom I had some acquaintance, Mr. Theodore L., relieved me from further embarrassment. It had been my design originally to wait for the physicians, but I was induced to proceed, first by the urgent entreaties of Monsieur Valdemar, and secondly by my conviction that I had not a moment to lose, as he was evidently sinking fast. Mr. L. was so kind as to accede to my desire that he would take notes of all that occurred, and it is from his memoranda that what I now have to relate is for the most part either condensed or copied verbatim. It wanted about 5 minutes of 8 when, taking the patient's hand, I begged him to state, as distinctly as he could, to Mr. L., whether he, Monsieur Valdemar, was entirely willing that I should make the experiment of mesmerizing him in his then condition. He replied feebly, yet quite audibly, "Yes, I wish to be mesmerized," adding immediately afterward, "I fear you have deferred it too long." While he spoke thus, I commenced the passes which I had already found most effectual in subduing him. He was evidently influenced with the first lateral stroke of my hand across his forehead. But although I exerted all my powers, no farther perceptible effect was induced until some minutes after 10 o'clock, when Doctors D and F called, according to appointment. I explained to them in a few words what I designed, and, as they opposed no objection, saying that the patient was already in the death agony, I proceeded without hesitation, exchanging, however, the lateral passes for downward ones, and directing my gaze entirely into the right eye of the sufferer. By this time his pulse was imperceptible, and his breathing was stertorous, and at intervals of half a minute. This condition was nearly unaltered for a quarter of an hour. At the expiration of this period, however, a natural, although a very deep sigh escaped the bosom of the dying man, and the stertorous breathing ceased. That is to say, its stertorousness was no longer apparent. The intervals were undiminished. The patient's extremities were of an icy coldness. At 5 minutes before 11, I perceived unequivocal signs of the mesmeric influence. The glassy roll of the eye was changed for that expression of uneasy inward examination which is never seen except in cases of sleepwalking, and which it is quite impossible to mistake. With a few rapid lateral passes, I made the lids quiver, as in incipient sleep, and with a few more I closed them altogether. I was not satisfied, however, with this, but continued the manipulations vigorously, and with the fullest exertion of the will, until I had completely stiffened the limbs of the slumberer, after placing them in a seemingly easy position. The legs were at full length, the arms were nearly so, and reposed on the bed at a moderate distance from the loins. The head was very slightly elevated. When I had accomplished this, it was fully midnight, and I requested the gentlemen present to examine Monsieur Valdemar's condition. After a few experiments, they admitted him to be in an unusually perfect state of mesmeric trance. The curiosity of both the physicians was greatly excited. Dr. D resolved at once to remain with the patient all night, while Dr. F took leave with a promise to return at daybreak. Mr. L and the nurses remained. We left Monsieur Valdemar entirely undisturbed until about 3 o'clock in the morning, when I approached him and found him in precisely the same condition as when Dr. F went away. That is to say, he lay in the same position. The pulse was imperceptible. The breathing was gentle, scarcely noticeable unless through the application of a mirror to the lips. The eyes were closed naturally, and the limbs were as rigid and as cold as marble. Still, the general appearance was certainly not that of death. As I approached Monsieur Valdemar, I made a kind of half-effort to influence his right arm into pursuit of my own, as I passed the latter gently to and fro above his person. In such experiments with this patient I had never perfectly succeeded before, and assuredly I had little thought of succeeding now. But to my astonishment, his arm very readily, although feebly, followed every direction I assigned it with mine. I determined to hazard a few words of conversation. "Monsieur Valdemar," I said, "are you asleep?" He made no answer, but I perceived a tremor about the lips, and was thus induced to repeat the question again and again. At its third repetition, his whole frame was agitated by a very slight shivering. The eyelids unclosed themselves so far as to display a white line of the ball. The lips moved sluggishly, and from between them, in a barely audible whisper, issued the words, "Yes, asleep now. Do not wake me. Let me die so." I here felt the limbs and found them as rigid as ever. The right arm, as before, obeyed the direction of my hand. I questioned the sleep-waker again. "Do you still feel pain in the breast, Monsieur Valdemar?" The answer now was immediate, but even less audible than before. "No pain. I am dying." I did not think it advisable to disturb him further just then, and nothing more was said or done until the arrival of Dr. F., who came a little before sunrise, and expressed unbounded astonishment at finding the patient still alive. After feeling the pulse and applying a mirror to the lips, he requested me to speak to the sleep-waker again. I did so, saying, "Monsieur Valdemar, do you still sleep?" As before, some minutes elapsed ere a reply was made, and during the interval the dying man seemed to be collecting his energies to speak. At my fourth repetition of the question he said very faintly, almost inaudibly, "Yes, still asleep, dying." It was now the opinion, or rather the wish, of the physicians that Monsieur Valdemar should be suffered to remain undisturbed in his present apparently tranquil condition until death should supervene, and this, it was generally agreed, must now take place within a few minutes. I concluded, however, to speak to him once more, and merely repeated my previous question. While I spoke, there came a marked change over the countenance of the sleep-waker. The eyes rolled themselves slowly open, the pupils disappearing upwardly. The skin generally assumed a cadaverous hue, resembling not so much parchment as white paper, and the circular hectic spots, which hitherto had been strongly defined in the centre of each cheek, went out at once. I use this expression because the suddenness of their departure put me in mind of nothing so much as the extinguishment of a candle by a puff of the breath. The upper lip, at the same time, writhed itself away from the teeth, which it had previously covered completely, while the lower jaw fell with an audible jerk, leaving the mouth widely extended, and disclosing in full view the swollen and blackened tongue. I presume that no members of the party then present had been unaccustomed to deathbed horrors, but so hideous beyond conception was the appearance of Monsieur Valdemar at this moment that there was a general shrinking back from the region of the bed. I now feel that I have reached a point of this narrative at which every reader will be startled into positive disbelief. It is my business, however, simply to proceed. There was no longer the faintest sign of vitality in Monsieur Valdemar, and, concluding him to be dead, we were consigning him to the charge of the nurses, when a strong vibratory motion was observable in the tongue. This continued for perhaps a minute. At the expiration of this period, there issued from the distended and motionless jaws a voice, such as it would be madness in me to attempt describing. There are, indeed, 2 or 3 epithets which might be considered as applicable to it in parts. I might say, for example, that the sound was harsh and broken and hollow. But the hideous whole is indescribable, for the simple reason that no similar sounds have ever jarred upon the ear of humanity. There were 2 particulars, nevertheless, which I thought then, and still think, might fairly be stated as characteristic of the intonation, as well adapted to convey some idea of its unearthly peculiarity. In the first place, the voice seemed to reach our ears, at least mine, from a vast distance, or from some deep cavern within the earth. In the second place, it impressed me, I fear indeed that it will be impossible to make myself comprehended, as gelatinous or glutinous matters impress the sense of touch. I have spoken both of sound and of voice. I mean to say that the sound was one of distinct, of even wonderfully, thrillingly distinct, syllabification. Monsieur Valdemar spoke, obviously in reply to the question I had propounded to him a few minutes before. I had asked him, it will be remembered, if he still slept. He now said, "Yes, no, I have been sleeping, and now Now I am dead. No person present even affected to deny or attempted to repress the unutterable, shuddering horror which these few words thus uttered were so well calculated to convey. Mr. L., the student, swooned. The nurses immediately left the chamber and could not be induced to return. My own impressions I would not pretend to render intelligible to the reader. For nearly an hour we busied ourselves silently, without the utterance of a word, in endeavours to revive Mr. L. When he came to himself, we addressed ourselves again to an investigation of Monsieur Valdemar's condition. It remained in all respects as I have last described it, with the exception that the mirror no longer afforded evidence of respiration. An attempt to draw blood from the arm failed. I should mention, too, that this limb was no farther subject to my will. I endeavoured in vain to make it follow the direction of my hand. The only real indication, indeed, of the mesmeric influence was now found in the vibratory movement of the tongue, whenever I addressed Monsieur Valdemar a question. He seemed to be making an effort to reply, but had no longer sufficient volition. To queries put to him by any other person than myself, he seemed utterly insensible, although I endeavoured to place each member of the company in mesmeric rapport with him. I believe that I have now related all that is necessary to an understanding of the sleep-waker's state at this epoch. Other nurses were procured, and at 10 o'clock I left the house in company with the 2 physicians and Mr. L. In the afternoon we all called again to see the patient. His condition remained precisely the same. We had now some discussion as to the propriety and feasibility of awakening him, but we had little difficulty in agreeing that no good purpose would be served by so doing. It was evident that, so far, death, or what is usually termed death, had been arrested by the mesmeric process. It seemed clear to us all that to awaken Monsieur Valdemar would be merely to ensure his instant, or at least his speedy, dissolution. From this period until the close of last week, an interval of nearly 7 months, we continued to make daily calls at Monsieur Valdemar's house, accompanied now and then by medical and other friends. All this time the sleep-waker remained exactly as I have last described him. The nurse's attentions were continual. It was on Friday last that we finally resolved to make the experiment of awakening or attempting to awaken him, and it is the, perhaps, unfortunate result of this latter experiment which has given rise to so much discussion in private circles, to so much of what I cannot help thinking unwarranted popular feeling. For the purpose of relieving Monsieur Valdemar from the mesmeric trance, I made use of the customary passes. These, for a time, were unsuccessful. The first indication of revival was afforded by a partial descent of the iris. It was observed as especially remarkable that this lowering of the pupil was accompanied by the profuse outflowing of a yellowish ichor from beneath the lids of a pungent and highly offensive odour. It was now suggested that I should attempt to influence the patient's arm, as heretofore. I made the attempt and failed. Dr. F. then intimated a desire to have me put a question. I did so, as follows. Monsieur Valdemar, can you explain to us what are your feelings or wishes now? There was an instant return of the hectic circles on the cheeks. The tongue quivered, or rather rolled violently in the mouth, although the jaws and lips remained rigid as before. And at length the same hideous voice which I have already described broke forth. For God's sake, quick, 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 put me to sleep, or quick, waken me, quick, I say to you that I am dead. I was thoroughly unnerved, and for an instant remained undecided what to do. At first I made an endeavour to recompose the patient, but failing in this through total abeyance of the will, I retraced my steps, and as earnestly struggled to awaken him. In this attempt I soon saw that I should be successful, or at least I soon fancied that my success would be complete, and I am sure that all in the room were prepared to see the patient awaken. For what really occurred, however, it is quite impossible that any human being could have been prepared. As I rapidly made the mesmeric passes, amid ejaculations of "dead, dead," absolutely bursting from the tongue and not from the lips of the sufferer, his whole frame at once, within the space of a single minute, or even less, shrunk, crumbled, absolutely rotted beneath my hands. Upon the bed before that whole company there lay a nearly liquid mass of loathsome, of detestable putridity. Split Second by Daphne du Maurier. The author of Rebecca is also a brilliant short story writer. The proof lies in The Way of the Cross, in Don't Look Now, in The Birds. The story is even better than the film. Alfred Hitchcock, who filmed Rebecca and the Birds, as well as several other du Maurier books, made a television adaptation of Split Second, with Betty Davis as Mrs. Ellis. It was excellent, and I suggest the reader keep Betty Davis's image in mind while reading the following pages. The literature of time travel is vast and honorable. One of the first time travelers, Aeneas, sees his future in the shield Vulcan makes for him, and visits his dead father, who speaks to him in tender tones. The most famous of all time travelers, H.G. Wells' hero, brings back a flower that will bloom many years later. In Split Second, the traveler is no longer a hero with glorious tasks to fulfill, but a modern-day heroine left to cope with mundane chores in a world that is no longer her own. Mrs. Ellis was methodical and tidy. She disliked disorder. Unanswered letters, unpaid bills, the litter and rummage of a slovenly writing desk were things that she abhorred. Today, more than usual, she was in what her late husband used to call her clearing mood. She had wakened to this mood, remained with her throughout breakfast, and lasted the whole morning. Besides, it was the first of the month, and as she ripped off the page of her daily calendar and saw the bright, clean 1 staring at her, it seemed to symbolize a new start to her day. The hours ahead of her must somehow seem untarnished like the date. She must let nothing slide. First, she checked the linen, the smooth white sheets lying in rows upon their shelves, pillow slips beside, and one set still in its pristine newness from the shop, tied with blue ribbon, waiting for a guest that never came. Next, the store cupboard. The stock of homemade jam pleased her, the labels and the date in her own handwriting. There was also bottled fruit and tomatoes, and chutney to her own recipe. She was sparing of these, keeping them in reserve for the holidays when Susan should be home, and even then, when she brought them down and put them proudly on the table, the luxury of the treat was spoilt by a little stab of disappointment. It would mean a gap upon the store cupboard shelf. When she had closed the store cupboard and hidden the key, she could never be quite certain of Grace, her cook, Mrs. Ellis went into the drawing-room and settled herself at her desk. She was determined to be ruthless. The pigeonholes were searched, and those old envelopes that she had kept because they were not torn and could be used again, to tradesmen, not to friends, were thrown away. She would buy fresh, buff envelopes of a cheap quality instead. Here were some receipts of 2 years back, unnecessary to keep them now. Those of a year ago were filed and tied with tape. A little drawer, stiff to open, she found crammed with old counterfoils from her checkbook. This was wasting space. Instead, she wrote in her clear handwriting, "Letters to keep." In the future, the drawer would be used for this purpose. She permitted herself the luxury of filling her blotter with new sheets of paper. The pen tray was dusted, a new pencil sharpened, and steeling her heart, she threw the stub of the little old one, with worn rubber at the base, into the waste-paper basket. She straightened the magazines on the side table, pulled the books to the front on the shelf beside the fire. Grace had an infuriating habit of pushing them all to the back, and filled the flower vases with clean water. Then, with a bare 10 minutes before Grace popped her head round the door and said, "Lunch is in," Mrs. Ellis sat down a little breathless before the fire and smiled in satisfaction. Her morning had been very full indeed, happy, well spent. She looked about her drawing-room. Grace insisted on calling it the lounge, and Mrs. Ellis was forever correcting her, and thought how comfortable it was, and bright, and how wise they had been not to move when poor Wilfred suggested it a few months before he died. They had so nearly taken the house in the country because of his health, and his fad that vegetables should be picked fresh every morning and brought to the table. And then, luckily, well, hardly luckily, it was most terribly sad and a fearful shock to her, but before they had signed the lease, Wilfred had a heart attack and died. Mrs. Ellis was able to stay on in the home she knew and loved, and where she had first gone as a bride 10 years before. People were inclined to say the locality was going downhill, that it had become worse than suburban. Nonsense. The blocks of flats that were going up at the top end of the road could not be seen from her windows, and the houses, solid like her own, standing in a little circle of front garden, were quite unspoilt. Besides, she liked the life. Her mornings, shopping in the town, her basket over her arm, The tradesmen knew her, treated her well. Morning coffee at 11 at the cosy cafe opposite the bookshop was a small pleasure she allowed herself on cold mornings. She could not get Grace to make good coffee, and in the summer the cosy cafe sold ice cream. Childishly she would hurry back with this in a paper bag and eat it for lunch. It saved thinking of a sweet. She believed in a brisk walk in the afternoons, and the heath was so close to hand it was just as good as the country, and in the evening she read or sewed or wrote to Susan. Life, if she thought deeply about it, which she did not because to think deeply made her uncomfortable, was really built round Susan. Susan was 9 years old and her only child. Because of Wilfred's ill health and, it must be confessed, his irritability, Susan had been sent to boarding school at an early age. Mrs. Ellis had passed many sleepless nights before making this decision, but in the end she knew it would be for Susan's good. The child was healthy and high-spirited, and it was impossible to keep her quiet and subdued in one room with Wilfred fractious in another. It meant sending her down to the kitchen with Grace, and that, Mrs. Ellis decided, did not do. Reluctantly, the school was chosen, some 30 miles away. It was easily reached within an hour and a half by a Green Line bus. The children seemed happy and well cared for. The principal was grey-haired and sympathetic, and as the prospectus described it, the place was a home from home. Mrs. Ellis left Susan on the opening day of her first term in agony of mind, but constant telephone calls between herself and the head-mistress during the first week reassured her that Susan had settled placidly to her new existence. When her husband died, Mrs. Ellis thought Susan would want to return home and go to a day school, but to her surprise and disappointment, the suggestion was received with dismay and even tears. "But I love my school," said the child. "We have such fun, and I have lots of friends." "You would make other friends at a day school," said her mother. "And think, we would be together in the evenings." "Yes," answered Susan doubtfully. "But what would we do?" Mrs. Ellis was hurt, but she did not permit Susan to see this. "Perhaps you are right," she said. "You are contented and happy where you are. Anyway, we shall always have the holidays." The holidays were like brightly colored beads on a frame, and stood out with significance in Mrs. Ellis's engagement diary, throwing the weeks between into obscurity. How leaden was February, in spite of 28 days. How blue and interminable was March, for all that morning coffee at the cosy cafe, the choosing of library books, the visit with friends to the local cinema, or sometimes, more dashing, a matinee in town. Then April came, and danced its flowery way across the calendar. Easter and daffodils, and Susan with glowing cheeks whipped by a spring wind, hugging her once again. Honey for tea, scones baked by Grace. You've been and grown again. Those afternoon walks across the heath, sunny and gay because of the figure running on ahead. May was quiet, and June pleasant, because of wide-flung windows and the snapdragons in the front garden. June was leisurely. Besides, there was a school play on Parents' Day, and Susan with bright eyes, surely much the best of the pixies, and although she did not speak, her actions were so good. July dragged until the 24th, and then the weeks spun themselves into a sequence of glory until the last week in September. Susan at the sea, Susan on a farm, Susan on Dartmoor, Susan just at home, licking an ice cream, leaning out of a window. "She swims quite well for her age," thus casually to a neighbor on the beach. "She insists on going in even when it's cold. I don't mind saying," this to Grace, "that I hated going through that field of bullocks, but Susan did not mind a scrap. She has a way with animals." Bare, scratched legs in sandals, summer frocks outgrown, a sun hat faded lying on the floor. October did not bear thinking about. But, after all, there was always plenty to do about the house. Forget November and the rain and the fogs that turned white upon the heath. Draw the curtains, poke the fire, settle to something. The weekly home companion. Fashions for young folk. Not that pink, but the green with the smocked top, and a wide sash would be just the thing for Susan at parties in the Christmas holidays. December. Christmas. This was the best. This was the height of home enjoyment. As soon as Mrs. Ellis saw the first small trees standing outside the florist's, and those orange boxes of dates in the grocer's window, her heart would give a little leap of excitement. Susan would be home in 3 weeks now. Then the laughter and the chatter, the nods between herself and Grace, the smiles of mystery, the furtiveness of wrappings. All over in one day, like the bursting of a swollen balloon. Paper ribbon, cracker novelties, even presents, chosen with care, thrown aside. But no matter, it was worth it. Mrs. Ellis, looking down upon a sleeping Susan tucked in with a doll in her arms, turned down the light and crept off to her own bed, sapped, exhausted. The egg cosy, Susan's handiwork at school, hastily stitched, stood on her bedside table. Mrs. Ellis never ate boiled eggs, but, as she said to Grace, there's such a gleam in the hen's eye. It's very cleverly done. The fever, the pace of the new year, the circus, the pantomime. Mrs. Ellis watched Susan, never the performers. You should have seen her laugh when the seal blew the trumpet. I've never known a child with such a gift for enjoyment. And how she stood out at parties, in the green frock, with her fair hair and blue eyes. Other children were so stumpy, ill-made little bodies or big shapeless mouths. She said, "Thank you for a lovely time," when we left, which is more than most of them did, and she wanted musical chairs. There were bad moments, too, of course. The restless night, a high spot of colour, the sore throat, the temperature of 102. Shaking hands on the telephone, the doctor's reassuring voice, and his very footsteps on the stairs, a steady, reliable man. We had better take a swab in case. A swab? That meant diphtheria, scarlet fever? A little figure being carried down in blankets, an ambulance, hospital. Thank God it proved to be a relaxed throat. Lots of them about. Too many parties. Keep her quiet for a few days. Yes, doctor, yes. The relief from dread anxiety, and on without a stop, the reading to Susan from her playbook annual, story after story, terrible and trite, and so Nicky Nod did lose his treasure after all, which just served him right, didn't it, children? All things pass, thought Mrs. Ellis, pleasure and pain and happiness and suffering, and I suppose my friends would say my life is a dull one, rather uneventful, but I am grateful for it, and contented, though sometimes I feel I did not do my utmost for poor Wilfred. His was a difficult nature. Luckily Susan has not inherited it. At least I believe I have succeeded in making a happy home for Susan. She looked about her that first day of the month, and noticed with affection and appreciation those bits and pieces of furniture, the pictures on the walls, the ornaments on the mantelpiece, all the things she had gathered about her during 10 years of marriage, and which meant herself, her home. The sofa and 2 chairs, part of an original suite, were worn but comfortable. The pouf by the fire she had coveted herself. The fire-irons, not quite so polished as they should be, she must speak to Grace. The rather melancholy portrait of Wilfred in that dark corner behind the bookshelf. He looked at least distinguished, and was, thought Mrs. Ellis to herself hastily. The flower picture showed more to advantage over the mantelpiece. The green foliage harmonized so well with the green coat of the Staffordshire figure who stood with his lady beside the clock. I could do with new covers, thought Mrs. Ellis, and curtains too, but they must wait. Susan has grown so enormously the last few months. Her clothes are more important. The child is tall for her age. Grace looked round the door. "Lunch is in," she said. If she would open the door outright, thought Mrs. Ellis, and come right into the room. I have mentioned it 100 times. It's a sudden thrust of the head that is so disconcerting, and if I have anyone to lunch— She sat down to guinea fowl and apple charlotte, and she wondered if they were remembering to give Susan extra milk at school this term, and the Minidex tonic. The matron was inclined to be forgetful. Suddenly, for no reason, she laid her spoon down on the plate, swept with a wave of such intense melancholy as to be almost unbearable. Her heart was heavy. Her throat tightened. She could not continue her lunch. Something is wrong with Susan, she thought. This is a warning that she wants me. She rang for coffee and went into the drawing-room. She crossed to the window and stood looking at the back of the house opposite. From an open window sagged an ugly red curtain, and a lavatory brush hung from a nail. The district is losing class, thought Mrs. Ellis. I shall have lodging-houses for neighbours soon. She drank her coffee, but the feeling of uneasiness, of apprehension, did not leave her. At last she went to the telephone and rang up the school. The secretary answered, surprised and a little impatient, surely. Susan was perfectly all right. She had just eaten a good lunch. No, she had no sign of a cold. No one was ill in the school. Did Mrs. Ellis want to speak to Susan? The child was outside with the others, playing, but could be called in if necessary. "No," said Mrs. Ellis. "It was just a foolish notion on my part that Susan might not be well. I'm so sorry to have bothered you." She hung up the receiver and then went to her bedroom to put on her outdoor clothes. A good walk would do her good. She gazed in satisfaction upon the photograph of Susan on the dressing-table. The photographer had caught the expression in her eyes to perfection. Such a lovely light on the hair, too. Mrs. Ellis hesitated. Was it really a walk she needed? Or was this vague feeling of distress a sign that she was overtired, that she had better rest? She looked with inclination at the downy quilt upon her bed. Her hot-water bottle, hanging by the washstand, would take only a moment to fill. She could loosen her girdle, throw off her shoes, and lie down for an hour on the bed, warm with the bottle under the downy quilt. No, she decided to be firm with herself. She went to the wardrobe and got out her camel coat, wound a scarf round her head, pulled on a pair of gauntlet gloves, and walked downstairs. She went into the drawing-room and made up the fire and put the guard in front of it. Grace was apt to be forgetful of the fire. She opened the window at the top so that the room should not strike stuffy when she came back. She folded the daily papers ready to read when she returned, and replaced the marker in her library book. "I'm going out for a little while. I shan't be long," she called down to the basement to Grace. "All right, ma'am," came the answer. Mrs. Ellis caught the whiff of cigarette and frowned. Grace could do as she liked in the basement, but there was something not quite right about a maid-servant smoking. She shut the front door behind her and went down the steps and into the road, and turned left towards the heath. It was a dull, grey day, mild for the time of year, almost to oppression. Later there would be fog, perhaps, rolling up from London the way it did in a great wall, stifling the clean air. Mrs. Ellis made her short round, as she always called it, eastward to the Viaduct Ponds, and then back, circling to the Vale of Health. It was not an inviting afternoon, and she did not enjoy her walk. She kept wishing she was home again, in bed with a hot-water bottle, or sitting in the drawing-room beside the fire, soon to shut out the muggy, murky sky and draw the curtains. She walked swiftly past nurses pushing prams, 2 or 3 of them in groups, chatting together, their charges running ahead. Dogs barked beside the ponds. Solitary men in mackintoshes stared into vacancy. An old woman on a seat threw crumbs to the chirping sparrows. The sky took on a darker olive tone. Mrs. Ellis quickened her steps. The fairground by the Vale of Health looked sombre, the merry-go-round shrouded in its winter trappings of canvas, and 2 lean cats stalked each other in and out of the palings. A milkman, whistling, clanked his tray of bottles, and, lifting them to his cart, urged the pony to a trot. "I must," thought Mrs. Ellis inconsequently, "get Susan a bicycle for her birthday. 9 is a good age for a first bicycle." She saw herself choosing one, asking advice, feeling the handlebars, the colour red, perhaps, or a good blue, a little basket on the front, and a leather bag for tools strapped to the back of the seat. The brakes must be good, but not too gripping, otherwise Susan would topple head first over the handlebars and graze her face. Hoops were out of fashion, which was a pity. When she had been a child there had been no fun like a good springy hoop, struck smartly with a little stick, bowling its way ahead of you. Quite an art to it, too. Susan would have been good with a hoop. Mrs. Ellis came to the junction of 2 roads and crossed to the opposite side. The second road was her own, and her house the last one in the corner. As she did so, she saw the laundry van swinging down towards her, much too fast. She saw it swerve, heard the screech of its brakes. She saw the look of surprise on the face of the laundry boy. "I shall speak to the driver next time he calls," she said to herself. "One of these days there will be an accident." She thought of Susan on the bicycle and shuddered. Perhaps a note to the manager of the laundry would do more good. "If you could possibly give a word of warning to your driver, I should be grateful. He takes his corners much too fast." And she would ask to remain anonymous. Otherwise the man might complain about carrying the heavy basket down the steps each time. She had arrived at her own gate. She pushed it open, and noticed with annoyance that it was nearly off its hinges. The men calling for the laundry must have wrenched at it in some way and done the damage. The note to the manager would be stronger still. She would write immediately after tea, while it was on her mind. She took out her key and put it in the Yale lock of the front door. It stuck. She could not turn it. How very irritating. She rang the bell. That would mean bringing Grace up from the basement, which she did not like. Better to call down, perhaps, and explain the situation. She leant over the steps and called down to the kitchen. "Grace, it's only me," she said. "My key is jammed in the door. Could you come up and let me in?" She paused. There was no sound from below. Grace must have gone out. This was sheer deceit. It was an agreed bargain between them that when Mrs. Ellis was out, Grace must stay in. The house must not be left. But sometimes Mrs. Ellis suspected that Grace did not keep to the bargain. Here was proof. She called once again, rather more sharply this time. "Grace?" There was a sound of a window opening below, and a man thrust his head out of the kitchen. He was in his shirt-sleeves, and he had not shaved. "What are you bawling your head off about?" he said. Mrs. Ellis was too stunned to answer. So this was what happened when her back was turned. Grace, respectable, well over 30, had a man in the house. Mrs. Ellis swallowed, but kept her temper. "Perhaps you will have the goodness to ask Grace to come upstairs and let me in," she said. The sarcasm was wasted, of course. The man blinked at her, bewildered. "Who's Grace?" he said. This was too much. So Grace had the nerve to pass under another name. Something fanciful, no doubt, Shirley or Marlene. She was pretty sure now what must have happened. Grace had slipped out to the public house down the road to buy this man beer. The man was left to loll in the kitchen. He might even have been poking his fingers in the larder. Now she knew why there was so little left on the joint 2 days ago. "If Grace is out," said Mrs. Ellis, and her voice was icy, "kindly let me in yourself. I prefer not to use the back entrance." That would put him in his place. Mrs. Ellis trembled with rage. She was angry seldom. She was a mild, even-tempered woman. But this reception from a lout in shirt-sleeves at her own kitchen window was rather more than she could bear. It was going to be unpleasant, the interview with Grace. Grace would give notice in all probability. But some things could not be allowed to slide, and this was one of them. She heard shuffling footsteps coming along the hall. The man had mounted from the basement. He opened the front door and stood there staring at her. "Who is it you want?" he said. Mrs. Ellis heard the furious yapping of a little dog from the drawing-room. Callers? This was the end. How perfectly frightful! How really overwhelmingly embarrassing! Someone had called and Grace had let them in, or, worse still, this man in his shirt-sleeves had done so. What would people think? "Who is in the drawing-room, do you know?" she murmured swiftly. "I think Mr. and Mrs. Bolton are in, but I'm not sure," he said. "I can hear the dog yapping. Was it them you wanted to see?" Mrs. Ellis did not know a Mr. and Mrs. Bolton. She turned impatiently towards the drawing-room, first whipping off her coat and putting her gloves in her pocket. "You had better go down to the basement again," she said to the man, who was still staring at her. "Tell Grace not to bring tea until I ring. These people may not stay." The man appeared bewildered. "All right," he said. "I'm going down. But if you want Mr. and Mrs. Bolton again, ring twice." He shuffled off down the basement stairs. He was drunk, no doubt. Meant to be insulting. If he proved difficult later in the evening after dark, it would mean ringing for the police. Mrs. Ellis slipped into the lobby to hang up her coat. No time to go upstairs if callers were in the drawing-room. She fumbled for the switch and turned it, but the bulb had gone. Another pin-prick. Now she could not see herself in the mirror. She stumbled over something and bent to see what it was. It was a man's boot. Here was another, and a pair of shoes, and beside them a suitcase and an old rug. If Grace had allowed that man to put his things in her lobby, then Grace would go tonight. Crisis had come. High crisis. Mrs. Ellis opened the drawing-room door, forcing a smile of welcome, not too warm, upon her lips. A little dog rushed towards her, barking furiously. "Quiet, Judy," said a man, grey-haired, with horn spectacles, sitting before the fire. He was clicking a typewriter. Something had happened to the room. It was covered with books and papers. Odds and ends of junk littered the floor. A parrot in a cage hopped on its perch and screeched a welcome. Mrs. Ellis tried to speak, but her voice would not come. Grace had gone raving mad. She had let that man into the house, and this one too, and they had brought the most terrible disorder. They had turned the room upside down. They had deliberately, maliciously set themselves to destroy her things. No, worse. It was part of a great thieving plot. She had heard of such things. Gangs went about breaking into houses. Grace perhaps was not at fault. She was lying in the basement, gagged and bound. Mrs. Ellis felt her heart beating much too fast. She also felt a little faint. "I must keep calm," she said to herself. "Whatever happens, I must keep calm. If I can get to the telephone, to the police, it is the only hope. This man must not see that I am planning what to do." The little dog kept sniffing at her heels. "Excuse me," said the intruder, pushing his horn spectacles onto his forehead, "but do you want anything? My wife is upstairs." The diabolic cunning of the plot! The cool bluff of his sitting there, the typewriter on his knees! They must have brought all this stuff in through the door to the back garden. French window was ajar. Mrs. Ellis glanced swiftly at the mantelpiece. It was as she feared. The Staffordshire figures had been removed, and the flower picture too. There must be a car, a van, waiting down the road. Her mind worked quickly. It might be that the man had not guessed her identity. Two could play at bluff. Memories of amateur theatricals flashed through her mind. Somehow she must detain these people until the police arrived. How fast they had worked! Her desk was gone, the bookshelves too, nor could she see her armchair. But she kept her eyes steadily on the stranger. He must not notice her brief glance around the room. "Your wife is upstairs?" said Mrs. Ellis, her voice strained yet calm. "Yes," said the man. "If you've come for an appointment, she always makes them. You'll find her in the studio, room in the front." Steadily, softly, Mrs. Ellis left the drawing-room. But the wretched little dog had followed her, sniffing at her heels. One thing was certain. The man had not realized who she was. They believed the householder out of the way for the afternoon, and that she, standing now in the hall, listening, her heart beating, was some caller to be fobbed off with a lie about appointments. She stood silently by the drawing-room door. The man had resumed typing on his machine. She marvelled at the coolness of it, the drawn-out continuity of the bluff. There had been nothing in the papers very recently about large-scale house robberies. This was something new, something outstanding. It was extraordinary that they should pick on her house. But they must know she was a widow on her own, with one maidservant. The telephone had already been removed from the stand in the hall. There was a loaf of bread on it instead, and something that looked like meat wrapped up in newspaper. So they had brought provisions. There was a chance that the telephone in her bedroom had not yet been taken away, nor the wires cut. The man had said his wife was upstairs. It may have been part of his bluff, or it might be true that he worked with a woman accomplice. This woman, even now, was probably turning out Mrs. Ellis's wardrobe, seizing her fur coat, ramming the single string of cultured pearls into a pocket. Mrs. Ellis thought she could hear footsteps in her bedroom. Her anger overcame her fear. She had not the strength to do battle with the man, but she could face the woman. And, if the worst came to worst, she would run to the window, put her head out, and scream. People next door would hear, or someone might be passing in the street. Stealthily, Mrs. Ellis crept upstairs. The little dog led the way with confidence. She paused outside her bedroom door. There was certainly movement from within. The little dog waited, his eyes fixed upon her with intelligence. At that moment the door of Susan's small bedroom opened, and a fat, elderly woman looked out, blousy and red in the face. She had a tabby cat under her arm. As soon as the dog saw the cat, it started a furious yapping. "Oh, that's torn it," said the woman. "What do you want to bring the dog upstairs for? They always fight when they meet. You know if the post's been yet?" "Oh, sorry, I thought you were Mrs. Bolton." She brought an empty milk bottle from under her other arm and put it down on the landing. "I'm blowed if I can manage the stairs today," she said. "Somebody else will have to take it down for me. Is it foggy out?" "No," said Mrs. Ellis, shocked into a natural answer, and then, feeling the woman's eyes upon her, hesitated between entering her bedroom door and withdrawing down the stairs. This evil-looking old woman was part of the gang, and might call the man from below. "Got an appointment," said the other. "She won't see you if you haven't booked an appointment." A tremor of a smile appeared on Mrs. Ellis's lips. "Thank you," she said. "Yes, I have an appointment." She was amazed at her own steadiness and that she could carry off the situation with such aplomb. An actress on the London stage could not have played her part better. The elderly woman winked and, drawing nearer, plucked Mrs. Ellis by the sleeve. "Is she going to do you straight or fancy?" she whispered. "It's the fancy ones that get the men. You know what I mean." She nudged Mrs. Ellis and winked again. "I see by your ring you're married," she said. You'd be surprised, even the quietest husbands like their pictures fancy. Take a tip from an old pro. Get her to do you fancy. She lurched back into Susan's room, the cat under her arm, and shut the door. It's possible, thought Mrs. Ellis, the faint feeling coming over her once again, that a group of lunatics have escaped from an asylum, and in their terrible, insane fashion they have broken into my house, not to thieve, not to destroy my belongings, but because, in some crazed, deluded fashion, they believe themselves to be at home. The publicity would be frightful once it became known. Headlines in the papers, her photograph taken. So bad for Susan. Susan. That horrible, disgusting old woman in Susan's bedroom. Emboldened, fortified, Mrs. Ellis opened her own bedroom door. One glance revealed the worst. The room was bare, was stripped. There were several lights at various points of the room, flexes attached, and a camera on a tripod. A divan was pushed against the wall. A young woman with a crop of thick, fuzzy hair was kneeling on the floor, sorting papers. "Who is it?" she said. "I don't see anyone without an appointment. You've no right to come in here." Mrs. Ellis, calm, resolute, did not answer. She had made certain that the telephone, though it had been moved like the rest of her things, was still in the room. She went to it and lifted the receiver. "Leave my telephone alone," cried the shock-haired girl, and she began to struggle to her knees. "I want them to come at once to 17 Elmhurst Road. I am in great danger. Please report this message to the police at once." The girl was beside her now, taking the receiver from her. "Who sent you here?" said the girl, her face sallow, colourless against the fuzzy hair. "If you think you can come in snooping, you're mistaken. You won't find anything. Nor the police, neither. I have a trade license for the work I do." Her voice had risen, and the dog, alarmed, joined her with high-pitched barks. The girl opened the door and called down the stairs. "Harry!" she shouted. "Come here and throw this woman out." Mrs. Ellis remained quite calm. She stood with her back to the wall, her hands folded. The exchange had taken her message. It would not be long now before the police arrived. She heard the drawing-room door open from below, and the man's voice called up, petulant, irritated. "What's the matter?" he shouted. "You know I'm busy. Can't you deal with the woman? She probably wants a special pose." The girl's eyes narrowed. She looked closely at Mrs. Ellis. "What did my husband say to you?" she said. "Ah," thought Mrs. Ellis triumphantly. "They are getting frightened. It's not such an easy game as they think." "I had no conversation with your husband," said Mrs. Ellis quietly. "He merely told me I should find you upstairs, in this room. Don't try any bluff with me. It's too late. I can see what you have been doing." She gestured at the room. The girl stared at her. "You can't put any phony business over on me," she said. "This studio is decent, respectable. Everyone knows that I take camera studies of children. Plenty of clients can testify to that. You got no proof of anything else. Show me a negative, and then I might believe you." Mrs. Ellis wondered how long it would be before the police came. She must continue to play for time. Later she might even feel sorry, perhaps, for this wretched, deluded girl who had wrought such havoc in the bedroom, believing herself to be a photographer. But this moment, now, she must be calm, calm. "Well," said the girl, "what are you going to say when the police come? What's your story?" It did not do to antagonize lunatics. Mrs. Ellis knew that. They must be humoured. She must humour this girl until the police came. "I shall tell them that I live here," she said gently. "That is all they will need to know, nothing further." The girl looked at her, puzzled, and lit a cigarette. "Then it is a pose you want," she said. "That call was just a bluff? Why don't you come clean and say why you're here?" The sound of their voices had attracted the attention of the old woman in Susan's room. She tapped on the door, which was already open, and stood on the threshold. "Anything wrong, dear?" she said slyly to the girl. "Push on out of it," said the girl impatiently. "This is none of your business. I don't interfere with you, and you don't interfere with me." "I'm not interfering, dear," said the woman. "I only wanted to know if I could help. Difficult client, eh? Want something outsize?" "Ah, shut your mouth," said the girl. The girl's husband, Bolton, or whatever his name was, the spectacled man from the drawing-room, came upstairs and into the bedroom. "Just what's going on?" he said. The girl shrugged her shoulders and glanced at Mrs. Ellis. "I don't know," she said, "but I think it's blackmail." "Has she got any negatives?" said the man swiftly. "Not that I know of. Never seen her before." "She might have got them from another client," said the elderly woman, watching. The three of them stared at Mrs. Ellis. She was not afraid. She had the situation well in hand. "I think we've all become a little overwrought," she said, "and much the best thing to do would be to go downstairs, sit quietly by the fire, and have a little chat, and you can talk to me about your work. Tell me, are you all three photographers?" As she spoke, half of her mind was wondering where they had managed to hide her things. They must have bundled her bed into Susan's room. The wardrobe was in two parts, of course, and could be taken to pieces very soon, but her clothes, her ornaments, these must have been concealed in a lorry. Somewhere there was a lorry filled with all her things. It might be parked down another road, or might have been driven off already by yet another accomplice. The police were good at tracing stolen goods, she knew that, and everything was insured. But such a mess had been made of the house. Insurance would never cover that, nor would her fire policy, unless there was some clause, some proviso against damage by lunatics. Surely the insurance people would not call that an act of God. Her mind ran on, taking in the mess, the disorder these people had created, and how many days and weeks would it take for her and Grace to get everything straight again. Poor Grace! She had forgotten Grace. Grace must be shut up somewhere in the basement with that dreadful man in shirt-sleeves, another of the gang, not a follower at all. "Well," said Mrs. Ellis, with the other half of her mind, the half that was acting so famously, "shall we do as I suggest and go downstairs?" She turned and led the way, and, to her surprise, they followed her, the man and his wife, not the horrible old woman. She remained above, leaning over the banisters. "Call me if you want me," she said. Mrs. Ellis could not bear to think of her fingering Susan's things in the little bedroom. "Won't you join us?" she said, steeling herself to courtesy. "It's far more cheerful down below." The old woman smirked. "That's for Mr. and Mrs. Bolton to say," she said. "I don't push myself." "If I can get all three of them pinned into the drawing-room," thought Mrs. Ellis, "and somehow lock the door and make a tremendous effort at conversation, I might possibly keep their attention until the police arrive. There is, of course, the door into the garden, but then they will have to climb the fence, fall over that potting shed next door. The old woman, at least, would never do it." "Now," said Mrs. Ellis, her heart turning over inside at the havoc of the drawing-room, "shall we sit down and recover ourselves, and you shall tell me all about this photography?" But she had scarcely finished speaking before there was a ring at the front door and a knock, authoritative and loud. The relief sent her dizzy. She steadied herself against the door. It was the police. The man looked at the girl, a question in his eye. "Better have 'em in," he said. "She's got no proof." He crossed the hall and opened the front door. "Come in, officer," he said. "There's two of you, I see." "We had a telephone call," Mrs. Ellis heard the constable say. "Some trouble going on, I understand." "I think there must be some mistake," said Bolton. "Fact is, we had a caller, and I think she got hysterical." Mrs. Ellis walked out into the hall. She did not recognize the constable, nor the young policeman from the beat. It was unfortunate, but it did not really matter. Both were stout, well-built men. "I am not hysterical," she said firmly. "I am perfectly all right. I put the telephone call through to the exchange." The constable took out a notebook and a pencil. "What's the trouble?" he said. "But give me first your name and address." Mrs. Ellis smiled patiently. She hoped he was not going to be a stupid man. "It's hardly necessary," she said, "but my name is Mrs. Wilfred Ellis of this address." "Lodge here?" asked the constable. Mrs. Ellis frowned. "No," she said. "This is my house. I live here." And then, because she saw the look flash from Bolton to his wife, she knew the time had come to be explicit. "I must speak to you alone, constable," she said. "The matter is terribly urgent. I don't think you quite understand." "If you have any charge to bring, Mrs. Ellis," said the officer, "you can bring it at the police station at the proper time. We were informed that somebody lodging here at number 17 was in danger. Are you or are you not the person who gave that information to the exchange?" Mrs. Ellis began to lose control. "Of course I am that person," she said. "I returned home to find that my house had been broken into by thieves. These people here, dangerous thieves, lunatics, I don't know what they are, and my things carried away. The whole of my house turned upside down, the most terrible disorder everywhere." She talked so rapidly her words fell over themselves. The man from the basement had now joined them in the hall. He stared at the two policemen, his eyes goggling. "I saw her come to the door," he said. "I thought she was barmy. Wouldn't have let her in if I'd known." The constable, a little nettled, turned to the interruption. "Who are you?" he said. "Name of Upshaw," said the man. "William Upshaw. Me and my missus has the basement flat here."
"That man is lying," said Mrs. Ellis. "He does not live here. He belongs to this gang of thieves. Nobody lives in the basement except my maid. Perhaps I should say cook general, Grace Jackson. And if you will search the premises, you will probably find her gagged and bound somewhere, and by that ruffian." She had now lost all restraint. She could hear her voice, usually low and quiet, rising to a hysterical pitch. "Barmy," said the man from the basement. "You can see the straw in her hair." "Quiet, please," said the constable, and turned an ear to the young policeman, who murmured something in his ear. "Yes, yes," he said. "I've got the directory here. It's all in order." He consulted another book. Mrs. Ellis watched him feverishly. Never had she seen such a stupid man. Why had they sent out such a slow-witted fool from the police station? The constable now turned to the man in the horn spectacles. "Are you Henry Bolton?" he asked. "Yes, officer," replied the man eagerly. "And this is my wife. We have the ground floor here. This is my wife. She uses an upstairs room for a studio. Camera portraits, you know." There was a shuffle down the stairs, and the old, evil woman came to the foot of the banister. "My name's Baxter," she said. "Billy Baxter, they used to call me in my old stage days. Used to be in the profession, you know. I have the first floor back here at number 17. I can witness this woman came as a sort of Paul Pry and up to no good. I saw her looking through the keyhole of Mrs. Bolton's studio." "Then she doesn't lodge here?" asked the constable. "I didn't think she did. Her name isn't in the directory." "We have never seen her before, officer," said Bolton. "Mr. Upshaw let her into the house through some error. She walked into our living room and then forced her way into my wife's studio, threatened her, and in hysterical fashion rang for the police." The constable looked at Mrs. Ellis. "Anything to say?" he said. Mrs. Ellis swallowed. If only she could keep calm. If only her heart would not beat so dreadfully fast, and the terrible desire to cry would not rise in her throat. "Constable," she said, "there has been some terrible mistake. You are new to the district, perhaps, and the young policeman, too. I don't seem to recognize him, but if you would kindly get through to your headquarters, they must know all about me. I have lived here for years. My maid Grace has been with me a very long time. I am a widow. My husband, Wilfred Ellis, has been dead 2 years. I have a little girl of 9 at school. I went out for a walk on the heath this afternoon, and during my absence these people have broken into my house, seized or destroyed my belongings. I don't know which. The whole place is upside down. If you would please get through immediately to your headquarters." "There, there," said the constable, putting his notebook away. "That's all right. We can go into all that quietly down at the station. Now, do any of you want to charge Mrs. Ellis with trespassing?" There was silence. Nobody said anything. "We don't wish to be unkind," said Bolton diffidently. "I think my wife and myself are quite willing to let the matter pass." "I think it should be clearly understood," interposed the shock-haired girl, "that anything this woman says about us at the police station is completely untrue." "Quite," said the officer. "You will both be called if needed, but I very much doubt the necessity. Now, Mrs. Ellis," he turned to her, not harshly in any way, but with authority, "we have a car outside, and we can run you down to the station, and you can tell your story there. Have you a coat?" Mrs. Ellis turned blindly to the lobby. She knew the police station well. It was barely 5 minutes away. It was best to go there direct, see someone in authority, not this fool, this hopeless, useless fool. But in the meantime these people were getting away with their criminal story. By the time she and an additional police force returned, they would have fled. She groped for her coat in the dark lobby, stumbling again over the boots, the suitcases. "Constable," she said softly. "Here, 1 minute." He moved towards her. "Yes," he said. "They've taken away the electric bulb," she said rapidly in a low whisper. "It was perfectly all right this afternoon, and these boots and this pile of suitcases, all these have been brought in and thrown here. The suitcases are probably filled with my ornaments. I must ask you most urgently to leave the policeman in charge here until we return, to see that these people don't escape." "That's all right, Mrs. Ellis," said the officer. "Now, are you ready to come along?" She saw a look pass between the constable and the young policeman. The young policeman was trying to hide his smile. Mrs. Ellis felt certain that the constable was not going to remain in the house, and a new suspicion flashed into her mind. Could this officer and his subordinate be genuine members of the police force? Or were they, after all, members of the gang?
This would explain their strange faces, their obvious mishandling of the situation. In which case they were now going to take her away to some lair, drug her, kill her, possibly. "I am not going with you," she said swiftly. "Now, Mrs. Ellis," said the constable, "don't give any trouble. You shall have a cup of tea down at the station, and no one is going to hurt you." He seized her arm. She tried to shake it off. The young policeman moved closer. "Help!" she shouted. "Help! Help!" There must be someone. Those people from next door, she barely knew them, but no matter. If she raised her voice loud enough. "Poor thing," said the man in shirt-sleeves. "Seems sad, don't it? I wonder how she got like it." Mrs. Ellis saw his bulbous eyes fixed on her with pity, and she nearly choked. "You rogue!" she said. "How dare you! How dare you!" But she was being bundled down the steps and through the front garden and into the car, and there was another policeman at the wheel of the car, and she was thrust at the back, the constable keeping a steady hold upon her arm. The car turned downhill, past the stretch of heath. She tried to see out of the windows the direction, but the bulk of the constable prevented her. After twisting and turning, the car stopped, to her great surprise, in front of the police station. Then these men were genuine, after all. They were not members of the gang. Stupefied for a moment, but relieved, thankful, Mrs. Ellis stumbled from the car. The constable, still holding her arm, led her inside. The hall was not unfamiliar. She remembered coming once before. Years ago, when the ginger cat was lost, there was somebody in charge always, sitting at a sort of desk, everything very official, very brisk. She supposed she would stop here in the hall, but the constable led her on to an inner room. And here was another officer seated at a large desk, a more superior type altogether, thank heaven, and he looked intelligent. She was determined to get her word in before the constable spoke. "There has been great confusion," she began. "I am Mrs. Ellis, of 17 Elmhurst Road, and my house has been broken into. Robbery is going on at this moment on a huge scale. I believe the thieves to be very desperate and extraordinarily cunning. They have completely taken in the constable here and the other policeman." To her indignation, this superior officer did not look at her. He raised his eyebrows at the constable, and the constable, who had taken off his hat, coughed and approached the desk. A policewoman, appearing from nowhere, stood beside Mrs. Ellis and held her arm. The constable and the superior officer were talking together in low tones. Mrs. Ellis could not hear what they were saying. Her legs trembled with emotion. She felt her head swim. Thankfully, she accepted the chair dragged forward by the policewoman, and in a few moments, too, she was given a cup of tea. She did not want it, though. Precious time was being lost. "I must insist that you hear what I have to say," she said, and the policewoman tightened her grip on Mrs. Ellis's arm. The superior officer behind the desk motioned Mrs. Ellis forward, and she was assisted to another chair, the policewoman remaining beside her all the while. "Now," he said, "what is it you want to tell me?" Mrs. Ellis gripped her hands together. She had a premonition that this man, in spite of his superior face, was going to prove as great a fool as the constable. "My name is Ellis," she said. "Mrs. Wilfred Ellis, of 17 Elmhurst Road. I am in the telephone book. I am in the directory. I am very well known in the district, and have lived at Elmhurst Road for 10 years. I am a widow, and I have one little girl of 9 years, at present at school. I employ one maidservant, Grace Jackson, who cooks for me and does general work. This afternoon I went for a short walk on the heath, round by the viaduct and the Vale of Health ponds, and when I returned home I found my house had been broken into. My maid had disappeared, the rooms were already stripped of my belongings, and the thieves were in possession of my home, putting up a stupendous act of bluff that deceived even the constable here. I put the call through to the exchange, which frightened the thieves, and I endeavoured to keep them pinned in my drawing-room until help arrived." Mrs. Ellis paused for breath. She saw that the officer was paying attention to her story, and kept his eyes fixed upon her. "Thank you," he said. "That is very helpful, Mrs. Ellis. Now, have you anything you can show me to prove your identity?" She stared at him. Prove her identity? But of course. But not here, not actually on her person. She had come away without her handbag, and her calling cards were in the writing desk, and her passport— she and Wilfred had been to Dieppe once— was, if she remembered rightly, in the left-hand pigeonhole of the small writing desk in her bedroom. But she suddenly remembered the havoc of the house. Nothing would be found. "It's very unfortunate," she said to the officer, "but I did not take my handbag with me when I went out for my walk this afternoon. I left it in the chest of drawers in the bedroom. My calling cards are in the desk in the living room,
and there was a passport, rather out of date. My husband and I did not travel much, in a pigeonhole in a small desk in my bedroom. But everything has been upset, taken by these thieves. The house is in utter chaos." The officer made a note on a pad beside him. "You can't produce your identity card or your ration book?" he asked. "I have explained," said Mrs. Ellis, governing her temper. "My calling cards are in my writing desk. I don't know what you mean by ration book." The officer went on writing on his pad. He glanced at the policewoman, who began feeling Mrs. Ellis's pockets, touching her in a familiar way. Mrs. Ellis tried to think which of her friends could be telephoned to, who could vouch for her, who could come at once by car and make these idiots, these stone-witted fools, see sense. "I must keep calm," she told herself again. "I must keep calm." The Collinses were abroad. They would have been the best, but Netta Draycott should be. She was usually at home about this time because of the children. "I have asked you," said Mrs. Ellis, "to verify my name and address in the telephone book or the district directory. If you refuse to do that, ask the postmaster or the manager of my bank, a branch of which is in the High Street, and where I cashed a cheque on Saturday. Finally, would you care to ring up Mrs. Draycott, a friend of mine, 21 Charlton Court, the block of flats in Charlton Avenue, who will vouch for me?" She sat back in the chair, exhausted. No nightmare, she told herself, could ever have the horror, the frustrated hopelessness of her present plight. Little incident piled on little incident. If she had only remembered to bring her handbag. There was a calling card case in her handbag. And all the while those thieves, those devils, breaking up her home, getting away with her precious things, her belongings. "Now, Mrs. Ellis," said the officer, "we have checked up on your statements, you know, and they won't do. You are not in the telephone book, nor in the directory." "I assure you I am," said Mrs. Ellis with indignation. "Give me the books and I'll show you." The constable, still standing, placed the books before her. She ran her finger down the name of Ellis to the position on the left-hand page where she knew it would be. The name Ellis was repeated, but not hers, and none with her address or number. She looked in the directory and saw that beside 17 Elmhurst Road were the names of Bolton, of Upshaw, of Baxter. She pushed both books away from her. She stared at the officer. "There is something wrong with these books," she said. "They are not up to date. They are false. They are not the books I have at home." The officer did not answer. He closed the books. "Now, Mrs. Ellis," he said, "I can see you are tired, and a rest would do you good. We will try to find your friends for you. If you will go along now, we will get in touch with them as soon as possible. I will send a doctor along to you, and he may chat with you a little and give you a sedative. Then, after some rest, you will feel better in the morning, and we may have news for you." The policewoman helped Mrs. Ellis to her feet. "Come along now," she said. "My house," said Mrs. Ellis. "Those thieves and my maid, Grace. Grace may be lying in the basement. Surely you are going to do something about the house. You won't permit them to get away with this monstrous crime. Even now we have wasted a precious half-hour." "That's all right, Mrs. Ellis," said the officer. "You can leave everything in our hands." The policewoman led her away, still talking, still protesting, and now she was being taken down a corridor, and the policewoman kept saying, "Now, don't fuss. Take it calmly. No one's going to hurt you." And she was in a little room with a bed. Heavens! It was a cell where they put the prisoners, and the policewoman was helping her off with her coat, unpinning the scarf that was still tied round her hair. And because Mrs. Ellis felt so faint, the policewoman made her lie down on the bed, covered her with the coarse grey blanket, placed the little hard pillow under her head. Mrs. Ellis seized the woman's hands. Her face, after all, was not unkind. "I beg of you," she said, "ring up Hampstead 4072, the number of my friend Mrs. Draycott at Charlton Court, and ask her to come here. The officer won't listen to me. He won't hear my story." Yes, that'll be all right," said the policewoman. Now somebody else was coming into the room. The cell. Clean-shaven, alert. He carried a case in his hands. He said good evening to the policewoman and opened his case. He took out a stethoscope and a thermometer. He smiled at Mrs. Ellis. "Feeling a little upset, I hear," he said. "Well, we'll soon put that to rights. Now, will you give me your wrist?" Mrs. Ellis sat up on the hard, narrow bed, pulling the blanket close. "Doctor," she said, "there is nothing whatever the matter with me. I admit I have been through a terrible experience, quite enough to unnerve anyone. My house has been broken into,
No one here will listen to my story, but I am Mrs. Ellis, Mrs. Wilfred Ellis of 17 Elmhurst Road. If you can possibly persuade the authorities here—" He was not listening to her. With the assistance of the policewoman, he was taking her temperature, under her arm, not in the mouth, treating her like a child. Now he was feeling her pulse, dragging down the pupils of her eyes, listening to her chest. Mrs. Ellis went on talking. "I realize this is a matter of routine. You are obliged to do this, but I want to warn you that my whole treatment, since I have been brought here, since the police came to my house before that, has been infamous, scandalous. I don't personally know our MP, but I sincerely believe that when he hears my story he will take the matter up, and someone is going to answer for the consequences. Unfortunately, I'm a widow, no immediate relatives. My little daughter is away at school. My closest friends, Mr. and Mrs. Collins, are abroad, but my bank manager—" He was dabbing her arm with spirit. He was inserting a needle, and with a whimper of pain Mrs. Ellis fell back onto the hard pillow. The doctor went on, holding her arm, her wrist, and Mrs. Ellis, her head going round and round, felt a strange, numb sensation as the injection worked into her bloodstream. Tears ran down her cheeks. She could not fight. She was too weak. "How is that?" said the doctor. "Better, eh?" Her throat was parched, her mouth without saliva. It was one of those drugs that paralyzed you, made you helpless. But the emotion bubbling within her was eased, was still. The anger, the fear, and frustration that had keyed her nerves to a point of contraction seemed to die away. She had explained things badly. The folly of coming out without her handbag had caused half the trouble. And the terrible, wicked cunning of those thieves. "Be still," she said to her mind. "Be still. Rest now." "Now," said the doctor, letting go her wrist, "supposing you tell me your story again. You say your name is Mrs. Ellis?" Mrs. Ellis sighed and closed her eyes. Must she go into it all again? Had not they got the whole thing written down in their notebooks? What was the use, when the inefficiency of the whole establishment was so palpable? Those telephone books, directories, with wrong names, wrong addresses. Small wonder there were burglaries, murders, every sort of crime, with a police force that was obviously rotten to the core. What was the name of the member? It was on the tip of her tongue. Nice man, sandy-haired, always looked so trustworthy on a poster. Hampstead was a safe seat, of course. He would take up her case. "Mrs. Ellis," said the doctor, "do you think you can remember now your real address?" Mrs. Ellis opened her eyes. Wearily, patiently, she fixed them upon the doctor. "I live at 17 Elmhurst Road," she said mechanically. "I am a widow. My husband has been dead 2 years. I have a little girl of 9 at school. I went for a short walk on the heath this afternoon after lunch, and when I returned—" He interrupted her. "Yes," he said, "we know that. We know what happened after your walk. What we want you to tell us is what happened before." "I had lunch," said Mrs. Ellis. "I remember perfectly well what I ate. Guinea fowl and apple charlotte, followed by coffee. Then I nearly decided to take a nap upstairs on my bed, because I was not feeling very well, but decided the air would do me good." As soon as she said this, she regretted it. The doctor looked at her keenly. "Ah," he said, "you weren't feeling very well. Can you tell me what the trouble was?" Mrs. Ellis knew what he was after. He and the rest of the police force at the station wanted to certify her as insane. They would make out she had suffered from some brainstorm, that her whole story was fabrication. "There was nothing much the matter," she said quickly. "I was rather tired from sorting things during the morning. I tidied the linen, cleared out my desk in the drawing-room. All that took time." "Can you describe your house, Mrs. Ellis?" he said. "The furniture, for instance, of your bedroom, your drawing-room?" "Very easily," she answered. "But you must remember that the thieves who broke into the house this afternoon have done what I begin to fear is irreparable damage. Everything has been seized, hidden away. The rooms were strewn with rubbish, and there was a young woman upstairs in my bedroom pretending to be a photographer." "Yes," he said, "don't worry about that. Just tell me about your furniture, how the various things were placed, and so on." He was more sympathetic than she had thought. Mrs. Ellis launched into a description of every room in her house. She named the ornaments, the pictures, the position of the chairs and tables. "And you say your cook is called Grace Jackson?" "Yes, doctor. She has been with me several years. She was in the kitchen when I left this afternoon. I remember most distinctly calling down to the basement and saying that I was going for a short walk and would not be long. I am extremely worried about her, Doctor. Those thieves will have got hold of her, perhaps kidnapped her." "We'll see to that," said the doctor. "Now, Mrs. Ellis, you have been very helpful, and you have given such a clear account of your home that I think we shan't be long in tracing it, and your relations. You must stay here tonight, and I hope in the morning we shall have news for you. Now, you say your small daughter is at school. Can you remember the address?" "Of course," said Mrs. Ellis, "and the telephone number, too. The school is High Close, Bishop's Lane, Hatchworth. The telephone number is Hatchworth 202. But I don't understand what you mean about tracing my home. I have told you I come from 17 Elmhurst Road." "There is nothing to worry about," said the doctor. "You are not ill, and you are not lying. I quite realize that. You are suffering from a temporary loss of memory that often happens to all sorts of people, and it quickly passes. We've had many cases before." He smiled. He stood up, his case in his hand. "But it isn't true," said Mrs. Ellis, trying to raise herself from the pillow. "My memory is perfectly all right. I have given you every detail I can think of. I have told you my name, where I live, a description of my home, the address of my daughter at school." "All right," he said. "Now don't worry. Just try to relax and have a little sleep. We shall find your friends for you." He murmured something to the policewoman and left the cell. The policewoman came over to the bed and tucked in the blanket. "Now, cheer up," she said. "Do as the doctor said. Get a little rest. Everything will be all right, you'll see." Rest. But how? Relax. But to what purpose? Even now her house was being looted, sacked, every room stripped. The thieves getting clear away with their booty, leaving no trace behind them. They would take Grace with them. Poor Grace could not come down to the police station to give witness to her identity. The people next door, the Ferbers, surely they would be good enough. It would not be too much trouble. Mrs. Ellis supposed she should have called, been more friendly, and had them to tea. But after all, people did not expect that unless they lived in the country. It was out of date. If the police officer had not got hold of Netta Draycott, then the Ferbers must be got in touch with at once. Mrs. Ellis plucked at the policewoman's sleeve. "The Ferbers," she said, "next door, at number 19. They know me well by sight. We have been neighbours for quite 6 years. The Ferbers." "Yes," said the policewoman. "Try to get some sleep." "Oh, Susan, my Susan, if this had happened in the holidays, how much more fearful. What would we have done? Coming back from an afternoon walk to find those devils in the house. And then, who knows, that dreadful photographer woman and her husband taking a fancy to Susan, so pretty, so fair, and wanting to kidnap her. Then, what fear, what terror! At least the child was safe, knew nothing of what was happening, and if only the story could be kept out of the newspapers, she need never know. So shameful, so degrading, nights spent in a prison cell through such crass stupidity, through such appalling blunders. "You've had a good sleep, then," said the policewoman, handing her a cup of tea. "I don't know what you mean," said Mrs. Ellis. "I haven't slept at all." "Oh, yes, you have," the woman smiled. "They all say that." Mrs. Ellis blinked, sat up on the narrow bed. She had been speaking to the policewoman only a moment before. Her head ached abominably. She sipped at the tea, tasteless, unrefreshing. She yearned for her bed at home, for Grace coming in noiselessly drawing the curtains. "You're to have a wash," said the policewoman, "and I'll give you a comb through, and then you are to see the doctor again." Mrs. Ellis suffered the indignity of washing under supervision, of having her hair combed. Then her scarf and coat and gloves were given to her again, and she was taken out of the cell, along the corridor, back through the hall, to the room where they had questioned her the night before. This time a different officer sat at the desk, but she recognized the police constable and the doctor, too. The last came towards her with that same bland smile on his face. "How are you feeling today?" he said. "A little more like your true self?" "On the contrary," said Mrs. Ellis, "I am feeling very unwell indeed, and shall continue to do so until I know what has happened at home. Is anyone here prepared to tell me what has happened at 17 Elmhurst Road since last night? Has anything at all been done to safeguard my property?" The doctor did not answer, but guided her towards the chair at the desk. "Now," he said, "the officer here wants to show you a picture in a newspaper." Mrs. Ellis sat down in the chair. The officer handed her a copy of the News of the World, a paper Grace took on Sundays. Mrs. Ellis never looked at it. And there was a photograph of a woman with a scarf round her head and chubby cheeks, wearing some sort of light-coloured coat. The photograph had a red circle round it, and underneath was written, "Missing from home, Ada Lewis, age 36, widow, of 105 Albert Buildings, Kentish Town." Mrs. Ellis handed the paper back across the desk. "I'm afraid I can't help you," she said. "I don't know this woman." "The name Ada Lewis conveys nothing to you?" said the officer. "Nor Albert Buildings?" "No," said Mrs. Ellis, "certainly not." Suddenly she knew the purpose of the interrogation. The police thought that she was the missing woman, this Ada Lewis from Albert Buildings, simply because she wore a light-coloured coat and had a scarf round her hair. She rose from the chair. "This is absolutely preposterous," she said. "I have told you my name is Ellis, Mrs. Wilfred Ellis, of 17 Elmhurst Road, and you persist in disbelieving me. My detention here is an outrage. I demand to see a lawyer, my own lawyer." But wait, she hadn't needed the services of a lawyer since Wilfred died, and the firm had moved or been taken over by somebody else. Better not give the name. They would think she was lying once again. It was safer to give the name of the bank manager. "One moment," said the officer. She was interrupted once again, because somebody else came into the room. A seedy, common-looking man in a checked, shabby suit, holding his Trilby hat in his hand. "Can you identify this woman as your sister, Ada Lewis?" asked the officer. A flush of fury swept Mrs. Ellis as the man stepped forward and peered into her face. "No, sir," he said. "This isn't Ada. Ada isn't so stout, and this woman's teeth seem to be her own. Ada wore dentures. Never seen this woman before." "Thank you," said the officer. "That's all. You can go. We will let you know if you find your sister." The seedy-looking man left the room. Mrs. Ellis turned in triumph to the officer behind the desk. "Now," she said, "perhaps you will believe me?" The officer considered her a moment, and then, glancing at the doctor, looked down at some notes on his desk. "Much as I would like to believe you," he said, "it would save us all a great deal of trouble if I could. Unfortunately, I can't. Your facts have been proved wrong in every particular, so far." "What do you mean?" said Mrs. Ellis. "First, your address. You do not live at 17 Elmhurst Road because the house is occupied by various tenants who have lived there for some time, and who are known to us. Number 17 is an apartment house, and the floors are let separately. You are not one of the tenants." Mrs. Ellis gripped the sides of her chair. The obstinate, proud, and completely unmoved face of the officer stared back at her. "You are mistaken," said Mrs. Ellis quietly. "Number 17 is not a lodging house. It is a private house, my own." The officer glanced down again at his notes. "There are no people called Ferber living at number 19, he went on. Number 18 is also a lodging house. You are not in the directory under the name of Ellis, nor in the telephone book. There is no Ellis on the register of the branch of the bank you mentioned to us last night, nor can we trace anyone of the name of Grace Jackson in the district." Mrs. Ellis looked up at the doctor, at the police constable, at the policewoman, who was still standing by her side. "Is there some conspiracy?" she said. "Why are you all against me? I don't understand what I have done." Her voice faltered. She must not break down. She must be firm with them, be brave, for Susan's sake. "You rang up my friend at Charlton Court?" she asked. "Mrs. Draycott, that big block of flats?" "Mrs. Draycott is not living at Charlton Court, Mrs. Ellis," said the police officer, "for the simple reason that Charlton Court no longer exists. It was destroyed by a firebomb." Mrs. Ellis stared at him in horror. "A firebomb? But how perfectly terrible! When? How? In the night? Disaster upon disaster. Who could have done it? Anarchists, strikers, unemployed, gangs of people? Possibly those who had broken into her house. Poor Netta and her husband and children." Mrs. Ellis felt her head reeling. "Forgive me," she said, summoning her strength, her dignity. "I had no idea there had been such a fearful outrage. No doubt part of the same plot, those people in my house—" Then she stopped, because she realized they were lying to her. Everything was lies. They were not policemen. They had seized the building. They were spies. The government was to be overthrown. But then, why bother with her, with a simple, harmless individual like herself? Why were they not getting on with the Civil War, bringing machine guns into the street, marching to Buckingham Palace? Why sit here pretending to her? A policeman came into the room and clicked his heels and stood before the desk. "Checked up on all the nursing homes," he said, "and the mental homes, sir, in the district, and within a radius of 5 miles. Nobody missing." "Thank you," said the officer. Ignoring Mrs. Ellis, he looked across at the doctor. "We can't keep her here," he said. "You'll have to persuade them to take her at Morton Hill. The matron must find a room. Say it's a temporary measure, case of amnesia." "I'll do what I can," said the doctor. Morton Hill. Mrs. Ellis knew at once what they meant by Morton Hill. It was a well-known mental home somewhere near Highgate, very badly run. She always heard a dreadful place. "Morton Hill," she said. "You can't possibly take me there. It has a shocking reputation. The nurses are always leaving. I refuse to go to Morton Hill. I demand to see a lawyer. No, my doctor, Dr. Godber. He lives in Parkwell Gardens." The officer stared at her thoughtfully. "She must be a local woman," he said. "She gets the names right every time. But Godber went to Portsmouth, didn't he? I remember Godber." "If he's at Portsmouth," said Mrs. Ellis, "he would only have gone for a few days. He's most conscientious. But his secretary knows me. I took Susan there last holidays." Nobody listened to her, though, and the officer was consulting his notes again. "By the way," he said, "you gave me the name of that school correctly. Wrong telephone number, but right school. Co-educational. We got through to them last night." "I'm afraid, then," said Mrs. Ellis, "that you got the wrong school. High Close is most certainly not co-educational, and I should never have sent Susan there if it had been." "High Close," repeated the officer, reading from his notes, "is a co-educational school run by a Mr. Foster and his wife." "It is run by a Miss Slater," said Mrs. Ellis. "A Miss Hilda Slater." "You mean it was run by a Miss Slater," said the officer. "A Miss Slater had the school and then retired, and it was taken over by Mr. and Mrs. Foster. They have no pupil there of the name of Susan Ellis." Mrs. Ellis sat very still in her chair. She looked at each face in turn. None was harsh, none was unfriendly, and the policewoman smiled encouragement. They all watched her steadily. At last she said, "You are not deliberately trying to mislead me? You do realize that I am anxious, most desperately anxious, to know what has happened. If all that you are saying is some kind of a game, some kind of torture, would you tell me so that I know, so that I can understand?" The doctor took her hand, and the officer leant forward in his chair. "We are trying to help you," he said. "We are doing everything we can to find your friends." Mrs. Ellis held tight to the doctor's hand. It had suddenly become a refuge. "I don't understand," she said. "What has happened? If I am suffering from loss of memory, why do I remember everything so clearly? My address, my name, people, the school. Where is Susan? Where is my little girl?" She looked round her in blind panic. She tried to rise from the chair. "If Susan is not at High Close, where is she?" said Mrs. Ellis. Someone was patting her on the shoulder. Someone was giving her a glass of water. "If Miss Slater had retired to give place to a Mr. and Mrs. Foster, I should have heard. They would have told me," she kept repeating. "I only telephoned the school yesterday. Susan was quite well and playing in the grounds." "Are you suggesting that Miss Slater answered you herself?" inquired the officer. "No, the secretary answered. I telephoned because I had what seemed to me a premonition that Susan might not be well. The secretary assured me that the child had eaten a good lunch and was playing. I am not making this up. It happened yesterday. I tell you, the secretary would have told me if Miss Slater was making changes in the school." Mrs. Ellis searched the doubtful faces fixed upon her, and momentarily her attention was caught by the large 2 on the calendar standing on the desk. "I know it was yesterday," she said, "because today is the 2nd of the month, isn't it? And I distinctly remember tearing off the page in my calendar, and because it was the 1st of the month, I decided to tidy my desk, sort out my papers during the morning." The police officer relaxed and smiled. "You are certainly very convincing," he said, "and we can all tell from your appearance, the fact that you have no money on you, that your shoes are polished, and other little signs, that you definitely belong somewhere in this district. You have not wandered from any great distance. But you do not come from 17 Elmhurst Road, Mrs. Ellis, that is quite certain. For some reason, which we hope to discover, that address has become fixed in your mind, and other addresses too. I promise you, everything will be done to clear your mind and to get you well again, and you need have no fear about going to Morton Hill. I know it well, and they will look after you there. Mrs. Ellis saw herself shut up behind those grey, forbidding walls, grimly situated, frowning down upon the further ponds the far side of the heath. She had skirted those walls many times, pitying the inmates within. The man who came with the groceries had a wife who became insane. Mrs. Ellis remembered Grace coming to her one morning full of the story, and he says they've taken her to Morton Hill. Once inside, she would never get out. These men at the police station were not bothered with her any more. And now there was this new, hideous misunderstanding about Susan, and the talk of a Mr. and Mrs. Foster taking over the school. Mrs. Ellis leant forward, clasping her hands together. "I do assure you," she said, "that I don't want to make trouble. I have always been a very quiet, peaceable sort of person, not easily excited, never quarrelsome, and if I have really lost my memory, I will do what the doctor tells me, take any drugs or medicines that will help. But I am worried, desperately worried, about my little girl, and what you have told me about the school and Miss Slater's having retired. Would you do just one thing for me? Telephone the school and ask where you can get in touch with Miss Slater. It is just possible that she has taken the house down the road and removed there with some of the children, Susan amongst them, and whoever answered the telephone was new to the work and gave you vague information." She spoke clearly, without any sort of hysteria or emotion. They must see that she was in deadly earnest, and this request of hers was not wild fancy. The police officer glanced at the doctor. Then he seemed to make up his mind. "Very well," he said, "we will do that. We will try to contact this Miss Slater, but it may take time. Meanwhile, I think it is best if you wait in another room while we put through the inquiry." Mrs. Ellis stood up, this time without the help of the policewoman. She was determined to show that she was well, mentally and bodily, and quite capable of managing her affairs without the assistance of anybody if it could be permitted. She wished she had a hat instead of the scarf, which she knew instinctively was unbecoming, and her hands were lost without her handbag. At least she had gloves. But gloves were not enough. She nodded briskly to the police officer and the doctor. At all costs she must show civility, and followed the policewoman to a waiting-room. This time she was spared the indignity of a cell. Another cup of tea was brought to her. "It's all they think about," she said to herself. "Cups of tea, instead of getting on with their job." Suddenly she remembered poor Netta Draycott and the terrible tragedy of the firebomb. Possibly she and her family had escaped, and were now with friends, but there was no immediate means of finding out. "Is it all in the morning papers about the disaster?" she asked the policewoman. "What disaster?" said the woman. "The fire at Charlton Court the officer spoke to me about." The policewoman stared at her with a puzzled expression. "I don't remember him saying anything about a fire," she said. "Oh, yes, he did," said Mrs. Ellis. "He told me that Charlton Court had been destroyed by fire, by some bomb. I was aghast to hear it because I have friends living there. It must surely be in all the morning papers." The woman's face cleared. "Oh, that," she said. "I think the officer was referring to some firebomb during the war." "No, no," said Mrs. Ellis impatiently. "Charlton Court was built a long time after the war. I remember the block being built when my husband and I first came to Hampstead. No, this accident apparently happened last night. A most dreadful thing." The policewoman shrugged her shoulders. "I think you're mistaken," she said. "There's been no talk of any accident or disaster here." An ignorant, silly sort of girl, thought Mrs. Ellis. It was a wonder she had passed her test into the force. She thought they only employed very intelligent women. She sipped her tea in silence. No use carrying on any sort of conversation with her. It seemed a long while before the door opened, but when it did, it was to reveal the doctor, who stood on the threshold with a smile on his face. "Well," he said, "I think we're a little nearer home. We were able to contact Miss Slater." Mrs. Ellis rose to her feet, her eyes shining. "Oh, doctor, thank heaven! Have you news of my daughter?" "Steady a moment now. You mustn't get excited, or we shall have all last night's trouble over again, and that would never do. I take it when you refer to your daughter, you mean someone who is called, or was called, Susan Ellis?" "Yes, yes, of course," said Mrs. Ellis swiftly. "Is she all right? Is she with Miss Slater?" "No, she is not with Miss Slater, but she is perfectly well, and I have spoken to her on the telephone myself. and I have her present address here in my notebook." The doctor patted his breast pocket and smiled again. "Not with Miss Slater?" Mrs. Ellis stared in bewilderment. "Then the school has been handed over. You spoke to these people called Foster? Is it next door? Have they moved far? What has happened?" The doctor took her hand and led her to the seat once more. "Now," he said, "I want you to think quite calmly and quite clearly, and not be agitated in any way, and your trouble will be cleared up and your mind will be free again. You remember last night you gave us the name of your maid, Jackson?" "Yes, doctor." "Now, take your time. Tell us a little about Grace Jackson." "Have you found her? Is she at home? Is she all right?" "Never mind for the moment. Describe Grace Jackson." Mrs. Ellis was horribly afraid poor Grace had been found murdered, and they were going to ask her to identify the body. "She is a big girl," she said, "at least not really a girl, about my own age, but you know how one is inclined to talk of a servant as a girl. She has a large bust, rather thick ankles, brownish hair, grey eyes, and she would be wearing— let me see— I think she may not have changed into her cap and apron when those thieves arrived. She was still probably in her overalls. She is inclined to change rather late in the afternoon. I've often spoken about it. It looks so bad to open the front door in overalls, slovenly, like a boarding-house. Grace has good teeth and a pleasant expression, though of course if anything has happened to her she would hardly—" Mrs. Ellis broke off. Murdered, battered. Grace would not be smiling. The doctor did not seem to notice this. He was looking closely at Mrs. Ellis. "You know," he said, "you have given a very accurate description of yourself." "Myself?" said Mrs. Ellis. "Yes. Figure, colouring, and so on. We think, you know, it is just possible that your amnesia has taken the form of mistaken identity, and that you are really Grace Jackson, believing yourself to be a Mrs. Ellis. And now we are doing our best to trace the relatives of Grace Jackson." This was too much. Mrs. Ellis swallowed. Outraged pride rose in her. "Doctor," she said rapidly, "you have gone a little too far. I bear no sort of resemblance to my maid, Grace Jackson, and if and when you ever find trace of the unfortunate girl, she would be the first to agree with me. Grace has been in my employment 7 years. She came originally from Scotland. Her parents were Scottish, I believe. In fact, I know it, because she used to go for her holiday to Aberdeen. Grace is a good, hard-working, and, I like to think, honest girl. We have had our little ups and downs, but nothing serious. She is inclined to be obstinate. I am obstinate myself. Who is not? But— If only the doctor would not look at her in that smiling, patronizing way. "You see," he said, "you do know a very great deal about Grace Jackson." Mrs. Ellis could have hit him. He was so self-assured, so confident. "I must keep my temper," she told herself. "I must. Aloud she said, "Doctor, I know about Grace Jackson because, as I have told you, she has been in my employment for 7 years. If she is found ill or in any way hurt, I shall hold the police force here responsible, because in spite of my entreaties, I do not believe they kept a watch on my house last night. Now, perhaps you will be good enough to tell me where I can find my child. She at least will recognize me." Mrs. Ellis considered she had been very restrained, very calm. In spite of terrible provocation, she had not lost control of herself. "You insist that your age is 35, said the doctor, switching the subject, "and that Grace Jackson was approximately the same?" "I was 35 in August last," said Mrs. Ellis. "I believe Grace to be a year younger. I'm not sure." "You certainly don't look more," said the doctor, smiling. Surely at such a moment he was not going to attempt to appease her by gallantry. "But," he continued, "following upon the telephone conversation I have just had, Grace Jackson should be today at least 55 or 56. "There are probably," said Mrs. Ellis icily, "several persons of the name of Grace Jackson employed as domestic servants. If you propose tracing every one of them, it will take you and the police force a considerable time. I am sorry to insist, but I must know the whereabouts of my daughter Susan before anything else." He was relenting. She could see it in his eye. "As a matter of fact," he said, "it happens, very conveniently, that Miss Slater was able to put us in touch with the lady. We have spoken to her on the telephone, and she is only a short distance away in St. John's Wood. She is not sure, but she thinks she would remember Grace Jackson if she saw her." For a moment Mrs. Ellis was speechless. What in the world was Susan doing in St. John's Wood? And how monstrous to drag the child to the telephone and question her about Grace. Of course she would be bewildered and say she thought she would remember Grace, though goodness only knows it was only 2 months since Grace was waving her goodbye from the doorstep when she left for school. Then she suddenly remembered the zoo. Perhaps, if these changes at school were all being decided upon in a great hurry, one of the junior mistresses had taken a party of children up to London to the zoo to be out of the way. "The zoo, or Madame Tussaud's? Do you know where she spoke from?" asked Mrs. Ellis sharply. "I mean, somebody was in charge, somebody was looking after her?" "She spoke from 2A Halifax Avenue," said the doctor, "and I don't think you will find she needs any looking after. She sounded very capable, and I heard her turn from the telephone and call to a little boy named Keith to keep quiet, and not to make so much noise, because she couldn't hear herself speak." A tremor of a smile appeared on Mrs. Ellis's lips. How clever of Susan to have shown herself so quick and lively. It was just like her, though. She was so advanced for her age. Such a little companion. But Keith! It sounded very much as though the school had suddenly become co-educational. This was a mixed party being taken to the zoo or Madame Tussaud's. They were all having lunch, perhaps, at Halifax Avenue, relations of Miss Slater's, or these Fosters. Really, the whole thing was most inexcusable. That changes should come about like this, and the children be taken backwards and forwards from High Close to London without any attempt to notify the parents. Mrs. Ellis would write very strongly to Miss Slater about it, and if the school had changed hands and was to be co-educational, she would remove Susan at the end of the term. "Doctor," she said, "I am ready to go to Halifax Avenue at once, if the authorities here will only permit me to do so." "Very well," said the doctor. "I am afraid I can't accompany you, but we have arranged for that, and Sister Henderson, who knows all about the matter, will go with you." He nodded to the policewoman, who opened the door of the waiting-room and admitted a severe, middle-aged woman in nurse's uniform. Mrs. Ellis said nothing, but her mouth tightened. She was very sure that Sister Henderson had been summoned from Moreton Hill. "Now, sister," said the doctor cheerfully, "this is the lady, and you know where to take her and what to do. And I think you will only be a few minutes at Halifax Avenue, and then we hope things will be straightened out." "Yes, doctor," said the nurse. She looked across at Mrs. Ellis with a quick professional eye. "If only I had a hat," thought Mrs. Ellis. "If only I had not come out with nothing but this wretched scarf, and I can feel bits and pieces of hair straggling at the back of my neck. No powder compact on me, no comb, nothing. Of course I must look terrible to them, ungroomed, common." She straightened her shoulders, resisted an impulse to put her hands in her pockets. She walked stiffly towards the open door. The doctor, the sister, and the policewoman conducted her down the steps of the police station to a waiting car. A uniformed chauffeur was to drive, she was thankful to see, and she climbed into the car, followed by the sister. The awful thought flashed through her mind that there might be some charge for the night's lodging in the cell, and for the cups of tea. Also, should she have tipped the policewoman? Oh, but anyway, she had no money. It was impossible. She nodded brightly to the policewoman as a sort of sop, to show she had no ill feeling. She felt rather different towards the doctor. She bowed rather formally, coldly. The car drove away. Mrs. Ellis wondered if she was expected to make conversation with the sister, who sat stalwart and forbidding at her side. Better not, perhaps. Anything she said might be taken as evidence of mental disturbance. She stared straight in front of her, her gloved hands primly folded on her lap. The traffic jams were very bad, worse than she had ever known. There must be a motor exhibition on. So many American cars on the road. A rally, perhaps. She did not think much of Halifax Avenue when they came to it. Houses very shabby, and quite a number with windows broken. The car drew up at a small house that had 2A written on the pillar outside. Curious place to take a party of children for lunch. A good Lyons Café would have been so much better. The sister got out of the car and waited to help Mrs. Ellis. "We shan't be long," she said to the chauffeur. "That's what you think," said Mrs. Ellis to herself. "But I shall certainly stay with Susan as long as I please." They walked through the piece of front garden to the front door. The sister rang the bell. Mrs. Ellis saw a face looking at them from the front window, and then quickly dart behind a curtain. Good heavens! It was Dorothy, Wilfred's younger sister, who was a schoolteacher in Birmingham. Of course it was. It must be. Everything became clearer. The Fosters must know Dorothy. People to do with education always knew each other, but how awkward! What a bore! Mrs. Ellis had never cared for Dorothy, had stopped writing to her, in fact. Dorothy had been so unpleasant when poor Wilfred died, and had insisted that the writing bureau was hers, and rather a nice piece of jewellery that Mrs. Ellis had always understood had been given by Wilfred's mother to her, Mrs. Ellis. And in fact the whole afternoon after the funeral had been spent in most unpleasant argument and discussion, that Mrs. Ellis had been only too glad to send Dorothy away with the jewellery and the bureau, and a very nice rug to which she had no right at all. Dorothy was the last person Mrs. Ellis wanted to see, and especially in these very trying circumstances, with his sister at her side and herself looking so untidy without a hat or a bag. There was no time to compose herself because the door opened. No, it was not Dorothy after all, but how strange, so very like her. That same thin nose and rather peeved expression. A little taller, perhaps, and the hair was lighter. The resemblance, though, was really quite extraordinary. "Are you Mrs. Drew?" asked the sister. "Yes," answered the young woman. And then, because a child was calling from an inner room, she called back over her shoulder impatiently, "Oh, be quiet, Keith, do, for heaven's sake!" A little boy of about 5 appeared along the hall, dragging a toy on wheels. "Dear little fellow," thought Mrs. Ellis. "What a tiresome, nagging mother. But where are all the children? Where is Susan?" "This is the person I have brought along for you to identify," said the sister. "You had better come inside," said Mrs. Drew, rather grudgingly. "I'm afraid everything's in a fearful mess. I've got no help, and you know how it is." Mrs. Ellis, whose temper was beginning to rise again, stepped neatly over a broken toy on the doormat, and, followed by the sister, went into what she supposed was this Mrs. Drew's living-room. It was certainly a mess. Remains of breakfast not cleared away, or was it lunch? And toys everywhere, and some material for cutting out spread on a table by the window. Mrs. Drew laughed apologetically. "What with Keith's toys and my material, I'm a dressmaker in my spare time, and trying to get a decent meal for my husband when he comes home in the evening. Life isn't a bed of roses," she said. Her voice was so like Dorothy's. Mrs. Ellis could hardly take her eyes off her. The same note of complaint. "We don't want to take up your time," said the sister civilly. "If you will just say whether this person is Grace Jackson or not." The young woman, Mrs. Drew, stared at Mrs. Ellis thoughtfully. "No," she said at length, "I'm sure she is not. I haven't seen Grace for years, not since I married. I used to look her up in Hampstead occasionally before then, but she had quite a different appearance from this person. She was stouter, darker, older, too." "Thank you," said the sister. "Then you are sure you have never seen this lady before?" "No, never," said Mrs. Drew. "Very well, then," said the sister. "We needn't detain you any longer." She turned as though to go, but Mrs. Ellis was not to be fobbed off with the nonsense that had just passed. "Excuse me," she said to Mrs. Drew. "There has been a most unfortunate misunderstanding all round, but I understand you spoke to the doctor at the police station at Hampstead this morning, or someone did from this house, and that you have a party of school-children here from High Close, and my child amongst them. Can you tell me if she is still here? Is anyone from the school in charge?" The sister was about to intervene, but Mrs. Drew did not notice this, because the little boy had come into the room, dragging his toy. "Keith, I told you to stay outside," she nagged. Mrs. Ellis smiled at the boy. She loved all children. "What a pretty boy," she said, and she held out her hand to him. He took it, holding it tight. "Doesn't usually take to strangers," said Mrs. Drew. "He's very shy. Makes me wild at times when he won't speak and hangs his head." "I was shy myself as a child. I understand it," said Mrs. Ellis. Keith looked up at her with confidence and trust. Her heart warmed to him. But she was forgetting Susan. "We were talking about the party from High Close," she said. "Yes," said Mrs. Drew. "But the police officer was rather an idiot, I'm afraid, and got everything wrong. My name was Susan Ellis before I married, and I used to go to school at High Close, and that's where the mistake came in. There are no children from the school here." "What a remarkable coincidence," said Mrs. Ellis, smiling. Because my name is Alice and my daughter is called Susan, and an even stranger coincidence is that you are so like a sister of my late husband's." "Oh," said Mrs. Drew. "Well, the name is common enough, isn't it? The butcher is Alice down the road." Mrs. Alice flushed. Not a very tactful remark. And she felt suddenly nervous, too, because the sister was advancing and was leaning forward, as though to take her by the arm and walk to the front door. Mrs. Alice was determined not to leave the house, or at any rate not to leave it with the sister. "I've always found High Close such a homey sort of school," she said rapidly, "but I'm rather distressed about the changes they are making there, and I am afraid it is going to be on rather a different tone in the future." "I don't think they've changed it much," said Mrs. Drew. "Most small children are horrible little beasts anyway, and it does them good not to see too much of their parents and to be thoroughly well mixed up with every sort of type." "I'm afraid I don't agree with you on that," said Mrs. Ellis. So peculiar. The tone, the expression might have been Dorothy's. "Of course," said Mrs. Drew, "I can't help being grateful to old Salty. She's a funny old stick, but a heart of gold, and she did her best for me, I'll say that, and kept me in the holidays, even after my mother was killed in a street accident." "How good of her," said Mrs. Ellis. "And what a dreadful thing for you." Mrs. Drew laughed. "I was pretty tough, I think," she said. "I don't remember much about it, but I do remember my mother was a very kind person, and pretty, too. I think Keith takes after her." The little boy had not relinquished Mrs. Ellis's hand. "It's time we were getting along," said the sister. "Come now, Mrs. Drew has told us all we need to know." "I don't want to go," said Mrs. Ellis calmly, "and you have no right to make me go." The sister exchanged a glance with Mrs. Drew. "I'm sorry," she said in a low tone. "I shall have to get the chauffeur. I wanted them to send another nurse with me, but they said it wouldn't be necessary." "That's all right," said Mrs. Drew. "So many people are bats these days. One extra doesn't make much difference. But perhaps I had better remove Keith to the kitchen, or she may kidnap him." Keith, protesting, was carried from the room. Once again the sister looked at Mrs. Ellis. "Come along now," she said. "Be reasonable." "No," said Mrs. Ellis, and with a quickness that surprised herself she reached out to the table where Mrs. Drew had been cutting out material and seized the pair of scissors. "If you come near me, I shall stab you," she said. The sister turned and went quickly out of the room and down the steps, calling for the chauffeur. The next few moments passed quickly, but for all this Mrs. Ellis had time to realize that her tactics were brilliant, rivaling the heroes of detective fiction. She crossed the room, opened the long French windows that gave onto a backyard. The window of the bedroom was open. She could hear the chauffeur calling. "Tradesman's entrance is ajar," he shouted. "She must have gone this way." "Let them go on with their confusion," thought Mrs. Ellis, leaning against the bed. "Let them. Good luck to them in their running about. This will take down some of that sister's weight. Not much running about for her at Morton Hill. Cups of tea at all hours, and sweet biscuits, while the patients were given bread and water." The movement went on for some time. Somebody used the telephone. There was more talk, and then, when Mrs. Ellis was nearly dozing off against the bed valance, she heard the car drive away. Everything was silent. Mrs. Ellis listened. The only sound was the little boy playing in the hall below. She crept to the door and listened once more. The wheeled toy was being dragged backwards and forwards up and down the hall. There was a new sound coming from the living room, the sound of a sewing machine going at great speed. Mrs. Drew was at work. The sister and the chauffeur had gone. An hour, 2 hours must have passed since they had left. Mrs. Ellis glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece. It was 2 o'clock. What an untidy, scattered sort of room! Everything all over the place. Shoes in the middle of the floor, a coat flung down on a chair, and Keith's cot had not been made up. The blankets were rumpled anyhow. Badly brought up, thought Mrs. Ellis, and such rough, casual manners. But poor girl, if she had no mother. She took a last glance round the room, and she saw with a shrug of her shoulder that even Mrs. Drew's calendar had a printing error. It said 1952 instead of 1932. How careless! She tiptoed to the head of the stairs. The door of the living room was shut. The sound of the sewing machine came at breathless speed. They must be hard up, thought Mrs. Ellis, if she has to do dressmaking. I wonder what her husband does for a living. Softly she crept downstairs. She made no sound, and if she had, the sound of the sewing machine would have covered it. As she passed the living-room door, it opened. The boy stood there, staring at her. He said nothing. He smiled. Mrs. Ellis smiled back at him. She could not help herself. She had a feeling that he would not give her away. "Shut the door, Keith, do!" nagged his mother from within. The door slammed. The sound of the sewing machine became more distant, muffled. Mrs. Ellis let herself out of the house and slipped away. She turned northward, like an animal scenting direction, because northward was her home. She was soon swallowed up in the traffic, the buses swinging past her in the Finchley Road, and her feet began to ache, and she was tired, but she could not take a bus or summon a taxi because she had no money. No one looked at her. No one bothered with her. They were all intent upon their business, either going from home or returning, and it seemed to Mrs. Ellis as she toiled up the hill towards Hampstead that for the first time in her life she was friendless and alone. She wanted her house, her home, the consolation of her own surroundings. She wanted to take up her normal, everyday life that had been interrupted in so brutal a fashion. There was so much to straighten out, so much to do, and Mrs. Ellis did not know where to begin or whom to ask for help. "I want everything to be as it was before that walk yesterday," thought Mrs. Ellis, her back aching, her feet throbbing. "I want my home. I want my little girl." And here was the heath once more. This was where she had stood before crossing the road. She even remembered what she had been thinking about. She had been planning to buy a red bicycle for Susan. Something light but strong, a good make. The memory of the bicycle made her forget her troubles, her fatigue. As soon as all this muddle and confusion were over, she would buy a red bicycle for Susan. Why, though, for the second time, that screech of brakes when she crossed the road, and the vacant face of the laundry boy looking down at her? August 25th, 1983. By Jorge Luis Borges. For Borges, life has a dreamlike quality. The light comes in and clumsily I go. From my dreams to the sharing of my dreams, he says in one of his poems. His blindness, that constant night, heightens the impression of being always in a dream. His first fiction, as he calls his stories that pretend to be essays, Pierre Menard, author of Don Quixote, was born from a nightmare caused by high fever, and many of his stories, like The Circular Ruins, explore the world of dreams in search of the secret laws that govern them. In the early 70s, he compiled an anthology of dreams which included several of his own. I spoke to Borges in Buenos Aires in May 1982, while the Falkland Islands War was going on. He had just returned from a happy trip to the United States. He had listened to jazz in New Orleans and flown in a balloon in San Francisco, and he found himself back in the midst of an absurd nightmare. Torn between his love for Argentina and his love for England, he felt once more betrayed by the clumsy fools who rule us. "Let us imagine we are dreaming," he suggested to me. "Let us imagine we will wake, and all this will belong to the past. I will then call you up and say, 'I had this curious dream. So absurd. A war with England, just imagine.' And you will wait a while and say, 'Borges, do you know, I had that very same dream myself.'" Then he paused and said a little wistfully, "I am so looking forward to that waking up." August 24th is Borges' birthday. On August 25th, 1983, he was 84 years old, and a day. I saw by the little station clock that it was a few minutes past 11 at night. I walked to the hotel. I felt, as on so many other occasions, the relief and resignation inspired by places we know well. The heavy gate was open. The house stood in darkness. I entered the hall where dim mirrors duplicated the potted plants in the room. Strangely enough, the hotel keeper didn't recognize me and handed me the register. I took the pen, which was chained to the desk, dipped it in the bronze inkwell, and as I bent over the open book, there occurred the first of the many surprises which that night was to offer me. My name, Jorge Luis Borges, had already been written on the page, and the ink was still fresh. The hotel keeper said, "I thought you'd already gone upstairs." Then he peered at me more closely and corrected himself. "I'm sorry, sir. The other looks a lot like you, but you're younger, of course." "What room is he in?" "He asked for number 19, was the answer. It was as I feared. I dropped the pen and ran up the stairs. Room 19 was on the second floor, and looked on to a poor and badly tended courtyard, with a veranda, and, I seem to remember, a bench. It was the highest room in the hotel. I tried the handle, and the door opened. The lamp had not been switched off. Under the harsh light I recognized myself. There I was, lying on my back on the small iron bed, older, wizened, and very pale, the eyes lost on the high stucco mouldings. The voice reached me. It wasn't exactly mine. It was like the voice I often hear in my recordings, unpleasant and monotonous. "How strange," it said. "We are two and we are one. But then there's nothing really strange in dreams." I asked, bewildered, "Is all this a dream? It is certainly my last dream." He pointed at the empty bottle on the marble top of the night table. "But you have still got plenty to dream before reaching this night. What date is it for you?" "I don't know exactly," I answered uncertainly, "but yesterday was my 61st birthday." "When you reach this night, your 84th birthday will have been yesterday. Today is August 25th, 1983. "So many more years to wait," I said in a low voice. "I have nothing left," he said suddenly. "I can die any day now. I can fade into that which I don't know, and yet keep on dreaming of the double. That hackneyed theme given to me by Stevenson and Mears." I felt that to mention Stevenson was a last farewell, not a pedantic allusion. I was he, and I understood. Even the most dramatic moments are not enough to turn one into Shakespeare and coin memorable phrases. To change the subject, I said, "I knew what would happen to you. In this very place, in one of the lower rooms, we began to draft the story of this suicide." "Yes," he answered slowly, as if collecting vague memories, "but I don't see the resemblance. In that draft I bought a one-way ticket to Adrogay, and in the Hotel Las Delicias I climbed to room 19, the farthest room of all. There I committed suicide." "That is why I am here," I said to him. "Here? But we are always here. Here I am dreaming of you in the apartment of Kaya Mepu. Here I am, dying in the room that used to be Mother's." "That used to be Mother's," I repeated, trying not to understand. "And I am dreaming of you in room 19 on the top floor." "Who is dreaming whom? I know I am dreaming you, but I don't know whether you are dreaming me. The hotel in Adrogay was pulled down many years ago. 20, maybe 30, who knows?" "I am the dreamer," I answered with a certain defiance. "But don't you see that the important thing is to discover whether there is only one dreamer or two? I am Borges, who has seen your name in the register and has climbed up to this room. Borges am I, dying in Kaya Mepu." There was a moment of silence. Then the other said, "Let's put ourselves to the test. Which was the most terrible moment of our life?" I leant over towards him, and we both spoke at the same time. I know we both lied. A faint smile lit the old face. I felt that the smile somehow reflected my own. "We have lied to each other," he said, "because we feel two and not one. The truth is that we are two, and we are one." The conversation was beginning to irritate me. I told him so. And I added, "And you, in 1983, won't you reveal something of the years that lie before me?" "What can I tell you, my poor Borges? The misfortunes to which you have grown accustomed will keep on happening. You will live alone in this house. You will touch the letterless books and the Swedenborg medallion and the wooden box with the Federal Cross. Blindness isn't darkness, it's a form of loneliness. You will return to Iceland." "Iceland? Iceland of the seas?" "In Rome you will say a few lines by Keats, whose name, like that of all other men, was written on water." "I have never been to Rome." "There are other things as well. You will write our best poem, and it will be an elegy." "To the death of—" I said. I did not dare utter the name. No, she will live longer than you. We sat in silence. Then he continued, You will write that book we dreamt of for so long. Towards 1979, you will understand that your so-called works are nothing but a series of sketches, miscellaneous drafts, and you will yield to the vain and superstitious temptation of writing your one great book. The superstition that is inflicted upon us, Goethe's Faust, Salammbô, Ulysses. To my amazement, I have filled too many pages, and in the end you realized you had failed. Something worse. I realized it was a masterpiece in the most oppressive sense of the word. My good intentions did not go farther than the first few pages. In the others lay the labyrinths, the knives, the man who believes he is a dream, the reflection that believes itself to be real, the tigers of night, the battles turned to blood, Juan Murana, fatal and blind, Macedonia's voice, the ship made of the fingernails of the dead, Old English spoken through so many days. I know that museum well, I observed, not without irony. And then false memories, too. The double play of symbols, the long enumerations, the craft of good prose, the imperfect symmetries that the critics discover with glee, the not always apocryphal quotations. Have you published this book? I toyed, without conviction, with the melodramatic idea of destroying it, perhaps with fire. I finally published it in Madrid under another name. It was described as the work of a vulgar imitator of Borges, who had the disadvantage of not being Borges, and of having repeated the superficial features of the model. I'm not surprised, I said. Every writer ends by being his own least intelligent disciple. That book was one of the roads that led me to this night. As to the others, the humiliation of old age, the certainty of having already lived all those days to come. I won't write that book, I said. Yes, you will. My words, which now are the present, will be barely the memory of a dream. His dogmatic tone, no doubt the same one I use in the classroom, annoyed me. I was bothered by the fact that we resembled each other so much, and that he should take advantage of the impunity given him by the nearness of death. In revenge, I asked him, Are you really so certain you are about to die? Yes, he answered. I feel a sort of sweet peacefulness and relief, which I have never felt before. I cannot explain it to you. All words require a shared experience. Why do you seem annoyed by what I am telling you? Because we are far too alike. I hate your face, which is a caricature of mine. I hate your voice, which apes my own. I hate your pathetic way of building sentences, which is mine. So do I, said the other. That is why I have decided to kill myself. A bird sang in the street. The last one, said the other. With a gesture he called me to his side. His hand took hold of mine. I drew back, fearing that both hands would fade into one. He said, The Stoics have taught us not to regret leaving this life. The gates of prison are at last open. I have always thought of life in this way, but my sloth and cowardice made me hesitate. Some 12 days ago I gave a conference in La Plata on the 6th book of the Aeneid. Suddenly, repeating an hexameter, I knew which was the road to take, and I made up my mind. From that moment onwards I felt invulnerable. My fate will be yours. You will receive this sudden revelation in the midst of Virgil's Latin, and you will have forgotten this curious and prophetic dialogue which takes place in 2 places and 2 moments in time. When you dream it again, you will be the one I am now, and I will be your dream. I won't forget it, and tomorrow I'll write it down. It will lie deep inside your memory, beneath the tide of dreams. When you write it, you will believe you are inventing a fantastic story. But it won't be tomorrow. You still have several years to wait. He stopped talking. I realized he was dead. In a certain sense, I died with him. Anxiously, I leant forward over the top of the pillow, but there was no one there. I fled from the room. Outside there was no courtyard, no marble staircase, no large, silent hotel. No eucalyptus, no statues, no arches, no fountains, no gate of a country house in Adrogué. Outside were other dreams, waiting for me. Translated from the Spanish by Alberto Manguel. How Wang-Fo Was Saved by Marguerite Yourcenar. In 1951, immediately after settling in the United States, Marguerite Yourcenar published the novel Memoirs of Hadrian, on which she had been working for 15 years. The book brought her immediate fame and revealed to the French public a versatile author who had already written other historical novels, plays, essays, and exquisite translations of the Greek poet Cavafy, as well as a selection of Negro spirituals translated into French. Oriental Tales, from which the following story is taken, was published in 1938. The tales are based on traditional stories from several countries. The Chinese legend that serves as a basis for How Wang-Fo Was Saved was familiar to both Algernon Blackwood, who used it in The Man Who Was Milligan, and M.R. James, who used it in The Mezzotint. Neither, however, has the quality of Yourcenar's story, which is also a study of the artist's role in the world. Another version of the legend is told in the classic Sanskrit epic, the Ramayana. In the 16th century, the Indian poet Tulsidas, who had written the saga of Hanuman and his monkey army, was thrown into prison by an angry king. Tulsidas called upon his creation to help him, and Hanuman and his army broke into the poet's cell and set him free. The old painter Wang-Fo and his disciple Ling were wandering along the roads of the kingdom of Han. They made slow progress because Wang-Fo would stop at night to watch the stars, and during the day to observe the dragonflies. They carried hardly any luggage, because Wang-Fo loved the image of things and not the things themselves, and no object in the world seemed to him worth buying, except brushes, pots of lacquer, and china ink, and rolls of silk and rice paper. They were poor because Wang-Fo would exchange his paintings for a ration of boiled millet, and paid no attention to pieces of silver. Ling, his disciple, bent beneath the weight of a sack full of sketches, bowed his back with respect as if he were carrying the heavens' vault, because for Ling the sack was full of snow-covered mountains, torrents in spring, and the face of the summer moon. Ling had not been born to trot down the roads, following an old man who seized the dawn and captured the dusk. His father had been a banker who dealt in gold, his mother the only child of a jade merchant, who had left her all his worldly possessions, cursing her for not being a son. Ling had grown up in a house where wealth had eliminated all trouble. This carefully cushioned existence had made him shy. He was afraid of insects, of thunder, and the face of the dead. At the age of 15, his father chose a bride for him, a very beautiful one, because the thought of the happiness he was giving his son consoled him for having reached the age in which the night is meant for sleep. Ling's wife was as frail as a reed, childish as milk, sweet as saliva, salty as tears. After the wedding, Ling's parents became discreet to the point of dying, and their son was left alone in a house painted vermilion, in the company of his young wife, who never stopped smiling, and a plum tree that blossomed every spring with pale pink flowers. Ling loved this woman of a crystal-clear heart, like one loves a mirror that will never tarnish, or a talisman that will protect one forever. He visited the tea-houses to follow the dictates of fashion, and only moderately favored acrobats and dancers. One night, in the tavern, Wang-Fo shared Ling's table. The old man had drunk in order to better paint a drunkard, and he cocked his head to one side as if trying to measure the distance between his hand and his bowl. The rice wine undid the tongue of the taciturn craftsman, and that night Wang spoke as if silence were a wall, and words the colors with which to cover it. Thanks to him, Ling got to know the beauty of the drunkards' faces blurred by the vapors of hot drinks, the brown splendor of the roasts unevenly brushed by tongues of fire, and the exquisite blush of wine-stains strewn on the tablecloths like withered petals. A gust of wind broke the window. The storm entered the room. Wang-Fo leaned out to make Ling admire the livid zebra stripes of the lightning, and Ling, spellbound, stopped being afraid of storms. Ling paid the old painter's bill, and as Wang-Fo was both without money and without lodging, he humbly offered him a resting place. They walked away together. Ling held a lamp. Its light projected unexpected fires in the puddles. That evening Ling discovered with surprise that the walls of his house were not red, as he had always thought, but the color of an almost rotten orange. In the courtyard, Wang-Fo noticed the delicate shape of a bush to which no one had paid any attention until then, and compared it to a young woman letting down her hair to dry. In the passageway, he followed with delight the hesitant trail of an ant along the cracks in the wall, and Ling's horror for these creatures vanished into thin air. Realizing that Wang-Fo had just presented him with the gift of a new soul and a new vision of the world, Ling respectfully offered the old man the room in which his father and mother had died. For many years now, Wang-Fo had dreamt of painting the portrait of a princess of olden days, playing the lute under a willow. No woman was sufficiently unreal to be his model, but Ling would do because he was not a woman. Then Wang-Fo spoke of painting a young prince shooting an arrow at the foot of a large cedar tree. No young man of the present was sufficiently unreal to serve as his model, but Ling got his own wife to pose under the plum tree in the garden. Later on, Wang-Fo painted her in a fairy costume against the clouds of twilight, and the young woman wept because it was an omen of death. As Ling came to prefer the portraits painted by Wang-Fo to the young woman herself, her face began to fade, like a flower exposed to warm winds and summer rains. One morning they found her hanging from the branches of the pink plum tree. The ends of the scarf that was strangling her floated in the wind and tangled with her hair. She looked even more delicate than usual, and as pure as the beauties celebrated by the poets of days gone by. Wang-Fo painted her one last time, because he loved the green hue that covers the face of the dead. His disciple Ling mixed the colors, and the task needed such concentration that he forgot to shed tears. One after the other, Ling sold his slaves, his jades, and the fish in his pond, to buy his master pots of purple ink that came from the west. When the house was emptied, they left it, and Ling closed the door of his past behind him. Wang-Fo felt tired of a city where the faces could no longer teach him secrets of ugliness or beauty, and the master and his disciple walked away together down the roads of the kingdom of Han. Their reputation preceded them into the villages, to the threshold of fortresses, and into the atrium of temples where restless pilgrims halt at dusk. It was murmured that Wang-Fo had the power to bring his paintings to life by adding a last touch of color to their eyes. Farmers would come and beg him to paint a watchdog, and the lords would ask him for portraits of their soldiers. The priests honored Wang-Fo as a sage. The people feared him as a sorcerer. Wang enjoyed these differences of opinion, which gave him the chance to study expressions of gratitude, fear, or veneration. Ling begged for food, watched over his master's rest, and took advantage of his ecstasies to massage his feet. With the first rays of the sun, when the old man was still asleep, Ling went in pursuit of timid landscapes hidden behind bunches of reeds. In the evening, when the master, disheartened, threw away his brushes, he would carefully pick them up. When Wang became sad and spoke of his old age, Ling would smile and show him the solid trunk of an old oak. When Wang felt happy and made jokes, Ling would humbly pretend to listen. One day, at sunset, they reached the outskirts of the imperial city, and Ling went ahead in search of an inn in which Wang-Fo could spend the night. The old man wrapped himself up in rags, and Ling lay down next to him to keep him warm, because spring had only just started, and the floor of beaten earth was still frozen. At dawn, heavy steps echoed in the corridors of the inn. They heard the frightened whispers of the innkeeper and orders shouted in a foreign tongue. Ling trembled. remembering that the night before he had stolen a rice cake for his master's supper. Certain that they would come to take him to prison, he asked himself who would help Wang-Fo ford the next river tomorrow. The soldiers entered carrying lanterns. The flames gleaming through the many-colored paper cast red and blue lights on their leather helmets. The string of a bow quivered over their shoulders, and the fiercest among them suddenly let out a roar for no reason at all. A heavy hand fell on Wang-Fo's neck, and the painter could not help noticing that the soldiers' sleeves did not match the color of their coats. Helped by his disciple, Wang-Fo followed the soldiers, stumbling along uneven roads. The passing crowds made fun of these two criminals who were certainly going to be beheaded. To Wang's questions the soldiers answered with savage scowls. His bound hands hurt him, and laying in despair looked smiling at his master, which for him was a gentler way of crying. They reached the threshold of the imperial palace, whose purple walls rose in broad daylight like a sweep of sunset. The soldiers led Wang-Fo through countless square and circular rooms, whose shapes symbolized the seasons, the cardinal points, the male and the female, longevity, and the prerogatives of power. The doors swung on their hinges with a musical note, and were placed in such a manner that one followed the entire scale when crossing the palace from east to west. Everything combined to give an impression of superhuman power and subtlety, and one could feel that here the simplest orders became as final and as terrible as the wisdom of the ancients. At last the air became scarce, and the silence so deep that not even a man under torture would have dared to scream. A eunuch lifted a tapestry. The soldiers began to tremble like women, and the small troop entered the chamber in which the Son of Heaven sat on a high throne. It was a room without walls, held up by thick columns of blue stone. A garden spread out on the far side of the marble shafts, and each and every flower blooming in the greenery belonged to a rare species brought here from across the oceans. But none of them had any perfume, so that the celestial dragon's meditations would not be troubled by fine smells. Out of respect for the silence in which his thoughts evolved, no bird had been allowed within the enclosure, and even the bees had been driven away. An enormous wall separated the garden from the rest of the world, so that the wind that passes over dead dogs and corpses in the battlefield would not dare brush the emperor's sleeve. The celestial master sat on a throne of jade, and his hands were wrinkled like those of an old man, though he had scarcely reached the age of 20. His robe was blue to symbolize winter, and green to remind one of spring. His face was beautiful but undisturbed, like a looking-glass placed too high, reflecting nothing except the stars and the immutable heaven. To his right stood his minister of perfect pleasures, and to his left his counselor of just torments. Because his courtiers, lined along the base of the columns, always lent a keen ear to the slightest sound from his lips, he had adopted the habit of speaking in a low voice. "Celestial dragon," said Wang-Fo, bowing low, "I am old, I am poor, I am weak. You are like summer, I am like winter. You have 10,000 lives, I have but one, and it is near its close. What have I done to you? My hands have been tied, these hands that never harmed you." "You ask what you have done to me, old Wang-Fo," said the emperor. His voice was so melodious that it made one want to cry. He raised his right hand, to which the reflections from the jade pavement gave a pale sea-green hue like that of an underwater plant, and Wang-Fo marveled at the length of those thin fingers, and hunted among his memories to discover whether he had not at some time painted a mediocre portrait of either the emperor or one of his ancestors that would now deserve the pain of death. But it seemed unlikely, because Wang-Fo had not been an assiduous visitor at the imperial court. He preferred the farmers' huts or, in the cities, the courtesans' quarters, and the taverns along the harbor, where the dockers liked to quarrel. "You ask me what it is you have done, old Wang-Fo," continued the emperor, inclining his slender neck towards the old man waiting attentively. "I will tell you, But as another man's poison cannot enter our veins except through our 9 openings, in order to show you your offenses, I must take you with me down the corridors of my memory, and tell you the story of my life. My father had assembled a collection of your work, and hidden it in the most secret chamber in the palace, because he judged that the people in your paintings should be concealed from the world, since they cannot lower their eyes in the imperial presence. It was in those same rooms that I was brought up, old Wang-Fo, surrounded by solitude. To prevent my innocence from being sullied by other human souls, the restless crowd of my future subjects had been driven away from me, and no one was allowed to pass my threshold for fear that his or her shadow would stretch out and touch me. The few aged servants that were placed in my service showed themselves as little as possible. The hours turned in circles. The colors of your paintings bloomed in the first hours of the morning, and grew pale at dusk. At night, when I was unable to go to sleep, I watched them, and for nearly 10 years I watched them every night. During the day, sitting on a carpet whose design I knew by heart, I dreamt of the joys the future had in store for me. I imagined the world, with the kingdom of Han at the center, like the monotonous hollow of my hand crossed by the fatal lines of the 5 rivers. Around it lay the sea in which monsters are born, and farther away the mountains that hold up the heavens. And to help me visualize these things, I used your paintings. You made me believe that the sea looked like the vast sheet of water spread across your scrolls, so blue that if a stone were to fall into it, it would become a sapphire. That women opened and closed like flowers, like the creatures that come forward, pushed by the wind along the paths of your painted gardens, and that the young, slim-waisted warriors who mount guard in the fortresses along the frontier wear themselves like arrows that could pierce your heart. At 16, I saw the doors that separated me from the world open once again. I climbed onto the balcony of my palace to watch the clouds, but they were far less beautiful than those in your sunsets. I ordered my litter. Shaken along roads on which I had not foreseen either mud or stones, I traveled across the provinces of the empire, without ever finding your gardens full of women like fireflies, or a woman whose body is in itself a garden. The pebbles on the beach spoilt my taste for oceans. The blood of the tortured seemed less red than the pomegranates in your paintings. The village vermin forbade me to see the beauty of the rice fields. The flesh of mortal women disgusted me like the dead meat hanging from the butcher's hook, and the coarse laughter of my soldiers made me sick. You lied, Wang-Fo, you old impostor. The world is nothing but a mass of muddled colors, thrown into the void by an insane painter and smudged by our tears. The kingdom of Han is not the most beautiful of kingdoms, and I am not the emperor. The only empire which is worth reigning over is that which you alone can enter, old Wang, by the road of 1,000 curves and 10,000 colors. You alone reign peacefully over mountains covered in snow that cannot melt, and over fields of daffodils that cannot die. And that is why, Wang-Fo, I have imagined a punishment for you whose enchantment has given me the disgust of everything I own, and the desire for everything I shall never possess. And in order to lock you up in the only cell from which there is no escape, I have decided to have your eyes burnt, because your eyes, Wang-Fo, are the 2 magic gates that open onto your kingdom. And as your hands are the 2 roads of 10 forking paths that lead to the heart of your kingdom, I have decided to have your hands cut off. Have you understood, old Wang-Fo? Hearing the sentence, Ling the disciple tore from his belt a broken knife, and leapt towards the emperor. 2 guards immediately took hold of him. The Son of Heaven smiled and added with a sigh, "And I also hate you, old Wang-Fo, because you have known how to make yourself beloved. Kill that dog." Ling jumped to one side so that his blood would not stain his master's robe. One of the soldiers lifted his sword, and Ling's head fell from his neck like a cut flower. The servants carried away the remains, and Wang-Fo, in despair, admired the beautiful scarlet stain that his disciple's blood made on the green stone floor. The emperor made a sign, and 2 eunuchs dried Wang's tears. "Listen, old Wang-Fo," said the emperor, "and dry your tears, because this is not the time to weep. Your eyes must be clear, so that the little light that is left to them is not clouded by your weeping. Because it is not only the grudge I bear you that makes me wish your death. It is not only the cruelty in my heart that makes me want to see you suffer. I have other plans, old Wang-Fo. I possess among your works a remarkable painting in which the mountains, the river estuary, and the sea reflect each other, on a very small scale, certainly, but with a clarity that surpasses the real landscapes themselves, like objects reflected on the walls of a metal sphere. But that painting is unfinished, Wang-Fo. Your masterpiece is but a sketch. No doubt, when you began your work, sitting in a solitary valley, you noticed a passing bird, or a child running after the bird, and the bird's beak or the child's cheeks made you forget the blue eyelids of the sea. You never finished the frills of the water's cloak, nor the seaweed hair of the rocks. Wang-Fo, I want you to use the few hours of light that are left to you to finish this painting, which will thus contain the final secrets amassed during your long life. I know that your hands, about to fall, will not tremble on the silken cloth, and infinity will enter your work through those unhappy cuts. I know that your eyes, about to be put out, will discover bearings far beyond all human senses. This is my plan, old Wang-Fo, and I can force you to fulfill it. If you refuse, before blinding you, I will have all your paintings burnt, and you will be like a father whose children are slaughtered, and all hopes of posterity extinguished. However, believe, if you wish, that this last order stems from nothing but my kindness, because I know that the silken scroll is the only mistress you ever deigned to touch. And to offer you brushes, paints, and inks to occupy your last hours is like offering the favors of a harlot to a man condemned to death. Upon a sign from the emperor's little finger, 2 eunuchs respectfully brought forward the unfinished scroll, on which Wang-Fo had outlined the image of the sea and the sky. Wang-Fo dried his tears and smiled, because that small sketch reminded him of his youth. Everything in it spoke of a fresh new spirit, which Wang-Fo could no longer claim as his. And yet something was missing from it, because when Wang had painted it, he had not yet looked long enough at the mountains, nor at the rocks bathing their naked flanks in the sea, and he had not yet penetrated deep enough into the sadness of the evening twilight. Wang-Fo selected one of the brushes which a slave held ready for him, and began spreading wide strokes of blue onto the unfinished sea. A eunuch crouched by his feet, mixing the colors. He carried out his task with little skill, and more than ever Wang-Fo lamented his disciple Ling. Wang began by adding a touch of pink to the tip of the wing of a cloud perched on a mountain. Then he painted onto the surface of the sea a few small lines that deepened the perfect feeling of calm. The jade floor became increasingly damp, but Wang-Fo, absorbed as he was in his painting, did not seem to notice that he was working with his feet in water. The fragile rowboat grew under the strokes of the painter's brush, and now occupied the entire foreground of the silken scroll. The rhythmic sound of the oars rose suddenly in the distance, quick and eager like the beating of wings. The sound came nearer, gently filling the whole room, then ceased, and a few trembling drops appeared on the boatman's oars. The red iron intended for Wang's eyes lay extinguished on the executioner's coals. The courtiers, motionless as etiquette required, stood in water up to their shoulders, trying to lift themselves onto the tips of their toes. The water finally reached the level of the imperial heart. The silence was so deep one could have heard a teardrop. It was Ling. He wore his everyday robe, and his right sleeve still had a hole that he had not had time to mend that morning before the soldiers' arrival. But around his neck was tied a strange red scarf. Wang-Fo said to him softly while he continued painting, "I thought you were dead." "You being alive," said Ling respectfully, "how could I have died?" And he helped his master into the boat. The jade ceiling reflected itself in the water so that Ling seemed to be inside a cave. The pigtails of the submerged courtiers rippled up towards the surface like snakes, and the pale head of the emperor floated like a lotus. "Look at them," said Wang-Fo sadly. "These wretches will die if they are not dead already. I never thought there was enough water in the sea to drown an emperor. What are we to do?" "Master, have no fear," murmured the disciple. "They will soon be dry again, and will not even remember that their sleeves were ever wet. Only the emperor will keep in his heart a little of the bitterness of the sea. These people are not of the kind to lose themselves inside a painting." And he added, "The sea is calm, the wind high, the sea-birds fly to their nests. Let us leave, master, and sail to the land beyond the waves." "Let us leave," said the old painter. Wang-Fo took hold of the helm, and Ling bent over the oars. The sound of rowing filled the room again, strong and steady like the beating of a heart. The level of the water diminished unnoticed around the large vertical rocks that became columns once more. Soon only a few puddles shone in the hollows of the jade floor. The courtiers' robes were dry, but a few wisps of foam still clung to the hem of the emperor's cloak. The painting, finished by Wang-Fo, was leaning against a tapestry. A rowboat occupied the entire foreground. It drifted away little by little, leaving behind it a thin wake that smoothed out into the quiet sea. One could no longer make out the faces of the two men sitting in the boat, but one could still see Ling's red scarf and Wang-Fo's beard waving in the breeze. The beating of the oars grew fainter, then ceased, blotted out by the distance. The emperor, leaning forward, a hand above his eyes, watched Wang's boat sail away till it was nothing but an imperceptible dot in the paleness of the twilight. A golden mist rose and spread over the water. Finally, the boat veered around a rock that stood in the gateway to the ocean. The shadow of a cliff fell across it. Its wake disappeared from the deserted surface, and the painter Wang-Fo and his disciple Ling vanished forever on the jade-blue sea that Wang-Fo had just created. Translated from the French by Alberto Manguel. From Peter and Rosa by Isak Dinesen. Defining Isak Dinesen's style, the New York Times said, "True, but not true to life. We know we have been here before, in fairy stories read in childhood, and also in our dreams and in our life as dreams. The action is strange, and yet not so strange either. It happened a long time ago, yesterday, and is happening now. The meanings appear to be many, and we feel if we could only be a little more perceptive, we could see what they are." The Baroness Karen Blixen-Finnicke, who chose the name of Isak Dinesen, wrote her winter's tales during World War II, using the Denmark of her childhood for background and themes. She sent the manuscript to America, telling her publisher that she would not be able to communicate with him until the war ended. When it did, she received dozens of letters from American soldiers and sailors all over the world. To her surprise, the book had been so successful that it had been published in an armed forces edition. Isak Dinesen finally received 2 copies of her book, and sent one to the King of Denmark. Later on, the king remarked how delighted he was to see that, after all, a voice had spoken from his silent country during the dark years of the war. From Winter's Tales, I have chosen a short passage rather than a full-length story, because I find it concentrates better one of fantastic literature's most difficult themes, the correspondence between our actions and the actions of the universe, the idea that man and the many things in our world are one. I have heard a story of a skipper who named his ship after his wife. He had the figurehead of it beautifully carved, just like her, and the hair of it gilt. But his wife was jealous of the ship. "You think more of the figurehead than of me," she said to him. "No," he answered. "I think so highly of her because she is like you. Yes, because she is you yourself. Is she not gallant, full-bosomed? Does she not dance in the waves like you at our wedding? In a way, she is really even kinder to me than you are. She gallops along where I tell her to go, and she lets her long hair hang down freely, while you put up yours under a cap. But she turns her back to me, so that when I want a kiss, I come home to Elsinore." Now once, when this skipper was trading at Tranquebar, he chanced to help an old native king to flee from traitors in his own country. As they parted, the king gave him 2 big blue precious stones, and these he had set into the face of his figurehead, like a pair of eyes to it. When he came home, he told his wife of his adventure, and said, "Now she has your blue eyes, too." "You had better give me the stones for a pair of earrings," said she. "No," he said again, "I cannot do that, and you would not ask me to if you understood." Still, the wife could not stop fretting about the blue stones, and one day, when her husband was with the skipper's corporation, she had a glazier of the town take them out, and put 2 bits of blue glass into the figurehead instead, and the skipper did not find out, but sailed off to Portugal. But after some time the skipper's wife found that her eyesight was growing bad, and that she could not see to thread a needle. She went to a wise woman, who gave her ointments and waters, but they did not help her. And in the end the old woman shook her head, and told her that this was a rare and incurable disease, and that she was going blind. "Oh, God!" the wife then cried, "that the ship was back in the harbour of Elsinore. Then I should have the glass taken out and the jewels put back. For did he not say that they were my eyes?" But the ship did not come back. Instead, the skipper's wife had a letter from the consul of Portugal, who informed her that she had been wrecked and gone to the bottom with all hands. And it was a very strange thing, the consul wrote, that in broad daylight she had run straight into a tall rock, rising out of the sea. Tattoo by Jun'ichiro Tanizaki. Edgar Allan Poe's influence spread far and wide. In Latin America, he inspired the modernist movement at the turn of the century, and Julio Cortázar acknowledged his debt by translating Poe's stories in the 60s. In France, he was translated by Baudelaire, who called him his master. In the early years of the 20th century, he was translated into Japanese by Tanizaki, and today his name is still used as a pseudonym by one of Japan's most popular detective story writers. Tanizaki wrote Tattoo at the age of 24. Poe's influence is noticeable in the story, as well as that of Oscar Wilde, whose portrait of Dorian Gray Tanizaki also translated. In Wilde's novel, a painting of a man displays the increasing depravity and decay of the subject, while the man himself remains eternally young. In Tanizaki's story, an artist's design is the cause of a young woman's transformation, following Wilde's revelation that nature imitates art. These things happened at a time when the noble virtue of frivolity still flourished, when today's relentless struggle for existence was yet unknown. The faces of the young aristocrats and squires were darkened by no cloud. At court, the maids of honor and the great courtesans always wore smiles on their lips. The occupations of clown and professional tea-house wit were held in high esteem. Life was peaceful and full of joy. In the theatre, and in the writings of the time, beauty and power were portrayed as inseparable. Physical beauty, indeed, was the chief aim of life, and in its pursuit, people went so far as to have themselves tattooed. On their bodies, brilliant lines and colors were ravelled in a sort of dance. When visiting the gay quarters, they would choose as bearers for their palanquins men whose bodies were skilfully tattooed, and the courtesans of Yoshiwara and Tatsumi gave their love to men whose bodies boasted beautiful tattoos. Frequenters of the gambling dens, firemen, merchants, and even samurai, all had recourse to the tattooer's art. Tattoo exhibitions were frequently arranged where the participants, fingering the tattoo marks on each other's bodies, would praise the original design of one and criticize the shortcomings of another. There was a young tattooer of outstanding talent. He was much in fashion, and his reputation rivaled even those of the great masters of old, Sharibun of Asakusa, Yakohei of Matsushi Macho, and Konkanjiro. His works were greatly prized at the tattoo exhibitions, and most admirers of the art aspired to become his clients. While the artist Darumakan was known for his fine drawings, and Karakusa Gonta was the master of the vermilion tattoo, this man, Seikichi, was famous for the originality of his compositions and for their voluptuous quality. Previously, he had achieved a certain reputation as a painter, belonging to the school of Toyokuni and Kunisada, and specializing in genre paintings. In descending to the rank of tattooer, he still preserved the true spirit of an artist and a great sensitivity. He declined to execute his work on people whose skin or general physique did not appeal to him, and such customers as he did accept had to agree implicitly to the design of his choosing, and also to his price. Moreover, they had to endure for as long as 1 or 2 months the excruciating pain of his needles. Within this young tattooer's heart lurked unsuspected passions and pleasures. When the pricking of his needles caused the flesh to swell and the crimson blood to flow, his patients, unable to endure the agony, would emit groans of pain. The more they groaned, the greater was the artist's strange pleasure. He took particular delight in vermilion designs, which are known to be the most painful of tattoos. When his patients had received 500 or 600 pricks of the needle, and then taken a scalding hot bath, the more vividly to bring out the colors, they would often collapse half dead at Seikichi's feet. As they lay there unable to move, he would ask with a satisfied smile, "So it really hurts?" When he had to deal with a faint-hearted customer whose teeth would grind, or who gave out shrieks of pain, Seikichi would say, "Really, I thought you were a native of Kyoto, where people are supposed to be courageous. Please try to be patient. My needles are unusually painful." And glancing from the corner of his eyes at the victim's face, now moist with tears, he would continue his work with utter unconcern. If, on the contrary, his patient bore the agony without flinching, he would say, "Ah, you are much braver than you look. But wait a while. Soon you will be unable to endure it in silence, try as you may." And he would laugh, showing his white teeth. For many years now, Seikichi's great ambition had been to have under his needle the lustrous skin of some beautiful girl, on which he dreamed of tattooing, as it were, his very soul. This imaginary woman had to meet many conditions as to both physique and character. A lovely face and a fine skin would not in themselves satisfy Seikichi. In vain had he searched among the well-known courtesans for a woman who would measure up to his ideal. Her image was constantly in his mind, and although 3 years had now elapsed since he started this quest, his desire had only grown with time. It was on a summer's evening, while walking in the Fukagawa district, that his attention was caught by a feminine foot of dazzling whiteness, disappearing behind the curtain of a palanquin. A foot can convey as many variations of expression as a face, and this white foot seemed to Seikichi like the rarest of jewels. The perfectly shaped toes, the iridescent nails, the rounded heel, the skin as lustrous as if it had been washed for ages by the limpid waters of some mountain brook, all combined to make a foot of absolute perfection, designed to stir the heart of a man and to trample upon his soul. Seikichi knew at once that this was the foot of the woman for whom he had searched these many years. Joyously he hurried after the palanquin, hoping to catch a glimpse of its occupant, but after following it for several streets, he lost sight of it around a corner. From then on, what had been a vague yearning was transformed into the most violent of passions. One morning, a year later, Seikichi received a visit at his house in the Fukagawa district. It was a young girl sent on an errand by a friend of his, a certain geisha from the Tatsumi quarter. "Excuse me, sir," the girl said timidly. "My mistress has asked me to deliver this coat to you personally, and to request you to be so good as to make a design on the lining." She handed him a letter and a woman's coat. The latter wrapped in a paper bearing the portrait of the actor Iwai Tojaku. In her letter, the geisha informed Seikichi that the young messenger was her newly adopted ward, and was soon to make her debut as a geisha in the restaurants of the capital. She asked him to do what he could to launch the girl on her new career. Seikichi looked closely at the visitor, who, though no more than 16 or 17, had in her face something strangely mature. In her eyes were reflected the dreams of all the handsome men and beautiful women who had lived in this city, where the virtues and vices of the whole country converged. Then Seikichi's glance went to her delicate feet, shod in street clogs, covered with plates of straw. "Could it have been you who left the Hirasei restaurant last June in a palanquin?" "Yes, sir, it was I," she said, laughing at his strange question. "My father was alive then, and he used to take me occasionally to the Hirasei restaurant." "I have been waiting for you now for 5 years," said Seikichi. "This is the first time that I have seen your face, but I know you by your feet. There is something that I should like you to see. Please come inside, and do not be afraid." So saying, he took the hand of the reluctant girl and led her upstairs into a room which looked out on the great river. He fetched 2 large picture scrolls and spread one of them before her. It was a painting of Maugham, the favorite princess of the ancient Chinese emperor Chao the Cruel. Languidly she leaned against a balustrade, and the bottom of her richly brocaded gown rested on the steps of the staircase leading to a garden. Her tiny head seemed almost too delicate to support the weight of her crown, which was encrusted with lapis lazuli and coral. In her right hand she held a cup, slightly tilted, and with an indolent expression she watched a prisoner who was about to be beheaded in the garden below. Secured hand and foot to a stake, he stood there awaiting his last moment. His eyes were closed, his head bent down. Pictures of such scenes tend to vulgarity, but so skillfully had the painter portrayed the expressions of the princess and of the condemned man that this picture scroll was a work of consummate art. For a while the young girl fixed her gaze on the strange painting. Unconsciously her eyes began to shine, and her lips trembled. Gradually her face took on a resemblance to that of the young Chinese princess. "Your spirit is reflected in that painting," said Seikichi, smiling with pleasure as he gazed at her. "Why have you shown me such a terrible picture?" asked the girl, passing her hand over her pale forehead. "The woman depicted here is yourself. Her blood flows through your veins." Seikichi then unrolled the other scroll, which was entitled The Victims. In the center of the picture a young woman leaned against a cherry tree, gazing at a group of men's corpses which lay about her feet. Pride and satisfaction were to be discerned in her pale face. Hopping about among the corpses, a swarm of little birds chirped happily. Impossible to tell whether the picture represented a battlefield or a spring garden. "This painting symbolizes your future," said Seikichi, indicating the face of the young woman, which again strangely resembled that of his visitor. "The men fallen on the ground are those who will lose their lives because of you." "Oh, I beg you," she cried, "put that picture away." And as if to escape its terrifying fascination, she turned her back to the scroll and threw herself on the straw matting. There she lay, with lips trembling and her whole body shuddering. "Master, I will confess to you. As you have guessed, I have in me the nature of that woman. Take pity on me and hide the picture." "Do not talk like a coward. On the contrary, you should study the painting more carefully, and then you will soon stop being frightened of it." The girl could not bring herself to raise her head, which remained hidden in the sleeve of her kimono. She lay prostrate on the floor, saying over and over, "Master, let me go home. I am frightened to be with you." "You shall stay for a while," said Seikichi imperiously. "I alone have the power to make of you a beautiful woman." From among the bottles and needles on his shelf, Seikichi selected a vial containing a powerful narcotic. The sun shone brightly on the river. Its reflected rays threw a pattern like golden waves on the sliding doors and on the face of the young sleeping woman. Seikichi closed the doors and sat down beside her. Now, for the first time, he was able to relish her strange beauty fully, and he thought that he could have spent years sitting there gazing at that perfect, immobile face. But the urge to accomplish his design overcame him before many moments. Having fetched his tattooing instruments from the shelf, Seikichi uncovered the girl's body and began to apply to her back the point of his pen, held between the thumb, ring finger, and little finger of his left hand. With the needle held in his right hand, he pricked along the lines as they were drawn. As the people of Memphis once embellished the sphinxes and pyramids of the fine land of Egypt, so Seikichi now adorned the pure skin of this young girl. It was as if the tattooer's very spirit entered into the design, and each injected drop of vermilion was like a drop of his own blood penetrating the girl's body. He was quite unconscious of the passage of time. Noon came and went, and the quiet spring day moved gradually towards its close. Indefatigably, Seikichi's hand pursued its work without ever waking the girl from her slumber. Presently the moon hung in the sky, pouring its dreamy light over the rooftops on the other side of the river. The tattoo was not yet half done. Seikichi interrupted his work to turn up the lamp, then sat down again and reached for his needle. Now each stroke demanded an effort, and the artist would let out a sigh, as if his own heart had felt the prick. Little by little there began to appear the outline of an enormous spider. As the pale glow of dawn entered the room, this animal of diabolic mien spread its 8 legs over the girl's back. The spring night was almost over. Already one could hear the dip of the oars as the rowboats passed up and down the river. Above the sails of the fishing smacks, swollen with the morning breeze, one could see the mists lifting. And at last Seikichi brought himself to put down his needle. Standing aside, he studied the enormous female spider tattooed on the girl's back, and as he gazed at it, he realized that in this work he had expressed the essence of his whole life. Now that it was completed, the artist was aware of a great emptiness. "To give you beauty, I have poured my whole soul into this tattoo," Seikichi murmured. "From now on there is not a woman in Japan to rival you. Never again will you know fear. All men will be your victims." Did she hear his words? A moan rose to her lips. Her limbs moved. Gradually she began to regain consciousness, and as she lay breathing heavily in and out, the spider's legs moved on her back like those of a living animal. "You must be suffering," said Seikichi. "That is because the spider is embracing your body so closely." She half opened her eyes. At first they had a vacant look. Then the pupils began to shine with a brightness that matched the moonlight reflected on Seikichi's face. "Master, let me see the tattoo on my back. If you have given me your soul, I must indeed have become beautiful." She spoke as in a dream, and yet in her voice there was a new note of confidence, of power. "First you must take a bath to brighten the colors," Seikichi answered her, and he added with unwonted solicitude, It will be painful, most painful. Have courage." "I will bear anything to become beautiful," said the girl. She followed Seikichi down some stairs into the bathroom, and as she stepped into the steaming water, her eyes glistened with pain. "Ah, how it burns!" she groaned. "Master, leave me and wait upstairs. I shall join you when I am ready. I do not want any man to see me suffer." But when she stepped out of the bath, she did not even have strength to dry herself. She pushed aside Seikichi's helping hand and collapsed on the floor. Groaning, she lay with her long hair flowing across the floor. The mirror behind her reflected the soles of 2 feet, iridescent as mother of pearl. Seikichi went upstairs to wait for her, and when at last she joined him, she was dressed with care. Her damp hair had been combed out and hung about her shoulders. Her delicate mouth and curving eyebrows no longer betrayed her ordeal, and as she gazed out at the river, there was a cold glint in her eyes. Despite her youth, she had the mien of a woman who had spent years in tea-houses and acquired the art of mastering men's hearts. Amazed, Seikichi reflected on the change in the timid girl since the day before. Going to the other room, he fetched the 2 picture scrolls which he had shown her. "I offer you these paintings," he said, "and also, of course, the tattoo. They are yours to take away." "Master," she answered, "my heart is now free from all fear." "And you?" "You shall be my first victim." She threw him a look, piercing as a newly sharpened sword-blade. It was the look of the young Chinese princess, and of that other woman who leaned against a cherry-tree, surrounded by singing birds and dead bodies. Feeling of triumph raced through Seikichi. "Let me see your tattoo," he said to her. "Show me your tattoo." Without a word she inclined her head and unfastened her dress. The rays of the morning sun fell on the young girl's back, and its golden gleam seemed to set fire to the spider. Translated from the Japanese by Ivan Morris. John Duffy's Brother by Flann O'Brien. "Humour," said Flann O'Brien, "is the handmaid of sorrow and fear." Humour, sorrow, and fear combine in his 2 novels. The Third Policeman, a hilarious, fantastic detective story, and At Swim 2 Birds, which Anthony Burgess called one of the 10 great comic books of the century, and in the following short story. Because of the mundane setting and the humorous characters, the fantastic occurrence is almost obscured by the impression of a vaudeville farce. Here, as in other fantastic stories, the seemingly impossible might be explained away by madness or delusion. And yet, as in a dream that seems real, the reader knows that something more is being said. A sudden magic has taken place. The laws of everyday life have been broken. As Stragon, in Beckett's Waiting for Godot, says to Vladimir, "We always find something, eh, Didi, to give us the impression that we exist?" And Vladimir answers impatiently, "Yes, yes, we're magicians." Strictly speaking, this story should not be written or told at all. To write it or to tell it is to spoil it. This is because the man who had the strange experience we are going to talk about never mentioned it to anybody, and the fact that he kept his secret and sealed it up completely in his memory is the whole point of the story. Thus we must admit that handicap at the beginning, that it is absurd for us to tell the story, absurd for anybody to listen to it, and unthinkable that anybody should believe it. We will, however, do this man one favor. We will refrain from mentioning him by his complete name. This will enable us to tell his secret and permit him to continue looking his friends in the eye. But we can say that his surname is Duffy. There are thousands of these Duffys in the world. Even at this moment there is probably a new Duffy making his appearance in some corner of it. We can even go so far as to say that he is John Duffy's brother. We do not break faith in saying so, because if there are only 100 John Duffys in existence, and even if each one of them could be met and questioned, no embarrassing enlightenments would be forthcoming. That is because the John Duffy in question never left his house, never left his bed, never talked to anybody in his life, and was never seen by more than one man. That man's name was Gumley. Gumley was a doctor. He was present when John Duffy was born, and also when he died, 1 hour later. John Duffy's brother lived alone in a small house on an eminence, in Inchicore. When dressing in the morning, he could gaze across the broad valley of the Liffey to the slopes of the Phoenix Park peacefully. Usually, the river was indiscernible, but on a sunny morning it could be seen lying like a long, glistening spear in the valley's palm. Like a respectable married man, it seemed to be hurrying into Dublin as if to work. Sometimes, recollecting that his clock was fast, John Duffy's brother would spend an idle moment with his father's spyglass, ranging the valley with an eagle eye. The village of Chapelizod was to the left and invisible in the depth, but each morning the inhabitants would erect, as if for Mr. Duffy's benefit, a lazy plume of smoke to show exactly where they were. Mr. Duffy's glass usually came to rest on the figure of a man hurrying across the uplands of the park, and disappearing from view in the direction of the magazine fort. A small white terrier bounced along ahead of him, but could be seen occasionally sprinting to overtake him, after dallying behind for a time on private business. The man carried in the crook of his arm an instrument, which Mr. Duffy at first took to be a shotgun, or patent repeating rifle. But one morning the man held it by the butt, and smote the barrel smartly on the ground as he walked, and it was then evident to Mr. Duffy, he felt some disappointment, that the article was a walking stick. It happened that this man's name was Martin Smullen. He was a retired stationary engine driver, and lived quietly with a delicate sister at No. 4 Cannon Row, Parkgate. Mr. Duffy did not know his name, and was destined never to meet him or have the privilege of his acquaintance, but it may be worth mentioning that they once stood side by side at the counter of a public house in Little Easter Street, mutually unrecognized, each to the other a black stranger. Mr. Smullen's call was whiskey, Mr. Duffy's stout. Mr. Smullen's sister's name was not Smullen, but Goggins, relict of the late Paul Goggins, wholesale clothier. Mr. Duffy had never even heard of her. She had a cousin by the name of Leo Corr, who was not unknown to the police. He was sent up in 1924 for a stretch of hard labor, in connection with the manufacture of spurious currency. Mrs. Goggins had never met him, but heard he had emigrated to Labrador on his release. About the spyglass. A curious history attaches to its owner, also a Duffy, late of the Mercantile Marine. Although unprovided with the benefits of a university education, indeed, he had gone to sea at the age of 16 as a result of an incident arising out of an imperfect understanding of the sexual relation. He was of a scholarly turn of mind, and would often spend the afternoons of his sea leave alone in his dining room, thumbing a book of Homer with delight, or annotating with erudite sneers the inferior Latin of the angelic doctor. On the 4th day of July, 1927, at 4 o'clock, he took leave of his senses in the dining room. 4 men arrived in a closed van at 8 o'clock that evening to remove him from mortal ken to a place where he would be restrained for his own good. It could be argued that much of the foregoing has little real bearing on the story of John Duffy's brother, but modern writing, it is hoped, has passed the stage when simple events are stated in the void without any clue as to the psychological and hereditary forces working in the background to produce them. Having said so much, however, it is now permissible to set down briefly the nature of the adventure of John Duffy's brother. He arose one morning, on the 9th of March, 1932, dressed, and cooked his frugal breakfast. Immediately afterwards he became possessed of the strange idea that he was a train. No explanation of this can be attempted. Small boys sometimes like to pretend that they are trains, and there are fat women in the world who are not, in the distance, without some resemblance to trains. But John Duffy's brother was certain that he was a train. Long, thunderous, and immense, with white steam escaping noisily from his feet, and deep-throated bellows coming rhythmically from where his funnel was. Moreover, he was certain that he was a particular train, the 9:20 into Dublin. His station was the bedroom. He stood absolutely still for 20 minutes, knowing that a good train is equally punctual in departure as in arrival. He glanced often at his watch to make sure that the hour should not go by unnoticed. His watch bore the words shockproof and railway timekeeper. Precisely at 9:20 he emitted a piercing whistle, shook the great mass of his metal ponderously into motion, and steamed away heavily into town. The train arrived dead on time at its destination, which was the office of Messrs. Poulter and Poulter, solicitors, commissioners for oaths. For obvious reasons, the name of this firm is fictitious. In the office were two men, old Mr. Cranberry and young Mr. Hodge. Both were clerks, and both took their orders from John Duffy's brother. Of course, both names are imaginary.
"Good morning, Mr. Duffy," said Mr. Cranberry.
He was old and polite, grown yellow in the firm's service. Mr. Duffy looked at him in surprise.
"Can you not see I am a train?" he said. "Why do you call me Mr. Duffy?"
Mr. Cranberry gave a laugh and winked at Mr. Hodge, who sat, young, neat, and good-looking, behind his typewriter.
"All right, Mr. Train," he said. "It's a cold morning, sir. Hard to get up steam these cold mornings, sir."
"It is not easy," said Mr. Duffy. He shunted expertly to his chair and waited patiently before he sat down, while the company's servants adroitly uncoupled him. Mr. Hodge was sniggering behind his roller. "Any cheap excursions, sir?" he asked.
"No," Mr. Duffy replied. "There are season tickets, of course. Third class and first class, I suppose, sir."
"No," said Mr. Duffy.
"In deference to the views of Herr Marx, all class distinctions in the passenger rolling stock have been abolished."
"I see," said Mr. Cranberry. "That's communism," said Mr. Hodge.
"He means," said Mr. Cranberry, "that it is now first class only."
"How many wheels has your engine?" asked Mr. Hodge. "3 big ones?"
"I am not a goods train," said Mr. Duffy acidly. "The wheel formation of a passenger engine is 4-4-2, 2 large driving wheels on each side, coupled, of course, with a 4-wheel bogie in front and 2 small wheels at the cab. Why do you ask?"
"The platform is in the way," Mr. Cranberry said. "He can't see it."
"Oh, quite," said Mr. Duffy. "I forgot."
"I suppose you use a lot of coal," Mr. Hodge said. "About half a ton per 30 miles, said Mr. Duffy slowly, mentally checking the consumption of that morning.
"I need scarcely say that frequent stopping and starting at suburban stations takes a lot out of me."
"I'm sure it does," said Mr. Hodge with sympathy. They talked like that for half an hour, until the elderly Mr. Poulter arrived and passed gravely into his back office. When that happened, conversation was at an end. Little was heard until lunchtime, except the scratch of pens and the fitful clicking of the typewriter. John Duffy's brother always left the office at 1:30 and went home to his lunch. Consequently, he started getting steam up at 12:45, so that there should be no delay at the hour of departure. When the railway timekeeper said that it was 1:30, he let out another shrill whistle and steamed slowly out of the office without a word or a look at his colleagues. He arrived home dead on time. We now approach the really important part of the plot, the incident which gives the whole story its significance. In the middle of his lunch, John Duffy's brother felt something important, something queer, momentous and magical taking place inside his brain. An immense tension relaxing, clean light flooding a place which had been dark. He dropped his knife and fork and sat there for a time, wild-eyed, a filling of potatoes unattended in his mouth. Then he swallowed, rose weakly from the table, and walked to the window, wiping away the perspiration which had started out on his brow. He gazed out into the day, no longer a train, but a badly frightened man. Inch by inch he went back over his morning. So far as he could recall, he had killed no one, shouted no bad language, broke no windows. He had only talked to Cranberry and Hodge. Down in the roadway there was no dark van arriving with uniformed men infesting it. He sat down again desolately beside the unfinished meal. John Duffy's brother was a man of some courage. When he got back to the office he had some whiskey in his stomach, and it was later in the evening than it should be. Hodge and Cranberry seemed preoccupied with their letters. He hung up his hat casually and said, "I'm afraid the train is a bit late getting back." From below his downcast brows he looked very sharply at Cranberry's face. He thought he saw the shadow of a smile flit absently on the old man's placid features as they continued poring down on a paper. The smile seemed to mean that a morning's joke was not good enough for the same evening. Hodge rose suddenly in his corner and passed silently into Mr. Poulter's office with his letters. John Duffy's brother sighed and sat down wearily at his desk. When he left the office that night, his heart was lighter, and he thought he had a good excuse for buying more liquor. Nobody knew his secret but himself, and nobody else would ever know. It was a complete cure. Never once did the strange malady return. But to this day, John Duffy's brother starts at the rumble of a train in the Liffey Tunnel, and stands rooted to the road when he comes suddenly on a level crossing, silent, so to speak, upon a peak in Darien. Lady into Fox by David Garnett. A bookseller, a publisher, the editor of the Letters of T. E. Lawrence, a member of the Bloomsbury Group, David Garnett will no doubt be remembered as the author of Lady into Fox. A year before Kafka's death in 1924, Gustav Janosch, Kafka's friend, visited Kafka in hospital and gave him Garnett's recently published book. Janosch thought it might amuse him, as it dealt with the same idea Kafka had used in Metamorphosis, the transformation of a human being into an animal. Kafka read it and was delighted. "But no," he said to Janosch, "the theme is not mine. It belongs to our time. That is where I got it from. Animals are now closer to us than man, because of the bars of the cage, you see." Wonderful or supernatural events are not so uncommon. Rather, they are irregular in their incidence. Thus there may be not one marvel to speak of in a century, and then, often enough, comes a plentiful crop of them. Monsters of all sorts swarm suddenly upon the earth. Comets blaze in the sky. Eclipses frighten nature. Meteors fall in rain, while mermaids and sirens beguile, and sea serpents engulf every passing ship, and terrible cataclysms beset humanity. But the strange event which I shall here relate came alone, unsupported, without companions, into a hostile world, and for that very reason claimed little of the general attention of mankind. For the sudden changing of Mrs. Tebrick into a vixen is an established fact, which we may attempt to account for as we will. Certainly it is in the explanation of the fact, and the reconciling of it with our general notions, that we shall find most difficulty, and not in accepting for true a story which is so fully proved, and that not by one witness, but by a dozen, all respectable, and with no possibility of collusion between them. But here I will confine myself to an exact narrative of the event, and all that followed on it. Yet I would not dissuade any of my readers from attempting an explanation of this seeming miracle, because up till now none has been found which is entirely satisfactory. What adds to the difficulty to my mind is that the metamorphosis occurred when Mrs. Tebrick was a full-grown woman, and that it happened suddenly in so short a space of time. The sprouting of a tail, the gradual extension of hair all over the body, the slow change of the whole anatomy by a process of growth, though it would have been monstrous, would not have been so difficult to reconcile to our ordinary conceptions, particularly had it happened in a young child. But here we have something very different. A grown lady is changed straightway into a fox. There is no explaining that away by any natural philosophy. The materialism of our age will not help us here. It is indeed a miracle, something from outside our world altogether, an event which we would willingly accept if we were to meet it invested with the authority of divine revelation in the Scriptures, but which we are not prepared to encounter almost in our time, happening in Oxfordshire amongst our neighbours. The only things which go any way towards an explanation of it are but guesswork, and I give them more because I would not conceal anything than because I think they are of any worth. Mrs. Tebrick's maiden name was certainly Fox, and it is possible that, such a miracle happening before, the family may have gained their name as a sobriquet on that account. They were an ancient family, and have had their seats at Tangley Hall time out of mind. It is also true that there was a half-tame fox once upon a time chained up at Tangley Hall in the inner yard, and I have heard many speculative wiseacres in the public houses turn that to great account, though they could not but admit that there was never one there in Miss Sylvia's time. At first I was inclined to think that Sylvia Fox, having once hunted when she was a child of 10, and having been blooded, might furnish more of an explanation. It seems she took great fright or disgust at it, and vomited after it was done. But now I do not see that it has much bearing on the miracle itself, even though we know that after that she always spoke of the poor foxes when a hunt was stirring, and never rode to hounds till after her marriage, when her husband persuaded her to it. She was married in the year 1879 to Mr. Richard Tebrick, after a short courtship, and went to live, after their honeymoon, at Rylands, near Stokoe, Oxon. One point, indeed, I have not been able to ascertain, and that is how they first became acquainted. Tangley Hall is over 30 miles from Stokoe, and is extremely remote. Indeed, to this day there is no proper road to it, which is all the more remarkable, as it is the principal, and indeed the only manor-house for several miles around. Whether it was from a chance meeting on the roads, or less romantic but more probable, by Mr. Tebrick becoming acquainted with her uncle, a minor canon at Oxford, and thence being invited by him to visit Tangley Hall, it is impossible to say. But however they became acquainted, the marriage was a very happy one. The bride was in her 23rd year. She was small, with remarkably small hands and feet. It is perhaps worth noting that there was nothing at all foxy or vixenish in her appearance. On the contrary, she was a more than ordinarily beautiful and agreeable woman. Her eyes were of a clear hazel, but exceptionally brilliant. Her hair dark with a shade of red in it. Her skin brownish, with a few dark freckles and little moles. In manner she was reserved almost to shyness, but perfectly self-possessed, and perfectly well-bred. She had been strictly brought up by a woman of excellent principles and considerable attainments, who died a year or so before the marriage. And owing to the circumstance that her mother had been dead many years, and her father bedridden, and not altogether rational for a little while before his death, they had few visitors but her uncle. He often stopped with them a month or two at a stretch, particularly in winter, as he was fond of shooting snipe, which are plentiful in the valley there. That she did not grow up a country hoyden is to be explained by the strictness of her governess and the influence of her uncle. But perhaps living in so wild a place gave her some disposition to wildness, even in spite of her religious upbringing. Her old nurse said Miss Sylvia was always a little wild at heart, though if this was true it was never seen by anyone else except her husband. On one of the first days of the year 1880, in the early afternoon, husband and wife went for a walk in the copse on the little hill above Rylands. They were still at this time like lovers in their behaviour, and were always together. While they were walking they heard the hounds, and later the huntsman's horn in the distance. Mr. Tebrick had persuaded her to hunt on Boxing Day, but with great difficulty, and she had not enjoyed it, though of hacking she was fond enough. Hearing the hunt, Mr. Tebrick quickened his pace so as to reach the edge of the copse, where they might get a good view of the hounds if they came that way. His wife hung back, and he, holding her hand, began almost to drag her. Before they gained the edge of the copse, she suddenly snatched her hand away from his, very violently, and cried out, so that he instantly turned his head. Where his wife had been, the moment before, was a small fox of a very bright red. It looked at him very beseechingly, advanced towards him a pace or two, and he saw at once that his wife was looking at him from the animal's eyes. You may well think if he were aghast, and so maybe was his lady at finding herself in that shape. So they did nothing for nearly half an hour but stare at each other. He, bewildered, she asking him with her eyes, as if indeed she spoke to him, "What am I now become?" Have pity on me, husband, have pity on me, for I am your wife. So that with his gazing on her, and knowing her well, even in such a shape, yet asking himself at every moment, can it be she? Am I not dreaming? And her beseeching and lastly fawning on him, and seeming to tell him that it was she indeed, they came at last together, and he took her in his arms. She lay very close to him, nestling under his coat, and fell to licking his face, but never taking her eyes from his. The husband all this while kept turning the thing in his head and gazing on her, but he could make no sense of what had happened, but only comforted himself with the hope that this was but a momentary change, and that presently she would turn back again into the wife that was one flesh with him. One fancy that came to him, because he was so much more like a lover than a husband, was that it was his fault, and this because if anything dreadful happened he could never blame her but himself for it. So they passed a good while, till at last the tears welled up in the poor fox's eyes, and she began weeping, but quite in silence, and she trembled too as if she were in a fever. At this he could not contain his own tears, but sat down on the ground and sobbed for a great while, but between his sobs kissing her quite as if she had been a woman, and not caring in his grief that he was kissing a fox on the muzzle. They sat thus till it was getting near dusk, when he recollected himself, and the next thing was that he must somehow hide her, and then bring her home. He waited till it was quite dark, that he might the better bring her into her own house without being seen, and buttoned her inside his topcoat, nay, even in his passion tearing open his waistcoat and his shirt, that she might lie the closer to his heart. For when we are overcome with the greatest sorrow, we act not like men or women, but like children, whose comfort in all their troubles is to press themselves against their mother's breast, or, if she be not there, to hold each other tight in one another's arms. When it was dark, he brought her in with infinite precautions, yet not without the dogs scenting her, after which nothing could moderate their clamour. Having got her into the house, the next thing he thought of was to hide her from the servants. He carried her to the bedroom in his arms, and then went downstairs again. Mr. Tebrick had 3 servants living in the house, the cook, the parlour-maid, and an old woman who had been his wife's nurse. Besides these women, there was a groom, or a gardener, whichever you choose to call him, who was a single man, and so lived out, lodging with a labouring family about half a mile away. Mr. Tebrick, going downstairs, pitched upon the parlour-maid. "Janet," says he, "Mrs. Tebrick and I have had some bad news, and Mrs. Tebrick was called away instantly to London, and left this afternoon, and I am staying tonight to put our affairs in order. We are shutting up the house, and I must give you and Mrs. Brant a month's wages, and ask you to leave tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. We shall probably go away to the Continent, and I do not know when we shall come back. Please tell the others, and now get me my tea, and bring it into my study on a tray." Janet said nothing, for she was a shy girl, particularly before gentlemen. But when she entered the kitchen, Mr. Tebrick heard a sudden burst of conversation, with many explanations from the cook. When she came back with his tea, Mr. Tebrick said, "I shall not require you upstairs. Pack your own things, and tell James to have the wagonette ready for you by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, to take you to the station. I am busy now, but I will see you again before you go." When she had gone, Mr. Tebrick took the tray upstairs. For the first moment he thought the room was empty, and his vixen got away, for he could see no sign of her anywhere. But after a moment he saw something stirring in a corner of the room, and then, behold, she came forth, dragging her dressing-gown, into which she had somehow struggled. This must surely have been a comical sight, but poor Mr. Tebrick was altogether too distressed then, or at any time afterwards, to divert himself at such ludicrous scenes. He only called to her softly, "Sylvia, Sylvia, what do you do there?" and then in a moment saw for himself what she would be at, and began once more to blame himself heartily, because he had not guessed that his wife would not like to go naked, notwithstanding the shape she was in. Nothing would satisfy him then till he had clothed her suitably, bringing her dresses from the wardrobe for her to choose. But as might have been expected, they were too big for her now. But at last he picked out a little dressing jacket, that she was fond of wearing sometimes in the mornings. It was made of a flowered silk, trimmed with lace, and the sleeves short enough to sit very well on her now. While he tied the ribbons, his poor lady thanked him with gentle looks, and not without some modesty and confusion. He propped her up in an armchair with some cushions, and they took tea together, she very delicately drinking from a saucer and taking bread and butter from his hands. All this showed him, or so he thought, that his wife was still herself. There was so little wildness in her demeanour, and so much delicacy and decency, especially in her not wishing to run naked, that he was very much comforted, and began to fancy they could be happy enough if they could escape the world and live always alone. From this too sanguine dream he was aroused by hearing the gardener speaking to the dogs, trying to quiet them, for ever since he had come in with his vixen they had been whining, barking, and growling, and all, as he knew, because there was a fox within doors, and they would kill it. He started up now, calling to the gardener that he would come down to the dogs himself to quiet them, and bade the man go indoors again and leave it to him. All this he said in a dry, compelling kind of voice, which made the fellow do as he was bid, though it was against his will, for he was curious. Mr. Tebrick went downstairs, and taking his gun from the rack, loaded it, and went out into the yard. Now there were 2 dogs, one a handsome Irish setter that was his wife's dog. She had brought it with her from Tangley Hall on her marriage. The other was an old fox terrier called Nellie, that he had had 10 years or more. When he came out into the yard, both dogs saluted him by barking and whining twice as much as they did before, the setter jumping up and down at the end of his chain in a frenzy, and Nellie shivering, wagging her tail, and looking first at her master and then at the house door, where she could smell the fox right enough. There was a bright moon, so that Mr. Tebrick could see the dogs as clearly as could be. First he shot his wife's setter dead, and then looked about him for Nellie to give her the other barrel, but he could see her nowhere. The bitch was clean gone, till, looking to see how she had broken her chain, he found her lying hid in the back of her kennel. But that trick did not save her, for Mr. Tebrick, after trying to pull her out by her chain and finding it useless, she would not come, thrust the muzzle of his gun into the kennel, pressed it into her body, and so shot her. Afterwards, striking a match, he looked in at her to make certain she was dead. Then, leaving the dogs as they were, chained up, Mr. Tebrick went indoors again, and found the gardener, who had not yet gone home, gave him a month's wages in lieu of notice, and told him he had a job for him yet, to bury the 2 dogs, and that he should do it that same night. But by all this going on with so much strangeness and authority on his part, as it seemed to them, the servants were much troubled. Hearing the shots while he was out in the yard, his wife's old nurse, or nanny, ran up to the bedroom, though she had no business there, and so, opening the door, saw the poor fox dressed in my lady's little jacket lying back in the cushions, and in such a reverie of woe that she heard nothing. Old Nanny, though she was not expecting to find her mistress there, having been told that she was gone that afternoon to London, knew her instantly and cried out, "Oh, my poor precious! Oh, poor Miss Sylvia! What dreadful change is this?" Then, seeing her mistress start and look at her, she cried out, "But never fear, my darling. It will all come right. Your old Nanny knows you. It will all come right in the end." But though she said this, she did not care to look again, and kept her eyes turned away so as not to meet the foxy slit ones of her mistress, for that was too much for her. So she hurried out soon, fearing to be found there by Mr. Tebrick, and who knows, perhaps shot like the dogs for knowing the secret. Mr. Tebrick had all this time gone about paying off his servants and shooting his dogs, as if he were in a dream. Now he fortified himself with 2 or 3 glasses of strong whisky and went to bed, taking his vixen into his arms, where he slept soundly. Whether she did or not is more than I or anybody else can say. In the morning, when he woke up, they had the place to themselves, for on his instructions the servants had all left first thing, Janet and the cook to Oxford, where they would try and find new places, and Nanny going back to the cottage near Tangley, where her son lived, who was the pigman there. So with that morning there began what was now to be their ordinary life together. He would get up when it was broad day, and first thing light the fire downstairs and cook the breakfast, then brush his wife, sponge her with a damp sponge, then brush her again, in all this using scent very freely to hide somewhat her rank odor. When she was dressed, he carried her downstairs, and they had their breakfast together, she sitting up to table with him, drinking her saucer of tea, and taking her food from his fingers, or at any rate being fed by him. She was still fond of the same food that she had been used to before her transformation, a lightly boiled egg or slice of ham, a piece of buttered toast or two, with a little quince and apple jam. While I am on the subject of her food, I should say that reading in the encyclopedia, he found that foxes on the continent are inordinately fond of grapes, and that during the autumn season they abandon their ordinary diet for them, and then grow exceedingly fat and lose their offensive odor. This appetite for grapes is so well confirmed by Aesop and by passages in the Scriptures that it is strange Mr. Tebrick should not have known it. After reading this account, he wrote to London for a basket of grapes to be posted to him twice a week, and was rejoiced to find that the account in the encyclopedia was true in the most important of these particulars. His vixen relished them exceedingly, and seemed never to tire of them, so that he increased his order first from 1 pound to 3 pounds, and afterwards to 5. Her odor abated so much by this means that he came not to notice it at all, except sometimes in the mornings before her toilet. What helped most to make living with her bearable for him was that she understood him perfectly. Yes, every word he said, and though she was dumb, she expressed herself very fluently by looks and signs, though never by the voice. Thus he frequently conversed with her, telling her all his thoughts and hiding nothing from her, and this the more readily because he was very quick to catch her meaning and her answers. "Puss, puss," he would say to her, for calling her that had been a habit with him always. "Sweet puss, some men would pity me living alone here with you after what has happened, but I would not change places while you were living with any man for the whole world. Though you are a fox, I would rather live with you than any woman. I swear I would, and that too if you were changed to anything." But then, catching her grave look, he would say, "Do you think I jest on these things, my dear? I do not. I swear to you, my darling, that all my life I will be true to you, will be faithful, will respect and reverence you who are my wife. And I will do that not because of any hope that God in his mercy will see fit to restore your shape, but solely because I love you. However you may be changed, my love is not." Then anyone seeing them would have sworn that they were lovers, so passionately did each look on the other. Often he would swear to her that the devil might have power to work some miracle, but that he would find it beyond him to change his love for her. These passionate speeches, however they might have struck his wife in an ordinary way, now seemed to be her chief comfort. She would come to him, put her paw in his hand, and look at him with sparkling eyes, shining with joy and gratitude, would pant with eagerness, jump at him and lick his face. Now he had many little things which busied him in the house, getting his meals, setting the room straight, making the bed, and so forth. When he was doing this housework, it was comical to watch his vixen. Often she was, as it were, beside herself with vexation and distress to see him in his clumsy way doing what she could have done so much better had she been able. Then, forgetful of the decency and the decorum which she had at first imposed upon herself never to run upon all fours, she followed him everywhere, and if he did one thing wrong she stopped him and showed him the way of it. When he had forgot the hour for his meal, she would come and tug his sleeve and tell him, as if she spoke, "Husband, are we to have luncheon today?" This womanliness in her never failed to delight him, for it showed she was still his wife, buried as it were in the carcass of a beast, but with a woman's soul. This encouraged him so much that he debated with himself whether he should not read aloud to her, as he often had done formerly. At last, since he could find no reason against it, he went to the shelf and fetched down a volume of the History of Clarissa Harlowe, which he had begun to read aloud to her a few weeks before. He opened the volume where he had left off, with Lovelace's letter after he had spent the night waiting fruitlessly in the copse. Good God! What is now become of me? My feet benumbed by midnight wanderings through the heaviest dews that ever fell, my wig and my linen dripping with the hoar-frost dissolving on them, day but just breaking, etc. While he read, he was conscious of holding her attention. Then, after a few pages, the story claimed all his, so that he read on for about half an hour without looking at her. When he did so, he saw that she was not listening to him, but was watching something with strange eagerness. Such a fixed, intent look was on her face that he was alarmed, and sought the cause of it. Presently he found that her gaze was fixed on the movements of her pet dove, which was in its cage hanging in the window. He spoke to her, but she seemed displeased, so he laid Clarissa Harlowe aside, nor did he ever repeat the experiment of reading to her. Yet that same evening, as he happened to be looking through his writing-table drawer with Puss beside him looking over his elbow, she spied a pack of cards, and then he was forced to pick them out to please her, then draw them from their case. At last, trying first one thing, then another, he found that what she was after was to play piquet with him. They had some difficulty at first on contriving for her to hold her cards and then to play them, but this was at last overcome by his stacking them for her on a sloping board, after which she could flip them out very neatly with her claws, as she wanted to play them. When they had overcome this trouble, they played 3 games, and most heartily she seemed to enjoy them. Moreover, she won all 3 of them. After this, they often played a quiet game of piquet together, and cribbage too. I should say that in marking the points at cribbage on the board, he always moved her pegs for her as well as his own, for she could not handle them or set them in the holes. The weather, which had been damp and misty, with frequent downpours of rain, improved very much in the following week, and, as often happens in January, there were several days with the sun shining, no wind, and light frosts at night, these frosts becoming more intense as the days went on, till by and by they began to think of snow. With this spell of fine weather, it was but natural that Mr. Tebrick should think of taking his vixen out of doors. This was something he had not yet done, both because of the damp, rainy weather up till then, and because of the mere notion of taking her out filled him with alarm. Indeed, he had so many apprehensions beforehand that at one time he resolved totally against it. For his mind was filled not only with the fear that she might escape from him and run away, which he knew was groundless, but with more rational visions, such as wandering curs, traps, gins, spring guns, besides the dread of being seen with her by the neighbourhood. At last, however, he resolved on it, and all the more as his vixen kept asking him in the gentlest way, might not she go out into the garden? Yet she always listened very submissively when he told her that he was afraid if they were seen together it would excite the curiosity of their neighbours. Besides this, he often told her of his fears for her on account of dogs. But one day she answered this by leading him into the hall and pointing boldly to his gun. After this he resolved to take her, though with full precautions. That is, he left the house door open, so that in case of need she could beat a swift retreat. Then he took his gun under his arm, and lastly he had her well wrapped up in a little fur jacket, lest she should take cold. He would have carried her, too, but that she delicately disengaged herself from his arms and looked at him very expressively to say that she would go by herself. For already her first horror of being seen to go upon all fours was worn off, reasoning, no doubt, upon it that either she must resign herself to go that way, or else stay bedridden all the rest of her life. Her joy at going into the garden was inexpressible. First she ran this way, then that, though keeping always close to him, looking very sharply with ears cocked forward, first at one thing, then another, and then up to catch his eye. For some time, indeed, she was almost dancing with delight, running round him, then forward a yard or two, then back to him, and gambolling beside him as they went round the garden. But in spite of her joy, she was full of fear. At every noise, a cow lowing, a cock crowing, or a ploughman in the distance hallooing to scare the rooks, she started. Her ears pricked to catch the sound. Her muzzle wrinkled up and her nose twitched, and she would then press herself against his legs. They walked round the garden and down to the pond, where there were ornamental waterfowl, teal, widgeon, and mandarin ducks, and seeing these again gave her great pleasure. They had always been her favourites, and now she was so overjoyed to see them that she behaved with very little of her usual self-restraint. First she stared at them, then, bounding up to her husband's knee, sought to kindle an equal excitement in his mind. Whilst she rested her paws on his knee, she turned her head again and again towards the ducks, as though she could not take her eyes off them, and then ran down before him to the water's edge. But her appearance threw the ducks into the utmost degree of consternation. Those on shore or near the bank swam or flew to the centre of the pond, and there huddled in a bunch. And then, swimming round and round, they began such a quacking that Mr. Tebrick was nearly deafened. As I have before said, nothing in the ludicrous way that arose out of the metamorphosis of his wife, and such incidents were plentiful, ever stood a chance of being smiled at by him. So, in this case, too, for realizing that the silly ducks thought his wife a fox indeed, and were alarmed on that account, he found painful that spectacle which to others might have been amusing. Not so his vixen, who appeared if anything more pleased than ever when she saw in what a commotion she had set them, and began cutting 1,000 pretty capers. Though at first he called to her to come back and walk another way, Mr. Tebrick was overborne by her pleasure, and sat down, while she frisked around him, happier far than he had seen her ever since the change. First she ran up to him in a laughing way, all smiles, and then ran down again to the water's edge, and began frisking and frolicking, chasing her own brush, dancing on her hind legs even, and rolling on the ground, then fell to running in circles, but all this without paying any heed to the ducks. But they, with their necks craned out all pointing one way, swam to and fro in the middle of the pond, never stopping their quack, 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 and keeping time, too, for they all quacked in chorus. Presently she came farther away from the pond, and he, thinking they had had enough of this sort of entertainment, laid hold of her and said to her, "Come, Sylvia, my dear, it is growing cold, and it is time we went indoors. I am sure taking the air has done you a world of good, but we must not linger any more." She appeared then to agree with him, though she threw half a glance over her shoulder at the ducks, and they both walked soberly enough towards the house. When they had gone about half-way, she suddenly slipped round and was off. He turned quickly, and saw the ducks had been following them. So she drove them before her back into the pond, the ducks running in terror from her with their wings spread, and she not pressing them, for he saw that she had been so minded she could have caught 2 or 3 of the nearest. Then, with her brush waving above her, she came gambolling back to him so playfully that he stroked her indulgently, though he was first vexed, and then rather puzzled that his wife should amuse herself with such pranks. But when they got within doors, he picked her up in his arms, kissed her, and spoke to her. "Sylvia, what a light-hearted, childish creature you are! Your courage under misfortune shall be a lesson to me, but I cannot bear to see it." Here the tears stood suddenly in his eyes, and he lay down upon the ottoman and wept, paying no heed to her until presently he was aroused by her licking his cheek and his ear. After tea she led him to the drawing-room, and scratched at the door till he opened it, for this was part of the house which he had shut up, thinking 3 or 4 rooms enough for them now, and to save the dusting of it. Then it seemed she would have him play to her on the pianoforte. She led him to it. Nay, what is more, she would herself pick out the music he was to play. First it was a fugue of Handel's, then one of Mendelssohn's Songs Without Words, and then The Diver, and then music from Gilbert and Sullivan. But each piece of music she picked out was gayer than the last one. Thus they sat happily engrossed for perhaps an hour in the candlelight, until the extreme cold in that unwarmed room stopped his playing and drove them downstairs to the fire. Thus did she admirably comfort her husband when he was dispirited. Yet next morning when he woke, he was distressed when he found that she was not in the bed with him, but was lying curled up at the foot of it. During breakfast she hardly listened when he spoke, and then impatiently, but sat staring at the dove. Mr. Tebrick sat silently looking out of the window for some time. Then he took out his pocket-book. In it There was a photograph of his wife, taken soon after their wedding. Now he gazed and gazed upon those familiar features, and now he lifted his head and looked at the animal before him. He laughed then, bitterly, the first and last time, for that matter, that Mr. Tebrick ever laughed at his wife's transformation, for he was not very humorous. But this laugh was sour and painful to him. Then he tore up the photograph into little pieces and scattered them out of the window, saying to himself, "Memories will not help me here." And turning to the vixen, he saw that she was still staring at the caged bird. And as he looked, he saw her lick her chops. He took the bird into the next room. Then, acting suddenly upon the impulse, he opened the cage door and set it free, saying as he did so, "Go, poor bird. Fly from this wretched house while you still remember your mistress, who fed you from her coral lips. You are not a fit plaything for her now. Farewell, poor bird, farewell. Unless," he added with a melancholy smile, "you return with good tidings like Noah's dove." But, poor gentleman, his troubles were not over yet. And indeed one may say that he ran to meet them, by his constant supposing that his lady should still be the same to a tittle in her behaviour, now that she was changed into a fox. Without making any unwarrantable suppositions as to her soul, or what had now become of it, though we could find a good deal to the purpose on that point in the system of Paracelsus, let us consider only how much the change in her body must needs affect her ordinary conduct, so that before we judge too harshly of this unfortunate lady, we must reflect upon the physical necessities and infirmities and appetites of her new condition, and we must magnify the fortitude of her mind, which enabled her to behave with decorum, cleanliness, and decency, in spite of her new situation. Thus she might have been expected to befoul her room, yet never could anyone, whether man or beast, have shown more nicety in such matters. But at luncheon Mr. Tebrick helped her to a wing of chicken, and leaving the room for a minute to fetch some water which he had forgot, found her at his return on the table, crunching the very bones. He stood silent, dismayed, and wounded to the heart at this sight. For we must observe that this unfortunate husband thought always of his vixen as that gentle and delicate woman she had lately been, so that whenever his vixen's conduct went beyond that which he expected in his wife, he was, as it were, cut to the quick, and no kind of agony could be greater to him than to see her thus forget herself. On this account it may indeed be regretted that Mrs. Tebrick had been so exactly well-bred, and in particular that her table manners had always been scrupulous. Had she been in the habit, like a continental princess I have dined with, of taking her leg of chicken by the drumstick and gnawing the flesh, it had been far better for him now. But as her manners had been perfect, so the lapse of them was proportionately painful to him. Thus, in this instance, he stood as it were in silent agony, till she had finished her hideous crunching of the chicken bones, and had devoured every scrap. Then he spoke to her gently, taking her on to his knee, stroking her fur, and fed her with a few grapes, saying to her, "Sylvia, Sylvia, is it so hard for you? Try and remember the past, my darling, and by living with me we will quite forget that you are no longer a woman. Surely this affliction will pass soon, as suddenly as it came, and it will all seem to us like an evil dream." Yet though she appeared perfectly sensible of his words, and gave him sorrowful and penitent looks like her old self, that same afternoon, on taking her out, he had all the difficulty in the world to keep her from going near the ducks. There came to him then a thought that was very disagreeable to him, namely, that he dare not trust his wife alone with any bird, or she would kill it. And this was the more shocking to him to think of, since it meant that he durst not trust her as much as a dog even. For we may trust dogs who are familiars with all the household pets. Nay, more, we can put them upon trust with anything, and know they will not touch it, not even if they be starving. But things were come to such a pass with his vixen that he dared not in his heart trust her at all. Yet she was still in many ways so much more woman than fox that he could talk to her on any subject, and she would understand him, better far than the Oriental women who are kept in subjection can ever understand their masters unless they converse on the most trifling household topics. Thus she understood excellently well the importance and duties of religion. She would listen with approval in the evening when he said the Lord's Prayer, and was rigid in her observance of the Sabbath. Indeed, the next day being Sunday, he, thinking no harm, proposed their usual game of piquet, but no, she would not play. Mr. Tebrick, not understanding at first what she meant, though he was usually very quick with her, he proposed it to her again, which she again refused, and this time, to show her meaning, made the sign of the cross with her paw. This exceedingly rejoiced and comforted him in his distress. He begged her pardon, and fervently thanked God for having so good a wife, who in spite of all knew more of her duty to God than he did. But here I must warn the reader from inferring that she was a papist because she then made the sign of the cross. She made that sign, to my thinking, only on compulsion, because she could not express herself except in that way. For she had been brought up as a true Protestant, and that she still was one is confirmed by her objection to cards, which would have been less than nothing to her had she been a papist. Yet that evening, taking her into the drawing-room so that he might play her some sacred music, he found her, after some time, cowering away from him in the farthest corner of the room, her ears flattened back, and an expression of the greatest anguish in her eyes. When he spoke to her, she licked his hand, but remained shivering for a long time at his feet, and showed the clearest symptoms of terror if he so much as moved towards the piano. On seeing this, and recollecting how ill the ears of a dog can bear with our music, and how this dislike might be expected to be even greater in a fox, all of whose senses are more acute from being a wild creature, recollecting this, he closed the piano, and taking her in his arms, locked up the room, and never went into it again. He could not help marvelling, though, since it was but 2 days after she had herself led him there, and even picked out for him to play and sing those pieces which were her favourites. That night she would not sleep with him, neither in the bed nor on it, so that he was forced to let her curl herself up on the floor. But neither would she sleep there. For several times she woke him by trotting around the room, and once, when he had got sound asleep, by springing on the bed and then off it, so that he woke with a violent start and cried out, but got no answer either, except hearing her trotting round and round the room. Presently he imagines to himself that she must want something, and so he fetches her food and water, but she never so much as looks at it, but still goes on her rounds, every now and then scratching at the door. Though he spoke to her, calling her by her name, she would pay no heed to him, or else only for a moment. At last he gave her up, and said to her plainly, "The fit is on you now, Sylvia, to be a fox, but I shall keep you close, and in the morning you will recollect yourself and thank me for having kept you now." So he lay down again, but not to sleep, only to listen to his wife running about the room and trying to get out of it. Thus he spent what was perhaps the most miserable night of his existence. In the morning she was still restless, and was reluctant to let him wash and brush her, and appeared to dislike being scented, but as it were to bear with it for his sake. Ordinarily she had taken the greatest pleasure imaginable in her toilet, so that, on this account, added to his sleepless night. Mr. Tebrick was utterly dejected, and it was then that he resolved to put a project into execution that would show him, so he thought, whether he had a wife or only a wild vixen in his house. But yet he was comforted that she bore it all with him, though so restlessly that he did not spare her, calling her a bad wild fox, and then speaking to her in this manner, "Are you not ashamed, Sylvia, to be such a madcap, such a wicked hoyden? You who were particular in dress. I see it was all vanity. Now you have not your former advantages, you think nothing of decency." His words had some effect with her, too, and with himself, so that by the time he had finished dressing her, they were both in the lowest state of spirits imaginable, and neither of them far from tears. Breakfast she took soberly enough, and after that he went about getting his experiment ready, which was this. In the garden he gathered together a nosegay of snowdrops, those being all the flowers he could find, and then, going into the village of Stokoe, bought a Dutch rabbit, that is a black and white one, from a man there who kept them. When he got back he took her flowers, and at the same time set down the basket with the rabbit in it with the lid open. Then he called to her, "Sylvia, I have brought some flowers for you. Look, the first snowdrops." At this she ran up very prettily, and never giving as much as one glance at the rabbit which had hopped out of its basket, she began to thank him for the flowers. Indeed, she seemed indefatigable in showing her gratitude, smelt them, and stood a little way off looking at them, then thanked him again. Mr. Tebrick, and this was all part of his plan, then took a vase and went to find some water for them, but left the flowers beside her. He stopped away 5 minutes, timing it by his watch, and listening very intently, but never heard the rabbit squeak. Yet when he went in, what a horrid shambles was spread before his eyes. Blood on the carpet, blood on the armchairs and antimacassars, even a little blood spurtled onto the wall. And what was worse, Mrs. Tebrick tearing and growling over a piece of skin and the legs, for she had eaten up all the rest of it. The poor gentleman was so heartbroken over this that he was like to have done himself an injury, and at one moment thought of getting his gun, to have shot himself and his vixen too. Indeed, the extremity of his grief was such that it served him a very good turn, for he was so entirely unmanned by it that for some time he could do nothing but weep, and fell into a chair with his head in his hands, and so kept weeping and groaning. After he had been some little while employed in this dismal way, his vixen, who had by this time bolted down the rabbit-skin, head, ears, and all, came to him, and putting her paws on his knees, thrust her long muzzle into his face and began licking him. But he, looking at her now with different eyes, and seeing her jaws still sprinkled with fresh blood, and her claws full of the rabbit's fleck, would have none of it. But though he beat her off 4 or 5 times, even to giving her blows and kicks, she still came back to him, crawling on her belly, and imploring his forgiveness with wide-open, sorrowful eyes. Before he had made this rash experiment of the rabbit and the flowers, he had promised himself that if she failed in it he would have no more feeling or compassion for her than if she were in truth a wild vixen out of the woods. This resolution, though the reasons for it had seemed to him so very plain before, he now found more difficult to carry out than to decide on. At length, after cursing her and beating her off for upwards of half an hour, he admitted to himself that he still did care for her, and even loved her dearly in spite of all, whatever pretence he affected towards her. When he had acknowledged this, he looked up at her, and met her eyes fixed upon him, and held out his arms to her, and said, "Oh, Sylvia, Sylvia, would you had never done this! Would I had never tempted you in a fatal hour! Does not this butchery and eating of raw meat and rabbit's fur disgust you? Are you a monster in your soul as well as in your body? Have you forgotten what it is to be a woman?" Meanwhile, with every word of his, she crawled a step nearer on her belly, and at last climbed sorrowfully into his arms. His words then seemed to take effect on her, and her eyes filled with tears, and she wept most penitently in his arms, and her body shook with her sobs as if her heart were breaking. This sorrow of hers gave him the strangest mixture of pain and joy that he had ever known. For his love for her returning with a rush, he could not bear to witness her pain, and yet must take pleasure in it, as it fed his hopes of her one day returning to be a woman. So the more anguish of shame his vixen underwent, the greater his hopes rose, till his love and pity for her, increasing equally, he was almost wishing her to be nothing more than a mere fox, than to suffer so much by being half-human. At last he looked about him, somewhat dazed with so much weeping, then set his vixen down on the ottoman, and began to clean up the room with a heavy heart. He fetched a pail of water and washed out all the stains of blood, gathered up the 2 antimacassars, and fetched clean ones from the other rooms. While he went about his work, his vixen sat and watched him very contritely, with her nose between her 2 front paws, and when he had done he brought in some luncheon for himself, though it was already late, but none for her, she having lately so infamously feasted. But water he gave her and a bunch of grapes. Afterwards she led him to the small tortoise-shell cabinet, and would have him open it. When he had done so, she motioned to the portable stereoscope, which lay inside. Mr. Tebrick instantly fell in with her wish, and after a few trials adjusted it to her vision. Thus they spent the rest of the afternoon together very happily, looking through the collection of views which he had purchased of Italy, Spain, and Scotland. This diversion gave her great apparent pleasure, and afforded him considerable comfort. But that night he could not prevail upon her to sleep in bed with him, and finally allowed her to sleep on a mat beside the bed, where he could stretch down and touch her. So they passed the night with his hand upon her head. The next morning he had more of a struggle than ever to wash and dress her. Indeed, at one time nothing but holding her by the scruff prevented her from getting away from him. But at last he achieved his object, and she was washed, brushed, scented, and dressed, although, to be sure, this left him better pleased than her, for she regarded her silk jacket with disfavour. Still, at breakfast she was well-mannered, though a trifle hasty with her food. Then his difficulties with her began, for she would go out, but as he had his housework to do, he could not allow it. He brought her picture-books to divert her, but she would have none of them, but stayed at the door, scratching it with her claws industriously, till she had worn away the paint. At first he tried coaxing her and wheedling, gave her cards to play patience, and so on. But finding nothing would distract her from going out, his temper began to rise, and he told her plainly that she must wait his pleasure, and that he had as much natural obstinacy as she had. But to all that he said she paid no heed whatever, but only scratched the harder. Thus he let her continue until luncheon, when she would not sit up or eat off a plate, but first was for getting on to the table, and when that was prevented, snatched her meat and ate it under the table. To all his rebukes she turned a deaf or sullen ear, and so they each finished their meal, eating little, either of them, for till she would sit at table he would give her no more, and his vexation had taken away his own appetite. In the afternoon he took her out for her airing in the garden. She made no pretence now of enjoying the first snowdrops or the view from the terrace. No, there was only one thing for her now, the ducks, and she was off to them before he could stop her. Luckily they were all swimming when she got there, for a stream running into the pond on the far side, it was not frozen there. When he had got down to the pond, she ran out onto the ice, which would not bear his weight, and though he called her and begged her to come back, she would not heed him, but stayed frisking about, getting as near the ducks as she dared, but being circumspect in venturing onto the thin ice. Presently she turned on herself and began tearing off her clothes, and at last, by biting, got off her little jacket, and taking it in her mouth, stuffed it into a hole in the ice where he could not get it. Then she ran hither and thither, a stark, naked vixen, and without giving a glance to her poor husband, who stood silently now upon the bank, with despair and terror settled in his mind. She let him stay there most of the afternoon, till he was chilled through and through, and worn out with watching her. At last he reflected how she had just stripped herself, and how in the morning she struggled against being dressed, and he thought perhaps he was too strict with her, and if he let her have her own way, they could manage to be happy somehow together, even if she did eat off the floor. So he called out to her then. "Sylvia, come now, be good. You shan't wear any more clothes if you don't want to, and you needn't sit at table neither, I promise. You shall do as you like in that, but you must give up one thing, and that is you must stay with me and not go out alone, for that is dangerous. If any dog came on you, he would kill you." Directly he had finished speaking, she came to him joyously, began fawning on him and prancing round him, so that in spite of his vexation with her and being cold, he could not help stroking her. "Oh, Sylvia, are you not wilful and cunning? I see you glory in being so, but I shall not reproach you, but shall stick to my side of the bargain, and you must stick to yours." He built a big fire when he came back to the house, and took a glass or two of spirits also, to warm himself up, for he was chilled to the very bone. Then, after they had dined, to cheer himself he took another glass, and then another, and so on, till he was very merry, he thought. Then he would play with his vixen, she encouraging him with her pretty sportiveness. He got up to catch her, then, and finding himself unsteady on his legs, he went down onto all fours. The long and the short of it is that by drinking he drowned all his sorrow, and then would be a beast too, like his wife, though she was one through no fault of her own, and could not help it. To what lengths he went in that drunken humour I shall not offend my readers by relating, but shall only say that he was so drunk and sottish that he had a very imperfect recollection of what had passed when he woke the next morning. There is no exception to the rule that if a man drink heavily at night, the next morning will show the other side to his nature. Thus with Mr. Tebrick, for as he had been beastly, merry, and a very daredevil the night before, so on his awakening was he ashamed, melancholic, and a true penitent before his Creator. The first thing he did when he came to himself was to call out to God to forgive him for his sin. Then he fell into earnest prayer, and continued so for half an hour upon his knees. Then he got up and dressed, but continued very melancholy for the whole of the morning. Being in this mood, you may imagine it hurt him to see his wife running about naked, but he reflected it would be a bad reformation that began with breaking faith. He had made a bargain, and he would stick to it, and so he let her be, though sorely against his will. For the same reason, that is, because he would stick to his side of the bargain, he did not require her to sit up at table, but gave her breakfast on a dish in the corner, where, to tell the truth, she on her side ate it all up with great daintiness and propriety. Nor did she make any attempt to go out of doors that morning, but lay curled up in an armchair before the fire, dozing. After lunch he took her out, and she never so much as offered to go near the ducks, but running before him led him on to take her a longer walk. This he consented to do, very much to her joy and delight. He took her through the fields by the most unfrequented ways, being much alarmed lest they should be seen by anyone. But by good luck they walked above 4 miles across country and saw nobody. All the way his wife kept running on ahead of him, and then back to him to lick his hand, and so on, and appeared delighted at taking exercise. And though they started 2 or 3 rabbits and a hare in the course of their walk, she never attempted to go after them, only giving them a look and then looking back to him, laughing at him, as it were, for his warning cry of, "Puss, come in, no nonsense now." Just when they got home and were going into the porch, they came face to face with an old woman. Mr. Tebrick stopped short in consternation, and looked about for his vixen, but she had run forward without any shyness to greet her. Then he recognized the intruder. It was his wife's old nurse. "What are you doing here, Mrs. Cork?" he asked her. Mrs. Cork answered him in these words. "Poor thing, poor Miss Sylvia. It is a shame to let her run about like a dog. It is a shame, and your own wife, too. But whatever she looks like, you should trust her the same as ever. If you do, she'll do her best to be a good wife to you. If you don't, I shouldn't wonder if she did turn into a proper fox. I saw her, sir, before I left, and I've had no peace of mind. I couldn't sleep thinking of her. So I've come back to look after her, as I have done all her life, sir." And she stooped down and took Mrs. Tebrick by the paw. Mr. Tebrick unlocked the door, and they went in. When Mrs. Cork saw the house, she exclaimed again and again, "The place was a pigsty. They couldn't live like that. A gentleman must have somebody to look after him. She would do it. He could trust her with the secret." Had the old woman come the day before, it is likely enough that Mr. Tebrick would have sent her packing. But the voice of conscience being woken in him by his drunkenness of the night before, he was heartily ashamed of his own management of the business. Moreover, the old woman's words that it was a shame to let her run about like a dog moved him exceedingly. Being in this mood, the truth is he welcomed her. But we may conclude that Mrs. Tebrick was as sorry to see her old nanny as her husband was glad. If we consider that she had been brought up strictly by her when she was a child, and was now again in her power, and that her old nurse could never be satisfied with her now, whatever she did, but would always think her wicked to be a fox at all, there seems good reason for her dislike. And it is possible, too, that there may have been another cause as well, and that is jealousy. We know her husband was always trying to bring her back to be a woman, or at any rate to get her to act like one. May she not have been hoping to get him to be like a beast himself, or to act like one? May she not have thought it easier to change him thus than ever change herself back into being a woman? If we think that she had had a success of this kind only the night before, when he got drunk, can we not conclude that this was indeed the case, and then we have another good reason why the poor lady should hate to see her old nurse? It is certain that whatever hopes Mr. Tebrick had of Mrs. Cork affecting his wife for the better were disappointed. She grew steadily wilder, and after a few days so intractable with her that Mr. Tebrick again took her under his complete control. The first morning Mrs. Cork made her a new jacket, cutting down the sleeves of a blue silk one of Mrs. Tebrick's, and trimming it with swan's down, and directly she had altered it, put it on her mistress, and fetching a mirror would have her admire the fit of it. All the time she waited on Mrs. Tebrick, the old woman talked to her as though she were a baby, and treated her as such. never thinking perhaps that she was either the one thing or the other, that is, either a lady to whom she owed respect and who had rational powers exceeding her own, or else a wild creature on whom words were wasted. But though at first she submitted passively, Mrs. Tebrick only waited for her Nanny's back to be turned, to tear up her pretty piece of handiwork into shreds, and then ran gaily about, waving her brush with only a few ribbons still hanging from her neck. So it was time after time, for the old woman was used to having her own way, until Mrs. Cork would, I think, have tried punishing her if she had not been afraid of Mrs. Tebrick's rows of white teeth, which she often showed her, then laughing afterwards as if to say it was only play. Not content with tearing off the dresses that were fitted on her, one day Sylvia slipped upstairs to her wardrobe and tore down all her old dresses and made havoc with them, not sparing her wedding dress either, but tearing and ripping them all up, so that there was hardly a shred or rag left big enough to dress a doll in. On this, Mr. Tebrick, who had let the old woman have most of her management to see what she could make of her, took her back under his own control. He was sorry enough now that Mrs. Cork had disappointed him in the hopes he had had of her, to have the old woman, as it were, on his hands. True, she could be useful enough in many ways to him, by doing the housework, the cooking and mending, but still he was anxious since his secret was in her keeping, and the more now that she had tried her hand with his wife and failed, for he saw that vanity had kept her mouth shut if she had won over her mistress to better ways, and her love for her would have grown by getting her own way with her. But now that she had failed, she bore her mistress a grudge for not being won over, or at the best was become indifferent to the business, so that she might very readily blab. For the moment, all Mr. Tebrick could do was to keep her from going into Stokoe to the village, where she would meet all her old cronies, and where there was certain to be any number of inquiries about what was going on at Rylands and so on. But as he saw that it was clearly beyond his power, however vigilant he might be, to watch over the old woman and his wife, and to prevent anyone from meeting with either of them, he began to consider what he could best do. Since he had sent away his servants and the gardener, giving out a story of having received bad news, and his wife going away to London, where he would join her, they were probably going out of England and so on, he knew well enough that there would be a great deal of talk in the neighbourhood. And as he had now stayed on, contrary to what he had said, there would be further rumour. Indeed, had he known it, there was a story already going round the country that his wife had run away with Major Solmes, and that he was gone mad with grief, that he had shot his dogs and his horses, and shut himself up alone in the house and would speak with no one. This story was made up by his neighbours, not because they were fanciful or wanted to deceive, but, like most tittle-tattle, to fill a gap, as few like to confess ignorance, and if people are asked about such or such a man, they must have something to say, or they suffer in everybody's opinion, are set down as dull or out of the swim. In this way I met not long ago with someone who, after talking some little while, and not knowing me or who I was, told me that David Garnett was dead, and died of being bitten by a cat after he had tormented it. He had long grown a nuisance to his friends, as an exorbitant sponge upon them, and the world was well rid of him. Hearing this story of myself diverted me at the time, but I fully believe it has served me in good stead since, for it set me on my guard, as perhaps nothing else would have done, against accepting for true all floating rumour and village gossip, so that now I am by second nature a true sceptic, and scarcely believe anything unless the evidence for it is conclusive. Indeed, I could never have got to the bottom of this history if I had believed 1/10 part of what I was told. There was so much of it that was either manifestly false and absurd, or else contradictory to the ascertained facts. It is therefore only the bare bones of the story which you will find written here, for I have rejected all the flowery embroideries which would be entertaining reading enough, I dare say, for some, but if there be any doubt of the truth of a thing, it is poor sort of entertainment to read about, in my opinion. To get back to our story, Mr. Tebrick, having considered how much the appetite of his neighbours would be whetted to find out the mystery by his remaining in that part of the country, determined that the best thing he could do was to remove. After some time turning the thing over in his mind, he decided that no place would be so good for his purpose as old Nanny's cottage. It was 30 miles away from Stokoe, which in the country means as far as Timbuktu does to us in London. Then it was near Tangley, and his lady, having known it from her childhood, would feel at home there. and also it was utterly remote, there being no village near it or manor house other than Tangley Hall, which was now untenanted for the greater part of the year. Nor did it mean imparting his secret to others, for there was only Mrs. Cork's son, a widower, who being out at work all day would be easily outwitted, the more so as he was stone-deaf and of a slow and saturnine disposition. To be sure, there was little Polly, Mrs. Cork's granddaughter, but either Mr. Tebrick forgot her altogether, or else reckoned her as a mere baby, and not to be thought of as a danger. He talked the thing over with Mrs. Cork, and they decided upon it out of hand. The truth is, the old woman was beginning to regret that her love and her curiosity had ever brought her back to Rylands, since so far she had got much work and little credit by it. When it was settled, Mr. Tebrick disposed of the remaining business he had at Rylands in the afternoon, and that was chiefly putting out his wife's riding-horse into the keeping of a farmer near-by, for he thought he would drive over with his own horse and the other spare horse tandem in the dog-cart. The next morning they locked up the house, and they departed, having first secured Mrs. Tebrick in a large wicker hamper where she would be tolerably comfortable. This was for safety, for in the agitation of driving she might jump out, and on the other hand, if a dog scented her and she were loose, she might be in danger of her life. Mr. Tebrick drove with the hamper beside him on the front seat, and spoke to her gently very often. She was overcome by the excitement of the journey, and kept poking her nose first through one crevice, then through another, turning and twisting the whole time, and peeping out to see what they were passing. It was a bitterly cold day, and when they had gone about 15 miles, they drew up by the roadside to rest the horses and have their own luncheon, for he dared not stop at an inn. He knew that any living creature in a hamper, even if it be only an old fowl, always draws attention. There would be several loafers, most likely, who would notice that he had a fox with him, and even if he left the hamper in the cart, the dogs at the inn would be sure to sniff out her scent. So not to take any chances, he drew up at the side of the road and rested there, though it was freezing hard, and a north-east wind howling. He took down his precious hamper, unharnessed his 2 horses, covered them with rugs, and gave them their corn. Then he opened the basket and let his wife out. She was quite beside herself with joy, running hither and thither, bouncing up on him, looking about her, and even rolling over on the ground. Mr. Tebrick took this to mean that she was glad at making this journey, and rejoiced equally with her. As for Mrs. Cork, she sat motionless on the back seat of the dog-cart, well wrapped up, eating her sandwiches, but would not speak a word. When they had stayed there half an hour, Mr. Tebrick harnessed the horses again, though he was so cold he could scarcely buckle the straps, and put his vixen in her basket, but seeing that she wanted to look about her, he let her tear away the osiers with her teeth, till she had made a hole big enough for her to put her head out of. They drove on again, and then the snow began to come down, and that in earnest, so that he began to be afraid they would never cover the ground. But just after nightfall they got in, and he was content to leave unharnessing the horses and baiting them to Simon, Mrs. Cork's son. His vixen was tired by then, as well as he, and they slept together, he in the bed and she under it, very contentedly. The next morning he looked about him at the place, and found the thing there that he most wanted, and that was a little walled-in garden where his wife could run in freedom and yet be in safety. After they had had breakfast, she was wild to go out into the snow. So they went out together, and he had never seen such a mad creature in all his life as his wife was then. For she ran to and fro as if she were crazy, biting at the snow and rolling in it, and round in circles, and rushed back at him fiercely as if she meant to bite him. He joined her in the frolic, and began snowballing her till she was so wild that it was all he could do to quiet her again and bring her indoors for lunch. Indeed, with her gambolling, she tracked the whole garden over with her feet. He could see where she had rolled in the snow, and where she had danced in it, and looking at those prints of her feet as they went in, made his heart ache, he knew not why. They passed the first day at old Nanny's cottage happily enough, without their usual bickerings, and this because of the novelty of the snow which had diverted them. In the afternoon he first showed his wife to little Polly, who eyed her very curiously, but hung back shyly, and seemed a good deal afraid of the fox. But Mr. Tebrick took up a book and let them get acquainted by themselves, and presently, looking up, saw that they had come together, and Polly was stroking his wife, patting her and running her fingers through her fur. Presently she began talking to the fox, and then brought her doll in to show her, so that very soon they were very good playmates together. Watching the two gave Mr. Tebrick great delight, and in particular when he noticed that there was something very motherly in his vixen. She was indeed far above the child in intelligence, and restrained herself, too, from any hasty action. But while she seemed to wait on Polly's pleasure, yet she managed to give a twist to the game, whatever it was, that never failed to delight the little girl. In short, in a very little while, Polly was so taken with her new playmate that she cried when she was parted from her, and wanted her always with her. This disposition of Mrs. Tebrick's made Mrs. Cork more agreeable than she had been lately either to the husband or the wife. 3 days after they had come to the cottage the weather changed, and they woke up one morning to find the snow gone, and the wind in the south, and the sun shining, so that it was like the first beginning of spring. Mr. Tebrick let his vixen out into the garden after breakfast, stayed with her a while, and then went indoors to write some letters. When he got out again he could see no sign of her anywhere, so that he ran about bewildered, calling to her. At last he spied a mound of fresh earth by the wall in one corner of the garden, and running thither found that there was a hole freshly dug, seeming to go under the wall. On this he ran out of the garden quickly till he came to the other side of the wall, but there was no hole there, so he concluded that she was not yet got through. So it proved to be, for reaching down into the hole, he felt her brush with his hand, and could hear her distinctly working away with her claws. He called to her then, saying, "Sylvia, Sylvia, why do you do this? Are you trying to escape from me? I am your husband, and if I keep you confined, it is to protect you, not to let you run into danger. Show me how I can make you happy, and I will do it, but do not try to escape from me. I love you, Sylvia. Is it because of that that you want to fly from me to go into the world where you will be in danger of your life always? There are dogs everywhere, and they all would kill you if it were not for me. Come out, Sylvia, come out." But Sylvia would not listen to him, so he waited there silent. Then he spoke to her in a different way, asking her had she forgot the bargain she made with him that she would not go out alone, but now, when she had all the liberty of a garden to herself, would she wantonly break her word? And he asked her, were they not married, and had she not always found him a good husband to her? But she heeded this neither, until presently, his temper getting somewhat out of hand, he cursed her obstinacy, and told her if she would be a damned fox she was welcome to it. For his part, he could get his own way. She had not escaped yet. He would dig her out, for he still had time, and if she struggled, put her in a bag. These words brought her forth instantly, and she looked at him with as much astonishment as if she knew not what could have made him angry. Yes, she even fawned on him, but in a good-natured kind of way, as if she were a very good wife, putting up wonderfully with her husband's temper. These airs of hers made the poor gentleman, so simple was he, repent his outburst and feel most ashamed. But for all that, when she was out of the hole, he filled it up with great stones, and beat them in with a crowbar, so she should find her work at that point harder than before, if she was tempted to begin it again. In the afternoon he let her go again into the garden, but sent little Polly with her to keep her company. But presently, on looking out, he saw his vixen had climbed up into the limbs of an old pear-tree, and was looking over the wall, and was not so far from it, but she might jump over if she could get a little farther. Mr. Tebrick ran out into the garden as quick as he could, and when his wife saw him, it seemed she was startled, and made a false spring at the wall, so that she missed reaching it and fell back heavily to the ground, and lay there insensible. When Mr. Tebrick got up to her, he found her head was twisted under her by her fall, and the neck seemed to be broken. The shock was so great to him that for some time he could not do anything, but knelt beside her, turning her limp body stupidly in his hands. At length he recognized that she was indeed dead, and beginning to consider what dreadful afflictions God had visited him with, he blasphemed horribly, and called on God to strike him dead, or give his wife back to him. "Is it not enough," he cried, adding a foul, blasphemous oath, "that you should rob me of my dear wife, making her a fox, but now you must rob me of that fox, too, that has been my only solace and comfort in this affliction?" Then he burst into tears, and began wringing his hands, and continued there in such an extremity of grief for half an hour that he cared nothing, neither what he was doing nor what would become of him in the future, but only knew that his life was ended now, and he would not live any longer than he could help. All this while the little girl, Polly, stood by, first staring, then asking him what had happened, and lastly crying with fear. but he never heeded her nor looked at her, but only tore his hair, sometimes shouted at God, or shook his fist at heaven. So in a fright Polly opened the door and ran out of the garden. At length, worn out, and as it were all numb with his loss, Mr. Tebrick got up and went within doors, leaving his dear fox lying near where she had fallen. He stayed indoors only 2 minutes, and then came out again with a razor in his hand, intending to cut his own throat, for he was out of his senses in this first paroxysm of grief. But his vixen was gone, at which he looked about for a moment bewildered, and then enraged, thinking that somebody must have taken the body. The door of the garden being open, he ran straight through it. Now this door, which had been left ajar by Polly when she ran off, opened into a little courtyard, where the fowls were shut in at night. The wood-house and the privy also stood there. On the far side of it, from the garden gate, were 2 large wooden doors, big enough when open to let a cart enter, and high enough to keep a man from looking over into the yard. When Mr. Tebrick got into the yard, he found his vixen leaping up at these doors, and wild with terror, but as lively as ever he saw her in his life. He ran up to her, but she shrank away from him, and would then have dodged him too, but he caught hold of her. She bared her teeth at him, but he paid no heed to that, only picked her straight up into his arms and took her so indoors. Yet all the while he could scarce believe his eyes to see her living, and felt her all over very carefully, to find if she had not some broken bones. But no, he could find none. Indeed, it was some hours before this poor, silly gentleman began to suspect the truth, which was that his vixen had practised a deception upon him, and all the time he was bemoaning his loss in such heart-rending terms, she was only shamming death to run away directly she was able. If it had not been that the yard gates were shut, which was a mere chance, she had got her liberty by that trick. And that this was only a trick of hers to sham dead was plain when he had thought it over. Indeed, it is an old and time-honored trick of the fox. It is in Aesop, and 100 other writers have confirmed it since. But so thoroughly had he been deceived by her, that at first he was as much overcome with joy at his wife still being alive, as he had been with grief a little while before, thinking her dead. He took her in his arms, hugging her to him, and thanking God a dozen times for her preservation. But his kissing and fondling her had very little effect now, for she did not answer him by licking or soft looks, but stayed huddled up and sullen, with her hair bristling on her neck and ears laid back every time he touched her. At first he thought this might be because he had touched some broken bone or tender place where she had been hurt, but at last the truth came to him. Thus he was again to suffer, and though the pain of knowing her treachery to him was nothing to the grief of losing her, yet it was more insidious and lasting. At first, from a mere nothing, this pain grew gradually until it was a torture to him. If he had been one of your stock ordinary husbands, such a one who by experience has learnt never to inquire too closely into his wife's doing, her comings or goings, and never to ask her how she had spent the day, for fear he should be made the more of a fool, had Mr. Tebrick been such a one, he had been luckier, and his pain would have been almost nothing. But you must consider that he had never been deceived once by his wife in the course of their married life. No, she had never told him as much as one white lie, but had always been frank, open, and ingenuous, as if she and her husband were not husband and wife, or indeed of opposite sexes. Yet we must rate him as very foolish, that living thus with the fox, which beast has the same reputation for deceitfulness, craft, and cunning, in all countries, all ages, and amongst all races of mankind, he should expect this fox to be as candid and honest with him in all things as the country girl he had married. His wife's sullenness and bad temper continued that day, for she cowered away from him and hid under the sofa, nor could he persuade her to come out from there. Even when it was her dinner-time she stayed, refusing resolutely to be tempted out with food, and lying so quiet that he heard nothing from her for hours. At night he carried her up to the bedroom, but she was still sullen and refused to eat a morsel, though she drank a little water during the night when she fancied he was asleep. The next morning was the same, and by now Mr. Tebrick had been through all the agonies of wounded self-esteem, disillusionment, and despair that a man can suffer. But though his emotions rose up in his heart and nearly stifled him, He showed no sign of them to her. Neither did he abate one jot his tenderness and consideration for his vixen. At breakfast he tempted her with a freshly killed young pullet. It hurt him to make this advance to her, for hitherto he had kept her strictly on cooked meats. But the pain of seeing her refuse it was harder still for him to bear. Added to this was now an anxiety lest she should starve herself to death rather than stay with him any longer. All that morning he kept her close, but in the afternoon let her loose again in the garden, after he had lopped the pear tree so that she could not repeat her performance of climbing. But seeing how disgustedly she looked while he was by, never offering to run or to play as she was used, but only standing stock still with her tail between her legs, her ears flattened, and the hair bristling on her shoulders, seeing this, he left her to herself out of mere humanity. When he came out after half an hour, he found that she was gone, but there was a fair-sized hole by the wall, and she just buried all but her brush, digging desperately to get under the wall and make her escape. He ran up to the hole and put his arm in after her, and called to her to come out, but she would not. So at first he began pulling her out by the shoulder, then his hold slipping, by the hind legs. As soon as he had drawn her forth, she whipped round and snapped at his hand and bit it through near the joint of the thumb, but let it go instantly. They stayed there for a minute facing each other, he on his knees and she facing him, the picture of unrepentant wickedness and fury. Being thus on his knees, Mr. Tebrick was down on her level, very nearly, and her muzzle was thrust almost in his face. Her ears lay flat on her head, her gums were bared in a silent snarl, and all her beautiful teeth threatening him that she would bite him again. Her back, too, was half-arched, all her hair bristling and her brush held drooping. But it was her eyes that held his, with their slit pupils looking at him with savage desperation and rage. The blood ran very freely from his hand, but he never noticed that, or the pain of it either, for all his thoughts were for his wife. "What is this, Sylvia?" he said very quietly. "What is this? Why are you so savage now? If I stand between you and your freedom, it is because I love you. Is it such torment to be with me?" But Sylvia never stirred a muscle. "You would not do this if you were not in anguish, poor beast. You want your freedom. I cannot keep you. I cannot hold you to vows made when you were a woman. Why, you have forgotten who I am." The tears then began running down his cheeks. He sobbed and said to her, "Go. I shall not keep you. Poor beast, poor beast. I love you, I love you. Go if you want to, but if you remember me, come back. I shall never keep you against your will. Go, go. But kiss me now." He leant forward then and put his lips to her snarling fangs, but though she kept snarling, she did not bite him. Then he got up quickly and went to the door of the garden that opened into a little paddock against a wood. When he opened it, she went through it like an arrow, crossed the paddock like a puff of smoke, and in a moment was gone from his sight. Then, suddenly finding himself alone, Mr. Tebrick came as it were to himself and ran after her, calling her by name and shouting to her, and so he went plunging into the wood, and through it for about a mile, running almost blindly. At last, when he was worn out, he sat down, seeing that she had gone beyond recovery, and it was already night. Then, rising, he walked slowly homewards, wearied and spent in spirit. As he went, he bound up his hand that was still running with blood. His coat was torn, his hat lost, and his face scratched right across with briars. Now, in cold blood, he began to reflect on what he had done and to repent bitterly, having set his wife free. He had betrayed her, so that now, from his act, she must lead the life of a wild fox forever, and must undergo all the rigours and hardships of the climate, and all the hazards of a hunted creature. When Mr. Tebrick got back to the cottage, he found Mrs. Cork was sitting up for him. It was already late.
"What have you done with Mrs. Tebrick, sir? I missed her, and I missed you, and I have not known what to do, expecting something dreadful had happened. I have been sitting up for you half the night, and where is she now, sir?"
She accosted him so vigorously that Mr. Tebrick stood silent. At length he said, "I have let her go. She has run away."
"Poor Miss Sylvia!" cried the old woman. "Poor creature! You ought to be ashamed, sir. Let her go, indeed. Poor lady, is that the way for her husband to talk? It is a disgrace."
"But I saw it coming from the first."
The old woman was white with fury. She did not mind what she said, but Mr. Tebrick was not listening to her. At last he looked at her and saw that she had just began to cry, so he went out of the room and up to bed and lay down as he was, in his clothes, utterly exhausted, and fell into a dog's sleep, starting up every now and then with horror, and then falling back with fatigue. It was late when he woke up, but cold and raw, and he felt cramped in all his limbs. As he lay, he heard again the noise which had woken him, the trotting of several horses and the voices of men riding by the house. Mr. Tebrick jumped up and ran to the window, and then looked out, and the first thing that he saw was a gentleman in a pink coat riding at a walk down the lane. At this sight Mr. Tebrick waited no longer, but pulling on his boots in mad haste, ran out instantly, meaning to say that they must not hunt, and how his wife was escaped, and they might kill her. But when he found himself outside the cottage, words failed him, and fury took possession of him, so that he could only cry out, "How dare you, you damned blackguard!" And so, with a stick in his hand, he threw himself on the gentleman in the pink coat, and seized his horse's rein, and catching the gentleman by the leg, was trying to throw him. But really, it is impossible to say what Mr. Tebrick intended by his behaviour, or what he would have done, for the gentleman, finding himself suddenly assaulted in so unexpected a fashion, by so strange a tousled and dishevelled figure, clubbed his hunting crop and dealt him a blow in the temple, so that he fell insensible. Another gentleman rode up at this moment, and they were civil enough to dismount and carry Mr. Tebrick into the cottage, where they were met by old Nanny, who kept wringing her hands, and told them Mr. Tebrick's wife had run away, and she was a vixen, and that was the cause that Mr. Tebrick had run out and assaulted them. The two gentlemen could not help laughing at this, and mounting their horses rode on without delay, after telling each other that Mr. Tebrick, whoever he was certainly a madman, and the old woman seemed as mad as her master. This story, however, went the rounds of the gentry in those parts, and perfectly confirmed everyone in their previous opinion, namely, that Mr. Tebrick was mad and his wife had run away from him. The part about her being a vixen was laughed at by the few that heard it, but was soon left out as immaterial to the story, and incredible in itself, though afterwards it came to be remembered, and its significance to be understood. When Mr. Tebrick came to himself, it was past noon, and his head was aching so painfully that he could only call to mind in a confused way what had happened. However, he sent off Mrs. Cork's son directly on one of his horses to inquire about the hunt. At the same time he gave orders to old Nanny that she was to put out food and water for her mistress, on the chance that she might yet be in the neighbourhood. By nightfall Simon was back with the news that the hunt had had a very long run, but had lost one fox, then, drawing a covert, had chopped an old dog-fox, and so ended the day's sport. This put Mr. Tebrick in some hopes again, and he rose at once from his bed, and went out to the wood and began calling his wife, but was overcome with faintness and lay down, and so passed the night in the open, from mere weakness. In the morning he got back again to the cottage, but he had taken a chill, and so had to keep his bed for 3 or 4 days after. All this time he had food put out for her every night, but though rats came to it and ate of it, there were never any prints of a fox. At last his anxiety began working another way. That is, he came to think it possible that his vixen would have gone back to Stokoe, so he had his horses harnessed in the dog-cart and brought to the door, and then drove over to Rylands, though he was still in a fever and with a heavy cold upon him. After that he lived always solitary, keeping away from his fellows and only seeing one man called Askew, who had been brought up a jockey at Wantage, but was grown too big for his profession. He mounted this loafing fellow on one of his horses 3 days a week, and had him follow the hunt, and report to him whenever they killed, and if he could view the fox, so much the better. And then he made him describe it minutely, so he should know if it were his Sylvia. But he dared not trust himself to go himself, lest his passion should master him and he might commit a murder. Every time there was a hunt in the neighbourhood, he set the gates wide open at Rylands, and the house doors also, and taking his gun stood sentinel, in the hope that his wife would run in if she were pressed by the hounds, and so he could save her. But only once a hunt came near, when 2 foxhounds that had lost the main pack strayed onto his land, and he shot them instantly and buried them afterwards himself. It was not long now to the end of the season, as it was the middle of March. But living as he did at this time, Mr. Tebrick grew more and more to be a true misanthrope. He denied admittance to any that came to visit him, and rarely showed himself to his fellows, but went out chiefly in the early mornings before people were about, in the hope of seeing his beloved fox. Indeed, it was only this hope that he would see her again that kept him alive, for he had become so careless of his own comfort in every way that he very seldom ate a proper meal, taking no more than a crust of bread with a morsel of cheese in the whole day, though sometimes he would drink half a bottle of whiskey to drown his sorrow and to get off to sleep, for sleep fled from him. And no sooner did he begin dozing but he awoke with a start, thinking he had heard something. He let his beard grow, too, and though he had always been very particular in his person before, he now was utterly careless of it, gave up washing himself for a week or two at a stretch, and if there was dirt under his fingernails, let it stop there. All this disorder fed a malignant pleasure in him, for by now he had come to hate his fellow men, and was embittered against all human decencies and decorum. For strange to tell, he never once in these months regretted his dear wife whom he had so much loved. No, all that he grieved for now was his departed vixen. He was haunted all this time, not by the memory of a sweet and gentle woman, but by the recollection of an animal, a beast, it is true, that could sit at table and play piquet when it would, but for all that nothing really but a wild beast. His one hope now was the recovery of this beast, and of this he dreamed continually. Likewise, both waking and sleeping, he was visited by visions of her. Her mask, her full white-tagged brush, white throat, and the thick fur in her ears all haunted him. Every one of her foxy ways was now so absolutely precious to him that I believe that if he had known for certain she was dead and had thoughts of marrying a second time, he would never have been happy with a woman. No, indeed, he would have been more tempted to get himself a tame fox, and would have counted that as good a marriage as he could make. Yet this all proceeded, one may say, from a passion, and a true conjugal fidelity, that it would be hard to find matched in this world. And though we may think him a fool, almost a madman, we must, when we look closer, find much to respect in his extraordinary devotion. How different indeed was he from those who, if their wives go mad, shut them in madhouses and give themselves up to concubinage. And nay, what is more, there are many who extenuate such conduct too. Mr. Tebrick was of a very different temper, and though his wife was now nothing but a hunted beast, cared for no one in the world but her. But this devouring love ate into him like a consumption, so that by sleepless nights and not caring for his person, in a few months he was worn to the shadow of himself. His cheeks were sunk in, his eyes hollow, but excessively brilliant, and his whole body had lost flesh, so that looking at him the wonder was that he was still alive. Now that the hunting season was over, he had less anxiety for her, yet even so he was not positive that the hounds had not got her. For between the time of his setting her free and the end of the hunting season, just after Easter, there were but 3 vixens killed near. Of those 3, one was a half-blind or wall-eyed, and one was a very grey, dull-coloured beast. The third answered more to the description of his wife, but that it had not much black on the legs, whereas in her the blackness of the legs was very plain to be noticed. But yet his fear made him think that perhaps she had got mired in running, and the legs, being muddy, were not remarked on as black. One morning, the first week in May, about 4 o'clock, when he was out waiting in the little copse, he sat down for a while on a tree stump, and when he looked up, saw a fox coming towards him over the ploughed field. It was carrying a hare over its shoulder, so that it was nearly all hidden from him. At last, when it was not 20 yards from him, it crossed over, going into the copse, when Mr. Tebrick stood up and cried out, "Sylvia, Sylvia, is it you?" The fox dropped the hare out of his mouth and stood looking at him. And then our gentleman saw at the first glance that this was not his wife. For whereas Mrs. Tebrick had been of a very bright red, this was a swarthier, duller beast altogether. Moreover, it was a good deal larger and higher at the shoulder, and had a great white tag to his brush. But the fox, after the first instant, did not stand for his portrait, you may be sure, but picked up his hare and made off like an arrow. Then Mr. Tebrick cried out to himself, "Indeed, I am crazy now. My affliction has made me lose what little reason I ever had. Here am I, taking every fox I see to be my wife.
My neighbors call me a madman, and now I see that they are right. Look at me now, O God, how foul a creature I am. I hate my fellows. I am thin and wasted by this consuming passion. My reason is gone, and I feed myself on dreams. Recall me to my duty. Bring me back to decency. Let me not become a beast likewise, but restore me and forgive me, O my lord. With that he burst into scalding tears and knelt down and prayed, a thing he had not done for many weeks. When he rose up, he walked back, feeling giddy and exceedingly weak, but with a contrite heart, and then washed himself thoroughly and changed his clothes. But his weakness increasing, he lay down for the rest of the day, but read in the book of Job, and was much comforted. For several days after this he lived very soberly, for his weakness continued, but every day he read in his Bible and prayed earnestly, so that his resolution was so much strengthened that he determined to overcome his folly or his passion, if he could, and at any rate to live the rest of his life very religiously. So strong was this desire in him to amend his ways that he considered if he should not go to spread the gospel abroad for the Bible Society, and so spend the rest of his days. Indeed, he began a letter to his wife's uncle, the canon, and he was writing this when he was startled by hearing a fox bark. Yet so great was this new turn he had taken that he did not rush out at once, as he would have done before, but stayed where he was and finished his letter. Afterwards he said to himself that it was only a wild fox, and sent by the devil to mock him, and that madness lay that way if he should listen. But on the other hand he could not deny to himself that it might have been his wife, and that he ought to welcome the prodigal. Thus he was torn between these two thoughts, neither of which did he completely believe. He stayed thus tormented with doubts and fears all night. The next morning he woke suddenly with a start, and on the instant heard a fox bark once more. At that he pulled on his clothes and ran out as fast as he could to the garden gate. The sun was not yet high, the dew thick everywhere, and for a minute or two everything was very silent. He looked about him eagerly, but could see no fox, yet there was already joy in his heart. Then, while he looked up and down the road, he saw his vixen step out of the copse about 30 yards away. He called to her at once, "My dearest wife! Oh, Sylvia, you are come back!" And at the sound of his voice he saw her wag her tail, which set his last doubts at rest. But then, though he called her again, she stepped into the copse once more, though she looked back at him over her shoulder as she went. At this he ran after her, but softly and not too fast, lest he should frighten her away, and then looked about for her again, and called to her when he saw her among the trees, still keeping her distance from him. He followed her then, and as he approached so she retreated from him, yet always looking back at him several times. He followed after her through the underwood up the side of the hill, when suddenly she disappeared from his sight behind some bracken. When he got there he could see her nowhere, but looking about him found a fox's earth, but so well hidden that he might have passed it by 1,000 times, and would never have found it unless he had made particular search at that spot. But now, though he went on his hands and knees, he could see nothing of his vixen, so that he waited a little while, wondering. Presently he heard a noise of something moving in the earth, and so waited silently, then saw something which pushed itself into sight. It was a small, sooty, black beast, like a puppy. There came another behind it, then another, and so on till there were 5 of them. Lastly there came his vixen, pushing her litter before her. And while he looked at her silently, a prey to his confused and unhappy emotions, he saw that her eyes were shining with pride and happiness. She picked up one of her youngsters then in her mouth, and brought it to him and laid it in front of him, and then looked up at him very excited, or so it seemed. Mr. Tebrick took the cub in his hands, stroked it, and put it against his cheek. It was a little fellow with a smutty face and paws, with staring vacant eyes of a brilliant electric blue, and a little tail like a carrot. When he was put down, he took a step towards his mother, and then sat down very comically. Mr. Tebrick looked at his wife again, and spoke to her, calling her a good creature. Already he was resigned, and now, indeed, for the first time, he thoroughly understood what had happened to her, and how far apart they were now. But looking first at one cub, then at another,
and having them sprawling over his lap, he forgot himself, only watching the pretty scene and taking pleasure in it. Now and then he would stroke his vixen and kiss her, liberties which she freely allowed him. He marvelled more than ever now at her beauty, for her gentleness with the cubs, and the extreme delight she took in them, seemed to him then to make her more lovely than before. Thus, lying amongst them at the mouth of the earth, he idled away the whole of the morning. First he would play with one, then with another, rolling them over and tickling them, but they were too young yet to lend themselves to any other more active sport than this. Every now and then he would stroke his vixen, or look at her, and thus the time slipped away quite fast, and he was surprised when she gathered her cubs together and pushed them before her into the earth, then, coming back to him once or twice, very humanly bid him good-bye, and that she hoped she would see him soon again, now he had found out the way. So admirably did she express her meaning, that it would have been superfluous for her to have spoken had she been able, and Mr. Tebrick, who was used to her, got up at once and went home. But now that he was alone, all the feeling which he had not troubled himself with when he was with her, but had, as it were, put aside till after his innocent pleasures were over, all these came swarming back to assail him in 100 tormenting ways. Firstly, he asked himself, was not his wife unfaithful to him? Had she not prostituted herself to a beast? Could he still love her after that? But this did not trouble him so much as it might have done, for now he was convinced inwardly that she could no longer in fairness be judged as a woman, but as a fox only. And as a fox she had done no more than other foxes. Indeed, in having cubs and tending them with love, she had done well. Whether in this conclusion Mr. Tebrick was in the right or not is not for us here to consider. But I would only say to those who would censure him for a too lenient view of the religious side of the matter, that we have not seen the thing as he did, and perhaps if it were displayed before our eyes, we might be led to the same conclusions. This was, however, not a 10th part of the trouble in which Mr. Tebrick found himself, for he asked himself also, was he not jealous? And looking into his heart, he found that he was indeed jealous, yes, and angry too, that now he must share his vixen with wild foxes. Then he questioned himself if it were not dishonourable to do so, and whether he should not utterly forget her and follow his original intention of retiring from the world and see her no more. Thus he tormented himself for the rest of that day, and by evening he had resolved never to see her again. But in the middle of the night he woke up with his head very clear, and said to himself in wonder, "Am I not a madman? I torment myself foolishly with fantastic notions. Can a man have his honour sullied by a beast? I am a man. I am immeasurably superior to the animals. Can my dignity allow of me being jealous of a beast? 1,000 times no. Were I to lust after a vixen, I were a criminal indeed. I can be happy in seeing my vixen, for I love her, but she does right to be happy according to the laws of her being." Lastly, he said to himself what was, he felt, the truth of this whole matter. "When I am with her I am happy, but now I distort what is simple, and drive myself crazy with false reasoning upon it." Yet before he slept again, he prayed, but though he had thought first to pray for guidance, in reality he prayed only that on the morrow he would see his vixen again, and that God would preserve her, and her cubs too, from all dangers, and would allow him to see them often, so that he might come to love them for her sake, as if he were their father, and that if this were a sin, he might be forgiven, for he sinned in ignorance. The next day or two he saw vixen and cubs again, though his visits were cut shorter, and these visits gave him such an innocent pleasure that very soon his notions of honour, duty, and so on were entirely forgotten, and his jealousy lulled asleep. One day he tried taking with him the stereoscope and a pack of cards, but though his Sylvia was affectionate and amiable enough to let him put the stereoscope over her muzzle, yet she would not look through it, but kept turning her head to lick his hand, and it was plain to him that now she had quite forgotten the use of the instrument. It was the same, too, with the cards, for with them she was pleased enough, but only delighting to bite at them, and flip them about with her paws, and never considering for a moment whether they were diamonds or clubs or hearts or spades, or whether the card was an ace or not. So it was evident that she had forgotten the nature of cards, too. Thereafter he only brought them things which she could better enjoy, that is, sugar, grapes, raisins, and butcher's meat. By and by, as the summer wore on, the cubs came to know him and he them, so that he was able to tell them easily apart, and then he christened them. For this purpose he brought a little bowl of water, sprinkled them as if in baptism, and told them he was their godfather, and gave each of them a name, calling them Sorrel, Caspar, Selwyn, Esther, and Angelica. Sorrel was a clumsy little beast of a cheery and indeed puppyish disposition. Caspar was fierce, the largest of the 5. Even in his play he would always bite, and gave his godfather many a sharp nip as time went on. Esther was of a dark complexion, a true brunette and very sturdy. Angelica the brightest red, and the most exactly like her mother, while Selwyn was the smallest cub, of a very prying, inquisitive, and cunning temper, but delicate and undersized. Thus Mr. Tebrick had a whole family now to occupy him, and indeed came to love them with very much of a father's love and partiality. His favourite was Angelica, who reminded him so much of her mother in her pretty ways, because of a gentleness which was lacking in the others, even in their play. After her in his affections came Selwyn, whom he soon saw was the most intelligent of the whole litter. Indeed, he was so much more quick-witted than the rest that Mr. Tebrick was led into speculating as to whether he had not inherited something of the human from his dam. Thus, very early, he learnt to know his name, and would come when he was called, and what was stranger still, he learnt the names of his brothers and sisters before they came to do so themselves. Besides all this, he was something of a young philosopher, for though his brother Caspar tyrannized over him, he put up with it all with an unruffled temper. He was not, however, above playing tricks on the others, and one day, when Mr. Tebrick was by, he made believe that there was a mouse in a hole some little way off. Very soon he was joined by Sorrel, and presently by Caspar and Esther. When he had got them all digging, it was easy for him to slip away, and then he came to his godfather with a sly look, sat down before him and smiled, and then jerked his head over towards the others and smiled again, and wrinkled his brows, so that Mr. Tebrick knew as well as if he had spoken that the youngster was saying, "Have I not made fools of them all?" He was the only one that was curious about Mr. Tebrick. He had made him take out his watch, put his ear to it, considered it, and wrinkled up his brows in perplexity. On the next visit it was the same thing. He must see the watch again, and again think over it. But clever as he was, little Selwyn could never understand it, and if his mother remembered anything about watches, it was a subject which she never attempted to explain to her children. One day Mr. Tebrick left the earth as usual and ran down the slope to the road, when he was surprised to find a carriage waiting before his house, and a coachman walking about near his gate. Mr. Tebrick went in and found that his visitor was waiting for him. It was his wife's uncle. They shook hands, though the Reverend Canon Fox did not recognize him immediately, and Mr. Tebrick led him into the house. The clergyman looked about him a good deal, at the dirty and disorderly rooms, and when Mr. Tebrick took him into the drawing-room, it was evident that it had been unused for several months. The dust lay so thickly on all the furniture. After some conversation on indifferent topics, Canon Fox said to him, "I have called, really, to ask about my niece." Mr. Tebrick was silent for some time, and then said, "She is quite happy now." "Ah, indeed. I have heard she is not living with you any longer." "No, she is not living with me. She is not far away. I see her every day now." "Indeed. Where does she live?" "In the woods with her children. I ought to tell you that she has changed her shape. She is a fox." The Reverend Canon Fox got up. He was alarmed, and everything Mr. Tebrick said confirmed what he had been led to expect he would find at Rylands. When he was outside, however, he asked Mr. Tebrick, "You don't have many visitors now, eh?" "No, I never see anyone if I can avoid it. You are the first person I have spoken to for months." "Quite right, too, my dear fellow. I quite understand in the circumstances." Then the cleric shook him by the hand, got into his carriage, and drove away. "At any rate," he said to himself, "there will be no scandal." He was relieved also because Mr. Tebrick had said nothing about going abroad to disseminate the gospel. Canon Fox had been alarmed by the letter, had not answered it, and thought that it was always better to let things be, and never to refer to anything unpleasant. He did not at all want to recommend Mr. Tebrick to the Bible Society if he were mad. His eccentricities would never be noticed at Stokoe. Besides that, Mr. Tebrick had said he was happy. He was sorry for Mr. Tebrick, too, and he said to himself that the queer girl, his niece, must have married him because he was the first man she had met. He reflected also that he was never likely to see her again, and said aloud when he had driven some little way, "Not an affectionate disposition." Then to his coachman, "No, that's all right. Drive on, Hopkins." When Mr. Tebrick was alone, he rejoiced exceedingly in his solitary life. He understood, or so he fancied, what it was to be happy, and that he had found complete happiness now, living from day to day, careless of the future, surrounded every morning by playful and affectionate little creatures whom he loved tenderly, and sitting beside their mother, whose simple happiness was the source of his own. True happiness, he said to himself, is to be found in bestowing love. There is no such happiness as that of the mother for her babe, unless I have attained it in mine for my vixen and her children. With these feelings he waited impatiently for the hour and the morrow, when he might hasten to them once more. When, however, he had toiled up the hillside to the earth, taking infinite precaution not to tread down the bracken, or make a beaten path which might lead others to that secret spot, he found to his surprise that Sylvia was not there, and that there were no cubs to be seen either. He called to them, but it was in vain, and at last he laid himself on the mossy bank beside the earth and waited. For a long while, as it seemed to him, he lay very still, with closed eyes, straining his ears to hear every rustle among the leaves, or any sound that might be the cubs stirring in the earth. At last he must have dropped asleep, for he woke suddenly with all his senses alert, and opening his eyes found a full-grown fox within 6 feet of him, sitting on its haunches like a dog, and watching his face with curiosity. Mr. Tebrick saw instantly that it was not Sylvia. When he moved, the fox got up and shifted his eyes, but still stood his ground, and Mr. Tebrick recognized him then for the dog-fox he had seen once before carrying a hare. It was the same dark beast with a large white tag to his brush. Now the secret was out, and Mr. Tebrick could see his rival before him. Here was the real father of his godchildren, who could be certain of their taking after him, and leading over again his wild and rakish life. Mr. Tebrick stared for a long time at the handsome rogue, who glanced back at him with distrust and watchfulness, patent in his face, but not without defiance, too, and it seemed to Mr. Tebrick as if there was also a touch of cynical humour in his look, as if he said, "By gad, we two have been strangely brought together." And to the man, at any rate, it seemed strange that they were thus linked, and he wondered if the love his rival there bare to his vixen and his cubs were the same thing in kind as his own. "We would both of us give our lives for theirs," he said to himself as he reasoned upon it. "We both of us are happy chiefly in their company. What pride this fellow must feel to have such a wife, and such children taking after him, and has he not reason for his pride? He lives in a world where he is beset with 1,000 dangers. For half the year he is hunted, everywhere dogs pursue him, men lay traps for him or menace him. He owes nothing to another." But he did not speak, knowing that his words would only alarm the fox. Then in a few minutes he saw the dog-fox look over his shoulder, and then he trotted off as lightly as a gossamer veil blown in the wind. And in a minute or two more, back he comes with his vixen and the cubs all round him. Seeing the dog-fox thus surrounded by vixen and cubs was too much for Mr. Tebrick. In spite of all his philosophy, a pang of jealousy shot through him. He could see that Sylvia had been hunting with her cubs, and also that she had forgotten that he would come that morning, for she started when she saw him, and though she carelessly licked his hand, he could see that her thoughts were not with him. Very soon she led her cubs into the earth. The dog-fox had vanished, and Mr. Tebrick was again alone. He did not wait longer, but went home. Now was his peace of mind all gone. The happiness which he had flattered himself the night before he knew so well how to enjoy seemed now but a fool's paradise in which he had been living. 100 times this poor gentleman bit his lip, drew down his torvous brows, and stamped his foot, and cursed himself bitterly, and called his lady bitch. He could not forgive himself either that he had not thought of the damned dog-fox before, but all the while had let the cubs frisk round him, each one a proof that a dog-fox had been at work with his vixen. Yes, jealousy was now in the wind, and every circumstance which had been a reason for his felicity the night before was now turned into a monstrous feature of his nightmare. With all this, Mr. Tebrick so worked upon himself that for the time being he had lost his reason. Black was white and white black, and he was resolved that on the morrow he would dig the vile brood of foxes out and shoot them, and so free himself at last from this hellish plague. All that night he was in this mood, and in agony, as if he had broken in the crown of a tooth and bitten on the nerve. But as all things will have an ending, so at last Mr. Tebrick, worn out and wearied by this loathed passion of jealousy, fell into an uneasy and tormented sleep. After an hour or two, the procession of confused and jumbled images which first assailed him passed away and subsided into one clear and powerful dream. His wife was with him in her own proper shape, walking as they had been on that fatal day before her transformation. Yet she was changed, too, for in her face there were visible tokens of unhappiness. Her face swollen with crying, pale and downcast, her hair hanging in disorder, her damp hands wringing a small handkerchief into a ball, her whole body shaken with sobs, and an air of long neglect about her person. Between her sobs she was confessing to him some crime which she had committed, but he did not catch the broken words, nor did he wish to hear them, for he was dulled by his sorrow. So they continued walking together, in sadness, as it were, forever, he with his arm about her waist, she turning her head to him, and often casting her eyes down in distress. At last they sat down, and he spoke, saying, "I know they are not my children, but I shall not use them barbarously because of that. You are still my wife. I swear to you that they shall never be neglected. I will pay for their education." Then he began turning over the names of schools in his mind. Eton would not do, nor Harrow, nor Winchester, nor Rugby. But he could not tell why these schools would not do for these children of hers. He only knew that every school he thought of was impossible, but surely one could be found. So, turning over the names of schools, he sat for a long while, holding his dear wife's hand, till at length, still weeping, she got up and went away, and then slowly he awoke. But even when he had opened his eyes and looked about him, he was thinking of schools, saying to himself that he must send them to a private academy, or even at the worst engage a tutor. "Why, yes," he said to himself, putting one foot out of bed, "that is what it must be, a tutor, though even then there will be difficulty at first." At those words he wondered what difficulty there would be, and recollected that they were not ordinary children. No, they were foxes, mere foxes. When poor Mr. Tebrick had remembered this, he was, as it were, dazed or stunned by the fact, and for a long time he could understand nothing, but at last burst into a flood of tears, compassionating them and himself too. The awfulness of the fact itself, that his dear wife should have foxes instead of children, filled him with an agony of pity, and at length, when he recollected the cause of their being foxes, that is, that his wife was a fox also, his tears broke out anew, and he could bear it no longer, but began calling out in his anguish, and beat his head once or twice against the wall, and then cast himself down on his bed again, and wept, sometimes tearing the sheets asunder with his teeth. The whole of that day, for he was not to go to the earth till evening, he went about sorrowfully, torn by true pity for his poor vixen and her children. At last, when the time came, he went again up to the earth, which he found deserted. But hearing his voice, out came Esther. But though he called the others by their names, there was no answer, and something in the way the cub greeted him made him fancy she was indeed alone. She was truly rejoiced to see him, and scrambled up into his arms, and thence to his shoulder, kissing him, which was unusual in her, though natural enough in her sister Angelica. He sat down a little way from the earth, fondling her, and fed her with some fish he had brought for her mother, which she ate so ravenously that he concluded she must have been short of food that day, and probably alone for some time. At last, while he was sitting there, Esther pricked up her ears, started up, and presently Mr. Tebrick saw his vixen come towards them. She greeted him very affectionately, but it was plain had not much time to spare, for she soon started back whence she had come with Esther at her side. When they had gone about a rod, the cub hung back and kept stopping and looking back to the earth, and at last turned and ran back home. But her mother was not to be fobbed off so, for she quickly overtook her child, and gripping her by the scruff, began to drag her along with her. Mr. Tebrick, seeing then how matters stood, spoke to her, telling her he would carry Esther if she would lead. So after a little while Sylvia gave her over, and then they set out on their strange journey. Sylvia went running on a little before, while Mr. Tebrick followed after, with Esther in his arms, whimpering and struggling now to be free, and indeed once she gave him a nip with her teeth. This was not so strange a thing to him now, and he knew the remedy for it, which is much the same as with others whose tempers run too high. That is a taste of it themselves. Mr. Tebrick shook her and gave her a smart little cuff, after which, though she sulked, she stopped her biting. They went thus above a mile, circling his house and crossing the highway, until they gained a small covert that lay with some waste fields adjacent to it. By this time it was so dark that it was all Mr. Tebrick could do to pick his way, for it was not always easy for him to follow where his vixen found a big enough road for herself. But at length they came to another earth, and by the starlight Mr. Tebrick could just make out the other cubs skylarking in the shadows. Now he was tired, but he was happy and laughed softly for joy, and presently his vixen, coming to him, put her feet upon his shoulders as he sat on the ground and licked him, and he kissed her back on the muzzle and gathered her in his arms, and rolled her in his jacket, and then laughed and wept by turns in the excess of his joy. All his jealousies of the night before were forgotten now. All his desperate sorrow of the morning, and the horror of his dream were gone. What if they were foxes? Mr. Tebrick found that he could be happy with them. As the weather was hot, he lay out there all the night, first playing hide-and-seek with them in the dark, till missing his vixen and the cubs proving obstreperous, he lay down and was soon asleep. He was woken up soon after dawn by one of the cubs tugging at his shoelaces in play. When he sat up, he saw two of the cubs standing near him on their hind legs, wrestling with each other. The other two were playing hide-and-seek round a tree-trunk. And now Angelica let go his laces and came romping into his arms to kiss him and say good morning to him, then worrying the points of his waistcoat a little shyly after the warmth of his embrace. That moment of awakening was very sweet to him. The freshness of the morning, the scent of everything at the day's rebirth, the first beams of the sun upon a tree-top near, and a pigeon rising into the air suddenly, all delighted him. Even the rough scent of the body of the cub in his arms seemed to him delicious. At that moment all human customs and institutions seemed to him nothing but folly. For, said he, I would exchange all my life as a man for my happiness now. And even now I retain almost all of the ridiculous conceptions of a man. The beasts are happier, and I will deserve that happiness as best I can. After he had looked at the cubs playing merrily, how with soft stealth one would creep behind another to bounce out and startle him, a thought came into Mr. Tebrick's head, and that was that these cubs were innocent. They were as stainless snow. They could not sin, for God had created them to be thus, and they could break none of his commandments. And he fancied also that men sin because they cannot be as the animals. Presently he got up, full of happiness, and began making his way home, when suddenly he came to a full stop and asked himself, what is going to happen to them? This question rooted him stockishly in a cold and deadly fear, as if he had seen a snake before him. At last he shook his head and hurried on his path. Aye, indeed, what would become of his vixen and her children? This thought put him into such a fever of apprehension that he did his best not to think of it any more, but yet it stayed with him all that day and for weeks after at the back of his mind, so that he was not careless in his happiness as before, but as it were trying continually to escape his own thoughts. This made him also anxious to pass all the time he could with his dear Sylvia, and therefore he began going out to them for more of the daytime. And then he would sleep the night in the woods also, as he had done that night. And so he passed several weeks, only returning to his house occasionally to get himself a fresh provision of food. But after a week or 10 days at the new earths, both his vixen and the cubs, too, got a new habit of roaming. For a long while back, as he knew, His vixen had been lying out alone most of the day, and now the cubs were all for doing the same thing. The earth, in short, had served its purpose, and was now distasteful to them, and they would not enter it unless pressed with fear. This new manner of their lives was an added grief to Mr. Tebrick, for sometimes he missed them for hours together, or for the whole day even, and not knowing where they might be was lonely and anxious. Yet his Sylvia was thoughtful for him, too, and would often send Angelica or another of the cubs to fetch him to their new lair, or come herself if she could spare the time. For now they were all perfectly accustomed to his presence, and had come to look on him as their natural companion, and although he was in many ways irksome to them by scaring rabbits, yet they always rejoiced to see him when they had been parted from him. This friendliness of theirs was, you may be sure, the source of most of Mr. Tebrick's happiness at this time. Indeed, he lived now for nothing but his foxes. His love for his vixen had extended itself insensibly to include her cubs, and these were now his daily playmates, so that he knew them as well as if they had been his own children. With Selwyn and Angelica, indeed, he was always happy, and they never so much as when they were with him. He was not stiff in his behavior, either, but had learnt by this time as much from his foxes as they had from him. Indeed, never was there a more curious alliance than this, or one with stranger effects upon both of the parties. Mr. Tebrick now could follow after them anywhere, and keep up with them, too, and could go through a wood as silently as a deer. He learnt to conceal himself if ever a labourer passed by, so that he was rarely seen, and never but once in their company. But what was most strange of all, he had got a way of going doubled up, often almost on all fours, with his hands touching the ground every now and then, particularly when he went uphill. He hunted with them, too, sometimes, chiefly by coming up and scaring rabbits towards where the cubs lay ambushed, so that the bunnies ran straight into their jaws. He was useful to them in other ways, climbing up and robbing pigeons' nests for the eggs, which they relished exceedingly, or by occasionally dispatching a hedgehog for them, so they did not get the prickles in their mouths. But while on his part he thus altered his conduct, they on their side were not behindhand, but learnt a dozen human tricks from him that are ordinarily wanting in Reynard's education. One evening he went to a cottager who had a row of skeps, and bought one of them, just as it was after the man had smothered the bees. This he carried to the foxes, that they might taste the honey, for he had seen them dig out wild bees' nests often enough. The skep full was indeed a wonderful feast for them. They bit greedily into the heavy-scented comb. Their jaws were drowned in the sticky flood of sweetness, and they gorged themselves on it without restraint. When they had crunched up the last morsel, they tore the skep in pieces, and for hours afterwards they were happily employed in licking themselves clean. That night he slept near their lair, but they left him and went hunting. In the morning, when he woke, he was quite numb with cold and faint with hunger. A white mist hung over everything, and the wood smelt of autumn. He got up and stretched his cramped limbs, and then walked homewards. The summer was over, and Mr. Tebrick noticed this now for the first time, and was astonished. He reflected that the cubs were fast growing up. They were foxes at all points, and yet when he thought of the time when they had been sooty and had blue eyes, it seemed to him only yesterday. From that he passed to thinking of the future, asking himself, as he had done once before, what would become of his vixen and her children. Before the winter he must tempt them into the security of his garden, and fortify it against all the dangers that threatened them. But though he tried to allay his fear with such resolutions, he remained uneasy all that day. When he went out to them that afternoon, he found only his wife Sylvia there, and it was plain to him that she too was alarmed. But alas, poor creature, she could tell him nothing, only lick his hands and face and turn about pricking her ears at every sound. "Where are your children, Sylvia?" he asked her several times, but she was impatient of his questions, but at last sprang into his arms, flattened herself upon his breast, and kissed him gently, so that when he departed his heart was lighter because he knew that she still loved him. That night he slept indoors, but in the morning early he was awoken by the sound of trotting horses, and running to the window saw a farmer riding by, very sprucely dressed. Could they be hunting so soon, he wondered, but presently assured himself that it could not be a hunt already. He heard no other sound till 11 o'clock in the morning, when suddenly there was the clamour of hounds giving tongue, and not so far off neither. At this Mr. Tebrick ran out of his house distracted, and set open the gates of his garden, but with iron bars and wire at the top, so the huntsman could not follow. There was silence again. It seems the fox must have turned away, but there was no other sound of the hunt. Mr. Tebrick was now like one helpless with fear. He dared not go out, yet he could not stay still at home. There was nothing that he could do, yet he would not admit this. So he busied himself in making holes in the hedges, so that Sylvia, or her cubs, could enter from whatever side she came. At last he forced himself to go indoors and sit down and drink some tea. While he was there, he fancied he heard the hounds again. It was but a faint, ghostly echo of their music, yet when he ran out of the house it was already close at hand in the copse above. Now it was that poor Mr. Tebrick made his great mistake. For hearing the hounds almost outside the gate, he ran to meet them, whereas rightly he should have run back to the house. As soon as he reached the gate he saw his wife Sylvia coming towards him, but very tired with running, and just upon her the hounds. The horror of that sight pierced him, for ever afterwards he was haunted by those hounds, their eagerness, their desperate efforts to gain on her, and their blind lust for her, came at odd moments to frighten him all his life. Now he should have run back, though it was already late, but instead he cried out to her, and she ran straight through the open gate to him. What followed was all over in a flash, but it was seen by many witnesses. The side of Mr. Tebrick's garden there is bounded by a wall about 6 feet high and curving round, so that the huntsman could see over this wall inside. One of them, indeed, put his horse at it very boldly, which was risking his neck, and although he got over safe, was too late to be of much assistance. His vixen had at once sprung into Mr. Tebrick's arms, and before he could turn back the hounds were upon them, and had pulled them down. Then at that moment there was a scream of despair, heard by all the field that had come up, which they declared afterwards was more like a woman's voice than a man's. But yet there was no clear proof whether it was Mr. Tebrick or his wife who had suddenly regained her voice. When the huntsman who had leapt the wall got to them, and had whipped off the hounds, Mr. Tebrick had been terribly mauled and was bleeding from 20 wounds. As for his vixen, she was dead, though he was still clasping her dead body in his arms. Mr. Tebrick was carried into the house at once, and assistance sent for, but there was no doubt now about his neighbours being in the right when they called him mad. For a long while his life was despaired of, but at last he rallied, and in the end he recovered his reason and lived to be a great age. For that matter, he is still alive. Father's Last Escape by Bruno Schulz. When the Germans occupied the Polish town of Orogobich in 1941, Bruno Schulz was earning his living as a painter. His writings didn't sell, in spite of the prize awarded to his book The Street of Crocodiles by the Polish Academy of Letters, and his salary as a Jewish teacher was meagre. A year later, in November, while bringing home a loaf of bread, he was shot to death in the street by a Nazi officer who bore a grudge against another Nazi, Schulz's temporary protector, who liked his paintings. A translator of Kafka, Schulz shared with Kafka the fate of being, in his own words, a parasite of metaphors. Father's Last Escape is a metaphor of Schulz's vision of his father, but it is also the chronicle of his search for truth, to fill in the gaps that official history leaves, says John Updike in his introduction to Sanatorium under the Sign of the Hourglass, the collection from which this story is taken. Updike quotes Schulz, "Where is truth to shelter? Where is it to find asylum, if not in a place where nobody is looking for it?" It happened in the late and forlorn period of complete disruption, at the time of the liquidation of our business. The signboard had been removed from over our shop. The shutters were halfway down, and inside the shop my mother was conducting an unauthorized trade in remnants. Adela had gone to America, and it was said that the boat on which she had sailed had sunk, and that all the passengers had lost their lives. We were unable to verify this rumor, but all trace of the girl was lost, and we never heard of her again. A new age began, empty, sober, and joyless, like a sheet of white paper. A new servant girl, Genya, anemic, pale, and boneless, mooned about the rooms. When one patted her on the back, she wriggled, stretched like a snake, or purred like a cat. She had a dull, white complexion, and even the insides of her eyelids were white. She was so absent-minded that she sometimes made a white sauce from old letters and invoices. It was sickly and inedible. At that time my father was definitely dead. He had been dying a number of times, always with some reservations that forced us to revise our attitude towards the fact of his death. This had its advantages. By dividing his death into installments, Father had familiarized us with his demise. We became gradually indifferent to his returns, each one shorter, each one more pitiful. His features were already dispersed throughout the room in which he had lived, and were sprouting in it, creating at some point strange knots of likeness that were most expressive. The wallpaper began in certain places to imitate his habitual nervous tic. The flower designs arranged themselves into the doleful elements of his smile, symmetrical as the fossilized imprint of a trilobite. For a time we gave a wide berth to his fur coat lined with polecat skins. The fur coat breathed. The panic of small animals sewn together and biting into one another passed through it in helpless currents, and lost itself in the folds of the fur. Putting one's ear against it, one could hear the melodious purring unison of the animals' sleep. In this well-tanned form, amid the faint smell of polecat, murder, and night-time matings, my father might have lasted for many years. But he did not last. One day Mother returned home from town with a preoccupied face. "Look, Joseph," she said, "what a lucky coincidence! I caught him on the stairs, jumping from step to step." And she lifted a handkerchief that covered something on a plate. I recognized him at once. The resemblance was striking, although now he was a crab or a large scorpion. Mother and I exchanged looks. In spite of the metamorphosis, the resemblance was incredible. "Is he alive?" I asked. "Of course. I can hardly hold him," Mother said. "Shall I place him on the floor?" She put the plate down, and leaning over him, we observed him closely. There was a hollow place between his numerous curved legs, which he was moving slightly. His uplifted pincers and feelers seemed to be listening. I tipped the plate, and Father moved cautiously and with a certain hesitation onto the floor. Upon touching the flat surface under him, he gave a sudden start with all of his legs, while his hard arthropod joints made a clacking sound. I barred his way. He hesitated, investigated the obstacle with his feelers, then lifted his pincers and turned aside. We let him run in his chosen direction, where there was no furniture to give him shelter. Running in wavy jerks on his many legs, he reached the wall, and, before we could stop him, ran lightly up it, not pausing anywhere. I shuddered with instinctive revulsion as I watched his progress up the wallpaper. Meanwhile, Father reached a small built-in kitchen cupboard, hung for a moment on its edge, testing the terrain with his pincers, and then crawled into it. He was discovering the apartment afresh from the new point of view of a crab. Evidently, he perceived all objects by his sense of smell, for, in spite of careful checking, I could not find on him any organ of sight. He seemed to consider carefully the objects he encountered in his path, stopping and feeling them with his antennae, then embracing them with his pincers, as if to test them and make their acquaintance. After a time he left them and continued on his run, pulling his abdomen behind him, lifted slightly from the floor. He acted the same way with the pieces of bread and meat that we threw on the floor for him, hoping he would eat them. He gave them a perfunctory examination and ran on, not recognizing that they were edible. Watching these patient surveys of the room, one could assume that he was obstinately and indefatigably looking for something. From time to time he ran to a corner of the kitchen, crept under a barrel of water that was leaking, and, upon reaching the puddle, seemed to drink. Sometimes he disappeared for days on end. He seemed to manage perfectly well without food, but this did not seem to affect his vitality. With mixed feelings of shame and repugnance, we concealed by day our secret fear that he might visit us in bed during the night. But this never occurred, although in the daytime he would wander all over the furniture. He particularly liked to stay in the spaces between the wardrobes and the wall. We could not discount certain manifestations of reason and even a sense of humor. For instance, Father never failed to appear in the dining-room during meal-times, although his participation in them was purely symbolic. If the dining-room door was by chance closed during dinner, and he had been left in the next room, he scratched at the bottom of the door, running up and down along the crack until we opened it for him. In time he learned how to insert his pincers and legs under the door, and after some elaborate maneuvers he finally succeeded in insinuating his body through it sideways into the dining-room. This seemed to give him pleasure. He would then stop under the table, lying quite still, his abdomen slightly pulsating. What the meaning of these rhythmic pulsations was, we could not imagine. They seemed obscene and malicious, but at the same time expressed a rather gross and lustful satisfaction. Our dog, Nimrod, would approach him slowly and without conviction, sniff at him cautiously, sneeze, and turn away indifferently, not having reached any conclusions. Meanwhile, the demoralization in our household was increasing. Jania slept all day long, her slim body bonelessly undulating with her deep breaths. We often found in the soup reels of cotton, which she had thrown in unthinkingly with the vegetables. Our shop was open non-stop, day and night. A continuous sale took place amid complicated bargainings and discussions. To crown it all, Uncle Charles came to stay. He was strangely depressed and silent. He declared with a sigh that after his recent unfortunate experiences he had decided to change his way of life and devote himself to the study of languages. He never went out, but remained locked in the most remote room, from which Jania had removed all the carpets and curtains, as she did not approve of our visitor. There he spent his time reading old price lists. Several times he tried viciously to step on Father. Screaming with horror, we told him to stop it. Afterwards he only smiled wryly to himself, while Father, not realizing the danger he had been in, hung around and studied some spots on the floor. My father, quick and mobile as long as he was on his feet, shared with all crustaceans the characteristic that when turned on his back he became largely immobile. It was sad and pitiful to see him desperately moving all his limbs and rotating helplessly around his own axis. We could hardly force ourselves to look at the conspicuous, almost shameless mechanism of his anatomy, completely exposed under the bare, articulated belly. At such moments Uncle Charles could hardly restrain himself from stamping on Father. We ran to his rescue with some object at hand, which he caught tightly with his pincers, quickly regaining his normal position. Then at once he started a lightning zigzag run at double speed, as if wanting to obliterate the memory of his unsightly fall. I must force myself to report truthfully the unbelievable deed, from which my memory recoils even now. To this day I cannot understand how we became the conscious perpetrators of it. A strange fatality must have been driving us to it. For fate does not evade consciousness or will, but engulfs them in its mechanism, so that we are able to admit and accept, as in a hypnotic trance, things that under normal circumstances would fill us with horror. Shaken badly, I asked my mother in despair again and again, how could you have done it? If it were Genya who had done it, but you yourself. Mother cried, wrung her hands, and could find no answer. Had she thought that Father would be better off? Had she seen in that act the only solution to a hopeless situation? Or did she do it out of inconceivable thoughtlessness and frivolity? Fate has 1,000 wiles when it chooses to impose on us its incomprehensible whims. A temporary blackout, a moment of inattention or blindness, is enough to insinuate an act between the Scylla and Charybdis of decision. Afterwards, with hindsight, we may endlessly ponder that act, explain our motives, try to discover our true intentions, but the act remains irrevocable. When Father was brought in on a dish, we came to our senses and understood fully what had happened. He lay large and swollen from the boiling pale grey and jellified. We sat in silence, dumbfounded. Only Uncle Charles lifted his fork towards the dish, but at once he put it down uncertainly, looking at us askance. Mother ordered it to be taken to the sitting-room. It stood there afterwards on a table covered with a velvet cloth, next to the album of family photographs and a musical cigarette-box. Avoided by us all, it just stood there. But my father's earthly wanderings were not yet at an end, and the next installment, the extension of the story beyond permissible limits, is the most painful of all. Why didn't he give up? Why didn't he admit that he was beaten, when there was every reason to do so, and when even fate could go no farther in utterly confounding him? After several weeks of immobility in the sitting-room, he somehow rallied and seemed to be slowly recovering. One morning we found the plate empty. One leg lay on the edge of the dish, in some congealed tomato sauce and aspic that bore the traces of his escape. Although boiled and shedding his legs on the way, with his remaining strength he had dragged himself somewhere to begin a homeless wandering, and we never saw him again. Translated from the Polish by Selina Wieniawska. A Man by the Name of Ziegler, by Hermann Hesse. Fantastic literature pulls down the barriers we set up to feel at ease in our place in the universe. It makes us insecure about the laws of time and space. It blots out the distinctions between man and the other creatures of this and other worlds. It denies death as an end. It demands that we reconsider who we really are. The problem of identity appears in several of Hermann Hesse's books. In Damien, in Siddhartha, in the complex and vast Magister Ludi, which won him the Nobel Prize in 1946, in the magical Steppenwolf, and in the following short story. There was once a young man by the name of Ziegler, who lived on Brauergasse. He was one of those people we see every day on the street, whose faces we can never really remember, because they all have the same face, a collective face. Ziegler was everything and did everything that such people always are and do. He was not stupid, but neither was he gifted. He loved money and pleasure, liked to dress well, and was as cowardly as most people. His life and activities were governed less by desires and strivings than by prohibitions, by the fear of punishment. Still, he had a number of good qualities, and all in all he was a gratifyingly normal young man, whose own person was most interesting and important to him. Like every other man, he regarded himself as an individual, though in reality he was only a specimen, and, like other men, he regarded himself and his life as the center of the world. He was far removed from all doubts, and when facts contradicted his opinions, he shut his eyes disapprovingly. As a modern man, he had unlimited respect, not only for money, but also for a second power, science. He could not have said exactly what science was. He had in mind something on the order of statistics and perhaps a bit of bacteriology. And he knew how much money and honor the state accorded to science. He especially admired cancer research, for his father had died of cancer, and Ziegler firmly believed that science, which had developed so remarkably since then, would not let the same thing happen to him. Outwardly, Ziegler distinguished himself by his tendency to dress somewhat beyond his means, always in the fashion of the year. For since he could not afford the fashions of the month or season, it goes without saying that he despised them as foolish affectation. He was a great believer in independence of character, and often spoke harshly among friends and in safe places of his employers and of the government. I am probably dwelling too long on this portrait, but Ziegler was a charming young fellow, and he has been a great loss to us, for he met with a strange and premature end, which set all his plans and justified hopes at naught. One Sunday, soon after his arrival in our town, he decided on a day's recreation. He had not yet made any real friends, and had not yet been able to make up his mind to join a club. Perhaps this was his undoing. It is not good for a man to be alone. He could think of nothing else to do but go sightseeing. After conscientious inquiry and mature reflection, he decided on the historical museum and the zoo. The museum was free of charge on Sunday mornings, and the zoo could be visited in the afternoon for a moderate fee. Wearing his new suit with cloth buttons, he was very fond of it, he set out for the Historical Museum. He was carrying his thin, elegant, red-lacquered walking cane, which lent him dignity and distinction, but which, to his profound displeasure, he was obliged to part with at the entrance. There were all sorts of things to be seen in the lofty rooms, and in his heart the pious visitor sang the praises of almighty science, which here again, as Ziegler observed in reading the meticulous inscriptions on the showcases, proved that it could be counted on. Thanks to these inscriptions, old bric-a-brac, such as rusty keys, broken and tarnished necklaces, and so on, became amazingly interesting. It was marvelous how science looked into everything, understood everything, and found a name for it. Oh, yes, it would definitely get rid of cancer very soon. Maybe it would even abolish death. In the second room he found a glass case, in which he was reflected so clearly that he was able to stop for a moment and check up, carefully and to his entire satisfaction, on his coat, trousers, and the knot of his tie. Pleasantly reassured, he passed on and devoted his attention to the products of some early wood-carvers. Competent men, though shockingly naive, he reflected benevolently. He also contemplated an old grandfather clock, with ivory figures which danced the minuet when it struck the hour, and it too met with his patient approval. Then he began to feel rather bored. He yawned and looked more and more frequently at his watch, which he was not ashamed of showing, for it was solid gold, inherited from his father. As he saw to his regret, he still had a long way to go until lunch-time, and so he entered another room. Here his curiosity revived. It contained objects of medieval superstition, books of magic, amulets, trappings of witchcraft, and, in one corner, a whole alchemist's workshop, complete with forge, mortars, pot-bellied flasks, dried-out pig's bladders, bellows, and so on. This corner was roped off, and there was a sign forbidding the public to touch the objects. But one never reads such signs very attentively, and Ziegler was alone in the room. Unthinkingly he stretched out his arm over the rope and touched a few of the weird things. He had heard and read about the Middle Ages and their comical superstitions. It was beyond him how the people of those days could have bothered with such childish nonsense, and he failed to see why such absurdities as witchcraft had not simply been prohibited. Alchemy, on the other hand, was pardonable, since the useful science of chemistry had developed from it. Good Lord! To think that these gold-makers' crucibles and all this magic hocus-pocus may have been necessary, because without them there would be no aspirin or gas bombs today. Absent-mindedly, he picked up a small, dark-colored pellet, rather like a pill, rolled the dry, weightless little thing between his fingers, and was about to put it down again when he heard steps behind him. He turned round. A visitor had entered the room. Ziegler was embarrassed at having the pellet in his hand, for actually he had read the sign. So he closed his hand, put it in his pocket, and left. He did not think of the pellet again until he was on the street. He took it out and decided to throw it away. But first he raised it to his nose and sniffed it. It had a faint resinous smell that he found rather pleasing, so he put it back in his pocket. Then he went to a restaurant, ordered, leafed through a few newspapers, toyed with his tie, and cast respectful or haughty glances at the guests around him, depending on how they were dressed. But when his meal was rather long in coming, he took out the alchemist's pill that he had involuntarily stolen and smelled it. Then he scratched it with his fingernail, and finally, naively giving in to a childlike impulse, he put it in his mouth. It did not taste bad and dissolved quickly. He washed it down with a sip of beer. And then his meal arrived. At 2 o'clock the young man jumped off the streetcar, went to the zoo, and bought a Sunday ticket. Smiling amiably, he went to the primate house and planted himself in front of the big cage where the chimpanzees were kept. A large chimpanzee blinked at him, gave him a good-natured nod, and said in a deep voice, "How goes it, brother?" Repelled and strangely frightened, Ziegler turned away. As he was hurrying off, he heard the ape scolding, "What's he got to be so proud about, the stupid bastard?" He went to see the long-tailed monkeys. They were dancing merrily. "Give us some sugar, old buddy," they cried. And when he had no sugar, they grew angry, mimicked him, called him a cheapskate, and bared their teeth. That was more than he could stand. He fled in consternation and made for the deer, whom he expected to behave better. A large, stately elk stood close to the bars, looking him over. And suddenly Ziegler was stricken with horror. For since swallowing the magic pill, he understood the language of the animals. The elk spoke with his eyes, 2 big brown eyes. His silent gaze expressed dignity, resignation, sadness, and with regard to the visitor, a lofty and solemn contempt, a terrible contempt. In the language of these silent, majestic eyes, Ziegler read, he with his hat and cane, his gold watch, and his Sunday suit, was no better than vermin, an absurd and repulsive bug. From the elk he fled to the ibex, from the ibex to the chamois, the llama and the gnu, to the wild boars and bears. They did not all insult him, but without exception they despised him. He listened to them and learned from their conversations what they thought of people in general, and what they thought was most distressing. Most of all, they were surprised that these ugly, stinking, undignified bipeds with their foppish disguises should be allowed to run around loose. He heard a puma talking to her cub, a conversation full of dignity and practical wisdom, such as one seldom hears among humans. He heard a beautiful panther expressing his opinions of this riffraff, the Sunday visitors, in succinct, well-turned, aristocratic phrases. He looked the blond lion in the eye and learned of the wonderful immensity of the wilderness, where there are no cages and no human beings. He saw a kestrel perched proud and forlorn, congealed in melancholy on a dead branch, and saw the jays bearing their imprisonment with dignity, resignation, and humor. Dejected and wrenched out of all his habits of thought, Ziegler turned back to his fellow men in his despair. He looked for eyes that would understand his terror and misery. He listened to conversations in the hope of hearing something comforting, something understandable and soothing. He observed the gestures of the visitors in the hope of finding nobility and quiet, natural dignity. But he was disappointed. He heard voices and words. He saw movements, gestures, and glances. But since he now saw everything as through the eyes of an animal, he found nothing but a degenerate, dissembling mob of bestial fops, who seemed to be an unbeautiful mixture of all the animal species. In despair, Ziegler wandered about. He felt hopelessly ashamed of himself. He had long since thrown his red-lacquered cane into the bushes and his gloves after it. But when he threw away his hat, took off his shoes and his tie, and, shaken with sobs, pressed against the bars of the elk's cage, a crowd collected. The guards seized him, and he was taken away to an insane asylum. Translated from the German by Ralph Mannheim. The Argentine Ant by Italo Calvino. Italo Calvino began writing in the style of the Italian neorealists, stark, detached stories set against the background of the war. He quickly changed his tone. With the publication of The Cloven Viscount in 1952, he began a series of wonderfully comic and fantastic novels, which established him as Italy's most original writer of our time. The Baron in the Trees, 1957, and The Non-Existent Knight, 1959, continued to explore the legendary world of what Calvino calls our ancestors. I've always preferred to choose a different route each time I start something new, Calvino wrote, in The Castle of Crossed Destinies. The Argentine Ant is quite unlike his other stories. The style has changed, but the same magical universe, Calvino's world of encroaching menace and free spirits, is still present. When we came to settle here, we did not know about the ants. We'd be all right here, it seemed that day. The sky and green looked bright, too bright, perhaps, for the worries we had, my wife and I. How could we have guessed about the ants? Thinking it over, though, Uncle Augusto may have hinted at this once. You should see the ants over there. They're not like the ones here, those ants. But that was just said while talking of something else, a remark of no importance, thrown in perhaps because, as we talked, we happened to notice some ants. Ants, did I say? No, just one single lost ant. One of those fat ants we have at home. They seem fat to me now, the ants from my part of the country. Anyway, Uncle Augusto's hint did not seem to detract from the description he gave us of a region where, for some reason which he was unable to explain, life was easier, and jobs were not too difficult to find, judging by all those who had set themselves up there, though not, apparently, Uncle Augusto himself. On our first evening here, noticing the twilight still in the air after supper, realizing how pleasant it was to stroll along those lanes towards the country and sit on the low walls of a bridge, we began to understand why Uncle Augusto liked it. We understood it even more when we found a little inn which he used to frequent, with a garden behind, and squat, elderly characters like himself, though rather more blustering and noisy, who said they had been his friends. They, too, were men without a trade, I think, workers by the hour, though one said he was a clockmaker, but that may have been bragging. And we found they remembered Uncle Augusto by a nickname, which they all repeated among general guffaws. We noticed, too, rather stifled laughter from a woman in a knitted white sweater, who was fat and no longer young, standing behind the bar. And my wife and I understood what all this must have meant to Uncle Augusto, to have a nickname and spend light evenings joking on the bridges, and watch for that knitted sweater to come from the kitchen and go out into the orchard, then spend an hour or two next day unloading sacks for the spaghetti factory. Yes, we realized why he always regretted this place when he was back home. I would have been able to appreciate all this, too, if I'd been a youth and had no worries, or been well settled with the family. But as we were, with the baby only just recovered from his illness, and work still to find, we could do no more than notice the things that had made Uncle Augusto call himself happy. And just noticing them was perhaps rather sad, for it made us feel the difference between our own wretched state and the contented world around. Little things, often of no importance, worried us lest they should suddenly make matters worse, before we knew anything about the ants. The endless instructions given us by the owner, Signora Moro, while showing us over the rooms, increased this feeling we had of entering troubled waters. I remember a long talk she gave us about the gas meter, and how carefully we listened to what she said. "Yes, Signora Moro. We'll be very careful, Signora Moro." "Let's hope not, Signora Moro." So that we did not take any notice when, though we remember it clearly now, she gave a quick glance all over the wall, as if reading something there, then passed the tip of her finger over it, and brushed it afterwards as if she had touched something wet, sandy, or dusty. She did not mention the word ants, though, I'm certain of that. Perhaps she considered it natural for ants to be there in the walls and roof, but my wife and I think now that she was trying to hide them from us as long as possible, and that all her chatter and instructions were just a smoke-screen to make other things seem important, and so direct our attention away from the ants. When Signora Moro had gone, I carried the mattresses inside. My wife wasn't able to move the cupboard by herself and called me to help. Then she wanted to begin cleaning out the little kitchen at once, and got down on her knees to start. But I said, "What's the point at this hour? We'll see to that tomorrow. Let's just arrange things as best we can for tonight." The baby was whimpering and very sleepy, and the first thing to do was get his basket ready and put him to bed. At home we use a long basket for babies, and had brought one with us here. We emptied out the linen with which we'd filled it, and found a good place on the window ledge where it wasn't damp or too far off the ground should it fall. Our son soon went to sleep, and my wife and I began looking over our new home. One room divided in two by a partition, 4 walls and a roof, which was already showing signs of our occupation. "Yes, yes, whitewash it, of course, we must whitewash it," I replied to my wife, glancing at the ceiling and at the same time taking her outside by an elbow. She wanted to have another good look at the toilet, which was in a little shack to the left, but I wanted to take a turn over the surrounding plot, for our house stood on a piece of land consisting of 2 large flower, or rather rough seed beds, with a path down the middle, covered with an iron trellis, now bare and made perhaps for some dried-up climbing plants of gourds or vines. Signora Moro had said she would let me have this plot to cultivate as a kitchen garden, without asking any rent, as it had been abandoned for so long. She had not mentioned this to us today, however, and we had not said anything, as there were already too many other irons in the fire. My intention now, by this first evening's walk of ours around the plot, was to acquire a sense of familiarity with the place, even of ownership in a way. For the first time in our lives, the idea of continuity seemed possible, of walking evening after evening among beds of seeds as our circumstances gradually improved. Of course, I didn't speak of those things to my wife, but I was anxious to see whether she felt them too, and that stroll of ours did, in fact, seem to have the effect on her which I had hoped. We began talking quietly, between long pauses, and we linked arms, a gesture symbolic of happier times. Strolling along like this, we came to the end of the plot, and over the hedge saw our neighbor, Signor Reginaldo, busy spraying around the outside of his house with a pair of bellows. I had met Signor Reginaldo a few months earlier when I had come to discuss my tenancy with Signora Moro. I went up to greet him and introduce him to my wife. "Good evening, Signor Reginaldo," I said. "Do you remember me?" "Of course I do," he said. "Good evening. So you are our new neighbor now." He was a short man with spectacles and pajamas and a straw hat. "Yes, neighbors and among neighbors," my wife began, producing a few vague, pleasant phrases to be polite. It was a long time since I'd heard her talk like that. I didn't particularly like it, but it was better than hearing her complain. "Claudia," called our neighbor, "come here. Here are the new tenants of the Casa Loreri." I had never heard our new home called that. Loreri, I learned later, was a previous owner, and the name made it sound strange. Signora Reginaldo, a big woman, now came out, drying her hands on her apron. They were an easy-going couple and very friendly. "And what are you doing there with those bellows, Signor Reginaldo?" I asked him. "Oh, these ants," he said, and laughed as if not wanting to make it sound important. "Ants?" repeated my wife in the polite, detached tone she used with strangers, to give the impression she was paying attention to what they were saying, a tone she never used with me, not even, as far as I can remember, when we first met. We then took a ceremonious leave of our neighbors, but we did not seem to be enjoying really fully the fact of having neighbors, and such affable and friendly ones with whom we could chat so pleasantly. On getting home, we decided to go to bed at once. "Do you hear?" said my wife. I listened, and could still hear the squeak of Signor Reginaldo's bellows. My wife went to the wash-basin for a glass of water. "Bring me one, too," I called, and took off my shirt. "Ah!" she screamed. "Come here!" She had seen ants on the faucet, and a stream of them coming up the wall. We put on the light, a single bulb for the 2 rooms. The stream of ants on the wall was very thick. They were coming from the top of the door, and might originate anywhere. Our hands were now covered with them, and we held them out open in front of our eyes, trying to see exactly what they were like, these ants, moving our wrists all the time to prevent them from crawling up our arms. They were tiny wisps of ants, in ceaseless movement, as if urged along by the same little itch they gave us. It was only then that a name came to my mind. Argentine ants, or rather, the Argentine ant. That's what they called them. And now I came to think of it, I must have heard someone say that this was the country of the Argentine ant. It was only now that I connected the name with a sensation, this irritating tickle spreading in every direction, which one couldn't get rid of by clenching one's fists or rubbing one's hands together, as there always seemed to be some stray ant running up one's arm or on one's clothes. When the ants were crushed, they became little black dots that fell like sand, leaving a strong acid smell on one's fingers. "It's the Argentine ant, you know," I said to my wife. "It comes from South America." Unconsciously, my voice had taken on the inflection I used when wanting to teach her something. As soon as I had realized this, I was sorry, for I knew that she could not bear that tone in my voice, and always reacted sharply, perhaps sensing that I was never very sure of myself when using it. But instead, she scarcely seemed to have heard me. She was frenziedly trying to destroy or disperse that stream of ants on the wall, but all she managed to do was get numbers of them on herself and scatter others around. Then she put her hand under the faucet and tried to squirt water at them, but the ants went on walking over the wet surface. She couldn't even get them off by washing her hands. "There, we've got ants in the house," she repeated. "They were here before, too, and we didn't see them." As if things would have been very different if we had seen them before. I said to her, "Oh, come, just a few ants. Let's go to bed now and think about it tomorrow." And it occurred to me also to add, "They're just a few Argentine ants," because by calling them by the exact name I wanted to suggest that their presence was already expected, and in a certain sense normal. But the expansive feeling by which my wife had let herself be carried away during that stroll around the garden had now completely vanished. She had become distrustful of everything again and made her usual face. Nor was going to bed in our new home what I had hoped. We hadn't the pleasure now of feeling we were starting a new life, only a sense of dragging on into a future full of new troubles. All for a couple of ants was what I was thinking. What I thought I was thinking, rather, for everything seemed different now for me, too. Exhaustion finally overcame our agitation, and we dozed off. But in the middle of the night the baby cried. At first we lay there in bed, always hoping it might stop and go to sleep again. This, however, never happened, and we began asking ourselves, what can be the matter? What's wrong with him? Since he was better, he had stopped crying at night. "He's covered with ants!" cried my wife, who had gone and taken him in her arms. I got out of bed, too. We turned the whole basket upside down and undressed the baby completely. To get enough light for picking the ants off, half blind as we were from sleep, we had to stand under the bulb in the draught coming from the door. My wife was saying, "Now he'll catch cold." It was pitiable looking for ants on that skin which reddened as soon as it was rubbed. There was a stream of ants going along the window-sill. We searched all the sheets until we could not find another ant, and then said, "Where shall we put him to sleep now?" In our bed we were so squeezed up against each other we would have crushed him. I inspected the chest of drawers and, as the ants had not got into that, pulled it away from the wall, opened a drawer, and prepared a bed for the baby there. When we put him in, he had already gone to sleep. If we had only thrown ourselves on the bed, we would have soon dozed off again, but my wife wanted to look at our provisions. Come here, God! Full of them, everything's black, help!" What was to be done? I took her by the shoulders. "Come along. We'll think about that tomorrow. We can't even see now. Tomorrow we'll arrange everything. We'll put it all in a safe place. Now come back to bed." "But the food, it'll be ruined." "It can go to the devil. What can we do now? Tomorrow we'll destroy the ants' nest. Don't worry." But we could no longer find peace in bed, with the thought of those insects everywhere, in the food, in all our things. Perhaps by now they had crawled up the legs of the chest of drawers and reached the baby. We got off to sleep as the cocks were crowing, but before long we had again started moving about, and scratching ourselves, and feeling we had ants in the bed. Perhaps they had climbed up there or stayed on us after all our handling of them. And so even the early morning hours were no refreshment, and we were very soon up, nagged by the thought of the things we had to do, and of the nuisance, too, of having to start an immediate battle against the persistent, imperceptible enemy which had taken over our home. The first thing my wife did was see to the baby, examine him for any bites. Luckily there did not seem to be any. Dress and feed him. All this while moving around in the ant-infested house. I knew the effort of self-control she was making not to let out a scream every time she saw, for example, ants going around the rims of the cups left in the sink, and the baby's bib, and the fruit. She did scream, though, when she uncovered the milk. "It's black!" On top there was a veil of drowned or swimming ants. "It's all on the surface," I said. "One can skim them off with a spoon." But even so we did not enjoy the milk. It seemed to taste of ants. I followed the stream of ants on the walls to see where they came from. My wife was combing and dressing herself, with occasional little cries of hastily suppressed anger. "We can't arrange the furniture till we've got rid of the ants," she said. "Keep calm. I'll see that everything is all right. I'm just going to Signor Reginaldo, who has that powder, and ask him for a little of it. We'll put the powder at the mouth of the ants' nest. I've already seen where it is, and we'll soon be rid of them. But let's wait till a little later, as we may be disturbing the Reginaldos at this hour." My wife calmed down a little, but I didn't. I had said I'd seen the entrance to the ants' nest to console her, but the more I looked, the more new ways I discovered by which the ants came and went. Our new home, although it looked so smooth and solid on the surface, was in fact porous and honeycombed with cracks and holes. I consoled myself by standing on the threshold and gazing at the plants with the sun pouring down on them. Even the brushwood covering the ground cheered me, as it made me long to get to work on it, to clean everything up thoroughly, then hoe and sew and transplant. "Come," I said to my son, "you're getting mouldy here." I took him in my arms and went out into the garden. Just for the pleasure of starting the habit of calling it that, I said to my wife, "I'm taking the baby into the garden for a moment," then corrected myself, "into our garden," as that seemed even more possessive and familiar. The baby was happy in the sunshine, and I told him, "This is a carob tree. This is a persimmon," and lifted him up onto the branches. "Now, Papa will teach you to climb." He burst out crying. "What's the matter? Are you frightened?" But I saw the ants. The sticky tree was covered with them. I pulled the baby down at once. "Oh, lots of dear little ants," I said to him. But meanwhile, deep in thought, I was following the line of ants down the trunk, and saw that the silent and almost invisible swarm continued along the ground in every direction between the weeds. How, I was beginning to wonder, shall we ever be able to get the ants out of the house when over this piece of ground, which had seemed so small yesterday, but now appeared enormous in relation to the ants, the insects formed an uninterrupted veil, issuing from what must be thousands of underground nests, and feeding on the thick, sticky soil and the low vegetation? Wherever I looked, I'd seen nothing at first glance, and would be giving a sigh of relief when I'd look closer and discover an ant approaching, and find it formed part of a long procession, and was meeting others, often carrying crumbs and tiny bits of material much larger than themselves. In certain places, where they had perhaps collected some plant juice or animal remains, there was a guarding crust of ants stuck together like the black scab of a wound. I returned to my wife with the baby at my neck almost at a run, feeling the ants climbing up from my feet, and she said, "Look, you've made the baby cry. What's the matter?" "Nothing, nothing," I said hurriedly. "He saw a couple of ants on a tree and is still affected by last night and thinks he's itching." "Oh, to have this to put up with, too!" my wife cried. She was following a line of ants on the wall and trying to kill them by pressing the ends of her fingers on each one. I could still see the millions of ants surrounding us on that plot of ground, which now seemed immeasurable to me, and found myself shouting at her angrily, "What are you doing? Are you mad? You won't get anywhere that way." She burst out in a flash of rage, too. "But Uncle Augusto never said a word to us. What a couple of fools we were, to pay any attention to that old liar." In fact, what could Uncle Augusto have told us? The word ants for us then could never have even suggested the horror of our present situation. If he had mentioned ants, as perhaps he had, I won't exclude the possibility, we would have imagined ourselves up against a concrete enemy that could be numbered, weighed, crushed. Actually, now I think about the ants in our own parts, I remember them as reasonable little creatures, which could be touched and moved like cats or rabbits. Here we were face to face with an enemy like fog or sand, against which force was useless. Our neighbor, Signor Reginaldo, was in his kitchen pouring liquid through a funnel. I called him from outside and reached the kitchen window, panting hard. "Ah, our neighbor!" exclaimed Reginaldo. Come in, forgive this mess. Claudia, a chair for our neighbor." I said to him quickly, "I've come— please forgive the intrusion, but, you know, I saw that you had some of that powder, all last night. The ants." Oh, the ants!" Signora Reginaldo burst out laughing as she came in, and her husband echoed her with a slight delay, it seemed to me, though his guffaws were noisier when they came. "Ha! You have ants, too! Ha! Without wanting to, I found myself giving a modest smile, as if realizing how ridiculous my situation was, but now I could do nothing about it. This was, in point of fact, true, as I'd had to come and ask for help. "Ants, you don't say so, my dear neighbor," exclaimed Signor Reginaldo, raising his hands. "You don't say so, dear neighbor, you don't say so," exclaimed his wife, pressing her hands to her breast, but still laughing with her husband. "But you have a remedy, haven't you?" I asked, and the quiver in my voice could perhaps have been taken for a longing to laugh, and not for the despair I could feel coming over me. "A remedy? Ha, ha, ha!" The Reginaldos laughed louder than ever. "Have we a remedy? We've 20 remedies, 100, each, each better than the other." They led me into another room, lined with dozens of cartons and tins with brilliant-colored labels. "Do you want some
Profosfan, or Mirmanek, or perhaps Tiabroflit, or Arsopan in powder or liquid form?" And still roaring with laughter, he passed his hand over sprinklers with pistons, brushes, sprays, raising clouds of yellow dust, tiny beads of moisture, and a smell that was a mixture of a pharmacy and an agricultural depot. "Have you really something that does the job?" I asked. They stopped, laughing. "No, nothing," he replied. Signora Gennaro patted me on the shoulder. The signora opened the blinds to let the sun in. Then they took me around the house. He was wearing pink-striped pajama trousers tied over his fat little stomach, and a straw hat on his bald head. She wore a faded dressing-gown, which opened every now and then to reveal the shoulder-straps of her undershirt. The hair around her big red face was fair, dry, curly, and dishevelled. They both talked loudly and expansively. Every corner of their house had a story which they recounted, repeating and interrupting each other with gestures and exclamations, as if each episode had been a huge joke. In one place they had put down Arphanax, diluted 2 to 1,000, and the ants had vanished for 2 days, but returned on the 3rd day. Then he had used a concentrate of 10 to 1,000, but the ants had simply avoided that part and circled around by the door-frame. They had isolated another corner with chrysotan powder, but the wind blew it away, and they used 3 kilos a day. On the stairs they had tried Petrocid, which seemed at first to kill them at one blow, but instead it had only sent them to sleep. In another corner they put down Formokill, and the ants went on passing over it. Then one morning they found a mouse poisoned there. In one spot they had put down liquid Zimosphos, which had acted as a definite blockade, but his wife had put Italmac powder on top, which had acted as an antidote and completely nullified the effect. Our neighbours used their house and garden as a battlefield, and their passion was to trace lines beyond which the ants could not pass, to discover the new detours they made, and to try out new mixtures and powders, each of which was linked to the memory of some strange episode or comic occurrence, so that one of them only had to pronounce a name, Arsipit, Mirxidol, for them both to burst out laughing with winks and comments. As for the actual killing of the ants, that, if they had ever attempted it, they seemed to have given up, seeing that their efforts were useless. All they tried to do was bar them from certain passages and turn them aside, frighten them or keep them at bay. They always had a new labyrinth traced out with different substances which they prepared from day to day, and for this game ants were a necessary element. "There's nothing else to be done with the creatures, nothing," they said, "unless one deals with them like the captain." "Ah, yes. We certainly spend a lot of money on these insecticides," they said. "The captain's system is much more economical, you know. Of course, we can't say we've defeated the Argentine ant yet," they added. "But do you really think that Captain is on the right road? I doubt it." "Excuse me," I asked, "but who is the captain?" "Captain Bronte. Don't you know him?" "Oh, of course, you only arrived yesterday. He's our neighbour there on the right, in that little white villa. An inventor." They laughed. "He's invented a system to exterminate the Argentine ant. Lots of systems, in fact, and he's still perfecting them. Go and see him." The Virginados stood there plump and sly among their few square yards of garden, which was daubed all over with streaks and splashes of dark liquids, sprinkled with greenish powder, encumbered with watering cans, fumigators, masonry basins filled with some indigo-coloured preparation. In the disordered flower beds were a few little rose bushes, covered with insecticide from the tips of the leaves to the roots. The Reginados raised contented and amused eyes to the limpid sky. Talking to them, I found myself slightly heartened. Although the ants were not just something to laugh at, as they seemed to think, neither were they so terribly serious, anything to lose heart about. Oh, the ants, I now thought. Just ants, after all. What harm can a few ants do? Now I'd go back to my wife and tease her a bit. What on earth do you think you've seen with those ants? I was mentally preparing a talk in this tone while returning across our piece of ground with my arms full of cartons and tins lent by our neighbours for us to choose the ones that wouldn't harm the baby, who put everything in his mouth. But when I saw my wife outside the house, holding the baby, her eyes glassy and her cheeks hollow, and realized the battle she must have fought, I lost all desire to smile and joke. "At last you've come back," she said, and her quiet tone impressed me more painfully than the angry accent I had expected. I didn't know what to do here any more. If you saw, I really didn't know. "Look, now we can try this," I said to her, "and this, and this, and this." And I put down my cans on the step in front of the house, and at once began hurriedly explaining how they were to be used, almost afraid of seeing too much hope rising in her eyes, not wanting either to deceive or undeceive her. Now I had another idea. I wanted to go at once and see that Captain Brawny. "Do it the way I've explained. I'll be back in a minute." "You're going away again? Where are you off to?" "To another neighbour's. He has a system. You'll see soon." And I ran off towards a metal fence covered with ramblers bounding our land to the right. The sun was behind a cloud. I looked through the fence and saw a little white villa surrounded by a tiny, neat garden, with gravel paths and circling flower beds, bordered by wrought iron painted green, as in public gardens, and in the middle of every flower bed a little black, orange, or lemon tree. Everything was quiet, shady, and still. I was standing there, uncertain whether to go away, when, bending over a well-clipped hedge, I saw a head covered with a shapeless white linen beach hat, pulled forward to a wavy brim above a pair of steel-framed glasses on a spongy nose, and then a sharp, flashing smile of false teeth, also made of steel. He was a thin, shriveled man in a pullover, with trousers clamped at the ankles by bicycle clips, and sandals on his feet. He went up to examine the trunk of one of the orange trees, looking silent and circumspect, still with his tight-lipped smile. I looked out from behind the rambler and called, "Good day, Captain." The man raised his head with a start, no longer smiling, and gave me a cold stare. "Excuse me, are you Captain Brawny?" I asked him. The man nodded. "I'm the new neighbour, you know, who's rented the Castle Orrery. May I trouble you for a moment, since I've heard that your system—" The captain raised a finger and beckoned me to come nearer. I jumped through a gap in the iron fence. The captain was still holding up his finger, while pointing with the other hand to the spot he was observing. I saw that hanging from the tree, perpendicular to the trunk, was a short iron wire. At the end of the wire hung a piece, it seemed to me, of fish remains, and in the middle was a bulge at an acute angle, pointing downwards. A stream of ants was going to and fro on the trunk and the wire. Underneath the end of the wire was hanging a sort of meat can. "The ants," exclaimed the captain, "attracted by the smell of fish, run across the piece of wire. As you see, they can go to and fro on it without bumping into each other. But it's that V turn that is dangerous. When an ant going up meets one coming down on the turn of the V, they both stop, and the smell of the gasoline in this can stuns them. They try to go on their way, but bump into each other, fall, and are drowned in the gasoline." Tick, tick. This tick-tick accompanied the fall of two ants. "Tick, tick, tick," continued the captain with his steely, stiff smile, and every tick accompanied the fall of an ant into the can, where, on the surface of an inch of gasoline, lay a black crust of shapeless insect bodies. "An average of 40 ants are killed per minute," said Captain Brawny. 2,400 per hour. Naturally, the gasoline must be kept clean, otherwise the dead ants cover it, and the ones that fall in afterward can save themselves. I could not take my eyes off that thin but regular trickle of ants dropping off. Many of them got over the dangerous point and returned, dragging bits of fish back with them by the teeth. But there was always one which stopped at that point, waved its antennae, and then plunged into the depths. Captain Brawny, with a fixed stare behind his lenses, did not miss the slightest movement of the insects. At every fall he gave a tiny, uncontrollable start, and the tightly stretched corners of his almost lipless mouth twitched. Often he could not resist putting out his hands, either to correct the angle of the wire or to stir the gasoline around the crust of dead ants on the sides, or even to give his instruments a little shake to accelerate the victim's fall. But this last gesture must have seemed to him almost like breaking the rules, for he quickly drew back his hand and looked at me as if to justify his action. "This is an improved model," he said, leading me to another tree from which hung a wire with a horsehair tied to the top of the V. The ants thought they could save themselves on the horsehair, but the smell of the gasoline and the unexpectedly tenuous support confused them to the point of making the fatal drop.
This expedient of the horsehair or bristle was applied to many other traps that the captain showed me. A third piece of wire would suddenly end in a piece of thin horsehair, and the ants would be confused by the change and lose their balance. He had even constructed a trap by which the corner was reached over a bridge made of a half-broken bristle, which opened under the weight of the ant and let it fall in the gasoline. Applied with mathematical precision to every tree, every piece of tubing, every balustrade and column in this silent and neat garden were wire contraptions with cans of gasoline underneath, and the standard trained rose-bushes and lattice-work of ramblers seemed only a careful camouflage for this parade of executions. "Aglora!" cried the captain, going up to the kitchen door and to me. "Now I'll show you our catch for the last few days." Out of the door came a tall, thin, pale woman, with frightened, malevolent eyes, and a handkerchief knotted down over her forehead. "Show our neighbour the sack," said Brawny, and I realized she was not a servant, but the captain's wife, and greeted her with a nod and a murmur, but she did not reply. She went into the house and came out again, dragging a heavy sack along the ground, her muscular arms showing a greater strength than I had attributed to her at first glance. Through the half-closed door I could see a pile of sacks like this one stacked about. The woman had disappeared, still without saying a word. The captain opened the mouth of the sack. It looked as if it contained garden loam or chemical manure, but he put his arm in and brought out a handful of what seemed to be coffee grounds, and let this trickle into his other hand. They were dead ants, a soft, red-black sand of dead ants, all rolled up in tight little balls, reduced to spots in which one could no longer distinguish the head from the legs. They gave out a pungent acid smell. In the house there were hundredweights, pyramids of sacks like this one, all full. "It's incredible," I said. "You've exterminated all of these, so—" "No," said the captain calmly. "It's no use killing the worker ants. There are ants' nests everywhere, with queen ants that breed millions of others." "What then?" I squatted down beside the sack. He was seated on a step below me, and to speak to me had to raise his head. The shapeless brim of his white hat covered the whole of his forehead and part of his round spectacles. "The queens must be starved. If you reduce to a minimum the number of workers taking food to the ants' nests, the queens will be left without enough to eat. And I tell you that one day we'll see the queens come out of their ants' nests in high summer and crawl around searching for food with their own claws. That'll be the end of them all. And then—" He shut the mouth of the sack with an excited gesture and got up. I got up too. "But some people think they can solve it by letting the ants escape." He threw a glance towards the Reginaldo's little house and showed his steel teeth in a contemptuous laugh. "And there are even those who prefer fattening them up. That's one way of dealing with them, isn't it?" I did not understand his second allusion. "Who?" I asked. "Why should anyone want to fatten them up?" "Hasn't the ant-man been to you?" What man did he mean? "I don't know," I said. "I don't think so." "Don't worry, he'll come to you too. He usually comes on Thursdays, so if he wasn't here this morning, he will be in the afternoon, to give the ants a tonic. I smiled to please him, but did not follow. Then, as I had come to him with a purpose, I said, "I'm sure yours is the best possible system. Do you think I could try it at my place too?" "Just tell me which model you prefer," said Brawny, and led me back into the garden. There were numbers of his inventions that I had not yet seen. Swinging wire, which when loaded with ants made contact with a battery that electrocuted the lot. Anvils and hammers covered with honey, which clashed together at the release of a spring and squashed all the ants left in between. Wheels with teeth which the ants themselves put in motion, tearing their brethren to pieces until they in their turn were churned up by the pressure of those coming after. I couldn't get used to the idea of so much art and perseverance being needed to carry out such a simple operation as catching ants. But I realized that the important thing was to carry on continually and methodically. Then I felt discouraged, as no one, it seemed to me, could ever equal this neighbor of ours in terrible determination. "Perhaps one of the simpler models would be best for us," I said, and Brawny snorted. I didn't know whether from approval or sympathy with the modesty of my ambition. "I must think a bit about it," he said. "I'll make some sketches." There was nothing else left for me to do but thank him and take my leave. I jumped back over the hedge. My house, infested as it was, I felt for the first time to be really my home, a place where one returned saying, "Here I am at last." But at home the baby had eaten the insecticide, and my wife was in despair. "Don't worry, it's not poisonous," I quickly said. No, it wasn't poisonous, but it wasn't good to eat either. Our son was screaming with pain. He had to be made to vomit. He vomited in the kitchen, which at once filled with ants again, and my wife had just cleaned it up. We washed the floor, calmed the baby, and put him to sleep in the basket, isolated him all around with insect powder, and covered him with a mosquito net tied tight, so that if he woke, he couldn't get up and eat any more of the stuff. My wife had done the shopping, but had not been able to save the basket from the ants, so everything had to be washed first, even the sardines in oil, and the cheese, and each ant sticking to them picked off one by one. I helped her, chopped the wood, tidied the kitchen, and fixed the stove while she cleaned the vegetables. But it was impossible to stand still in one place. Every minute either she or I jumped and said, "Ouch, they're biting," and we had to scratch ourselves and rub off the ants or put our arms and legs under the faucet. We did not know where to set the table. Inside it would attract more ants. Outside we'd be covered with ants in no time. We ate standing up, moving about, and everything tasted of ants, partly from the ones still left in the food, and partly because our hands were impregnated with their smell. After eating, I made a tour of the piece of land, smoking a cigarette. From the Reginados came a tinkling of knives and forks. I went over and saw them sitting at table under an umbrella, looking shiny and calm, with checked napkins tied around their necks, eating a custard and drinking glasses of clear wine. I wished them a good appetite, and they invited me to join them. But around the table I saw sacks and cans of insecticide, and everything covered with nets sprinkled with yellowish or whitish powder, and that smell of chemicals rose to my nostrils. I thanked them and said I no longer had any appetite, which was true. The Reginados' radio was playing softly, and they were chattering in high voices, pretending to celebrate. From the steps which I had gone up to greet them, I could also see a piece of the Brawneys' garden. The captain must already have finished eating. He was coming out of his house with his cup of coffee, sipping and glancing around, obviously to see if all his instruments of torture were in action, and if the ants' death agonies were continuing with their usual regularity. Suspended between two trees I saw a white hammock, and realized that the bony, disagreeable-looking Signora Aglora must be lying in it, though I could see only a wrist and a hand waving a ribbed fan. The hammock ropes were suspended in a system of strange rings, which must certainly have been some sort of defense against the ants. Or perhaps the hammock itself was a trap for the ants, that the captain's wife put there as bait. I did not want to discuss my visit to the Brawneys with the Reginados, as I knew they would only have made the ironic comments that seemed usual in the relations between our neighbours. I looked up at Signora Moro's garden above us on the crest of the hills, and at her villa surmounted by a revolving weathercock. "I wonder if Signora Moro has ants up there too," I said. The Reginados' gaiety seemed rather more subdued during their meal. They only gave a little quiet laugh or two, and said no more than, "Ha-ha, she must have them too. Ha-ha, yes, she must have them, lots of them." My wife called me back to the house, as she wanted to put a mattress on the table and try to get a little sleep. With the mattress on the floor, it was impossible to prevent the ants from crawling up, but with the table we just had to isolate the 4 legs to keep them off for a bit at least. She lay down to rest, and I went out, with the thought of looking for some people who might know of some job for me, but in fact because I longed to move about and get out of the rut of my thoughts. But as I went along the road, things all around seemed different from yesterday. In every kitchen garden, in every house, I sensed streams of ants climbing the walls, covering the fruit trees, wriggling their antennae towards everything sweet or greasy. And my newly trained eyes now noticed at once mattresses put outside houses to beat because the ants had got into them, a spray of insecticide in an old woman's hands, a saucerful of poison, and then, straining my eyes, the rows of ants marching imperturbably around the door-frames. Yet this had been Uncle Augusto's ideal countryside. Unloading sacks, an hour for one employer and an hour for another, eating on the benches at the inn, going around in the evening in search of gaiety and a mouth-organ, sleeping wherever he happened to be, wherever it was cool and soft. What bother could the ants have been to him? As I walked along, I tried to imagine myself as Uncle Augusto, and to move along the road as he would have done on an afternoon like this. Of course, being like Uncle Augusto meant first being like him physically, squat and sturdy, that is, with rather monkey-like arms that opened and remained suspended in mid-air in an extravagant gesture, and short legs that stumble when he turned to look at a girl, and a voice which, when he got excited, repeated the local slang all out of tune with his own accent. In him, body and soul were all one. How nice it would have been, gloomy and worried as I was, to have been able to move and joke like Uncle Augusto. I could always pretend to be him mentally, though, and say to myself, "What a sleep I'll have in that hayloft! What a bellyful of sausage and wine I'll have at the inn!" I imagined myself pretending to stroke the cats I saw, then shouting "Boo!" to frighten them unexpectedly, and calling out to the servant girls, "Hey, would you like me to come and give you a hand, signorina?" But the game wasn't much fun. The more I tried to imagine how simple life was for Uncle Augusto here, the more I realized he was a different type, a man who never had my worries, a home to set up, a permanent job to find, an ailing baby, a long-faced wife, and a bed and kitchen full of aunts. I entered the inn where we had already been, and asked the girl in the white sweater if the men I'd talked to the day before had come yet. It was shady and cool in there. Perhaps it wasn't a place for aunts. I sat down to wait for those men, as she suggested, and asked, looking as casual as I could, "So you haven't any aunts here, then?" She was passing a duster over the counter. "Oh, people come and go here. No one's ever paid any attention. But what about you, who live here all the time?" The girl shrugged her shoulders. "I'm grown up. Why should I be frightened of aunts?" Her air of dismissing the aunts as if they were something to be ashamed of irritated me more and more, and I insisted, "But don't you put any poison down?" "The best poison against ants," said a man sitting at another table, who, I noted now, was one of those friends of Uncle Augusto's to whom I'd spoken the evening before, "is this," and he raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Others came in and wanted to stand me a drink, as they hadn't been able to put me onto any jobs. We talked about Uncle Augusto, and one of them asked, "And what's that old Lingera up to?" Lingera is a local word meaning vagabond and scamp, and they all seemed to approve of this definition of him, and to hold my uncle in great esteem as a Lingera. I was a little confused at this reputation being attributed to a man whom I knew to be, in fact, considerate and modest, in spite of his disorganized way of life. But perhaps this was part of the boasting, exaggerated attitude common to all these people, and it occurred to me, in a confused sort of way, that this was somehow linked with the ants, that pretending they lived in a world of great movement and adventure was a way of insulating themselves from petty annoyance. What prevented me from entering their state of mind, I was thinking on my way home, was my wife, who had always been opposed to any fantasy. And I thought what an influence she had had on my life, and how nowadays I could never get drunk on words and ideas any more. She met me on the doorstep looking rather alarmed, and said, "Listen, there's a surveyor here." I, who still had in my ears the sound of superiority of those blusterers at the inn, said, almost without listening, "What now, a surveyor? Well, I'll just—" She went on, "A surveyor's come to take measurements." I did not understand, and went in. "Ah, now I see. It's the captain." It was Captain Brony, who was taking measurements with a yellow tape measure to set up one of his traps in our house. I introduced him to my wife and thanked him for his kindness. "I wanted to have a look at the possibilities here," he said. "Everything must be done in a strictly mathematical way." He even measured the basket where the baby was sleeping and woke it up. The child was frightened at seeing the yellow yardstick leveled over his head and began to cry. My wife tried to put him to sleep again. The baby's crying made the captain nervous, though I tried to distract him. Luckily, he heard his wife calling him and went out. Signora Oglora was leaning over the hedge and shouting, "Come here! Come here! There's a visitor! Yes, the Ant-Man!" Brony gave me a glance and a meaningful smile from his thin lips, and excused himself for having to return to his house so soon. "Now he'll come to you, too," he said, pointing towards the place where this mysterious Ant-Man was to be found. "You'll soon see," and he went away. I did not want to find myself face to face with this Ant-Man without knowing exactly who he was and what he had come to do. I went to the steps that led to Reginaldo's land. Our neighbor was just at that moment returning home. He was wearing a white coat and a straw hat, and was loaded with sacks and cartons. I said to him, "Tell me, has the Ant-Man been to you yet?" "I don't know," said Reginaldo. I've just got back, but I think he must have, because I see molasses everywhere. Claudia?" His wife leaned out and said, "Yes, yes, he'll come to the Castelloreri, too, but don't expect him to do very much." As if I was expecting anything at all. I asked, "But who sent this man?" "Who sent him?" repeated Reginaldo. "He's the man from the Argentine Ant Control Corporation, their representative who comes and puts molasses all over the gardens and houses. Those little plates over there, do you see them?" My wife said, "Poison molasses," and gave a little laugh as if she expected trouble. Does it kill them? These questions of mine were just a deprecating joke. I knew it all already. Every now and then everything would seem on the point of clearing up, then complications would begin all over again. Signor Reginaldo shook his head as if I had said something improper. "Oh, no, just minute doses of poison, you understand. Ants love sugary molasses. The worker ants take it back to the nest and feed the queens with these little doses of poison, so that sooner or later they're supposed to die from poisoning." I did not want to ask if, sooner or later, they really did die. I realized that Signor Reginaldo was informing me of this proceeding in the tone of one who personally holds a different view, but feels that he should give an objective and respectful account of official opinion. His wife, however, with the habitual intolerance of women, was quite open about showing her aversion to the molasses system, and interrupted her husband's remarks with little malicious laughs and ironic comments. This attitude of hers must have seemed to him out of place, or too open, for he tried by his voice and manner to attenuate her defeatism, though not actually contradicting her entirely. Perhaps because in private he said the same things, or worse, by making little compensating remarks, such as, "Come now, you exaggerate, Claudia. It's certainly not very effective, but it may help." Then they do it for nothing. One must wait a year or two before judging. A year or two! They've been putting that stuff down for 20 years, and every year the ants multiply. Signor Reginaldo, rather than contradict her, preferred to turn the conversation to other services performed by the corporation, and he told me about the boxes of manure which the ant-man put in the gardens for the queens to go and lay their eggs in, and how they then came and took them away to burn. I realized that Signor Reginaldo's tone was the best to use in explaining matters to my wife, who was suspicious and pessimistic by nature, and when I got back home I reported what our neighbor had said, taking care not to praise the system as in any way miraculous or speedy, but also avoiding Signora Claudia's ironic comments. My wife is one of those women who, when she goes by train, for example, thinks that the timetable, the make-up of the train, the requests of the ticket collectors, are all stupid and ill-planned, without any possible justification, but to be accepted with submissive rancor. So, though she considered this business of molasses to be absurd and ridiculous, she made ready for the visit of the ant-man, who, I gathered, was called Signor Bodino, intending to make no protest or useless request for help. The man entered our plot of land without asking permission, and we found ourselves face to face while we were still talking about him, which caused rather an unpleasant embarrassment. He was a little man of about 50, in a worn, faded black suit, with rather a drunkard's face, and hair that was still dark, parted like a child's. Half-closed lids, a rather greasy little smile, reddish skin around his eyes and at the sides of his nose, prepared us for the intonations of a clucking, rather priest-like voice with a strong lilt of dialect. A nervous tic made the wrinkles pulsate at the corner of his mouth and nose. If I describe Signor Bodino in such detail, it's to try to define the strange impression that he made on us. But was it strange, really? For it seemed to us that we'd have picked him out among thousands as the ant-man. He had large, hairy hands. In one he held a sort of coffee-pot, and in the other a pile of little earthenware plates. He told us about the molasses he had to put down, and his voice betrayed a lazy indifference to the job. Even the soft and dragging way he had of pronouncing the word molasses showed both disdain for the straits we were in, and the complete lack of faith with which he carried out his task. I noticed that my wife was displaying exemplary calm as she showed him the main places where the ants passed. For myself, seeing him move so hesitantly, repeating again and again those few gestures of filling the dishes one after the other, nearly made me lose my patience. Watching him like that, I realized why he had made such a strange impression on me at first sight. He looked like an ant. It's difficult to tell exactly why, but he certainly did. Perhaps it was because of the dull black of his clothes and hair. Perhaps because of the proportions of that squat body of his. or the trembling at the corners of his mouth corresponding to the continuous quiver of antennae and claws. There was, however, one characteristic of the ant which he did not have, and that was their continuous busy movement. Signor Baudino moved slowly and awkwardly, as he now began daubing the house in an aimless way with a brush dipped in molasses. As I followed the man's movements with increasing irritation, I noticed that my wife was no longer with me. I looked around and saw her in a corner of the garden where the hedge of the Reginaldo's little house joined that of the Brownies. Leaning over their respective hedges were Signora Claudia and Signora Aglora, deep in talk, with my wife standing in the middle listening. Signor Baudino was now working on the yard at the back of the house, where he could mess around as much as he liked without having to be watched, so I went up to the women and heard Signora Brownie holding forth to the accompaniment of sharp, angular gestures. "He's come to give the ants a tonic, that man has. A tonic, not poison at all." Signora Reginaldo now chimed in rather mellifluously. "What will the employees of the corporation do when there are no more ants? So what can you expect of them, my dear Signora?" "They just fatten the ants, that's what they do," concluded Signora Aglora angrily. My wife stood listening quietly, as both the neighbors' remarks were addressed to her, but the way in which she was dilating her nostrils and curling her lips told me how furious she was at the deceit that she was being forced to put up with. And I, too, I must say, found myself very near believing that this was more than women's gossip. "And what about the boxes of manure for the eggs?" went on Signora Reginaldo. "They take them away, but do you think they'll burn them? Of course not." "Claudia, Claudia!" I heard her husband calling. Obviously, these indiscreet remarks of his wife made him feel uneasy. Signora Reginaldo left us with an "excuse me," in which vibrated a note of disdain for her husband's conventionality, while I thought I heard a kind of sardonic laugh echoing back from over the other hedge, where I caught sight of Captain Brawny walking up the gravelled paths and correcting the slant of his traps. One of the earthenware dishes just filled by Signor Baudino lay overturned and smashed at his feet by a kick which might have been accidental or intended. I don't know what my wife had brewing inside her against the ant-man as we were returning towards the house. Probably at that moment I should have done nothing to stop her, and might even have supported her. But on glancing around the outside and inside of the house, we realized that Signor Baudino had disappeared, and I remembered hearing our gate creaking and shutting as we came along. He must have gone that moment without saying good-bye, leaving behind him those bowls of sticky, reddish molasses, which spread an unpleasant, sweet smell, completely different from that of the ants, but somehow linked to it. I could not say how. Since our son was sleeping, we thought that now was the moment to go up and see Signora Moro. We had to go and visit her, not only as a duty call, but to ask her for the key of a certain storeroom. The real reasons, though, why we were making this call so soon, were to remonstrate with her for having rented us a place invaded with ants, without warning us in any way, and chiefly to find out how our landlady defended herself against this scourge. Signora Moro's villa had a big garden running up the slope under tall palms with yellowed fan-like leaves. A winding path led to the house, which was all glass verandas and dormer windows, with a rusty weathercock turning creakily on its hinge on top of the roof, far less responsive to the wind than the palm leaves which waved and rustled at every gust. My wife and I climbed the path and gazed down from the balustrade at the little house where we lived, and which was still unfamiliar to us, at our patch of uncultivated land, and the Reginaldo's garden looking like a warehouse yard, at the Brownies' garden looking as regular as a cemetery. And standing up there, we could forget that all those places were black with ants. Now we could see how they might have been without that menace, which none of us could get away from even for an instant. At this distance it looked almost like a paradise, but the more we gazed down, the more we pitied our life there, as if living in that wretched narrow valley we could never get away from our wretched narrow problems. Signora Moro was very old, thin, and tall. She received us in half-darkness, sitting on a high-backed chair by a little table which opened to hold sewing things and writing materials. She was dressed in black, except for a white, mannish collar. Her thin face was lightly powdered, and her hair drawn severely back. She immediately handed us the key she had promised us the day before, but did not ask if we were all right, and this, it seemed to us, was a sign that she was already expecting our complaints. "But the ants that there are down there, Signora," said my wife, in a tone which this time I wished had been less humble and resigned. Although she can be quite hard, and often even aggressive, My wife is seized by shyness every now and seeing her at these moments always makes me feel uncomfortable, too. I came to her support, and assuming a tone full of resentment, said, "You've rented us a house, Signora, which if I'd known about all those aunts, I must tell you frankly," and stopped there, thinking that I'd been clear enough. The Signora did not even raise her eyes. "The house has been unoccupied for a long time," she said. "It's understandable that there are a few Argentine aunts in it. They get wherever things aren't properly cleaned. You," she turned to me, "kept me waiting for 4 months before giving me a reply. If you'd taken the place immediately, there wouldn't be any aunts by now." We looked at the room almost in darkness because of the half-closed blinds and curtains, at the high walls covered with antique tapestry, at the dark inlaid furniture with the silver vases and teapots gleaming on top, and it seemed to us that this darkness and these heavy hangings served to hide the presence of streams of ants, which must certainly be running through the old house from foundations to roof. "And here," said my wife in an insinuating, almost ironic tone, "you haven't any ants?" Signora Moro drew in her lips. "No," she said curtly, and then, as if she felt she was not being believed, explained, "Here we keep everything clean and shining as a mirror. As soon as any ants enter the garden, we realize it and deal with them at once." "How?" my wife and I quickly asked, in one voice, feeling only hope and curiosity now. "Oh," said the Signora, shrugging her shoulders, "we chase them away with brooms." That moment her expression of studied impassiveness was shaken as if by a spasm of physical pain, and we saw that, as she sat, she suddenly moved her weight to another side of the chair and arched in her waist. Had it not contradicted her affirmations, I'd have said that an Argentine ant was passing under her clothes and had just given her a bite. One or perhaps several ants were surely crawling up her body and making her itch, for in spite of her efforts not to move from the chair, it was obvious that she was unable to remain calm and composed as before. She sat there tensely, while her face showed signs of sharper and sharper suffering. "But that bit of land in front of us is black with them," I said hurriedly, "and however clean we keep the house, they come from the garden in their thousands." "Of course," said the Signora, her thin hand closing over the arm of the chair. "Of course it's rough, uncultivated ground that makes the ants increase so. I intended to put the land in order 4 months ago. You made me wait, and now the damage is done. It's not only damaged you, but everyone else around, because the ants breed." "Don't they breed up here, too?" asked my wife, almost smiling. "No, not here," said Signora Moro, going pale. Then, still holding her right arm against the side of the chair, she began making a little rotating movement of the shoulder and rubbing her elbow against her ribs. It occurred to me that the darkness, the ornaments, the size of the room, and her proud spirit were this woman's defenses against the ants, the reason why she was stronger than we were in face of them, but that everything we saw around us, beginning with her sitting there, was covered with ants even more pitiless than ours. Some kind of African termite, perhaps, which destroyed everything and left only the husks, so that all that remained of this house were tapestries and curtains almost in powder, all on the point of crumbling into bits before her eyes. "We really came to ask you if you could give us some advice on how to get rid of the pests," said my wife, who was now completely self-possessed. "Keep the house clean and dig away at the ground. There's no other remedy. Work, just work." And she got to her feet, the sudden decision to say goodbye to us coinciding with an instinctive start, as if she could keep still no longer. Then she composed herself, and a shadow of relief passed over her pale face. We went down through the garden, and my wife said, "Anyway, let's hope the baby hasn't waked up." I, too, was thinking of the baby. Even before we reached the house, we heard him crying. We ran, took him in our arms, and tried to quiet him, but he went on crying shrilly. An ant had got into his ear. We could not understand at first why he cried so desperately without any apparent reason. My wife had said at once, "It must be an ant," but I could not understand why he went on crying so, as we could find no ants on him, or any signs of bites or irritation, and we'd undressed and carefully inspected him. We found some in the basket, however. I'd done my very best to isolate it properly, but we had overlooked the ant-man's molasses. One of the clumsy streaks made by Signor Bodino seemed to have been put down on purpose to attract the insects up from the floor to the child's cot. What with the baby's tears and my wife's cries, we had attracted all the neighboring women to the house,
Signora Reginaldo, who was really very kind and sweet, Signora Brawny, who, I must say, did everything she could to help us, and other women I'd never seen before. They all gave ceaseless advice, to pour warm oil in his ear, make him hold his mouth open, blow his nose, I don't know what else. They screamed and shouted and ended by giving us more trouble than help, although they'd been a certain comfort at first. And the more they fussed around our baby, the more bitter we all felt against the Ant-Man. My wife had blamed and cursed him to the four winds of heaven, and the neighbors all agreed with her that the man deserved all that was coming to him, and that he was doing all he could to help the ants increase so as not to lose his job, and that he was perfectly capable of having done this on purpose, because now he was always on the side of the ants and not on that of human beings. Exaggeration, of course, but in all this excitement with the baby crying, I agreed too, and if I'd laid hands on Signor Bodino then, I couldn't say what I'd have done to him either. The warm oil got the ant out. The baby, half stunned with crying, took up a celluloid toy, waved it about, sucked it, and decided to forget us. I, too, felt the same need to be on my own and relax my nerves, but the women were still continuing their diatribe against Bodino, and they told my wife that he could probably be found in an enclosure nearby, where he had his warehouse. My wife exclaimed, "Ah! I'll go and see him. Yes, go and see him and give him what he deserves." Then they formed a small procession, with my wife at the head, and I, naturally, beside her, without giving any opinion on the usefulness of the undertaking, and other women who had incited my wife following and sometimes overtaking her to show her the way. Signora Claudia offered to hold the baby and waved to us from the gate. I realized later that Signora Aglora was not with us either, although she had declared herself to be one of Bodino's most violent enemies, and that we were accompanied by a little group of women we had not seen before. We went along a sort of alley, flanked by wooden hovels, chicken coops, and vegetable gardens half full of rubbish. One or two of the women, in spite of all they'd said, stopped when they got to their own homes, stood on the threshold excitedly pointing out our direction, then retired inside, calling to the dirty children playing on the ground, or disappeared to feed the chickens. Only a couple of women followed us as far as Bodino's enclosure, but when the door opened after heavy knocks by my wife, we found that she and I were the only ones to go in, though we felt ourselves followed by the other women's eyes from windows or chicken coops. They seemed to be continuing to incite us, but in very low voices, and without showing themselves at all. The Ant-Man was in the middle of his warehouse, a shack 3/4 destroyed, to whose one surviving wooden wall was tacked a yellow notice with letters 1.5 feet long, Argentine Ant Control Corporation. Lying all around were piles of those dishes for molasses and tins and bottles of every description, all in a sort of rubbish heap full of bits of paper with fish remains and other refuse, so that it immediately occurred to one that this was the source of all the ants in the area. Signor Bodino stood in front of us, half smiling in an irritating, questioning way, showing the gaps in his teeth. "You!" my wife attacked him, recovering herself after a moment of hesitation. "You should be ashamed of yourself. Why do you come to our house and dirty everything and let the baby get an ant in his ear with your molasses?" She had her fists under his face, and Signor Bodino, without ceasing to give that decayed-looking smile of his, made the movements of a wild animal trying to keep its escape open, at the same time shrugging his shoulders and glancing and winking around to me, since there was no one else in sight, as if to say, "She's bats," but his voice only uttered generalities and soft denials, like, "No, no, of course not." "Why does everyone say that you give the ants a tonic instead of poisoning them?" shouted my wife. So he slipped out of the door into the road with my wife following him and screaming abuse. Now the shrugging and winking of Signor Bodino were addressed to the women of the surrounding hovels, and it seemed to me that they were playing some kind of double game, agreeing to be witnesses for him that my wife was insulting him. And yet, when my wife looked at them, they incited her, with sharp little jerks of the head and movements of the brooms, to attack the Ant-Man. I did not intervene. What could I have done? I certainly did not want to lay hands on the little man, as my wife's fury with him was already roused enough, nor could I try to moderate it, as I did not want to defend Bodino. At last, my wife, in another burst of anger, cried, "You've done my baby harm!" grasped him by his collar, and shook him hard. I was just about to throw myself on them and separate them, but without touching her, he twisted around with movements that were becoming more and more ant-like, until he managed to break away. Then he went off with a clumsy running step, stopped, pulled himself together, and went on again, still shrugging his shoulders and muttering phrases like, "But what behavior? But who?
and making a gesture as if to say she's crazy to the people in the nearby hovels. From those people, the moment my wife threw herself on him, there rose an indistinct but confused mutter, which stopped as soon as the man freed himself, then started up again in phrases not so much of protest and threat as of complaint and almost of supplication or sympathy, shouted out as if they were proud proclamations. "The ants are eating us alive! Ants in the bed, ants in the dishes, ants every day, ants every night! We've little enough to eat anyway and have to feed them too!" I had taken my wife by the arm. She was still shaking her fist every now and again and shouting, "That's not the last of it! We know who is swindling whom! We know whom to thank!" and other threatening phrases which did not echo back as the windows and doors of the hovels in our path closed again, and the inhabitants returned to their wretched lives with the ants. So it was a sad return, as could have been foreseen. But what had particularly disappointed me was the way those women had behaved. I swore I'd never go around complaining about ants again in my life. I longed to shut myself up in silent, tortured pride like Signora Moro. But she was rich and we were poor. I had not yet found any solution to how we could go on living in these parts, and it seemed to me that none of the people here, who seemed so superior a short time ago, had found it, or were even on the way to finding it either. We reached home. The baby was sucking his toy. My wife sat down on a chair. I looked at the ant-infested field and hedges, and beyond them at the cloud of insect powder rising from Signor Reginado's garden, and to the right there was the shady silence of the captain's garden, with that continuous dripping of his victims. This was my new home. I took my wife and child and said, "Let's go for a walk. Let's go down to the sea." It was evening. We went along alleys and streets of steps. The sun beat down on a sharp corner of the old town, on grey, porous stone, with lime-washed cornices to the windows and roofs green with moss. The town opened like a fan, undulating over slopes and hills, and the space between was full of limpid air, copper-coloured at this hour. Our child was turning around in amazement at everything, and we had to pretend to take part in his marvelling. It was a way of bringing us together, of reminding us of the mild flavour that life has at moments, and of reconciling us to the passing days. We met old women balancing great baskets resting on head-pads, walking rigidly with straight backs and lowered eyes, and in a nun's garden a group of sewing girls ran along a railing to see a toad in a basin and said, "How awful!" And behind an iron gate under the wisteria, some young girls dressed in white were throwing a beach ball to and fro with a blind man, and a half-naked youth with a beard and hair down to his shoulders was gathering prickly pears from an old cactus with a forked stick, and sad and spectacled children were making soap bubbles at the window of a rich house. It was the hour when the bell sounded in the old folks' home. They began climbing up the steps, one behind the other, with their sticks, their straw hats on their heads, each talking to himself. And then there were two telephone workers, and one was holding a ladder and saying to the other on the pole, "Come on down, time's up, we'll finish the job tomorrow." And so we reached the port and the sea. There was also a line of palm trees and some stone benches. My wife and I sat down, and the baby was quiet. My wife said, "There are no ants here." I replied, "And there's a fresh wind. It's pleasant." The sea rose and fell against the rocks of the mole, making the fishing boats sway, and dark-skinned men were filling them with red nets and lobster pots for the evening's fishing. The water was calm, with just a slight continual change of colour, blue and black, darker farthest away. I thought of the expanses of water like this, of the infinite grains of soft sand down there at the bottom of the sea, where the currents leave white shells, washed clean by the waves. Translated from the Italian by Archibald Cahoon. The Lady on the Grey by John Collier. Dr. Morrow's hobby of turning animals into people, and its reverse, Circe's hobby of turning people into animals, are frequent themes in John Collier's writings. His novel, His Monkey Wife, or Married to a Chimp, 1930, is also a love story, and its closing lines are a good example of the seriousness of Collier's fantasy. Under her long and scanty hair he caught glimpses of a plum-blue skin. Into the depths of those all-dark, lustrous eyes his spirit slid with no sound of splash. She uttered a few low words rapidly in her native tongue. The candle, guttering beside the bed, was strangled in the grasp of a prehensile foot, and darkness received like a ripple in velvet the final happy sigh. Anthony Burgess called Collier a creator of very wayward miniatures, and all that can be done with these is to enjoy them. Ringwood was the last of an Anglo-Irish family which had played the devil in County Clare for a matter of 3 centuries. At last all their big houses were sold up, or burned down by the long-suffering Irish, and of all their thousands of acres not a single foot remained. Ringwood, however, had a few hundred a year of his own, and if the family estates had vanished, he at least inherited a family instinct, which prompted him to regard all Ireland as his domain, and to rejoice in its abundance of horses, foxes, salmon, game, and girls. In pursuit of these delights, Ringwood ranged and roved from Donegal to Wexford through all the seasons of the year. There were not many hunts he had not led at some time or other on a borrowed mount, nor many bridges he had not leaned over through half a May morning, nor many inn parlours where he had not snored away a wet winter afternoon in front of the fire. He had an intimate by the name of Bates, who was another of the same breed and the same kidney. Bates was equally long and lean, and equally hard up, and he had the same wind-flushed, bony face, the same shabby arrogance, and the same seignorial approach to the little girls in the cottages and cowsheds. Neither of these blades ever wrote a letter, but each generally knew where the other was to be found. The ticket-collector, respectfully blind as he snipped Ringwood's third-class ticket in a first-class compartment, would mention that Mr. Bates had travelled that way only last Tuesday, stopping off at Killorglin for a week or 2 after the snipe. The chambermaid, coy in the clammy bedroom of a fishing-inn, would find time to tell Bates that Ringwood had gone on up to Loch Corrib for a go at the pike. Policemen, priests, bagmen, gamekeepers, even the tinkers on the roads, would pass on this verbal patheron. Then, if it seemed his friend was on to a good thing, the other would pack up his battered kit-bag, put rods and guns into their cases, and drift off to join in the sport. So it happened that one winter afternoon, when Ringwood was strolling back from a singularly blank day on the bog of Ballyneary, he was hailed by a one-eyed horse-dealer of his acquaintance, who came trotting by in a gig, as people still do in Ireland. This worthy told our friend that he had just come down from Galway, where he had seen Mr. Bates, who was on his way to a village called Knockderry, and who had told him very particularly to mention it to Mr. Ringwood if he came across him. Ringwood turned this message over in his mind, and noted that it was a very particular one, and that no mention was made as to whether it was fishing or shooting his friend was engaged in, or whether he had met with some Croesus who had a string of hunters that he was prepared to lend. He certainly would have put a name to it if it was anything of that sort. I'll bet my life it's a pair of sisters he's got on the track of. It must be. At this thought he grinned from the tip of his long nose like a fox, and he lost no time in packing his bag and setting off for this place Knockderry, which he had never visited before in all his roving up and down the country in pursuit of fur, feather, and girls. He found it was a long way off the beaten track, and a very quiet place when he got to it. There were the usual low, bleak hills all around, and a river running along the valley, and the usual ruined tower up on a slight rise, girdled with a straggly wood, and approached by the remains of an avenue. The village itself was like many another, a few groups of shabby cottages, a decaying mill, 6 beer shops, and one inn, at which a gentleman hardened to rural cookery might conceivably put up. Ringwood's hired car deposited him there, and he strode in and found the landlady in the kitchen, and asked for his friend Mr. Bates. "Why, sure, your honour," said the landlady. "The gentleman's staying here. At least he is, so to speak, and then now he isn't." "How's that?" said Ringwood. "His bag's here," said the landlady, "and his things are here, and my grandest room taken up with them, though I've another every bit as good, and himself staying in the house best part of a week. But the day before yesterday he went out for a bit of a constitutional, and, would you believe it, sir, you've seen neither hide nor hair of him since." "He'll be back," said Ringwood. "Show me a room, and I'll stay here and wait for him." Accordingly, he settled in, and waited all the evening, but Bates failed to appear.
However, that sort of thing bothers no one in Ireland, and Ringwood's only impatience was in connection with the pair of sisters, whose acquaintance he was extremely anxious to make. During the next day or two he employed his time in strolling up and down all the lanes and bypaths in the neighbourhood, in the hope of discovering these beauties, or else some other. He was not particular as to which it should be, but on the whole he would have preferred a cottage girl, because he had no wish to waste time on elaborate approaches. It was on the second afternoon, just as the early dusk was falling. He was about a mile outside the village, and he met a straggle of muddy cows coming along the road, and a girl driving them. Our friend took a look at this girl and stopped dead in his tracks, grinning more like a fox than ever. This girl was still a child in her teens, and her bare legs were spattered with mud and scratched by brambles, but she was so pretty that the seignorial blood of all the Ringwoods boiled in the veins of their last descendant, and he felt an overmastering desire for a cup of milk. He therefore waited a minute or two, and then followed leisurely along the lane, meaning to turn in as soon as he saw the buyer and beg the favour of this innocent refreshment, and perhaps a little conversation into the bargain. They say, though, that blessings never come singly, any more than misfortunes. As Ringwood followed his charmer, swearing to himself that there couldn't be such another in the whole county, he heard the fall of a horse's hoofs and looked up, and there, approaching him at a walking pace, was a grey horse, which must have turned in from some bypath or other, because there certainly had been no horse in sight a moment before. A grey horse is no great matter, especially when one is so urgently in need of a cup of milk, but this grey horse differed from all others of its species and colour in two respects. First, it was no sort of a horse at all, neither hack nor hunter, and it picked up its feet in a queer way, and yet it had an arch to its neck and a small head and a wide nostril that were not entirely without distinction. And second, and this distracted Ringwood from all curiosity as to breed and bloodline, this grey horse carried on its back a girl who was obviously and certainly the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life. Ringwood looked at her, and as she came slowly through the dusk, she raised her eyes and looked at Ringwood. He at once forgot the little girl with the cows. In fact, he forgot everything else in the world. The horse came nearer, and still the girl looked, and Ringwood looked, and it was not a mere exchange of glances, it was wooing and a marriage, all complete and perfect in a mingling of the eyes. Next moment the horse had carried her past him, and quickening its pace a little, it left him standing on the road. He could hardly run after it or shout. In any case, he was too overcome to do anything but stand and stare. He watched the horse and rider go on through the wintry twilight, and he saw her turn in at a broken gateway just a little way along the road. Just as she passed through, she turned her head and whistled, and Ringwood noticed that her dog had stopped by him and was sniffing about his legs. For a moment he thought it was a smallish wolfhound, but then he saw it was just a tall, lean, hairy lurcher. He watched it run limping after her with its tail down, and it struck him that the poor creature had had an appalling thrashing not so long ago. He had noticed the marks where the hair was thin on its ribs. However, he had little thought to spare for the dog. As soon as he got over his first excitement, he moved on in the direction of the gateway. The girl was already out of sight when he got there, but he recognized the neglected avenue which led up to the battered tower on the shoulder of the hill. Ringwood thought that was enough for the day, so he made his way back to the inn. Bates was still absent, but that was just as well. Ringwood wanted the evening to himself in order to work out a plan of campaign. "That horse never cost 2 10-pound notes of anybody's money," said he to himself. "So she's not so rich, so much the better. Besides, she wasn't dressed up much. I don't know what she had on, a sort of cloak or something. Nothing out of Bond Street, anyway. And lives in that old tower. I should have thought it was all tumbled down. Still, I suppose there's a room or two left at the bottom. Poverty Hall. One of the old school, blue blood and no money, pining away in this God-forsaken hole, miles away from everybody. Probably she doesn't see a man from one year's end to another. No wonder she gave me a look. God, if I was sure she was there by herself, I wouldn't need much of an introduction. Still, there might be a father or a brother or somebody. Never mind, I'll manage it." When the landlady brought in the lamp, "Tell me," said he, "who's the young lady who rides the cobby-looking, old-fashioned-looking grey?" "A young lady, sir," said the landlady doubtfully, "on a grey. Yes, said he. She passed me on the lane up there. She turned in on the old avenue going up to the tower. Oh, Mary bless and keep you, said the good woman. That's the beautiful Maurier lady you must have seen. Maurier, said he. Is that the name? Well, 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 that's a fine old name in the West here. It is so indeed, said the landlady, but they were kings and queens in Connaught before the Saxon came. And herself, sir, has the face of a queen, they tell me. They're right, said Ringwood. Perhaps you'll bring me in the whiskey and water, Mrs. Doyle, and I shall be comfortable. He had an impulse to ask if the beautiful Miss Maurier had anything in the shape of a father or a brother at the Tower, but his principle was, least said, soonest mended, especially in little affairs of this sort. So he sat by the fire, recapturing and savouring the look the girl had given him, and he decided he needed only the barest excuse to present himself at the Tower. Ringwood had never any shortage of excuses, so the next afternoon he spruced himself up and set out in the direction of the old avenue. He turned in the gate and went along under the forlorn and dripping trees, which were so ivied and overgrown that the darkness was already thickening under them. He looked ahead for a sight of the Tower, but the avenue took a turn at the end, and it was still hidden amongst the cluttering trees. Just as he got to the end, he saw someone standing there, and he looked again, and it was the girl herself, standing as if she was waiting for him. "Good afternoon, Miss Maurier," said he, as soon as he got into earshot. "Hope I'm not intruding. The fact is, I think I had the pleasure of meeting a relation of yours down in Cork only last month." By this time he had got close enough to see the look in her eyes again, and all this nonsense died away in his mouth, for this was something beyond any nonsense of that sort. "I thought you would come," said she. "My God," said he, "I had to. Tell me, are you all by yourself here?" "All by myself," said she. She put out her hand as if to lead him along with her. Ringwood, blessing his lucky stars, was about to take it when her lean dog bounded between them and nearly knocked him over. "Down!" cried she, lifting her hand. "Get back!" The dog cowered and whimpered and slunk behind her, creeping almost on its belly. "He's not a dog to be trusted," she said. "He's all right," said Ringwood. "He looks annoying, old fellow. I like a lurcher. Clever dogs. What? Are you trying to talk to me, old boy?" Ringwood always paid a compliment to a lady's dog, and in fact the creature really was whining and whimpering in the most extraordinary fashion. "Be quiet," said the girl, raising her hand again, and the dog was silent. "A cur," said she to Ringwood. "Did you come here to sing the praises of a half-bred cur?" With that she gave him her eyes again, and he forgot the wretched dog. She gave him her hand, and this time he took it, and they walked toward the Tower. Ringwood was in seventh heaven. "What luck," thought he. "I might at this moment be fondling that little farm wench in some damp and smelly cowshed. 10 to 1 she'd be snivelling and crying and running home to tell her mammy. This is something different." At that moment the girl pushed open a heavy door, and, bidding the dog lie down, she led our friend through a wide, bare, stone-flagged hall and into a small, vaulted room, which certainly had no resemblance to a cowshed, except perhaps it smelt a little damp and mouldy, as these old stone places so often do. All the same, there were logs burning on the open hearth, and a broad, low couch before the fireplace. For the rest, the room was furnished with the greatest simplicity, and very much in the antique style. A touch of the Kathleen Lee Houlihan, thought Ringwood. Well, well, sitting in the Celtic twilight dreaming of love, she certainly doesn't make much bones about it. The girl sat down on the couch and motioned him down beside her. Neither of them said anything. There was no sound but the wind outside, and the dog scratching and whimpering timidly at the door of the chamber. At last the girl spoke. "You are of the Saxon," said she gravely. "Don't hold it against me," said Ringwood. "My people came here in 1656. Of course that's yesterday to the Gaelic League, but still I think we can say we have a stake in the country." "Yes, through its heart," said she. "Is it politics we're going to talk?" said he, putting an Irish turn to his tongue. "You and I sitting here in the firelight." "It's love you'd rather be talking of," said she with a smile. "But you're the man to make a byword and a mockery of the poor girls of Era." "You misjudge me entirely," said Ringwood. "I'm the man to live alone and sorrowful, waiting for the one love, though it seems something beyond hoping for." "Yes," said she.
But yesterday you were looking at one of the Connell girls as she drove her kine along the lane.
Looking at her? I'll go so far as to say I did, said he. But when I saw you, I forgot her entirely.
That was my wish, said she, giving him both her hands. Will you stay with me here?
Ah, that I will, cried he in rapture.
Always? said she.
Always, cried Ringwood. Always and forever.
For he felt it better to be guilty of a slight exaggeration than to be lacking in courtesy to a lady. But as he spoke, she fixed her eyes on him, looking so much as if she believed him that he positively believed himself.
Ah, he cried, you bewitch me.
And he took her in his arms. He pressed his lips to hers, and at once he was over the brink. Usually he prided himself on being a pretty cool hand, but this was an intoxication too strong for him. His mind seemed to dissolve in sweetness and fire, and at last the fire was gone, and his senses went with it. As they failed, he heard her saying, "Forever, forever," and then everything was gone, and he fell asleep. He must have slept some time. It seemed he was awakened by the heavy opening and closing of a door. For a moment he was all confused and hardly knew where he was. The room was now quite dark, and the fire had sunk to a dim glow. He blinked and shook his ears, trying to shake some sense into his head. Suddenly he heard Bates talking to him, muttering as if he too was half asleep, or half drunk more likely.
"You would come here," said Bates. "I tried hard enough to stop you."
"Hello," said Ringwood, thinking he must have dozed off by the fire in the inn parlour.
"Bates? God, I must have slept heavy. I feel queer. Damn it! So it was all a dream. Strike a light, old boy. It must be late. I'll yell for supper."
"Don't, for heaven's sake," said Bates in his altered voice.
"Don't yell. She'll thrash us if you do."
"What's that?" said Ringwood.
"Thrash us? What the hell are you talking about?"
At that moment a log rolled on the hearth. The little flame flickered up, and he saw his long and hairy forelegs, and he knew. The Queen of Spades, by Alexander Pushkin. Pushkin was a kind of Lord Byron who wrote better prose than Byron, and was certainly as good a poet. He was master of the short story and the epic poem. His tragedy, Boris Godunov, broke the traditions of 18th-century Russian theatre. He was born in Moscow in 1799, and was shot dead in a duel on January 29th, 1837. The Queen of Spades deals with the confrontation between a gambler and a ghost. Ghosts can be a punishment for others, an instrument of the fates to haunt the living, something of a mixture of the bogey under the bed and the ever-present eye of Big Brother. I remember a terrifying Spanish nursery rhyme we used to sing. "Watch it, God is watching you. Watch it now and then. Watch it, you will die one day, but you don't know when." Pushkin's story is about an avenging ghost, but also about a passion, gambling, the game of the fates. I knew a gambler once. We were in high school together. He believed that every game was a duel between himself and something else which he could not define. Each card was to him a living creature. Each had specific qualities and a hidden soul, like the Greek gods. He feared some cards and loved others, and he believed in their reality as much as in that of an Argentina torn by a monstrous civil war. He died some 10 years ago, shot down by soldiers while trying to hold up a petrol station near the frontier of Bolivia. Chapter 1. When bleak was the weather, they would meet together for cards, God forgive them. Some would win, others lost, and they chalked up the cost in bleak autumn weather when they met together. There was a card party in the rooms of Narumov, an officer of the Horse Guards. The long winter night had passed unnoticed, and it was after 4 in the morning when the company sat down to supper. Those who had won enjoyed their food. The others sat absent-mindedly in front of empty plates. But when the champagne appeared, conversation became more lively and general. "How did you fare, Surin?" Narumov asked. "Oh, I lost as usual. I must confess I have no luck. I stick to Mirandole, never get excited, never lose my head, and yet I never win. Do you mean to tell me you were not once tempted to back the red the whole evening? Your self-control amazes me. But look at Herman, exclaimed one of the party, pointing to a young officer of the engineers. Never held a card in his hands, never made a bet in his life, yet he sits up till 5 in the morning watching us play. Cards interest me very much, said Herman, but I am not in a position to risk the necessary in the hope of acquiring the superfluous. Herman is a German. He's careful, that's what that is, remarked Tomsky. But if there is one person I can't understand, it is my grandmother, Countess Anna Fedotovna. Why is that? The guests cried. I cannot conceive how it is that my grandmother does not play. But surely there is nothing surprising in an old lady in the 80s not wanting to gamble, said Narumov. Then you don't know about her? No, nothing, absolutely nothing. Well, listen then. I must tell you that some 60 years ago my grandmother went to Paris, and was quite the rage there. People would run after her to catch a glimpse of La Vénus Moscovite. Richelieu was at her beck and call, and Grandmamma maintains that he very nearly blew his brains out because of her cruelty to him. In those days ladies used to play faro. One evening at the court she lost a very considerable sum to the Duke of Orleans. When she got home, she told my grandfather of her loss, while removing the beauty spots from her face and untying her farthingale, and commanded him to pay her debt. My grandfather, so far as I remember, acted as a sort of major domo to my grandmother. He feared her like fire. However, when he heard of such a frightful gambling loss, he almost went out of his mind. Fetched the bills they owed, and pointed out to her that in 6 months they had spent 500,000 roubles, and that in Paris they had neither their Moscow nor their Saratov estates upon which to draw, and flatly refused to pay. Grandmamma gave him a box on the ear and retired to bed without him as a sign of her displeasure. The following morning she sent for her husband, hoping that the simple punishment had had its effect, but she found him as obdurate as ever. For the first time in her life she went so far as to reason with him and explain, thinking to rouse his conscience, and arguing with condescension that there were debts and debts, and that a prince was different from a coach-builder. But it was not a bit of good. Grandfather just would not hear of it. Once and for all, no. Grandmamma did not know what to do. Among her close acquaintances was a very remarkable man. You have heard of Count Saint-Germain, about whom so many marvelous stories are told? You know that he posed as the Wandering Jew, and claimed to have discovered the elixir of life, and the philosopher's stone, and so on. People laughed at him as a charlatan, and Casanova in his memoirs says that he was a spy. Be that as it may, Saint-Germain, in spite of the mystery that surrounded him, had a most dignified appearance, and was a very amiable person in society. Grandmamma is still to this day quite devoted to his memory, and gets angry if anyone speaks of him with disrespect. Grandmamma knew that Saint-Germain had plenty of money at his disposal. She decided to appeal to him, and wrote a note asking him to come and see her immediately. The eccentric old man came at once and found her in terrible distress. She described in the blackest colors her husband's inhumanity, and ended by declaring that she laid all her hopes on his friendship and kindness. Saint-Germain pondered. "I could oblige you with the sum you want," he said, "but I know that you would not be easy until you had repaid me, and I should not like to involve you in fresh trouble. There is another way out. You could win it back." "But, my dear Count," answered Grandmamma, "I tell you I have no money at all." "That does not matter," Saint-Germain replied. "Listen now to what I am going to tell you." And he revealed to her a secret which all of us would give a great deal to know. The young gamblers redoubled their attention. Tomsky lit his pipe, puffed away for a moment, and continued. That very evening Grandmamma appeared at Versailles, at the Jeu de la Reine. The Duke of Orleans kept the bank. Grandmamma lightly excused herself for not having brought the money to pay off her debt, inventing some little story by way of explanation, and began to play against him. She selected 3 cards and played them one after the other. All 3 won, and Grandmamma retrieved her loss completely. "Luck," said one of the party. "A fairy tale," remarked Herman. "Marked cards, perhaps," put in a third. "I don't think so," replied Tomsky impressively. "What?" said Naramov. "You have a grandmother who knows how to hit upon 3 lucky cards in succession, and you haven't learned her secret yet?" "That's the deuce of it," Tomsky replied. "She had 4 sons, one of whom was my father. All 4 were desperate gamblers, and yet she did not reveal her secret to a single one of them, though it would not have been a bad thing for them, or for me either. But listen to what my uncle, Count Ivan Ilyich, used to say, assuring me on his word of honor that it was true. Chaplitsky, you know him, he died a pauper after squandering millions. As a young man, once lost 300,000 rubles, to Zorich, if I remember rightly. He was in despair. Grandmamma was always very severe on the follies of young men, but somehow she took pity on Chaplitsky. She gave him 3 cards, which he was to play one after the other, at the same time exacting from him a promise that he would never afterwards touch a card so long as he lived. Chaplitsky went to Zorich's. They sat down to play. Chaplitsky staked 50,000 on his first card and won. Doubled his stake and won. Did the same again, won back his loss, and ended up in pocket. But I say, it's time to go to bed. It is 5:45 already. And indeed, dawn was breaking. The young men emptied their glasses and went home. Chapter 2. Il paraît que monsieur est décidément pour le suivant. Que voulez-vous, madame? Elles sont plus fraîches. From a society conversation. The old Countess X was seated before the looking-glass in her dressing-room. 3 maids were standing round her. One held a pot of rouge, another a box of hairpins, and the third a tall cap with flame-coloured ribbons. The Countess had not the slightest pretensions to beauty, it had faded long ago, but she still preserved all the habits of her youth, followed strictly the fashion of the 70s, and gave as much time and care to her toilette as she had 60 years before. A young girl whom she had brought up sat at an embroidery frame by the window. "Good morning, grandmaman," said a young officer, coming into the room. "Bonjour, Mademoiselle Lys." "Grandmaman, I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it, Paul?" "I want you to let me introduce to you a friend of mine and bring him to your ball on Friday." "Bring him straight to the ball and introduce him to me then. Were you at the princess's last night?" "Of course I was. It was most enjoyable. We danced until 5 in the morning. Mademoiselle Yeletsky looked enchanting." "Come, my dear, what is there enchanting about her? She isn't a patch on her grandmother, Princess Daria Petrovna. And by the way, I expect Princess Daria Petrovna must have aged considerably." "How do you mean, aged?" Tomsky replied absent-mindedly. "She's been dead for the last 7 years. The girl at the window raised her head and made a sign to the young man. He remembered that they concealed the deaths of her contemporaries from the old Countess and bit his lip. But the Countess heard the news with the utmost indifference. "Dead? I didn't know," she said. "We were maids of honor together, and as we were being presented, the Empress—" And for the 100th time the Countess repeated the story to her grandson. "Well, Paul," she said at the end, "now help me to my feet. Lys, where is my snuff-box?" And the Countess went with her maids behind the screen to finish dressing. Tomsky was left à deux with the young girl. "Who is it you want to introduce?" Lizaveta Ivanovna asked softly. "Naramov. Do you know him?" "No. Is he in the army?" "Yes." "In the engineers?" "No, Horse Guards." "What made you think he was in the engineers?" The girl laughed and made no answer. "Paul," Countess called from behind the screen, "send me a new novel to read. Only pray not one of those modern ones." "How do you mean, grandmamma?" "I want a book in which the hero does not strangle either his father or his mother, and where there are no drowned corpses. I have a horror of drowned persons." "There aren't any novels of that sort nowadays. Wouldn't you like something in Russian?" "Are there any Russian novels? Send me something, my dear fellow. Please send me something." "Excuse me, grandmamma, I must hurry. Goodbye, Lizaveta Ivanovna. I wonder, what made you think Naramov was in the engineers?" And Tomsky departed from the dressing-room. Lizaveta Ivanovna was left alone. She abandoned her work and began to look out of the window. Soon, round the corner of a house on the other side of the street, a young officer appeared. Colour flooded her cheeks. She took up her work again, bending her head over her embroidery frame. At that moment the Countess came in, having finished dressing.
"Order the carriage, Lise," she said, "and let us go for a drive."
Lizaveta Ivanovna rose from her embroidery frame and began putting away her work.
"What is the matter with you, my child? Are you deaf?" the Countess cried. "Be quick and order the carriage."
"I will go at once," the young girl answered quietly and ran into the anteroom. A servant came in and handed the Countess a parcel of books from Prince Paul Alexandrovitch.
"Good. Tell him I am much obliged," said the Countess. "Lise, where are you off to?"
"To dress."
"There is plenty of time, my dear. Sit down here. Open the first volume and read to me."
The girl took the book and read a few lines.
"Louder," said the Countess. "What is the matter with you, my dear? Have you lost your voice, or what? Wait a minute. Give me that footstool. A little closer. That will do."
Lizaveta Ivanovna read 2 more pages. The Countess yawned.
"Throw that book away," she said. "What nonsense it is. Send it back to Prince Paul with my thanks. What about the carriage?"
"The carriage is ready," said Lizaveta Ivanovna, glancing out into the street.
"How is it you are not dressed?" the Countess said. "You always keep people waiting. It really is intolerable."
Lisa ran to her room. Hardly 2 minutes passed before the Countess started ringing with all her might. 3 maids rushed in at one door and a footman at the other.
"Why is it you don't come when you are called?" the Countess said to them. "Tell Lizaveta Ivanovna I am waiting."
Lizaveta Ivanovna returned, wearing a hat and a pelisse.
"Last, my dear," said the Countess. "Why the finery? What is it for? For whose benefit? And what is the weather like? Windy, isn't it?"
"No, your ladyship," the footman answered. "There is no wind at all."
"You say anything that comes into your head. Open the window." "Just as I thought. There is a wind, and a very cold one, too. Dismiss the carriage, Lise, my child. We won't go out. Need not have dressed up, after all."
"And this is my life," Lizaveta Ivanovna thought to herself. Indeed, Lizaveta Ivanovna was a most unfortunate creature. "Another's bread is bitter to the taste," says Dante, "and his staircase hard to climb. And who should know the bitterness of dependence better than a poor orphan brought up by an old lady of quality?" The Countess was certainly not bad-hearted, but she had all the caprices of a woman spoiled by society. She was stingy and coldly selfish, like all old people who have done with love and are out of touch with life around them. She took part in all the vanities of the fashionable world, dragged herself to balls, where she sat in a corner, rouged and attired after some bygone mode, like a misshapen but indispensable ornament of the ballroom. On their arrival, the guests all went up to her and bowed low, as though in accordance with an old established rite, and after that no one took any more notice of her. She received the whole town at her house, observing the strictest etiquette and not recognizing the faces of any of her guests. Her numerous servants, grown fat and grey in her entrance hall and the maids' quarters, did what they liked and vied with each other in robbing the decrepit old woman. Lizaveta Ivanovna was the household martyr. She poured out tea and was reprimanded for using too much sugar. She read novels aloud to the Countess and was blamed for all the author's mistakes. She accompanied the Countess on her drives and was answerable for the weather and the state of the roads. She was supposed to receive a salary, which was never paid in full, and yet she was expected to be as well dressed as everyone else, that is, as very few indeed. In society she played the most pitiable role. Everybody knew her, and nobody gave her any thought. At balls she danced only when someone was short of a partner, and the ladies would take her by the arm each time they wanted to go to the cloakroom to rearrange some detail of their toilette. She was sensitive, and felt her position keenly, and looked about impatiently for a deliverer to come. But the young men, calculating in their empty-headed frivolity, honoured her with scant attention, though Lizaveta Ivanovna was 100 times more charming than the cold, brazen-faced heiresses they ran after. Many a time she crept away from the tedious, glittering drawing-room to go and weep in her humble little attic with its wallpaper screen, chest of drawers,
small looking-glass and painted wooden bedstead, and where a tallow candle burned dimly in a brass candlestick. One morning, 2 days after the card party described at the beginning of the story, and a week before the scene we have just witnessed, one morning Lizaveta Ivanovna, sitting at her embroidery frame by the window, happened to glance out into the street and see a young engineer's officer standing stock-still gazing at her window. She lowered her head and went on with her work. 5 minutes afterwards she looked out again. The young officer was still in the same spot. Not being in the habit of coquetting with passing officers, she looked out no more, and went on sewing for a couple of hours without raising her head. Luncheon was announced. She got up to put away her embroidery frame, and, glancing casually into the street, saw the officer again. This seemed to her somewhat strange. After luncheon she went to the window with a certain feeling of uneasiness, but the officer was no longer there, and she forgot about him. A day or so later, just as she was stepping into the carriage with the Countess, she saw him again. He was standing right by the front door, his face hidden by his beaver collar. His dark eyes sparkled beneath his fur cap. Lizaveta Ivanovna felt alarmed, though she did not know why, and seated herself in the carriage, inexplicably agitated. On returning home she ran to the window. The officer was standing in his accustomed place, his eyes fixed on her. She drew back, consumed with curiosity and excited by a feeling quite new to her. Since then, not a day had passed without the young man appearing at a certain hour beneath the windows of their house, and between him and her a sort of mute acquaintance was established. Sitting at her work, she would sense his approach. Lifting her head, she looked at him longer and longer every day. The young man seemed to be grateful to her for looking out. With the keen eyes of youth, she saw the quick flush of his pale cheeks every time their glances met. By the end of the week she had smiled at him. When Tomsky asked the Countess's permission to introduce a friend of his, the poor girl's heart beat violently. But hearing that Naramov was in the Horse Guards, not the Engineers, she regretted the indiscreet question by which she had betrayed her secret to the irresponsible Tomsky. Hermann was the son of a German who had settled in Russia and who left him some small capital sum. Being firmly convinced that it was essential for him to make certain of his independence, Hermann did not touch even the interest on his income, but lived on his pay, denying himself the slightest extravagance. But since he was reserved and ambitious, his companions rarely had any opportunity for making fun of his extreme parsimony. He had strong passions and an ardent imagination, but strength of character preserved him from the customary mistakes of youth. Thus, for instance, though a gambler at heart, he never touched cards, having decided that his means did not allow him, as he put it, to risk the necessary in the hope of acquiring the superfluous. And yet he spent night after night at the card tables, watching with feverish anxiety the vicissitudes of the game. The story of the 3 cards had made a powerful impression upon his imagination, and it haunted his mind all night. Supposing, he thought to himself the following evening as he wandered about Petersburg, supposing the old Countess were to reveal her secret to me, or tell me the 3 winning cards. Why shouldn't I try my luck? Get introduced to her, win her favor, become her lover, perhaps. But all that would take time, and she is 87. She might be dead next week, or the day after tomorrow, even. The story itself? Is it likely? No. Economy, moderation, and hard work are my 3 winning cards. With them I can treble my capital, increase it 7-fold, and obtain for myself leisure and independence. Musing thus, he found himself in one of the main streets of Petersburg, in front of a house of old-fashioned architecture. The street was lined with carriages which followed one another up to the lighted porch. Out of the carriages stepped now the shapely little foot of a young beauty, now a military boot with clinking spur, or a diplomat's striped stockings and buckled shoes. Fur coats and cloaks passed in rapid procession before the majestic-looking concierge. Hermann stopped. "Whose house is that?" he asked a watchman in his box at the corner. "The Countess X's," the man told him. It was Tomsky's grandmother. Hermann started. The strange story of the 3 cards came into his mind again. He began walking up and down past the house, thinking of its owner and her wonderful secret. It was late when he returned to his humble lodgings. He could not get to sleep for a long time, and when sleep did come,
He dreamed of cards, a green baize table, stacks of banknotes and piles of gold. He played card after card, resolutely turning down the corners, winning all the time. He raked in the gold and stuffed his pockets with banknotes. Waking late in the morning, he sighed over the loss of his fantastic wealth, and then, sallying forth to wander about the town again, once more found himself outside the Countess's house. It was as though some supernatural force drew him there. He stopped and looked up at the windows. In one of them he saw a dark head bent over a book or some needlework. The head was raised. Hermann caught sight of a rosy face and a pair of black eyes. That moment decided his fate. Chapter 3. Vous m'écrivez, mon ange, des lettres de 4 pages, plus vite que je ne puis les lire. From a correspondence. Lizaveta Ivanovna had scarcely taken off her hat and mantle before the Countess sent for her and again ordered the carriage. They went out to take their seats. Just as the 2 footmen were lifting the old lady and helping her through the carriage door, Lizaveta Ivanovna saw her engineer's officer standing by the wheel. He seized her hand. Before she had recovered from her alarm, the young man had disappeared, leaving a letter between her fingers. She hid it in her glove, and for the rest of the drive neither saw nor heard anything. It was the Countess's habit when they were out in the carriage to ask a constant stream of questions. "Who was that we met? What bridge is this? What does that signboard say?" This time Lizaveta Ivanovna returned such random and irrelevant answers that the Countess grew angry with her. "What is the matter with you, my dear? Have you taken leave of your senses? Don't you hear me or understand what I say? I speak distinctly enough, thank heaven, and I'm not in my dotage yet." Lizaveta Ivanovna paid no attention to her. When they returned home, she ran up to her room and drew the letter out of her glove. It was unsealed. She read it. The letter contained a declaration of love. It was tender, respectful, and had been copied word for word from a German novel. But Lizaveta Ivanovna did not know any German, and she was delighted with it. For all that, the letter troubled her greatly. For the first time in her life she was embarking upon secret and intimate relations with a young man. His boldness appalled her. She reproached herself for her imprudent behavior, and did not know what to do. Ought she to give up sitting at the window, and by a show of indifference damp the young man's inclination to pursue her further? Should she return his letter to him, or answer it coldly and firmly? There was nobody to whom she could turn for advice. She had neither female friend nor preceptor. Lizaveta Ivanovna decided to reply to the letter. She sat down at her little writing-table, took pen and paper, and began to ponder. Several times she made a start, and then tore the paper across. What she had written seemed to her either too indulgent or too harsh. At last she succeeded in composing a few lines with which she felt satisfied. "I am sure," she wrote, "that your intentions are honorable, and that you had no wish to hurt me by any thoughtless conduct. But our acquaintance ought not to have begun in this manner. I return you your letter, and hope that in future I shall have no cause to complain of being shown a lack of respect which is undeserved." Next day, as soon as she saw Hermann approaching, Lizaveta Ivanovna got up from her embroidery frame, went into the drawing-room, opened the little ventilating window, and threw the letter into the street, trusting to the young officer's alertness. Hermann ran forward, picked the letter up, and went into a confectioner's shop. Breaking the seal, he found his own letter and Lizaveta Ivanovna's reply. It was just what he had expected, and he returned home engrossed in his plot. 3 days after this, a sharp-eyed young person brought Lizaveta Ivanovna a note from a milliner's establishment. Lizaveta Ivanovna opened it uneasily, fearing it was a demand for money, and suddenly recognized Hermann's handwriting. "You have made a mistake, my dear," she said. "This note is not for me." "Why, yes, it is for you," retorted the girl boldly, not troubling to conceal a knowing smile. "Please read it." Lizaveta Ivanovna glanced at the letter. In it Hermann wanted her to meet him. "Impossible!" she cried, alarmed at the request, at its coming so soon, and at the means employed to transmit it. "I am sure this was not addressed to me." And she tore the letter into fragments. "The letter was not for you. Why did you tear it up?" said the girl. "I would have returned it to the sender." "Be good enough, my dear," said Lizaveta Ivanovna, flushing crimson at her remark, "not to bring me any more letters, and tell the person who sent you that he ought to be ashamed." But Herman did not give in. Every day Lizaveta Ivanovna received a letter from him by one means or another. They were no longer translated from the German. Herman wrote them inspired by passion, and in a style which was his own. They reflected both his inexorable desire and the disorder of an unbridled imagination. Lizaveta Ivanovna no longer thought of returning them. She drank them in eagerly and took to answering, and the notes she sent grew longer and more affectionate every hour. At last she threw out of the window to him the following letter. "There is a ball tonight at the embassy. The Countess will be there. We shall stay until about 2 o'clock. Here is an opportunity for you to see me alone. As soon as the Countess is away, the servants are sure to go to their quarters, leaving the concierge in the hall, but he usually retires to his lodge. Come at 11:30. Walk straight up the stairs. If you meet anyone in the anteroom, ask if the Countess is at home. They will say no, but there will be no help for it. You will have to go away. Probably you will not meet anyone. The maids all sit together in the one room. Turn to the left out of the anteroom, and keep straight on until you reach the Countess's bedroom. In the bedroom, behind a screen, you will find 2 small doors. The one on the right leads into the study where the Countess never goes, and the other, on the left, opens into a passage with a narrow, winding staircase up to my room." Herman waited for the appointed hour like a tiger trembling for its prey. By 10 o'clock in the evening he was already standing outside the Countess's house. It was a frightful night. The wind howled, wet snow fell in big flakes, the street lamps burned dimly, the streets were deserted. From time to time a sledge drawn by a sorry-looking hack passed by, the driver on the watch for a belated fare. Herman stood there without his greatcoat, feeling neither the wind nor the snow. At last the Countess's carriage was brought round. Herman saw the old woman wrapped in sables being lifted into the vehicle by 2 footmen. Then Lisa, in a light cloak, with natural flowers in her hair, flitted by. The carriage doors banged. The vehicle rolled heavily over the wet snow. The concierge closed the street door. The lights in the windows went out. Herman started to walk to and fro outside the deserted house. He went up to a street lamp and glanced at his watch. It was 20 minutes past 11. He stood still by the lamp-post, his eyes fixed on the hand of the watch. Precisely at 11:30, Herman walked up the steps of the house and entered the brightly lit vestibule. The concierge was not there. Herman ran up the stairs, opened the door of the anteroom, and saw a footman asleep in a soiled, old-fashioned armchair by the side of a lamp. With a light, firm tread, Herman passed quickly by him. The ballroom and drawing-room were in darkness, but the lamp in the anteroom shed a dim light into them. Herman entered the bedroom. Ancient icons filled the icon stand before which burned a golden lamp. Armchairs upholstered in faded damask and sofas with down cushions, the tassels of which had lost their gilt, were ranged with depressing symmetry round the walls hung with Chinese wallpaper. On one of the walls were 2 portraits painted in Paris by Madame Lebrun. The first of a stout, red-faced man of some 40 years of age, in a light green uniform with a star on his breast. The other, a beautiful young woman with an aquiline nose and a rose in the powdered hair drawn back over her temples. Every corner was crowded with porcelain shepherdesses, clocks made by the celebrated Leroy, little boxes, roulettes, fans, and all the 1,001 playthings invented for ladies of fashion at the end of the last century, together with Montgolfier's balloon and Mesmer's magnetism. Herman stepped behind the screen. A small iron bedstead stood there. To the right was the door into the study. To the left, the other door into the passage. Herman opened it and saw the narrow, winding staircase leading to poor little Lisa's room. But he turned about and went into the dark study. The time passed slowly. Everything was quiet. The drawing-room clock struck 12. The clocks in the other rooms chimed 12, one after the other, and all was still again. Herman stood leaning against the coal stove. He was quite calm.
His heart beat evenly, like that of a man resolved upon a dangerous but inevitable undertaking. The clock struck 1, and then 2, and he heard the distant rumble of a carriage. In spite of himself, he was overcome with agitation. The carriage drove up to the house and stopped. He heard the clatter of the carriage steps being lowered. In the house all was commotion. Servants ran to and fro. There was a confusion of voices, and lights appeared everywhere. 3 ancient ladies' maids bustled into the bedroom, followed by the Countess, who, half dead with fatigue, sank into a Voltaire armchair. Hermann watched through a crack in the door. Lizaveta Ivanovna passed close by him, and he heard her footsteps hurrying up the stairs to her room. For a moment something akin to remorse assailed him, but he quickly hardened his heart again. The Countess began undressing before the looking-glass. Her maids took off the cap trimmed with roses, and lifted the powdered wig from her grey, closely cropped head. Pins showered about her. The silver-trimmed yellow dress fell at her puffy feet. Hermann witnessed the hideous mysteries of her toilet. At last the Countess put on bed-jacket and nightcap, and in this attire, more suited to her age, she seemed less horrible and ugly. Like most old people, the Countess suffered from sleeplessness. Having undressed, she sat down in a big armchair by the window and dismissed her maids. They took away the candles, leaving only the lamp before the icons to light the room. The Countess sat there, her skin sallow with age, her flabby lips twitching, her body swaying to and fro. Her dim eyes were completely vacant, and looking at her one might have imagined that the dreadful old woman was rocking her body, not from choice, but owing to some secret, galvanic mechanism. Suddenly, an inexplicable change came over the death-like face. The lips ceased to move, the eyes brightened. For the Countess stood a strange young man. "Do not be alarmed, for heaven's sake, do not be alarmed," he said in a low, clear voice. "I have no intention of doing you any harm. I have come to beg a favor of you." The old woman stared at him in silence, as if she had not heard. Hermann thought she must be deaf, and bending down to her ear, he repeated what he had just said. The old woman remained silent as before. "You can ensure the happiness of my whole life," Hermann went on, "and at no cost to yourself. I know that you can name 3 cards in succession." Hermann stopped. The Countess appeared to have grasped what he wanted, and to be seeking words to frame her answer. "It was a joke," she said at last. "I swear to you it was a joke." "No, madam," Hermann retorted angrily. "Remember Chaplitsky, and how you enabled him to win back his loss." The Countess was plainly perturbed. Her face expressed profound agitation, but soon she relapsed into her former impassivity. "Can you not tell me those 3 winning cards?" Hermann went on. The Countess said nothing. Hermann continued. "For whom would you keep your secret? For your grandsons? They are rich enough already. They don't appreciate the value of money. Your 3 cards would not help a spendthrift. A man who does not take care of his inheritance will die a beggar, though all the demons of the world were at his command. I am not a spendthrift. I know the value of money. Your 3 cards would not be wasted on me." "Well?" He paused, feverishly, waiting for her reply. She was silent. Hermann fell on his knees. "If your heart has ever known what it is to love, if you can remember the ecstasies of love, if you have ever smiled tenderly at the cry of your newborn son, if any human feeling has ever stirred in your breast, I appeal to you as wife, beloved one, mother. I implore you by all that is holy in life not to reject my prayer. Tell me your secret. Of what use is it to you? Perhaps it is bound up with some terrible sin, with the loss of eternal salvation, with some bargain with the devil. Reflect. You are old. You have not much longer to live, and I am ready to take your sin upon my soul. Only tell me your secret. Remember that a man's happiness is in your hands, that not only I, but my children and my children's children will bless your memory and hold it sacred." The old woman answered not a word. Hermann rose to his feet. "You old hag," he said, grinding his teeth. "Then I will make you speak." With these words he drew a pistol from his pocket. At the sight of the pistol, the Countess for the second time showed signs of agitation. Her head shook, and she raised a hand as though to protect herself from the shot. Then she fell back, and was still. "Come, an end to this childish nonsense," said Herman, seizing her by the arm. "I ask you for the last time, will you tell me those 3 cards, yes or no?" The Countess made no answer. Herman saw that she was dead. Chapter 4. Cette mai 18. Âme sans mœurs et sans religion. From a correspondence. Lizaveta Ivanovna was sitting in her room, still in her ball dress, lost in thought. On returning home, she had made haste to dismiss the sleepy maid who reluctantly offered to help her, saying that she would undress herself, and with trembling heart had gone to her own room, expecting to find Herman, and hoping that she would not find him. A glance convinced her that he was not there, and she thanked fate for having prevented their meeting. She sat down without undressing and began to recall the circumstances that had led her so far in so short a time. It was not 3 weeks since she had first caught sight of the young man from the window, and yet she was carrying on a correspondence with him, and he had already succeeded in inducing her to agree to a nocturnal tryst. She knew his name, only because he had signed some of his letters. She had never spoken to him, did not know the sound of his voice, had never heard him mentioned, until that evening. Strange to say, that very evening at the ball, Tomsky, piqued with the young Princess Pauline for flirting with somebody else instead of with him as she usually did, decided to revenge himself by a show of indifference. He asked Lizaveta Ivanovna to be his partner, and danced the interminable mazurka with her. And all the time he kept teasing her about her partiality for officers of the engineers, assuring her that he knew far more than she could suppose. And some of his sallies so found their mark that several times Lizaveta Ivanovna thought he must know her secret. "Who told you all this?" she asked, laughing. "A friend of someone you know," Tomsky answered. "Very remarkable person." "And who is this remarkable man?" "His name is Herman." Lizaveta Ivanovna said nothing, but her hands and feet turned to ice. "This Herman," continued Tomsky, "is a truly romantic figure. He has the profile of a Napoleon and the soul of a Mephistopheles. I think there must be at least 3 crimes on his conscience. How pale you look." "I have a bad headache." "Well, and what did this Herman, or whatever his name is, tell you?" "Herman is very annoyed with his friend. He says that in his place he would act quite differently. I suspect, in fact, that Herman has designs upon you himself. At any rate, he listens to his friend's ecstatic explanations with anything but indifference." "But where has he seen me?" "In church, perhaps, or when you were out walking. Heaven only knows. In your own room, maybe, while you were asleep, for there's nothing he—" 3 ladies coming up to invite Tomsky to choose between oubli ou regret interrupted the conversation which had become so painfully interesting to Lizaveta Ivanovna. The lady chosen by Tomsky was the Princess Pauline herself. She succeeded in effecting a reconciliation with him while they danced an extra turn and spun round once more before she was conducted to her chair. When he returned to his place, neither Herman nor Lizaveta Ivanovna was in Tomsky's thoughts. Lizaveta Ivanovna longed to resume the interrupted conversation, but the mazurka came to an end, and shortly afterwards the old countess took her departure. Tomsky's words were nothing more than the usual small talk of the ballroom, but they sank deep into the girl's romantic heart. The portrait sketched by Tomsky resembled the picture she had herself drawn, and thanks to the novels of the day, the commonplace figure both terrified and fascinated her. She sat there with her bare arms crossed, and with her head still adorned with flowers sunk upon her naked bosom. Suddenly the door opened, and Herman came in. She shuddered. "Where were you?" she asked in a frightened whisper. "In the old countess's bedroom," Herman answered. "I have just left her. The countess is dead." "Merciful heavens! What are you saying?" "And I think," added Herman, "that I am the cause of her death." Lizaveta darted a glance at him and heard Tomsky's words echo in her soul. There must be at least 3 crimes on his conscience. Herman sat down on the window beside her and related all that had happened. Lizaveta Ivanovna listened to him aghast. So all those passionate letters, those ardent pleas, the bold, determined pursuit had not been inspired by love. Money. That was what his soul craved. It was not she who could satisfy his desires and make him happy. Poor child,
She had been nothing but the blind tool of a thief, of the murderer of her aged benefactress. She wept bitterly in a vain agony of repentance. Hermann watched in silence. He, too, was suffering torment, but neither the poor girl's tears nor her indescribable charm in her grief touched his hardened soul. He felt no pricking of conscience at the thought of the dead old woman. One thing only horrified him, the irreparable loss of the secret which was to have brought him wealth. "You are a monster," said Lizaveta Ivanovna at last. "I did not mean her to die," Hermann answered. "My pistol was not loaded." Both were silent. Morning came. Lizaveta Ivanovna blew out the candle which had burned down. A pale light illumined the room. She wiped her tear-stained eyes and looked up at Hermann. He was sitting on the window-sill with his arms folded, a menacing frown on his face. In this attitude he bore a remarkable likeness to the portrait of Napoleon. The likeness struck even Lizaveta Ivanovna. "How shall I get you out of the house?" she said at last. "I had thought of taking you down the secret staircase, but that means going through the bedroom, and I am afraid." "Tell me how to find this secret staircase. I will go alone." Lizaveta rose, took a key from the chest of drawers, and gave it to Hermann with precise instructions. Hermann pressed her cold, unresponsive hand, kissed her bowed head, and left her. He walked down the winding stairway and entered the Countess's bedroom again. The dead woman sat as though turned to stone. Her face wore a look of profound tranquillity. Hermann stood in front of her and gazed long and earnestly at her, as though trying to convince himself of the terrible truth. Then he went into the study, felt behind the tapestry for the door, and began to descend the dark stairway, excited by strange emotions. Maybe some 60 years ago, at this very hour, he thought, some happy youth, long since turned to dust, was stealing up this staircase into that very bedroom in an embroidered tunic, his hair dressed à l'oiseau royal, pressing his three-cornered hat to his breast. And today the heart of his aged mistress has ceased to beat. At the bottom of the stairs Hermann saw a door which he opened with the same key, and found himself in a passage leading to the street. Chapter 5. That night the dead Baroness von W. appeared before me. She was all in white, and said, "How do you do, Mr. Councillor?" Swedenborg. 3 days after that fatal night, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Hermann repaired to the convent of Blank, where the last respects were to be paid to the mortal remains of the dead countess. Though he felt no remorse, he could not altogether stifle the voice of conscience which kept repeating to him, "You are the old woman's murderer." Having very little religious faith, he was exceedingly superstitious. Believing that the dead countess might exercise a malignant influence on his life, he decided to go to her funeral to beg and obtain her forgiveness. The church was full. Hermann had difficulty in making his way through the crowd. The coffin rested on a rich catafalque beneath a canopy of velvet. The dead woman lay with her hands crossed on her breast, in a lace cap and a white satin robe. Around the bier stood the members of her household, servants in black clothes, with armorial ribbons on their shoulders, and lighted candles in their hands, relatives in deep mourning, children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. No one wept. Tears would have been une affectation. The countess was so old that her death could not have taken anybody by surprise, and her family had long ceased to think of her as one of the living. A famous preacher delivered the funeral oration. In simple and touching phrases he described the peaceful passing of the saintly woman whose long life had been a quiet, touching preparation for a Christian end. The angel of death, he declared, found her vigilant in devout meditation, awaiting the midnight coming of the bridegroom. The service was concluded in melancholy decorum. First the relations went forward to bid farewell of the corpse. They were followed by a long procession of all those who had come to render their last homage to one who had for so many years been a participator in their frivolous amusements. After them came the members of the Countess's household. The last of these was an old woman retainer the same age as the deceased. 2 young girls supported her by the arms. She had not strength to prostrate herself, and she was the only one to shed tears as she kissed her mistress's cold hand. Hermann decided to approach the coffin after her. He knelt down on the cold stone strewed with branches of spruce fir, and remained in that position for some minutes. At last he rose to his feet, and, pale as the deceased herself, walked up the steps of the catafalque and bent over the corpse. At that moment it seemed to him that the dead woman darted a mocking look at him and winked her eye. Hermann drew back, missed his footing, and crashed headlong to the floor. They picked him up. At the same time, Lizaveta Ivanovna was carried out of the church in a swoon. This incident momentarily upset the solemnity of the mournful rite. There was a dull murmur among the congregation, and a tall, thin man in the uniform of a court chamberlain, a close relative of the deceased, whispered in the ear of an Englishman who was standing near him that the young officer was the natural son of the Countess, to which the Englishman coldly replied, "Oh?" The whole of that day Hermann was strangely troubled. Repairing to a quiet little tavern to dine, he drank a great deal of wine, contrary to his habit, in the hope of stifling his inner agitation. But the wine only served to excite his imagination. Returning home, he threw himself on his bed without undressing, and fell heavily asleep. It was night when he woke, and the moon was shining into his room. He glanced at the time. It was 3:15. Sleep had left him. He sat on the bed and began thinking of the old Countess's funeral. Just then someone in the street looked in at him through the window and immediately walked on. Hermann paid no attention. A moment later he heard the door of his anteroom open. Hermann thought it was his orderly, drunk as usual, returning from some nocturnal excursion, but presently he heard an unfamiliar footstep. Someone was softly shuffling along the floor in slippers. The door opened, and a woman in white came in. Hermann mistook her for his old nurse and wondered what could have brought her at such an hour. The woman in white glided across the room and stood before him, and Hermann recognized the Countess. "I have come to you against my will," she said in a firm voice, "but I am commanded to grant your request. The 3, the 7, and the ace will win for you if you play them in succession, provided that you do not stake more than 1 card in 24 hours and never play again as long as you live. I forgive you my death on condition that you marry my ward, Lizaveta Ivanovna." With these words she turned softly, rustled to the door in her slippers, and disappeared. Hermann heard the street door click, and again saw someone peeping in at him through the window. It was a long time before he could pull himself together and go into the next room. His orderly was asleep on the floor. Hermann had difficulty in waking him. The man was drunk as usual. There was no getting any sense out of him. The street door was locked. Hermann returned to his room, and, lighting a candle, wrote down all the details of his vision. Chapter 6. Attendez. How dare you say attendez to me? Your Excellency, I said attendez, sir. 2 idées fixes cannot coexist in the moral world any more than 2 physical bodies can occupy one and the same space. The 3, the 7, the ace, soon drove all thought of the dead woman from Hermann's mind. 3, 7, ace were perpetually in his head and on his lips. If he saw a young girl, he would say, "How graceful she is, a regular 3 of hearts." Asked the time, he would reply, 5 minutes to 7. Every stout man reminded him of the ace. 3, 7, ace haunted his dreams, assuming all sorts of shapes. The 3 blossomed before him like a luxuriant flower. The 7 took the form of a Gothic portal, and the aces became gigantic spiders. His whole attention was focused on one thought: how to make use of the secret which had cost him so dear. He began to consider resigning his commission in order to go and travel abroad. In the public gambling houses in Paris he would compel fortune to give him his magical treasure. Chance spared him the trouble. A circle of wealthy gamblers existed in Moscow, presided over by the celebrated Chekalinsky, who had spent his life at the card table and amassed millions, accepting promissory notes when he won and paying his losses in ready money. His long experience inspired the confidence of his fellow players, while his open house, his famous chef, and his gay and friendly manners secured for him the general respect of the public. He came to Petersburg. The young men of the capital flocked to his rooms, forsaking balls for cards, and preferring the excitement of gambling to the seductions of flirting. Naramov brought Hermann to him. They passed through a succession of magnificent rooms full of attentive servants. The place was crowded. Several generals and privy councillors were playing whist. Young men smoking long pipes lounged about on sofas upholstered in damask. In the drawing-room some 20 gamblers jostled round a long table at which the master of the house was keeping bank. Czekalinsky was a man of about 60 years of age and most dignified appearance. He had silvery grey hair, a full, florid face with a kindly expression, and sparkling eyes which were always smiling. Naramov introduced Hermann. Shaking hands cordially, Czekalinsky requested him not to stand on ceremony, and went on dealing. The game continued for some while. On the table lay more than 30 cards. Czekalinsky paused after each round to give the players time to arrange their cards and note their losses, listened courteously to their observations, and more courteously still straightened the corner of a card that some careless hand had turned down. At last the game finished. Czekalinsky shuffled the cards and prepared to deal again. "Will you allow me to take a card?" said Hermann, stretching out his hand from behind a stout gentleman who was punting. Czekalinsky smiled and bowed graciously, in silent token of consent. Naramov laughingly congratulated Hermann on breaking his long abstention from cards, and wished him a lucky start. "There," said Hermann, chalking some figures on the back of his card. "How much?" asked the banker, screwing up his eyes. "Excuse me, I cannot see." 47,000, Hermann answered. At these words every head was turned in a flash, and all eyes were fixed on Hermann. "He has taken leave of his senses," thought Naramov. "Allow me to point out to you," said Czekalinsky with his unfailing smile, "that you are playing rather high. Nobody here has ever staked more than 275 at a time." "Well," returned Hermann, "do you accept my card or not?" Czekalinsky bowed with the same air of humble acquiescence. "I only wanted to observe," he said, "that, being honoured with the confidence of my friends, I can only play against ready money. For my own part, of course, I am perfectly sure that your word is sufficient, but for the sake of the rules of the game and our accounts, I must request you to place the money on your card." Hermann took a bank-note from his pocket and handed it to Czekalinsky, who, after a cursory glance, placed it on Hermann's card. He began to deal. On the right a 9 turned up, and on the left a 3. "I win," said Hermann, pointing to his card. There was a murmur of astonishment among the company. Czekalinsky frowned, but the smile quickly reappeared on his face. "Would you like me to settle now?" he asked Hermann. "If you please." Czekalinsky took a number of banknotes out of his pocket and paid there and then. Hermann picked up his money and left the table. Naramov could not believe his eyes. Hermann drank a glass of lemonade and departed home. The following evening he appeared at Czekalinsky's again. The host was dealing. Hermann walked up to the table. The players immediately made room for him. Czekalinsky bowed graciously. Hermann waited for the next deal, took a card, and placed on it his original 47,000, together with his winnings of the day before. Czekalinsky began to deal. A knave turned up on the right, a 7 on the left. Hermann showed his 7. There was a general exclamation. Czekalinsky was obviously disconcerted. He counted out 94,000 and handed them to Hermann, who pocketed them in the coolest manner, and instantly withdrew. The next evening Hermann again made his appearance at the table. Everyone was expecting him. The generals and privy councillors left their whist to watch such extraordinary play. The young officers leaped up from their sofas, and all the waiters collected in the drawing-room. Everyone pressed round Hermann. The other players left off punting, impatient to see what would happen. Hermann stood at the table, prepared to play alone against Czekalinsky, who was pale but still smiling. Each broke the seal of a pack of cards. Czekalinsky shuffled. Hermann took a card and covered it with a pile of banknotes. It was like a duel. Deep silence reigned in the room. Czekalinsky began dealing. His hands trembled. A queen fell on the right, an ace on the left. Ace wins, said Hermann, and showed his card. Your queen has lost, said Czekalinsky gently. Hermann started. Indeed. Instead of an ace, there lay before him the queen of spades. He could not believe his eyes, or think how he could have made such a mistake. At that moment, it seemed to him that the queen of spades opened and closed her eye, and mocked him with a smile. He was struck by the extraordinary resemblance. "The old woman!" he cried in terror. Czekalinsky gathered up his winnings. Hermann stood rooted to the spot. When he left the table, everyone began talking at once. "A fine game, that," said the players. Czekalinsky shuffled the cards afresh, and the game resumed as usual. Conclusion. Hermann went out of his mind. He is now in room number 17 of the Oberhof Hospital. He returns no answer to questions put to him, but mutters over and over again, with incredible rapidity, 3-7 ace, 3-7 queen. Lizaveta Ivanovna has married a very pleasant young man. He is in the civil service somewhere, and has a good income. He is the son of the old countess's former steward. Lizaveta Ivanovna, in her turn, is bringing up a poor relative. And Tomsky, who has been promoted to the rank of captain, has married the Princess Pauline. Translated from the Russian by Rosemary Edmonds. Of a Promise Kept by Lafcadio Hearn. I am pledging myself to the worship of the odd, the queer, the strange, the exotic, the monstrous, said Lafcadio Hearn in one of his many letters. Born on the Ionian coast of Leucadia, hence his given name, Lafcadio Hearn learned his first prayers in Italian and Demotic Greek, studied in England and France, and became a Japanese subject at the age of 46. He is now buried in a Buddhist cemetery in Tokyo. Lafcadio Hearn could have chosen any of a number of different nationalities, but he always considered himself an American writer. His parents' homeland was the United States. His subject matter, though, was the Orient. Not the Orient of chinoiserie and local color, but the other, more secret and quiet universe rarely discovered by foreigners. He acquired a profound knowledge of Japanese history and culture, and became so immersed in these traditions that today the younger Japanese consider him too traditional for their taste. Of a Promise Kept appeared in 1901 in his collection A Japanese Miscellany. I shall return in the early autumn, said Akana Soyamon several hundred years ago, when bidding good-bye to his brother by adoption, young Hasebe Salmon. The time was spring, and the place was the village of Kato in the province of Harima. Akana was an Izumo samurai, and he wanted to visit his birthplace. Hasebe said, Your Izumo, the country of the 8th cloud rising, is very distant. Perhaps it will therefore be difficult for you to promise to return here upon any particular day. But if we were to know the exact day, we should feel happier. We could then prepare a feast of welcome, and we could watch at the gateway for your coming. Why, as for that, responded Akana, I have been so much accustomed to travel that I can usually tell beforehand how long it will take me to reach a place, and I can safely promise you to be here upon a particular day. Suppose we say the day of the festival Choyo. That is the 9th day of the 9th month, said Hasebe. Then the chrysanthemums will be in bloom and we can go together to look at them. How pleasant. So you promise to come back on the 9th day of the 9th month. On the 9th day of the 9th month, repeated Akana, smiling farewell. Then he strode away from the village of Kato in the province of Harima, and Hasebe Salmon and the mother of Hasebe looked after him with tears in their eyes. Neither the sun nor the moon, says an old Japanese proverb, ever halt upon their journey. Swiftly the months went by, and the autumn came, the season of chrysanthemums, and early upon the morning of the 9th day of the 9th month, Hasebe prepared to welcome his adopted brother. He made ready a feast of good things, bought wine, decorated the guest room, and filled the vases of the alcove with chrysanthemums of 2 colors. Then his mother, watching him, said, The province of Izumo, my son, is more than 100 ri from this place, and the journey thence over the mountains is difficult and weary, and you cannot be sure that Akana will be able to come today. Would it not be better, before you take all this trouble, to wait for his coming? Nay, mother, Hasebe made answer. Akana promised to be here today. He could not break a promise. And if he were to see us beginning to make preparation after his arrival, he would know that we had doubted his word, and we should be put to shame. The day was beautiful, the sky without a cloud, and the air so pure that the world seemed to be 1,000 miles wider than usual. In the morning many travellers passed through the village, some of them samurai, and Hasebe, watching each as he came, more than once imagined that he saw Akana approaching. But the temple bells sounded the hour of midday, and Akana did not appear. Through the afternoon also Hasebe watched and waited in vain. The sun set, and still there was no sign of Akana. Nevertheless, Hasebe remained at the gate, gazing down the road. Later his mother went to him and said, "The mind of a man, my son, as our proverb declares, may change as quickly as the sky of autumn. But your chrysanthemum flowers will still be fresh tomorrow. Better now to sleep, and in the morning you can watch again for Akana if you wish." "Rest well, mother," returned Hasebe, "but I still believe that he will come." Then the mother went to her own room, and Hasebe lingered at the gate. The night was pure as the day had been. All the sky throbbed with stars, and the white river of heaven shimmered with unusual splendor. The village slept. The silence was broken only by the noise of a little brook, and by the far-away barking of peasants' dogs. Hasebe still waited until he saw the thin moon sink behind the neighboring hills. Then, at last, he began to doubt and to fear. Just as he was about to re-enter the house, he perceived in the distance a tall man approaching, very lightly and quickly, and in the next moment he recognized Akana. "Oh!" cried Hasebe, springing to meet him. "I have been waiting for you from the morning until now. So you really did keep your promise after all. But you must be tired, poor brother. Come in. Everything is ready for you." He guided Akana to the place of honor in the guest-room, and hastened to trim the lights which were burning low. "Mother," continued Hasebe, "felt a little tired this evening, and she has already gone to bed. But I shall awaken her presently." Akana shook his head and made a little gesture of disapproval. "As you will, brother," said Hasebe, and he set warm food and wine before the traveller. Akana did not touch the food or the wine, but remained motionless and silent for a short time. Then, speaking in a whisper, as if fearful of awakening the mother, he said, "Now I must tell you how it happened that I came thus late. When I returned to Izumo, I found that the people had almost forgotten the kindness of our former ruler, the good Lord Enya, and were seeking the favor of the usurper Tsunehisa, who had possessed himself of the Tonda castle. But I had to visit my cousin, Akana Tanji, though he had accepted service under Tsunehisa, and was living as a retainer within the castle grounds. He persuaded me to present myself before Tsunehisa. I yielded chiefly in order to observe the character of the new ruler, whose face I had never seen. He is a skilled soldier and of great courage, but he is cunning and cruel. I found it necessary to let him know that I could never enter into his service. After I left his presence, he ordered my cousin to detain me, to keep me confined within the house. I protested that I had promised to return to Harima upon the 9th day of the 9th month, but I was refused permission to go. I then hoped to escape from the castle at night, but I was constantly watched, and until today I could find no way to fulfill my promise." "Until today?" exclaimed Hasebe, in bewilderment. "The castle is more than 100 ri from here." "Yes," returned Akana, "and no living man can travel on foot 100 ri in one day. But I felt that, if I did not keep my promise, you could not think well of me. And I remembered the ancient proverb, Tamayoku ichi nichi ni senri wo yuku. The soul of a man can journey 1,000 ri in a day. Fortunately, I had been allowed to keep my sword. Thus only was I able to come to you. Be good to our mother." With these words he stood up, and in the same instant disappeared. Then Hasebe knew that Akana had killed himself in order to fulfill the promise. At earliest dawn, Hasebe Salmon set out for the castle Tanda, in the province of Izumo. Reaching Matsue, he there learned that on the night of the 9th day of the 9th month, a Kana-Soyamon had performed harikiri in the house of a Kanatanji in the grounds of the castle. Then Hasebe went to the house of a Kanatanji and reproached a Kanatanji for the treachery done, and slew him in the midst of his family, and escaped without hurt. And when the lord Tsunehisa had heard the story, he gave commands that Hasebe should not be pursued. For although an unscrupulous and cruel man himself, the lord Tsunehisa could respect the love of truth in others, and could admire the friendship and the courage of Hasebe-sama. The Wizard Postponed by Juan Manuel. The 14th century Spanish writer Don Juan Manuel was the grandson of King Fernando III and the nephew of Alfonso X. He was unscrupulous in politics. He sought the alliance of the Muslim king of Granada to serve his own ends, and notoriously brutal to each of his 3 successive wives. He built a monastery for the Dominican order near his fortress in Peñafiel, and ordered the monks to keep his original manuscripts there, so that corrupt versions of his work could, if necessary, be amended by reference to the master copy. He is the first Spanish author whose portrait survives. He is shown, together with his daughter Juana, Queen of Castile, as a donor on a painting of Santa Lucia in the Cathedral of Murcia. The Wizard Postponed appears in a collection of moral tales by Juan Manuel, traditionally known as the Book of Examples of Count Lucanor. Jorge Luis Borges discovered it and made it his own in his first collection of short stories, A Universal History of Infamy, meant, according to Borges, for popular consumption. Borges' stories appeared first in a Buenos Aires newspaper, Critica, in the early 1930s. Borges has no qualms about adopting other people's writings. For him, reading is simply another form of making literature. The introduction to his first book of poems, Fervor de Buenos Aires, says, "If the pages of this book allow a few happy verses, may the reader forgive me the discourtesy of having first usurped them myself. Our nothings are barely different. It is a trivial and fortuitous circumstance that you be the reader, I the writer, of these exercises." In the city of Santiago, there was a dean who had a burning desire to learn the art of magic. Hearing that Don Allan of Toledo knew more about magic than anyone else, the dean went to Toledo in search of him. The very morning he arrived, he went straight to Don Allan's, and found him reading in a room at the back of his house. Don Allan received the dean cordially, and asked him to postpone telling him the object of his visit until after they had eaten. Showing his guest into pleasant quarters, Don Allan said he felt very happy about the dean's visit. After their meal, the dean told Don Allan why he had come, and he begged to be taught the craft of magic. Don Allan said that he already knew that his guest was a dean, a man of good standing and of good prospects, but that, were he to teach him all his knowledge, the day might come when the dean would fail to repay his services, as men in high places are often wont to do. The dean swore that he would never forget Don Allan's bounty, and that he would always be at his call. Once they came to an agreement, Don Allan explained that the magic arts could not be learned save in a place of deep seclusion, and, taking the dean by the hand, he led him to the next room, in whose floor there was a large iron ring. Before this, however, he told the serving-maid to prepare partridges for supper, but not to put them on to roast until he so ordered. Don Allan and his guest lifted the ring and went down a well-worn, winding stairway, until it seemed to the dean they had gone down so far that the bed of the Tagus must now be above them. At the foot of the staircase was a cell, and in it were a library of books and a kind of cabinet with magic instruments. They were leafing through the books when suddenly 2 men appeared, bearing a letter for the dean, written by the bishop, his uncle, in which the bishop informed him that he was gravely ill, and that if the dean wanted to find him alive, he should not tarry. The news was very upsetting to the dean, for one thing because of his uncle's illness, for another because he would be forced to interrupt his studies. In the end, choosing to stay, he wrote an apology and sent it to the bishop. 3 days passed, and there arrived several men in mourning, bearing further letters for the dean, in which he read that the bishop had died, that a successor was being chosen, and that they hoped by the grace of God that the dean would be elected. The letters advised him to remain where he was, it seeming better that he be absent during his election. 10 days elapsed, and 2 finely dressed squires came, throwing themselves down at the dean's feet, and kissing his hands and greeting him as bishop. When Allan saw these things, he turned to the new prelate with great joy, and said that he thanked the Lord that such good news should have come to his house. He then asked for the now vacant deanery for his son. The bishop answered that he had already set aside the deanery for his own brother, but that he would find the son some post in the church, and he begged that they all 3 leave together for Santiago. They made their way to the city of Santiago, where they were received with honors. 6 months passed, and messengers from the Pope came to the bishop, offering him the archbishopric of Toulouse, and leaving in his hands the naming of a successor. When Allan heard this, he reminded the archbishop of his old promise, and asked for the vacated title for his son. The archbishop told him that he had already set aside the bishopric for his own uncle, his father's brother, but that, as he had given his word to shed favour on Allan, they should, together with the son, all leave for Toulouse. Allan had no recourse but to agree. The 3 set out for Toulouse, where they were received with honours and masses. 2 years passed, and messengers from the Pope came to the archbishop, elevating him to the cardinalate, and leaving in his hands the naming of a successor. When Allan learned this, he reminded the cardinal of his old promise, and asked for the vacant title for his son. The cardinal told him that he had already set aside the archbishopric for his own uncle, his mother's brother, a good old man, but that if Allan and his son were to accompany him to Rome, surely some favourable opportunity would present itself. Allan protested, but in the end he was forced to agree. The 3 then set out for Rome, where they were received with honours, masses, and processions. 4 years elapsed, and the Pope died, and our cardinal was elected to the papacy by all the other cardinals. Learning of this, Allan kissed His Holiness's feet, reminded him of his old promise, and asked for the vacant cardinal's office for his son. The Pope told Allan that by now he was weary of his continued requests, and that, if he persisted in importuning him, he would clap him in jail, since he knew full well that Allan was no more than a wizard, and that in Toledo he had been a teacher of the arts of magic. Poor Allan could only answer that he was going back to Spain, and he asked the Pope for something to eat during the long sea journey. Once more the Pope refused him, whereupon Allan, whose face had changed in a strange fashion, said in an unwavering voice, "In that case I shall have to eat the partridges that I ordered for tonight." The serving-maid came forward, and Allan ordered the partridges roasted. Immediately the Pope found himself in the underground cell in Toledo, no more than Dean of Santiago, and so taken aback with shame that he did not know what to say. Allan said that this test was sufficient, refused the Dean his share of the partridges, and saw him to the door, where, taking leave of him with great courtesy, he wished him a safe journey home. Translated from the Spanish by Norman Thomas de Giovanni.